Chapter 15. Break. Atticus entered the Hogshead Inn. He made his way to the bar and he was met by Aberforth Dumbledore. "What do you want?" he grunted as he eyed Atticus over while he cleaned the surface of the bar with a dirty cloth. "I'm here for room 3. he said simply. Aberforth hummed as he eyed Atticus curiously. "Up the stairs. Turn right then continue onwards until you reach the end of the half then turn left," he informed him. Atticus nodded in acceptance and went up the stairs. Soon enough he arrived at the door and he opened it. The room was a private meeting room that was large enough to host 20 people. There were 16 people not including him. There were a few seated whilst most were standing. They turned around towards the door where Atticus was and they were all surprised and more than a few were suspicious. "Afternoon people," Atticus said genially. "What are you doing here?" one of the asked suspiciously. He was broadly shouldered, an athlete's body. He was tall, brown-haired, and eyed. He was Jack Crawley. A Muggleborn. All of them were Muggleborns. They had reason to be suspicious. "I'm here because I called for the meeting," he clapped as he pirouetted to face them once he arrived at the front of the room, at the head of the table that was there. "You're the one that got Emerson to get us to come to this meeting." A young girl's voice rang out which started the whispering which halted pretty fast as they took to staring at him. He was met with an uneasy silence until one of the younger ones piped up. "Why?" "Yes, why?" one of the fifth-year Muggleborns asked. "You purebloods hardly ever have anything to do with us, or want anything to do with us," she asked harshly as she crossed her arms. Atticus hummed and he nodded in agreement. "Yes, most purebloods don't have anything to do with you. Because they're elitist racists that are blind, ignorant, and most of all utterly dense," he said happily. They looked at each other murmuring, whispering to each other and shuffled uncomfortably. It was understandable. To insult purebloods was to court danger and retribution. Even their own housemates in Gryffindor or Hufflepuff wouldn't help them beyond a certain point. This probably was quite strange to them. To hear one of the most well-known purebloods speak such about his peers. "You still haven't said why?" Derek Saunders, a 7th year asked. Atticus nodded in agreement. "I haven't." "You're right." Atticus then went into his robes and brought out a stack of parchments. "Sit down, you will want to have time to read what I've brought you." A few of them sat down and took to reading the parchments, which were secrecy contracts with no compete clause. Standard Gringotts versions. "I didn't come here to on false pretenses. I was told that it concerns our future and that it was a golden opportunity," Sandra Kilburn said as she narrowed her eyes. Before he could reply, one of the 6th years, James Clark, looked at Atticus with suspicion. "This is a secrecy contract and no compete clause," he stated. Atticus looked at him and nodded yes. "It's a standard secrecy contract with a non-compete clause that protects what is stated in this room. When you hear what I have to offer you," he said and glanced at Kilburn, "you will know why I want secrecy and to ensure that someone else won't take my idea from me," he stated simply. One of the 6th years shook his head. "This is not what I expected," he said. He looked at Atticus with narrowed eyes. "Nor what I want. I'm leaving." "Who's coming?" he asked the room. A few Muggleborns rose from their chairs. "You are of course free to leave. But you will be sorry that you at least didn't stay to hear my offer. I guarantee you that what I have to offer will be far beyond what you will receive once you graduate from Hogwarts," he said solemnly as he gazed up at the retreating Muggleborns. The 6th year who tried to incite them leaving glared at Atticus fiercely. One of the 4th years, Thomas Skip, turned around and looked at Atticus in confusion. "What do you mean?" he asked. Atticus cocked his head and looked to the 7th years. "Do the lower year Muggleborns not know their future prospects?" Derek Saunders looked away in shame. "We haven't really tried to inform Muggleborns. We ourselves weren't informed by the upper years when we were younger." Atticus pursed his lips and looked at the 4th year. "Magical Britain isn't particularly kind towards Muggleborns once you graduate." He paused as he looked around. He had their attention good. Even the ones who wanted to leave. "Even if you ace your exams, you will never gain a higher position than perhaps a deputy position, and that is only if you have pure blood connections. Most likely the highest you will rise are clerk positions, and even then you won't be secure in your position. Similarly, any jobs in any of the alleys, the ones that are desirable and decently paying, are essentially earmarked for purebloods and the well-connected half-bloods." He paused as he took stock of the room. Most were horrified at their prospects. "No. That can't be true. They would have said something when they came to get us to go to Hogwarts," one of the 2 third years exclaimed. "No. It's true," Derek said glumly as he looked at the 3rd-year girl. "Jobs for Muggleborns are almost non-existent, and the most you can get in the alleys is a waitress position if you are." He made displeased face attractive. He said derisively to the clientele. He stated. The room descended in slight chaos as they started arguing and cursing until Atticus cast a minor exploding charm was used for gaining attention. The chattering ceased. "I know. It's terrible. They've come and got you interested in magic and promised a lot which you are finding out is false," he said soothingly, captivating their attention. "How can you know?" the antagonistic 6th year said, whose name evaded him until now. Daryl McKinney was his name. A Liverpudlian native as well. You're the pure-blood prince of Britain. You are the most capable student that has ever walked on the grounds of Hogwarts, he said angrily. You can't know what is to be Muggleborn, he shouted at Atticus. Atticus inclined his head in acknowledgement it was a poor phrase. For that I apologize, he said calmly as he met the fierce gaze of Daryl, but I will not accept anger for something I cannot help. Just as you are born Muggleborn, I was born pure blood. I'm aware of the advantages that I hold. I'm aware that I was born in a family that supported me all the way in my education and in my interests. He cocked his head. Yet, here I am, hoping to aid you when many purebloods wouldn't even bother. He said silkily as he extended his arms. I understand your anger. I ask that you control it and hear what I have to offer, he finished. Daryl's gaze didn't falter for a little while as he tested me until he sighed and took a seat. That was the signal for the others to do the same. They began to read the contract and Atticus remained silent until the last one signed it. He took a seat and intertwined his hands. Excellent. The offers I have for you depend on your own preference. When the war ends, both Muggle and magical, I intend to have multiple corporations that will operate in both worlds, though they will work independently and will only operate in one or the other. On the magical side, I intend to create and release products, with your help, that exist in the Muggle world but will be created entirely magically. This will cover sectors such as communication, media, fashion, gadgets, food, and so on. This serves multiple purposes. Atticus held up his hand and drew his index finger. 1. It will drag the magical world into parity with the Muggle world in terms of technology and have the magical world familiarize with notions from the Muggle world in terms that they will easily digest. He cocked his head as he looked around in the room and he saw interest. He drew the second finger. 2. It will create new sectors or new products within the magical world that is deeply missing innovation in service, entertainment, magical goods, and so on. This means that there is plenty of space to grow as there isn't a market existing. Which means plenty of jobs, both in research or running businesses. Creating new jobs in sectors that do not yet exist will mean plenty of opportunity for Muggleborns, half-bloods, and purebloods to gain employment based entirely on merit. He says, gazing at them. 3. I'm hoping it brings about competition, healthy competition of products that aim to rival the ones that I, or us if you agree, produce. This once again increases jobs, encourages the growth of the economy as people are spending money, etc., etc. He states. On the Muggle side of things, he says, gazing at them, there are massive opportunities for us to take. There is a war going now, obviously, he says, and he hears a few snorts. Which isn't particularly going well. But when it is finished and Britain wins, he half grins with a glint in his eye at them and he sees approval in their eyes, though they are grim. No doubt a few of them likely have family in the military. There will be huge amounts of rebuilding that will begin. That means Britain will need a lot of material, both in raw material and also in goods. Britain is currently a net importer and that won't change for the foreseeable future. My aim to focus primarily on the import-export industry and create a company that deals predominantly with that. He says, gazing at them, and he knows that he has their attention. With magic, he smiled wryly and with an amused glint in his eyes, we will able to import more than what other companies can do. Space expansion charms, one of them caught on and murmurs begin. Atticus nods amiably. Yes, that is one of the methods that I want done. Of course, we will have to be creative to fudging the numbers, and he received snorts in return. But we will figure out when we get there. Won't it be a breaking of the statute? Sandra asks in concern, and most agree with her considering the nervous murmuring. Yes, and no. Atticus pursed his lips. I intend to hire as many squibs as I can. Both British and foreign. It also won't be breaking the misuse of Muggle artifacts, as we are not changing the function of ships, simply expanding on it. There can't be that many squibs, one of them asked in disbelief. Atticus looked at him. Where do you think Muggleborns come from? He asked calmly. Atticus had followed up on finding out whether there was a link between squibs and Muggleborns. He purchased 64 house elves at Yule in his second year in his Chrysander furlough identity. It almost didn't go through until he bribed the person in charge in the office to accept his order. He hated the corruption of it and the necessity of doing it. Almost all bar 3 couldn't read, and he had Tweenie begin training them how to read. It had taken a lot of coaxing on Atticus' part to get them to do it. Atticus didn't have anything for them to do until they were capable of reading, so they managed to get to a reasonable level by the end of his second year. He had split tasks for them. A third went on to read spy books, strategy, and war books. He had explained to them that he needed loyal elf friends that would help against his enemies, and he trusted them to help him. He shuddered internally when he recalled how long it took for them to stop crying and exclaiming he was the best master ever. He grimly thought that likely was possible. He liked the elves' earnestness. It seldom existed. He had vowed to himself he would never mistreat them. And to ensure that they would get days off. Another third went on to read runes books and how to inscribe them. He wanted them capable to do inscribe them because he expected there'd be a lot tedious work available, in either his businesses or his own private ventures. The last third were sent out to Muggle departments and councils that had records and copied them. He had gotten an elf to go and find the Registrar General in London that he knew existed based on his knowledge. Once the elf found it, he employed his elves to create copies of the records. He used one of these to find the name of the individual in the ministry in charge of keeping records of magicals and squibs. Unfortunately, the individual was from a prominent family, so he couldn't easily get to them, but thankfully it seemed the individual essentially made his half-blood assistant take care of the records. It had been easy enough to legitimize and obliviate him to obtain the necessary information to make copies of the records. Strangely, they were decently protected and he needed to go himself to make copies of the records. He managed, however. From there he had given them the unenviable task, except to them perhaps now that they could read, of matching names in those records to magical family names or the nearest to it. From there, after a 4-month job of nearly non-stop matching, the elves had given him the list. He had been exalted when he was proven right. There was a link between Muggleborns and squibs. He was able to verify with certainty 43% of known Muggleborns were born from verified squib lineage. 30% had some uncertainty, but all of them had at least one confirmed link. It seemed that Muggleborns were the product of chance meeting of squibs. Squibs that were cast out, were often cast out at the age of 10 or 11, which meant that there was sudden appearance of children of that age range at orphanages. The rare few that turned up in the Muggle world with their family name were the easiest to follow. One of the most often cases were Muggleborns born from squibs that met by chance. Both parents were squibs that hailed from perhaps 2 or 3 generations of squibs until they met, married and had children. It seemed that for Muggleborns to exist, they had to be born from 2 individuals of squib heritage. That meant that their magical genes responsible for the ability to have magic. And there were genes that required to be activated to be able to cast magic. It was an astounding find, a dangerous find that would cause a lot of trouble for him and his family. He remembered the promise he gave his great-grandfather that he wouldn't submit anything of this effect as it would cause problems. "What do you mean?" Daryl asked curtly, though he hid his interest poorly. He shook his head. "Muggleborns do not truly exist," Atticus said calmly. He hadn't intended to reveal it in this meeting, but given that it was covered by the secrecy clause, it would do well to foster a magical identity to these people. One of the third years, the girl who spoke earlier, Jennifer Pierce. "Muggleborns do exist, we're right here." She scowled. Atticus held up his arms when it seemed more would protect calm people. "I mean to say that there is no such thing as Muggleborn because you're probably all half-bloods," he said soothingly. At the confused looks, Atticus was about to respond, but he was cut off by Sandrum. "My parents are Muggles. My grandparents are Muggles. There is no magical in my heritage." "I know, I've checked," she said sharply, and she was met with noises of agreement. Atticus looked at her. She was one of the names that he had found to have links with several magical families. "Your grandfather on your mother's side, Jacob Nolly, was born from Cregan Nolly." Cregan, however, went by a different name until the age of 11. He went by Cregan Longbottom, son of Trafford Longbottom and Ismene Longbottom née Hawthorne. He paused as he waited her to digest what he just told her. Her eyes widened in shock and she gaped. He took the name Nolly for it was the street name of the orphanage he was dropped off at. "Your great-great-grandmother, on your father's side, was named Elise Merk." He smirked at her. "What rhymes with Merk?" He cocked his head. "Burke," she gasped out. "So there can't be Muggleborns, as without magical blood, there is no chance of magic coming into family lines," she whispered out. Atticus nodded and he looked around the room. "All of you are descended from magical families. There is no such thing as Muggleborn in truth other than fictional classification." He paused as he gazed at them all. "Magic is within all of us. Yours simply reasserted in you after a few generations." "Why isn't this known all around?" Derek asked, dazed. Daryl snorted as he shot a contemptuous look at the boy, as if he points out to Atticus he and his ilk would ever accept us when they cast our ancestors out. He looked at Atticus disgusted. Atticus narrowed imperceptibly his eyes at him. He was going to be a problem. He would have to remove him. He'd obliviate him, but he was feeling vindictive. Luckily for him, the blitz is going to happen in a short few months. "Oh, give it a rest." Jennifer snapped at Daryl. "He didn't have to do." She waved her hand frantically. "All this. It is rude and discourteous to throw it at his face." She scowled and murmurs of agreement rang out. Atticus looked at her warmly and inclined his head. "Thank you for defending me," he said, smiling at her. She turned bright red and ducked her head, which garnered laughter around the table. The other third year spoke for the first year. "Do you have records for all of us?" he asked. Atticus nodded slightly. "I do. In some cases, about 27%. Is it not clear where the links are for the records aren't clear, or the naming was done too well and there is no obvious sign of being dropped off at orphanages, schools, and so on that would make it clear where exactly they came from." He paused and looked at the third year and smiled slightly. "I will hand it over to you all at the end of the session, if that is all right." The boy nodded shyly and sat back satisfied. Atticus returned his gaze towards Derek. "Reason why it isn't well known," Atticus continued, "is because I've only discovered this recently, about 7 months ago." He dragged his hand down his face and he looked at them grimly. "It is knowledge that I can't release." Angry whispers spread across the room. "Tell me, what will happen if I release this knowledge suddenly?" he asked intently to the room. Silence rang out. Until a fifth year, he remembered spoke out there will be chaos and they will also deny it. You will likely get into a lot of trouble. He said hesitantly. Atticus nodded. I will likely get into a lot of trouble. This is information that the darker purebloods are willing to kill for. He sighed. It would also result in angry blowback on Muggleborns as they will overreact in their insecurity given how much they pride themselves in blood. No, the information can't be published until we've carefully gained influence among the powerful houses, including some of the darker families so that the news can be more accepted. He looked intently at them. I have no doubt it will be difficult to get there and there will be blowback, have no doubt about it. The best we can do is limit it and ensure that the magical world treats Muggleborns, half-bloods, and squibs fairly. With the records that I have, I can easily tell who will be descended from squibs. He smiled wryly at them. Given how promiscuous snorts rang around the table we British can be, he said with a glint in his eye. There are perhaps 4,000 verified squibs and I estimate perhaps another 3 to 5,000 within the Isles, he said smiling at them. Given that squibs aren't excluded from the statute of secrecy, it is not a crime to inform them. Aren't you afraid of confusing Muggles for squibs? One of them questioned. Atticus shook his head. Squibs are capable of seeing magic. That means we have a plethora of methods of ensuring only squibs can be contacted. We could have charmed leaflets or cards that we can send them. Sandra's eyes shone in excitement. Atticus smiled at her and nodded. It's one of the options. He continued on his plans for the Muggle corporations. First will be a shipping company, then it will be securing mines for raw material, and then we will move on creating a technological company. This means that there will be a need for a lot business-orientated individuals, economics, shipping, and perhaps a few of you willing to study science and engineering. He looked around the table. I won't be able to afford any of this, Jennifer said quietly as she cast her eyes down. Jennifer. Atticus said gently, and he gained her attention. Her eyes were beginning to water. I was hoping once I graduate from Hogwarts, I would be able to earn money to help my parents. They're having a hard time with the war on and I don't know how long it will keep going, she said, tears now flowing, hearing that I basically have no future in the magical world. Atticus moved towards her. He wasn't particular a people person, but he knew how to comfort people. It helped that it kind of was genuine this time compared to his old self. It was kind of startling to see himself evolve like this. He crouched. Jennifer, he said, and he put his finger underneath her chin so she could meet his gaze. The jobs that I have set aside for you, he said as he glanced at the others in the room, for all of you will secure your financial future. Not only that, you will be paid to get a Muggle education, from college and from university. She sniffed and Atticus wandlessly conjured a cloth and gave it to her with a smile. She returned the smile and she wiped her eyes. If you wish to apprentice and obtain a mastery in the magical world and work in the magical world, I will find you a master of the discipline. He stood up and looked at them all. If you want to do both, I will likely pay for both if you have reason enough for it. I intend to create companies that take care of its people, and if you work for me, with me, you become my people, he said passionately. Why? Sandra asks after a period of silence. Why do all this? You are wealthy enough from what I hear from my roommates, she said, eyeing Atticus in a new light. You don't need the money. You have basically the most perfect life, she finished. Atticus hummed in thought and returned to his seat. He looked away into the distance through the window. All of you are intimately aware of the wars that are going on right now, correct? He said, glancing at them. He received nods and yes in return. He nodded absently. Then you know how destructive both wars are. Grindelwald worked together with Hitler, he said with distaste, to wage war against Europe as both seek to conquer. He sighed. The purebloods do not realize how dangerous the Muggles are. They are ignorant, both willingly and unknowingly. He pursed his lips. You all know the reason for the statute of secrecy, correct? He asked, and he received nods in return. Jennifer. He asked delicately. She straightened out. The statute of secrecy was to hide magic from the Muggles. She paused as she frowned in concentration. Cute kid, he mused to himself. To protect them. She wondered out loud. Atticus smiled at her. Not quite. While it was to protect both civilizations, it was predominantly to protect magicals from Muggles. He paused and looked around the room. Before the statute of secrecy, magicals and Muggles lived together for thousands, likely tens of thousands of years together. There were no magicals and Muggles in their definition. They all had different roles. They were shamans, priests, warriors, and so on. Until relatively recently, about 1500 years, until about 200, 300 years ago. The witch hunts, Sandra said grimly, and Atticus nodded. The witch hunts. The Abrahamic religions began to denounce magic and magicals, which increased violence against our kind on a scale untold. The situation was untenable, and so the statute was enacted. What does this have to do with why you are doing this? Daryl asked, exasperated. Atticus shot him a fierce glare but replied, anyway, it's got to do why I'm doing this, because the statute won't remain possible in the next 100 years. Thomas Skip interjected, because the Muggles are advancing quickly. He asked, half-stated. Atticus looked at him in approval and nods, correct. Which means that our world will come crashing down around us, and what is happening to the Jews in Germany and German-occupied territory will be put on us and our descendants tenfold. Derek scowled at Atticus. You are exaggerating. The Muggles wouldn't do that. He looked at Derek with a raised eyebrow. Really? He drawled the word out as he pinned the boy with a gaze. Tell me, how much do you know of Muggle history? What happens when an advanced civilization meets another civilization, different in many ways, advanced in different ways but also weaker in most ways? He asked. He looked around the room. What happened to the native Indians of the Americas? At first they worked together as settlers came pouring out of Europe. Until the native Indians were in territory that Europeans wanted. Then they were killed in droves, driven from their lands. He paused and looked at Derek. The lucky ones are those who are allowed to live in reservations, in poverty and in irrelevant lands. The majority were wiped out. India is a prized possession of the UK despite their own civilization being not so far behind the UK in technology. They are effectively guests on their own lands. Or China, who were effectively held at gunpoint to open their borders and accept European business, or they were threatened with war. So on and on. For us, he said as he looked around the room. It is even more dangerous. We live in the same countries as the Muggle counterparts. We live practically on top of each other. We govern our own and have our lands. That will cause problems even if everything went perfectly, which it definitely won't. When they find magic exists, they'll add laws that curtail us, that make segregation and discriminatory laws against blacks look acceptable. He pinned them with a gaze. There is also a religious factor in it. Do not suffer a witch will become a rallying cry to those who seek to gain influence with the religious. The witch hunts of days past will be a cakewalk compared to this happening in an interconnected world, he said to a deathly silence. What is happening to the Jews in Germany? Asks Michelinchair, breaking the silence. Atticus cocked his head. Surely you know. You're Jewish, correct? He shakes his head. I am Jewish, but my family has been here in the UK for 4 generations now. We have heard from some of the Jews that escaped Austria that they were profiling Jews and causing problems for businesses, but they left 4 years ago. Atticus looks at him grimly. Rumors are that they are rounding up Jews and other undesirables and killing them en masse, he says. Michel looks at him in horror. No. That can't be. He says wide-eyed. Atticus looked at him solemnly. It is what is happening according to rumors I have verified to be likely true. They are gathering Jews and so on and making them work to the death before they are gathered together and gassed to death, or in some cases, burnt alive. A dead silence rang out. How? Why do you know? Daryl asks quietly without any hint of hostility for the first time. I am invested in figuring out what will happen to our country. Both magical and Muggle lie, but they don't need to know what he knows is from the future. And yet you do nothing. Daryl asks. Atticus laughs dryly. Do you think MI5 doesn't know? He said derisively at Daryl. He didn't know if MI5 knew, to tell the truth. And it isn't as if he, a 15-year-old, could anything about war crimes and crimes against humanity thousands of miles away. What can I do? I'm just, at the end of the day, a 15-year-old. A talented magical 15-year-old. I can't do anything, and I dare you to say otherwise. He looked at Daryl sharply. Silence rang out. So you're saying what is happening to Jews could happen to us? To our children and their children? Sandra asked shakily. Atticus nods yes. We have a lot of time, of course, to prevent that to happen, and that is why I'm doing all this. I want to make sure that when the statute fails, in 100 or 150 years from now, our descendants aren't killed off. Because your children will be magical, and what I seek to protect them and the magical creatures. But that is a story for another time. That is why I'm doing this. I want to create a world that we can be proud of, our children can be proud of. One that incorporates the best of both worlds, and that starts with the people here, he said, gazing at them all. Daryl looks unconvinced still. Atticus sighs and he gets up. He casts a silent Petrificus Totalis at Daryl, whose eyes are wide. The rest of the Muggleborns get up and palm their wands. Atticus looks at them. A lot of the things you've heard today is dangerous information and could get all of us in trouble. He indicated towards Daryl, whose eyes were frantic. I do not trust him to not fuck it all up for us, he said, pausing. Do any of you? He asked intently. They looked at each other and shuffled uncomfortably. Derek stepped up and looked at him seriously. What do you intend on doing? He asked. I'm going to obliviate him the information he got today, Atticus admits straight away. Murmurs grew. Is it really necessary? There is a secrecy contract, Sandra asks as she gazes at Daryl. Yes, the secrecy contract protects the information and the people in this room, but it doesn't mean he can't make life difficult for all of us by trying to get around it. Atticus palms his wand. Unless there are objections? He asked intently. He heard none. He was pleased about that. Obliviate. Confundus, you were in Hogshead in meeting a few Muggleborns for a few drinks and left soon after on your own. He casts at the boy and instructs him to leave the room, and he left the room. Atticus returned his gaze towards the rest of the room. Do you all agree to partake in this endeavor of mine? He asked, cocking his head. He heard no objections despite seeing him obliviate someone. He smiled. Excellent. He brought out employment contracts for them all. The contract states that soon after they finish their Hogwarts education, they would be paid 100 galleons a month if they were also in education regardless if magical or muggle, after which they would be paid 250 galleons a month for 2 years, after which the contract would be renegotiated. They would be obligated to fulfill a number of years before they could leave given the investment he was putting in them. A number of you will be leaving Hogwarts at the end of the year, so you will be able to be paid in the summer depending on what you want to do. I would advise that you go into further education, as I will be paying your schooling and your upkeep. It will give you the expertise the company needs soon after it starts in a few years. In addition, I have a few hundred acres of land and a large farmhouse near Cambridge that would be able to house plenty of people, so you wouldn't need to worry about housing. There will be a house elf to help you maintain the home. Almost all of the 7th years decided to go for a muggle education, all of them intending to go into business degrees. 2 decided to opt for masteries in charms and runes, and Atticus had fostered relationships with a number of masters, some of them American, who would be far more inclined to take on muggleborns, so he would be able to advocate for them to obtain masteries. After that, the meeting devolved around future plans and employees, and Atticus encouraged them speak with other muggleborns. Atticus already secured 14 obsolete freight ships, and he expected to gain more that are going to be scrapped otherwise due to damage. It wouldn't take too much trouble to obtain licenses and contracts once everything else is set up. Break. So you're saying runes are unimportant beyond the meaning they represent? Emily furrowed her eyebrows. Not quite. Runes have meaning because we gave them meaning. Do you understand what that means? Sayre asked her intently. They were in the library in one of the corners. This was their 14th meeting within a month and a half since the astronomy tower, and their 11th in the library. They spend most of their time talking about magic. She would never admit it, but she didn't dislike her time with him. Her associates didn't evoke this kind of stimulus. They had their uses. After all, they were her source of information, the finer information that isn't published or made public knowledge, knowledge kept within families and pure blood circles. For that, their value was quite high. When it came to magic, they were insufficient. They coasted on their heritage, their wealth, and they were lazy. In truth, she quite liked this, even if she held most of them in contempt. After all, magic granted power. It wouldn't do for everyone to be capable enough to be a threat to her. Magical power is an equalizer, and in her case, it was what put her above them despite her lack of family name. She would have had to plan to kill many of her associates had they not proved to be quite insignificant beyond their wealth and influence. Her thoughts were a whirlwind as she processed his question, as she thought of the little details that she gathered from her interactions with the Sayre heir. Her first meeting, any of the meetings with the Ravenclaw, hadn't gone as she had foreseen, as she had planned for. He led the conversation most often, drove the conversation without her prompting. She found herself engaging him, perhaps not in total truth but more honest than she's been to anyone. It was a strange thing for her. To be the person who wasn't in complete control. A mutual interaction. She was prepared to subtly direct conversation towards directions where she could pry information from him, gain insight into the Ravenclaw, gain information she could use when she wanted, or needed to. But he seemed to pick up on her line of questioning and often gave her a non-answer and a smirk that seemed to taunt her, or tease, she thought begrudgingly. The more he did this, the less infuriating it became and more irritating. Her wand hand had stopped twitching whenever he raised her ire. She let her lips thin out. No one spoke to her the way he did. She had threatened him, flared her magic when he had been verging on insulting her, and he took on an apologetic look and courteous apologized if he went too far, but never once was there fear in his eyes. He did not fear her. Not even in the slightest. Of course he didn't know what she had done to those who went against her, and yet she knew he at least suspected what she was capable of, what she was. And it didn't faze him. The more time she spent with him, the more she was becoming to understand that he would never become a pawn. He was too strong-willed, too certain of his path. That much was obvious from their conversations. He was a threat. He could never be anything other than a threat. He was intelligent and it near rivaled her own. He had a depth of knowledge that seemed to only continue to grow each day. It should have made her keep her distance from him, to avoid him whilst ensuring to keep track of him for the future when she had to get rid of him. It was bad enough she likely had to deal with Dumbledore and maybe even Grindelwald later on. But another Archmage-level wizard? Fortunately, it seemed that his path was quite different from hers. She ignored the traitorous whisper in her mind that asked fortunate for whom, brutally. It was clear that his path was one of discovery, of creation, of seeking knowledge. He had his own ideas about the order of the world, no doubt that he would pursue it to the ends of the world. His path was one of magic. Hers was a path of power. It made him rare in her eyes. An individual who slipped past the noose she would hang over everyone's neck as she climbed her way to the top. She didn't know what to think of it. Why was she allowing him more latitude than she had ever allowed anyone else? By now, she had enough information about him to profile him, and she had won. He was unimportant to her plans, and yet, she kept looking forward to their meetings other than to seek information from him. She suspected the answer in truth. She'd known since her second meeting confirmed it. He was useful beyond what she would use people, pawns for. He was edging closer towards companion status. Her mind went back to her first and until now, only ever companion. The snake that Billy Stubbs killed, the filthy creature that dared, she hissed out internally in hate. The snake that confirmed to her how special she was. She crushed that errant thought down. Stubbs would die one day and she would savor it. It was only a matter of time. She would continue to learn magic, especially the more questionable ones that her associates bring to her, and he would be subjected to many of them. He would not die easily. His mind would shatter before his body expired, she thought sadistically. Her facial expressions during all this remained the same, and she drew herself out of her thoughts and took a thoughtful expression. It means that the symbolism we ascribe to runes is responsible for the effects. That the runes don't hold power but the meaning we convey to them do, along with our own magic. She responded as she thought about what he was trying to say. He leant back in his chair and tilted his head curiously. He smiled at her, nodding correct. That means that runes are simply the wheels of the bike and that our magic, our meaning and our understanding that get us from A to B. Though I'm not 100% certain that runic languages weren't created through a special ritual. He pauses and looks past her hungrily. She liked that expression. She scowled internally at her traitorous thought and dispelled it. If runic languages didn't require a ritual, it means that we can create our runes as long as the meaning is static. That means we could in theory design a runic language that at least 2 people know that brings it into existence. He said keenly at her. You want? She brought her full attention to him. She began to laugh melodiously at the sheer ambition of the Ravenclaw. To create a runic language completely? Why would you do that though? She asked as she crossed her legs. It was cumbersome, unnecessary in her eyes. But with the sheer notion of being able to create a runic language, she couldn't help but be fascinated in the prospect of creating your own runic language, if only as a brain exercise. While she wasn't taking runes, yet, she had read a few books on the subject. She was immensely interested in warding and breaking them. She had cast a number of wards on her bed and door in her first year during Christmas, Yule, and the sheer usefulness of runes were hard to understate. Runes were unnecessary to cast wards once you understood completely their function. More complex wards required anchoring runes, rather actual runes that made wards. From her reading, she felt that for most things the runic languages that existed were good enough. That didn't stop him from trying to convince her of otherwise. He chuckled softly and met her gaze. Well, first of all, why not? He said with a devious glint which disappeared when he took on a serious look. There are a lot of ideas, notions, and terminologies to describe events, things and so on that do not have a decent approximation in runic languages. Often it requires combinations of runes with different meanings to obtain an approximate meaning. That is, if even there is a combination of runes that could describe the effect you want. Creating your own runic language, you factor all of this in while at the same time include terms that could have later purposes. He finished. Of course, it would be a large undertaking that could take years. While people give runes meaning, there is a logic to it, curves, lines, and so on that allow for the association of the rune to work with the meaning intended. And then you have to ensure that the language stays dead. He shrugged. She shook her head. It just seems so unnecessary. At least for now. She tilted her head. You would be creating work for yourself, likely years for something that would be unnecessary 80 to 90% of the time. She pursed her lips lightly as she raised one of her eyebrows. He chuckled and crossed his arms. It would be unnecessary for most things, but then again it would be available to use. Besides, it would allow for other runic languages to become obsolete, as the new runic language would supplant it in both effectiveness and extensiveness. He shrugged and he began to frown. That is, if nothing special was required to activate said runic languages. He shrugged. I haven't found anything that indicates towards that. Even if I found it, I suspect it likely would have been a ritual. I wouldn't be allowed to perform the said ritual in Britain, he said, pursing his lips. At this, her interest reignited. She was fascinated with rituals. The few she saw and from what she was able to learn from her associates, rituals would help her gain power. She sat up. Why is that? Is it because they are frowned upon? She asked intently. He looked at her sharply, though he softened his expression as he spoke. Yes. Rituals of this kind have been banned since. He hummed as he thought it over. Since 1734. Only a few decades after the statute. Large-scale rituals were banned in that year. Since then, more and more rituals. He scowled a little. Have been banned as the ministry began to exert its influence of the Isles, as they began a hidden so-called anti-dark campaign, when in reality it was stemmed in limiting magicals they held power over. He sighed. Often the rituals that they banned were rituals that were hundreds if not thousands of years old, and many of them stemmed or were part of magical beliefs and religion. He paused as he looked at her. Personally, I believe there was a hidden agenda to remove so-called paganism from magical Britain. But banning festivals would have caused a civil war, so they simply banned the more dangerous rituals. She pursed her lips. She never was one for religion. Certainly her time at the orphanage promptly removed any notion of there being any deities. Plus she hated the Christian religion for considering her unnatural. Religion was for the weak-minded who sought comfort from a figment of imagination. Admittedly she knew nothing of the magical world's religion, but they cast it aside. Was it even worth keeping? She hadn't looked into the beliefs of the magical world, beyond what read politically and historically. She needed to rectify that. What are the religious beliefs of the magical world? She tilted her head. He blinked in surprise at her question before he took on a look of understanding. Ah, of course. He paused. He leaned back and tapped his lips. To call it religious is a bit of a misnomer. It is spiritual if nothing else, he said as he sat up with his right arm on the desk and he brought his face closer to her. He was seated to her left as she sat with her back facing the wall. The desk was cluttered with a number of books, most his. We believe that magic is a crucial factor of life. Where magic dwells, so does life. Most of the spiritual beliefs spawn from that crucial tenet. The Beltane Festival, Hallows Eve, the celebration and honoring of the dead, Yule, the celebration of the coming of the new and going of the old, and so on. He paused. All of them celebrate the transition of the coming and going of something, to celebrate cycles which are important for life to flourish. The cycle of seasons, the cycle of life, the cycle of the living and the dead, and so on. He said passionately, and a look of idyllic came upon his face before he returned his gaze to her. It's unfortunate that you won't be able to attend a Beltane festival while you're at Hogwarts, he said almost wistfully. Am I really missing something? She cocked her eyebrows. He returned his gaze to her. You are. He nodded seriously. My first was when I was 5. She felt a burning jealousy at this. She seethed internally at the reminder that she never experienced anything like this. She was left rotting in the orphanage with little food or happiness with filthy muggles, while Sayer and the other purebloods got to experience the magical world in their youth. She cast aside her anger and jealousy swiftly. It was an experience that I wish every magical has, he said, burning a gaze into her. You've mentioned that witches and wizards in general only see magic as a tool. He asked, rhetorical. The number of people, even Slytherins who espouse traditions and such, who attend ancient festivals are low. The ones I've been to only had a few hundred people attend. My great-grandfather says that in his time it used to be thousands. He sighed. If they were to observe and experience the magic during Beltane in the festivals or other festivals, I believe that many would change their minds about the nature of magic. Why doesn't Hogwarts celebrate them? She asked keenly. She narrowed her eyes at his thinning lips. It's because of mudbloods and their Christ, isn't it? She asked knowingly. He sighs. Yes, and no. You see, given how different our own beliefs are to Christianity, it stood out, he says carefully. Plus, with the concerns of Muggleborns and some converted magicals about paganism, Hogwarts adopted a less controversial stance by quietly ensuring that the festivals are obscured until only relatively recently, perhaps in the last 2 decades, where they began to adopt Christian holidays rather than holidays for our kind. She thought it was wrong, that Muggles were infecting the world she belonged in. Her hatred for them grew in size. How successful, she said slowly, eyes half-lidded as she tilted her head, would we be if we petitioned the headmaster to allow us to observe these rites at Hogwarts? She asked keenly. He leant back in his chair. I'm not certain. It would have to a concerted effort. I know a few of the Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs that have come to a number of Beltane festivals that I've been. He tilted his head. You could use this as an opportunity to increase your own influence in your house. He smiled knowingly at her. Her lips twitched in amusement. Oh. She leant forward as she met his gaze. She didn't expect any less from him to deduce her intent. He neared towards her as they met each other's gaze. You could approach it from a certain angle and could serve a multi-pronged purpose, he said lazily, raising his right hand, and he flicked his index finger. You can be seen as someone who champions the reintroduction of spiritual rites that were once a cornerstone in our culture for our kind to the masses, he said. He flicked his second finger. You would state that it reaffirms amongst the population that we have our own beliefs, our own cultures and traditions. State that by expanding inclusion for everyone, it binds the magical community closer and it would reduce the number of blood traders. He flicked his third finger. It reduces the input of Muggle religious and cultural influences. Reintroducing spiritual rites at Hogwarts would increase interest amongst the half-bloods and Muggleborns once they experience it. They would understand more clearly the magical world and help them acclimatize. You could approach it in the sense that they do not know the superiority of the magical culture and traditions, and educating them would help them understand why, he said, pinning her with a gaze. She thinned her lips as she narrowed her eyes. Why would I care about convincing purebloods about the advantages of helping mudbloods acclimatize? She asked intently. He never called Muggleborns mudblood. Always Muggleborns. It seemed as if he didn't consider them lesser. And yet he didn't take offense when she or others in his presence called them mudblood. She suspected his own family held views like the majority of her house and herself. She wanted to know why he is such a deviation from the rest of purebloods. There was something about him that didn't make any sense. His actions, his words, and often the words he didn't say. He shrugged. I didn't say you have to care about anything, he says lazily as he glanced at her. I know that you don't particularly care about much, but it could be advantageous for you, in the long run, just as the mask you put up in front of everyone, he says as he eyed her. She exhaled loudly as intended. She was irritated at how he seemed to insinuate that he knew more about her than he should. It infuriated her to no end. She decided enough is enough. She'd force answers out of him. They were in a secluded region in the library, at the far end where no one ever truly visited and no other person was nearby by over 30 meters. She drew on her magic and directed it against him. His eyes widened in surprise at her actions as she pinned him down forcibly in his seat. Her smile twisted sadistically. Her magic was always been her ally, the only thing she was able to rely on, even when she didn't know it was magic. She wanted to find out what he knew and she would use her powers to force him. She had always been able to pick up things from people's heads if she focused enough. Her time at Hogwarts only increased her capabilities. She had learned it was legilimency. She was a natural one. She felt smug about that, she an obscure talent. You keep making comments that you know something about me. What I want, what I do, and I've had enough of your non-answers and continuous evasions, she whispered softly, deadly. Her magic spiked with malicious intent as it surrounded him. To give him credit, he schooled his facial expression and he showed nothing. It didn't matter. She would get her answers one way or another. If she had to cause him pain, so be it. In truth, she was looking forward to cause him pain. She would assert herself and pay him back for daring to act the way he did. She drove her proof into his mind and her probe was met with an impenetrable wall. Her eyes widened in shock, which she quickly replaced with an angry scowl, her eyes dark with fury. He smirked at her. He dared ridicule her. Her face contorted in hatred and her magic warped accordingly. For the first time, his eyes widened with more than just surprise. It was shock and panic, and she reveled in obtaining more than the mildest reaction from him, receiving mocking expressions from him. Before she could take advantage of that display of weakness by breaking something in him, he set his face in stone, determination and defiance shone in his eyes. His magic roused from inactivity, it was beautiful. His magic wrestled the Ravenclaw out of the forced position she put him in. He sat up as he looked at her, serious-faced, eyes glowing in power, and she couldn't help but be captivated by it. His eyes reminded her so much of the Orion Nebula they had observed in astronomy class. It perfectly matched his magic. She could taste his magic, the vibrancy, the potency of it. It was angry, his magic, but not her kind of angry. It felt in control, subdued but ready to be unleashed at a moment's notice. It wasn't directed at her, not even slightly. She met his gaze and she felt victorious, despite failing so spectacularly at breaking into his mind. He was finally out of his mask, out of his self-induced idle state. She finally understood why she was so interested in him beyond his knowledge, beyond his intellect, beyond his pedigree for her own uses. His power was magnificent and yet it was not what drew her, not completely. It didn't feel like Dumbledore's magic, whose magic felt sickly and nauseating despite its strength. It felt non-threatening despite how dangerous it was. Their magic held the others off as they sustained the outward projection of their magic. There you are, she whispered as they met each other's gazes. I knew you were more than you let out. Your magic is potent, she crooned as she narrowed her dark eyes, and yet you do nothing with it, you hide it, even with your academic achievements, it pales in comparison to the strength of your magic, and yet you do not seek advantage. You could rule Hogwarts and likely Britain afterwards, she said alluringly as she sought to beguile him into confessing more about himself. Yet you do not wish to, why, she said in a melodious voice, full of enticement as she sought to squeeze information out of him. She genuinely wanted to know. His face changed as he searched her face for a brief second before he looked her in the eyes. Why would I seek to rule a corrupt society? A society that would fight me all the way as I would seek to change much of the idiocy that plagues it. He said as he fixed her with his eyes. You could change it as you wish. She said silkily. You have the power to do it. And the pedigree and wealth, she pressed on. He pinned his eyes on her. Is that what you want? He asked, turning the question on her. To rule Britain, to rule the world, he said, fixing his gaze on her. Be honest, he said as he searched her face. I will not judge you or act against you. You have my word, he said, and she believed him. She pursed her lips. His actions were unslytherin. Direct, confrontational. She decided to answer. If nothing else, it would cement whether he was an enemy or not. Why would I not be interested in ruling, she said with a glint in her eye. I have the power, the cunning, the intelligence to rule. I could have no other ambition worthy of me, she said victoriously with her darkened eyes. How would you rule over others? Power isn't enough, he pressed on. I asked you first. Why are you not interested in ruling? You've highlighted what is wrong with society, what society is in your own words, but you haven't explained why. She sidelined his question as she glared at him. He pursed his lips. Because it is troublesome and I have already chosen my own path in life, which is magic, and not power. He leaned back in his chair. Finally, she thought to herself, that is an honest answer. She said as her face twisted into a cruel smile. You're not so different from me. You don't care about people, not truly. You've just chosen an alternative route, she said proudly. Perhaps, he said carefully as he hummed in thought, it is also a route that is far more worthwhile than what you seek, and perhaps the way you seek, he said knowingly. He laughed and it was a nasty one. She didn't think he had it in him. She was wrong. Riddle, how do you control a population that will be turned against you by those in power that do not want you in power, replacing them? He asked curiously, though they both knew the answer to his question. She remained silent and he took that as a cue. Dark lords, or ladies, he said as he met her gaze, fail because they seek to rule through fear and the threat of death, and they lack subtlety. She thinned her lips. She didn't like the implication of what he was saying. I have the power and therefore the right to rule. They will all learn this, she said calmly, though her eyes were cold. Ruling through fear works, she said with conviction. He looked at her in disbelief. Ruling with fear is what makes your power base uneasy. People are only loyal because they would fear you and your punishments. He said strongly, and she nodded. Exactly, they would never turn on me if they fear me enough, she said with surety. He laughed at this and her eye twitched. Riddle, it's so far from the truth. Tell me, what do people desire? What is their utmost need and want? He pressed on. Power, she replied instantly. He shook his head. People seek safety. Money represents firstly safety from starvation, from homelessness, and so on. Power represents the ability to ensure your own safety until you have enough to do more with it, which is only a further expansion on their own definition of safety. She looked away in thought. He wasn't wrong, not completely. She looked back at him. People will not remain loyal, he scoffed, if their safety is jeopardized. It means that people will become more liable to rebel against your rule even if they fear you, as people will always seek safety, and once they understand that their safety is jeopardized even if they are loyal, they will become more liable to turn against you by your enemies. He said sharply. She scoffed at him. So all I have to ensure to meet a balance of their safety while ensuring to keep their fear, she said intently. He once again shook his head. People will only remain afraid for so long. Riddle. We are all animals at the end of the day. He paused as he mulled over his own words. Cornered, frightened animals lash out. She cast her eyes towards the ceiling. She remembered the thin cat that she saw at the orphanage. She remembered some of the older children tormenting the sickly thing. It had tried to run, and when it found it couldn't, it attacked the aggressors, leaving deep gashes on their arms and face until it found an exit. There was truth to his words. If you want to rule, you have to make it their idea, that they wanted you to rule. That they essentially pushed you into the position. They must think that you rule because they want you to rule. He sighed before he continued. It is what Dumbledore would do and is going to do if he is given the opportunity. She snapped her eyes towards him. You know how bad that would be, don't you? He quirked his eyebrows. She narrowed her eyes as she thought over what he was saying as she formed ideas. Dumbledore made himself into a household name. She said slowly, and she gazed to meet his eyes. He is held in high regard because of this, they trust him. She narrowed her eyes. He nodded slowly. Yes, they trust him because they believe they know him. He's sought after for advice, as a confidant, and people will tell him more, allow him more because they believe in his trustworthiness. This meeting was becoming more and more valuable to her. Her mind was on overdrive as she began to think, readjusting. Atticus POV. Atticus wasn't sure he was doing the best thing in the world by giving a likely dark lady ideas on how to rise to rule. The truth was he didn't particularly care, too much, as long as she kept her sanity, didn't create Horcruxes and didn't go on a murder spree. He wasn't under any illusion that she would do anything other than to rise in power. Her time at the orphanage defined her. It is deeply etched into her soul, and she would do anything to remain in control, to have the power. His talks with her all this time only confirmed this mentality of hers. The truth was, he kind of admired her will and her determination despite the disadvantages she held. Who was he to prevent her from seeking a path to power? He had no doubt she would commit murder. But he wasn't an authority figure. He didn't have the right, other than his own power, to force her to behave with morality that she didn't feel. He knew he wasn't a good person. He did plenty of good, but he did just as many terrible things. Dumbledore wasn't the saintly figure he was shown to be. What was the difference between him and her? Dumbledore may not commit murder, but Atticus got the impression he often did things just as bad. He sought to control society, to control children as he molded it all in his image. Would Riddle do worse than Dumbledore? He didn't know. At the end of the day, he would do all he could to prevent her making from the same kind of mistakes her counterpart did, namely Horcruxes and ruling through fear, and hope it worked out. He could change the way she gained power. He knew that he stood a chance there. Magical Britain was a broken society that had a lot of room for fixing. Dumbledore would never be able to do it. He was afraid of his own power, of other people's power, so he sought to keep everything in a strange distorted status quo that held Britain back whilst also limiting the magic that is taught and not dealing with the threat of muggles. He broke out of his thoughts as he gazed her. Her magic was wonderful, truly. It had a darker tone of grey to it which was fine. He was envious that her magic was this potent, this strong without rituals. He wondered if he would have been as strong as her without the rituals he did. If you wish to rule, you have to have an image and reputation that is well known, untarnished. You would use this to create programs of some sort that would greatly benefit society. It has to be something that would receive near universal laudation. He paused as he took in her face. He continued, an example would be perhaps, schooling prior to Hogwarts. Children in magical homes are homeschooled by parents or hired tutors. If you were able to start schooling for children, primary schools, it would likely be a success if you have a trustworthy, well-known image. You would increase your favor with the population, you would also have access to their children who are impressionable, who you could persuade. He eyed her carefully. She remained silent though he knew she was intently listening. Why do you think Dumbledore is at Hogwarts? He asked her intently as she met his gaze. You believe he is here to influence children? She asked sharply, and Atticus could see her mind was of course. She whispered, he isn't from an ancient house, he doesn't have a seat on the Wisengamot, but teaching at Hogwarts gives him access to heirs, she said as understanding dawned on her face. He nods at her dedication's correct. Dumbledore has had access to thousands who have come and graduated and will continue to have access to thousands more, generations after generations once he ascends to headmaster as he aims to. He twisted his face in distaste. If you want to rule, he returned to topic, you cannot be known a dark lady, he said sharply, and she eyed him suspiciously. Not like the ones of history, those who committed terror attacks, those who killed indiscriminately or rather targeted certain groups. He said intently, and she thinned her lips, if you truly want to rule, you will have to take over without anyone noticing. Consider it, he finished. He hoped that he did enough to divert her from the line of thinking of her counterpart. Emily POV. Emily looked at him with newfound clarity. He wasn't a fool who didn't deserve his power. He could easily put himself in a position to rule, he already had a reputation that required only to be built on. And yet, he disdained the notion, rejected it completely. He wasn't weak. She knew that, but she couldn't help but feel strangely bitter. You know what I have planned, I do not know how, she scowled slightly, yet, you have done nothing to hinder my path when you could do it so easily. She said matter-of-factly. She sighed deeply as she looked at him with half-lidded eyes. I do not understand your intent. Why are you being helpful? You're not gaining anything from me. If anything, you're exposing yourself to me. She darkened her eyes. I now know extensively that you know what I seek to do. You are a threat that knows what I want to do. I could easily plan to kill you now to make sure my secrets aren't exposed until I'm ready, she said, tilting her head. You knew this and you did it anyway. Why? She asked, narrowing her eyes. Do not evade my question, she said lowly. He hummed in thought as he met her fierce gaze. Because I do not want you to ruin yourself. She widened her eyes. Explain, she snapped. She felt that there was more to it than that, she just knew. He sighs. You are rare, Emily, he said carefully, though he held a curious expression in his eyes. Anything you would do, would affect the world, he said carefully. It is apparent even from afar. It is also partly why Dumbledore doesn't like you. But you do not have people around you that aren't your pawns. He smiled a little wry smile. Your toys. Before he turned serious, that could not help you prevent making mistakes that would ruin you and distort your aims into something mindless. She narrowed her eyes, but he continued. I'm helping you because no one has helped you without an agenda, he said carefully as he tilted his head. You've never had anyone you could talk freely with, that could help you on a path that doesn't destroy everything behind it. He said carefully. She seethed at his audacity. I do not need anyone, she scowled at him. She never needed anyone and she would never have a need for anyone. You think that you know me? That you can know me from the few meetings we've had? She said derisively. You know nothing about me, she hissed out as her magic sprang forth, as she drove her probe as much as she could into his mind, and his wall dipped slightly, which completely shocked him. He set his face in stone as he pushed her probe out and his magic burst free to meet her own. She stood up as she prepared herself in defense. He followed suit and she waited. Until he changed. Until he did something she never expected. His face softened and his magic softened in return. She didn't understand why he wouldn't seek to press his advantage over her. To seek retribution against her for her actions. His magic, his power began to touch hers, clashing, interacting, caressing, so different from the aggressive stance his magic was in response to hers. Before she could wrestle her magic away from him, he smiled a small smile at her and she didn't understand the intent of it. She didn't understand how the situation changed so extremely. Before long, she felt something. A kind of push, a gentle push, and made its way towards her mind, as it were a soft caress against her skin, gentle and slow. Her eyes widened in shock and she lashed out with her magic as she grew rigid and looked at him with hatred at the violation until she heard a soft hello in her head. She understood then how much she underestimated him. She panicked as she shored up her mind as fast as she could. He moved forward towards her, their faces barely a couple of feet away from each other. She met his gaze and she began to calm herself. I'm not reading your mind, Emily, he said softly, soothingly. There was nothing soothing to the violation. She scowled in hate at him. You dare enter my mind, she hissed out as she lashed out with her magic as she sought to crush his body with her magic, several orders of magnitude more than what she put the elder Avery under. His eyes widened and then narrowed in concentration as his magic fenced her magic away. He looked at her with a deadpan expression before he reached out with his magic once again. She glared at him with unrestrained anger as she gripped his magic and harshly yanked it away, challengingly, daring him touch her like that again. Emily, I mean no harm, he once again spoke as he met her angry darkened eyes. Before she could retort he spoke again, use your magic to read my intent, Emily. I mean you no harm, I never did, I never have. He looked at her kindly and she knew he was telling the truth. I could care why. She hissed out, though it lacked venom. She knew it was weak. She hated that weakness came from her. He simply shrugged and tilted his head as he smiled at her. She hated that smile, she had only seen it directed at her from a single person, the person in front of her. It evoked things in her that she long since buried once she killed it. It was weakness, it reminded her of when she hoped that someone would come for her when she was a child in that forsaken orphanage. The children at the orphanage always looked the gates, waiting for parents, their own or new ones. She hated that she once hoped for the same, waiting for her father to come for her. She stopped hoping when she was 7 when she saw the truth that no one would come save her, that she was unwanted, forgotten and dumped at the orphanage, when she knew that her father would never come for her. She killed this weakness then and vowed she would make her father pay for abandoning her to the orphanage. Yet he kept showing it, that care, she thought disgustedly to herself while she ignored that incessant tinge in the back of her mind, to her, unrestrained and genuine. I mean you harm. She said, scowling as her magic roiled off her in waves, manic and tense. She continued, I wanted to crush your body, break every single bone, flay the skin of your arms and your face for daring to enter my mind, she ground out, her teeth set in fury. Have you ever entered my mind without my knowing? Without my permission, she said in uncontrolled rage. He looked at her sadly and her anger only grew at the pity she saw in his face. How dare he pity her? I have never looked in your mind. Even when I sent you that message in your mind, I didn't look past your shields, simply sent you a message, he said sincerely. It was no different than us having a conversation like we are now. Instead of your ears picking up vibrations that my mouth makes, I sent a restrained message to your mind without moving past your shields, he said lowly as he looked at her inquiringly and more than a little pleadingly. She breathed out slowly and she dropped her eyelids slightly as she turned her gaze away from him. He was telling the truth. Her magic calmed slightly. She returned her gaze to him. She thinned her lips in annoyance at the expression he saw. It was one of mild amusement. He cocked his head. Given that you were trying to break into my mind, twice to get answers, your reaction towards me, even if you were under the false impression that I was trying to read your mind, was. He paused a little as he upturned his lips in dark amusement, a little over the top, don't you think? He said as he stepped forward a little, closing the gap. They were still both flaring their magic. Flay my arms and face. He said with dark curiosity and amusement in his eyes. Her eye twitched at his amusement. It was a standard threat, she said nonchalantly as she crossed her arms, assessing his reactions. He pursed his lips as he tilted his head as he examined her words. I have little doubt that you would have carried through with it. He quirked his eyebrow. Would you have even cared that you were subjecting me to it? Would you have felt guilty afterwards for doing it to me? He tilted his head. She laughed harshly and unrestrained as she eyed him maliciously. You seem to be under the false impression that I give even a scrap of care for you. She said unkindly as she smiled nastily. I care as much about you as I care about a worm that crawls beneath my feet, Sayer, she said triumphantly as she leant back in her chair. You are nothing to me other than a source of information, she said as she goaded him, hoping to hurt him. His expressions fell slightly, though he kept a determined glint in his eyes. Emily. He began softly. In the meetings that we have had, you've continued to open up, more honest each time. Your eyes. He whispered softly as he held her gaze. Your eyes lit up as we talked about magic, about society and so on. I have never seen you react like it with anyone else, he continued. She sneered at him. Don't think you're anything special, she half snarled, and she hated that she lost her composure. She quickly readjusted herself and she smiled at him broadly, though her eyes were cold and harsh. As you've made clear all so often in your insinuations, she mocked him. I'm excellent at deception and manipulation. She laughed harshly, almost in his face. You simply fell for it, like so many other people, she said with a victorious tone, pride on her face. He narrowed his eyes and pursed his lips. I don't believe that. You yourself don't believe that, Emily. He said with a searching gaze. You are simply trying to convince yourself of that fact. You're trying to push me away, in anger and in self-protection. He said softly but with conviction and certainty, and she hated that he thought he could read her. She refused to believe his words, but he continued to speak. You've not even chastised me or threatened me with violence for using your first name so casually, he said with a soft smile, and she scowled away. She hadn't noticed that she was allowing him to use her first name. He reached out with his magic again, slowly, and was trying to weave his magic with her own, linking his own magic with hers. It had a calming tone to it, and slowly but surely it was calming her with intended care and patience. Her magic was swirling around her, reacting to her emotions, as if she was the eye of the storm, and his magic was calmer, more control, and it was working. She felt her own magic reduce in intensity. She didn't yank away, but she didn't reciprocate. She remembered feeling the magic of Diagon Alley and then later Hogwarts. Everything she knew before then had been dull, lifeless, sterile. Until she saw the magic in Diagon. Until she felt the magic in Diagon. It had given her a vibrancy she never knew she missed. That vibrancy only dimmed as she came to realize the flawed world she belonged to. Magic wasn't able to compensate for the faults of people, regardless if they were filthy muggles or magical. She knew that she would have to have power to control people, to shape the world the way she wanted, under her rule. That dim vibrancy, for the first time in 3 years, returned brighter. Her breath hitched as she met his eyes. She denied the implications of that vibrancy. The feeling it stirred. For the first time, she feared something other than death or lack of control. She returned her gaze to him, meeting his eyes, and her stomach stirred as her breath slightly hitched. She knew what was happening. She had refused to acknowledge it previously. She reciprocated with her magic and his eyes widened at the action. He moved forward until they were only a few inches away from each other. Her magic reacted in anger at his actions and he held up his hands in a placating manner and tilted his head, waiting on her to acknowledge the gesture for what it was, a peace offering. She calmed slightly and her magic did so too but remained poised. He reached out with his hand towards hers and he took her hand. She hated touching. She hated being touched, or touching others. It was uncomfortable, it felt withering as if their touch damaged her. But this was different. It felt like how she had once wanted it to. She didn't hate it. She scowled at him but her magic hadn't reacted. She didn't draw her hand away. They stood there gazing at each other. She didn't know how long but it must have been for some time. Finally yanked her hand free and palmed her wand as they continued to meet each other's eyes. She looked past him, towards the table that held her books and she pointed her wand, wordlessly packing them into her bag. She left without saying another word. He didn't call after her. Chapter 16. Atticus sat in the compartment on the Hogwarts Express with his friends as they were on their way home for the April break. He was deep in thought. The Blitz and the other attacks were going to happen within a few months. If he remembered correctly, Cardiff would be bombed for the first time on the 3rd of July. Plymouth would be bombed on the 6th of July. London would be bombed starting from August 1940 for a whole month and would be intermittently attacked for a whole year. He didn't quite know the rest of the attacks. His so-called seer abilities weren't at all mature. He initially hoped that he would gain total foresight but alas, he didn't. He only received vague dreams that were hard to recall and he could get impressions of people. The impressions felt more like evaluations of their future and of them themselves. It felt strange, like tarot cards but in real life. He honestly hadn't spent much time refining the ability though he thought it could well prove extremely useful to determine deceitful people. He imagined Snape's double agent status could well be exposed despite his abilities in the mind arts. It was why he disliked the Darryl boy so much. He felt bitter and vengeful and why he decided to kill him. Emily, she felt as if she was on a knife edge, one side anger and cruelty and on the other side brilliance and passion, as if it would take only a few incidences for her to tilt into an unrecoverable fall. It was why he was spending so much time trying to soothe her, calm her rage and dispel that poisonous hate she carries. He wondered what it said about him that he aimed to save one and yet condemn the other. He shook his head. His vague dreams were aggravating. He recalled one dream 8 months ago that showed a dark figure, definitely a wizard killing hundreds if not thousands of muggles. The muggles were French soldiers. The rest of his dreams were vaguer. He asked Benedict and his father how he could gain better clarity dreams and they had little information for him. It seemed it was up to him to improve his abilities. He shook his head and returned to his previous thoughts. He knew that he needed to do something about the Blitz. Britain currently had a population of magicals of about 32,000. 5,000 lived in London alone. Wards did not completely protect against bombs. One bomb, perhaps if they had very good wards. 2 would obliterate the home. He had taken 4 of the bombs at one of the military sites, 2 blockbuster bomb and 2 general bombs last summer. He warded a home he built on an isolated island in Scotland without people to the best of his abilities. He dropped the general bomb that bombers carried onto the house and it nearly destroyed the wards. He redid the wards and dropped the blockbuster bomb and it destroyed the home completely. He knew then that a few blockbuster bombs would likely be capable of damaging the wards on Sayre Manor despite it being on a number of ley lines. He believed anywhere between 5 and 8 direct hits would be enough to destroy the manor completely. It had been a sobering experience. It also meant that he felt he had a duty to ensure the ministry knew of the pending attacks. He recalled that relatively few people died, something like 50,000 out of millions in London, but that was because of the extensive evacuation procedures. Procedures the magicals wouldn't bother with. The problem had been how to get them to believe his words of the impending attacks and the dangers they posed to magicals. He was lucky that he was exceptionally highly regarded within the community but he wasn't certain they would heed his words. It was why he took more bombs than necessary. He would show them the damage it would cause on a Gringotts warded house. Once he fixed the Scottish island up from the damage of the bombs, he once again built a house with the help of his elves. He got Gringotts to ward the house with their best package deal, which was better than 90% of warded houses in the country, and gave him documentation that verified the work done. Atticus, are you all right? Eden called out with concern tinged in her voice. He turned his head towards her and saw her frown in concern. Yes, I am. Thank you for asking, he said kindly as he gave a small smile. You had your the thinker face on, Theodore remarked as he smirked at him. You know, he said, mimicking the famous Muggle statue that was near the entrance of a popular French magical shopping district, and the rest of the compartment laughed at his actions. Well, considering that he has to do the thinking for you. Nymera teased him, which got Eden giggling. Theodore did often come to him pleading for help more than anyone else. Partly because he knows that he could get away with it, he mused quietly to his amused exasperation. Hey! He protested as he scowled. Marcus next to him. She isn't completely wrong, murmured Lily, though it carried through the compartment. Theodore elbowed Marcus lightly in the ribs. Ah! Don't! Stow, as he tried to fight off Theodore as they began to play fight on the seats. Eden rolled her eyes. Boys! She exhaled in mild annoyance. Don't lump me with them. Atticus complained as he continued to glance at the two idiots. They are not representatives of the male species, he said, twitching his lips in amusement. Please, Nymera scoffed. I've seen the Gryffindors behave like these pair of baboons all the time. That Pruitt and his little gang of lions are prime examples. I see no difference, she said smugly as she looked at the two who began to settle down. That's harsh, Nimmy, Theodore grumbled, comparing us to those lions. What did we do deserve such unflattering and outright cruel comparisons? Don't call me that, she glared at him. To be fair, it is a harsh comparison, Atticus said with a raised eyebrow. Those boys really are Gryffindor stereotypes. He said, glances at the two while his lips threatened to bloom into a smile as they twitched. These two, for all their faults, aren't quite as bull-headed and dense. The fact that they share some of the same characteristics is only a damn shame, he said as he saw their offended faces. Yes, Eden piped up as she looked positively devious as she looked to contribute to piling up on them. Do keep it a minimum, however, boys. When Gryffindors act like you do, it's dismissed as, oh, it's just Gryffindors, she said in a haughty voice that she pulled off perfectly, and he snorted in amusement. But when you do it, well, she shrugged as she glanced at them with what he could swear was a twinkle in her eye. There are implications that could be made. He laughed out loud at that, and Nymera struggled to breathe as she understood what Eden meant. Atticus glanced at the boys and laughed even louder as he saw their confused faces. They're confused. Nymera breathed out in laughter as her eyes began to water. Their confusion turned into angry confusion. Implications? What? What are you talking about? Marcus asked in genuine befuddlement and more than a little anger. Oh, you know, Eden said nonchalantly, implications that the play fighting and rough housing are just an outlet for frustrations, she said daintily as her lips upturned into a smirk. Marcus finally understood and paled under the insinuations and moved away from Theodore, who still didn't understand. He decided to take pity on the boy. Eden, Theodore is still too innocent it seems, he said smiling as he looked to her to wrap the teasing up. Eden was the kindest amongst them, though she had a devious streak in her. She sighed as she looked at the boy, who was looking quite sour. She got up and whispered in his ear, and Atticus looked at him in fascination. He didn't quite expect to see someone to turn so red so fast while at the same time paling in embarrassment. Eden! He near shouted in horror as he turned to face her. Innocent Eden! He said as he looked at her in disbelief and in weird respect. I didn't know you had it in you to make jokes like that, he said, sniffing as he fake wiped a tear from his eye. He got and hugged her, lifting her off her feet. I'm so proud, my dear Eden, he said, twirling her down. Put me down, she demanded, and the antics set the compartment off in laughter. After a little while, the compartment settled down and talks continued about General Hogwarts rumor, one of them being about him to his displeasure. It was the nature that displeased him rather than the rumors themselves. He was always subjected to having rumors about him given his achievements. So, Atticus, what's with you and Riddle? Nymera asked genuinely as she attempted to keep an even face. Nymera has a cousin in Slytherin who had witnessed one of the actions that Riddle took in her first year, so Nymera had been warned about the girl. She cornered him after the first meeting he had with Riddle in the library once that had made its rounds in the rumor mill, as she was concerned for him. It was sweet and it was kind of warranted in truth. They didn't know he knew what he was dealing with. I heard you two were dating, Marcus piped up, that you were also in love and that you couldn't help but be in each other's presence. He smirked at Atticus, who sent a wandless stinging hex at him. Ow! He exclaimed in pain and was about to retort until he saw Atticus glare. We're not dating, he said forcefully in irritation. It was a rumor that kind of annoyed him. He wasn't quite sure why. There were rumors about him dating so and so all the time. Good, Eden said seriously. That girl is trouble, Atticus, she said seriously. I've already told you about what I heard from my cousin, Nymera interjected. She continued, she puts up a perfect and polite mask outside of the Slytherin common room, but she's said to be very dangerous, and there is truth to it, Atticus. You admitted yourself to me that you knew as well, she finished, throwing her arms in the air. I don't know why you continue to ignore this, she said crossly. Atticus sighed. I know she's dangerous, I think I know why she's like this, he said, while in truth knowing exactly why she was like that. He glances at her. I've told you this just as often as you've told me about her danger, he reminded her. There is no truth in us dating. Besides, he said in a strange tone he didn't quite recognize himself, it's not as if we're even talking at the moment. I hope you haven't pissed her off too much. Nymara grimaced as she looked him over. Given that you seem to be in good health, maybe she is just biding her time. She looked at him apprehensively. Is that why you were thinking so hard? Theodore asked as he munched on a chocolate frog from a small paper bag on his lap. Atticus wandlessly brought the bag over to himself and Theodore gave him a betrayed look at which Atticus simply smirked before he popped a chocolate frog in his mouth. Over the years, he had slipped up using wandless magic in their presence. It had been stupid on his part, but he learned from it. He knew he could be absent-minded and perhaps too impulsive at times, but sometimes you just roll with the punches. In any case, they had been odd, but they promised to keep it a secret after he asked. It also was a partial test to see how trustworthy they were. He wanted to believe they were, but life has taught him you seldom see betrayals coming if you trust blindly. He gave the bag to Eden, who herself take a chocolate frog, and she passed to Nymara. No, I was thinking about the war, he said after he swallowed the frog. Oh, Theodore said, surprised, and slumped in his seat. Depressing, Marcus murmured, which garnered hums of agreement. The magical war, while not as devastating as the Muggle war in scale, it was getting to be quite brutal. When Hitler launched his invasion into Poland, Grindelwald launched his war at the same time, and the Germany ministry worked for him. He split his forces 3 ways and assaulted the Swedish ministry and the Polish ministry. Magical Poland wasn't the same as Muggle Poland. The Union of Lublin was a union that crossed over into the magical side as well. His attacks were well coordinated and he managed to hold onto both ministries by the end of January. Mass evacuations were trickling down south, mainly to France, Spain, and Switzerland, who opened their borders to these people. Rumors were that Macusa was planning on offering them a place in the States. For the most part, the magical populations, the common folk, weren't bothered too much, but it was only a matter of time before that changed. Day-to-day life was disrupted heavily and populations had restrictions placed on them, while some were forcefully recruited to aid Grindelwald's war effort. Entire family lines have been culled as a consequence of defiance around that area of Europe, and it seemed to only get worse. Grindelwald himself battled in Norway against their Aurors and ICW forces. Norway was one of the more capable ministries in the world, behind only Britain, Macusa, Russia, France, Uganda, and Japan. It had taken him and his forces only months to completely eradicate the Aurors and ICW forces, and 2 weeks ago he got complete control over the ministry while his forces subdued the population. It had sent alarm bells all around the world, as they were all shocked that he managed to subdue Norway so fast. Norway's forces were far more martial than many other forces, given that Dumstrang was rumored to be in the Norwegian mountains and most of the population of Norway attended the school. ICW forces were also amongst the Norwegians, who were all trained for combat. The death toll at the moment, a year into open warfare, was approaching nearly 6,000, a third were Aurors and combatants, while the rest were either political executions or nonsensical murders. Already 1.5% of the magical population of Europe were killed off. It was grim. There were also rumors that there was a dedicated team of Grindelwald acolytes that purged large-scale Polish Muggle populations. Bulgaria and the other smaller ministries that bordered the Black Sea threw their hats in with Grindelwald after coups were launched on the same day as the attacks. Grindelwald finally managed to break through the wards of Dumstrang only a few days ago. That had been another devastating piece of news. Durmstrang's wards were said to be capable of holding off hundreds of above-average magicals casting for weeks, and he broke the wards in only a day and a half. ICW forces were regrouping in France as they were beginning to face a monumental task. At the moment, the ICW forces were predominantly Auror-trained internationals mixed with a number of Batlemages and Warmages. The ICW Aurors deal with issues that cross borders on behalf of ministries, particularly those who are incapable of dealing with them effectively, such as the smaller ministries. Most dealt with smuggling, trafficking, and crime syndicates. This meant that they were woefully under-equipped to deal with bona fide enemy combatants that have been trained for years for war. Where Muggles could pick up guns and be trained in a few simple months, it would take years to train the Aurors into a force capable of dealing with Grindelwald's acolytes, let alone his lieutenants. His lieutenants were exceptional. Vinda Rosier, the Queen of Illusions from the French Rosiers. Gerald Vermeer, a Flemish-Belgian half-blood. Vladimir Dukasvka from an old Russian family. Morbidly named the Choker. Klaus de Gaulle hailed from a cadet branch of a prominent Swiss family. These 4 lieutenants were a cut above all other followers. They were all upper-tier sorcerer-level magicals. There were 2 levels below Archmage classification, which have their own diversity in magical strength, namely Sorcerer and Warlock. Warlocks were quite common, expected to be roughly 15 to 20% of any population. Sorcerers, however, they were at most 2% of any population. The best of Warlocks could reach magical strengths of Sorcerers, but the difference between them was attunement to magic and ease of expertise in branches of magic. Sorcerers were specially attuned to magic, particularly to branches of magic that has been shaped by family magic that Warlocks would find very difficult to achieve. That was partly the reason why noble families have ruled for so long despite there being thousands of magical families. Family magic shaped the history of magical civilization immensely. These families, whether it was through chance or not he didn't know, always produced powerful magicals at least every few generations. It was also a theory that only the most powerful families could survive hundreds if not thousands of years. The Black family famously produced sorcerer strength magicals every generation. His own family produced minimum mid-sorcerer strength magicals just as frequently, though the Black family were always a larger family, thus had more sorcerers on call, hence their fame. This was replicated, though in lesser frequency, all across the world, whereby certain lineages would produce more capable magicals that had higher ceilings. Grindelwald's forces consisted of many sorcerers, far more than any individual ministry forces would have. The rest of his forces were estimated to have a mixture of warlocks and lesser magicals. However, these 4 lieutenants were upper-tier sorcerers, and that made a significant difference in the way the war is going. These sorcerers had combat-orientated attunement to magic in addition to high magical strength, along with being Grindelwald's followers for decades, and the experience and training they received all contributed them being utterly deadly opponents to face. They were capable of combating multiple mid-tier sorcerers at the same time, and they stood a good chance of winning on their own capabilities. But they were never alone, as they had their own trained teams. It was what caused ICW forces to fail so spectacularly in preventing the fall of Poland, Sweden, and Norway. Batlemages were powerful warlocks and sorcerers trained in combat, and they aided the Aurors dealing with lower-level Grindelwald forces. Warmages were specifically trained in dealing with the kind of sorcerers the lieutenants were. At any given time, there were always at least 30 sorcerer-level warmages at the ICW, and in wartime 100. They were all mid to upper-tier sorcerers. It was why it was a shock that Norway, even with the aid of almost a third of the warmages, couldn't deal with Grindelwald and his forces. Those battles were extremely costly to the ICW, as it was a heavy blow. The ICW was now recruiting Aurors around the world and fast-tracking the ones with the necessary magical strength and skill into battle and warmage positions. Prior to the war, there had been over 150 years of peace, no large-scale wars that required a large force, and only Grindelwald's escape from Macusa resulted a slow increase in build-up, and yet it had been done poorly and extremely lax in foresight. Not even after Grindelwald took over the German ministry did anything other than continue the slow build-up. And now they were frantic in panic as they underestimated the man. Vinda Rosier. She was exceptionally capable in illusion and the dark arts. She combined the 2 branches, and it made for a deadly combination. She was in Poland taking lead of Grindelwald's forces. Only 4 Aurors survived the assault on their country, and they brought grim tales of her prowess that was leaked to the papers. She was stated to have slaughtered over a dozen Aurors with massive illusionary constructs of dragons and serpents that seemed to be capable of casting magic. Their spells were unable to damage them, some even passing through them. While Rosier was in Poland, Dukowski was in Sweden. He is named the Choker for his trademark kill signature. He was adept in cutting oxygen supply in people, even in combat, and he was difficult to counter as he was an expert duelist at the same time. No ministry official that was present during the assault escaped to bring news. Vermeer was a charms battle master and was extremely capable in combat. He reportedly said to be only second in pure combat skill to Grindelwald in their ranks. Amongst all of Grindelwald's followers, de Gaulle was the most sadistic and the one who you do not wish to be captured or interrogated by. Before he followed Grindelwald, he was wanted for killing the main branch of the de Gaulle family. The remains of the family, including 3 pre-magical school-age children, were reportedly to have induced sickness in the investigating Aurors. Investigations found that they were all flayed alive and magically kept alive and out of shock. Muscle was peeled off of arms and legs, and in the case of the patriarch, his face whilst he was aware. He is a potions expert on top of being a dark arts specialist, and he had the matriarch of the family on a concoction of potions and the Imperious curse as he directed her to commit the acts of barbarity. She was the only kept alive, and though her system was cleared of the potions, she was non-responsive even though she was left unharmed, physically. Her mind is snapped from the experience. He was the spymaster and chief interrogator. Fucked up, and Atticus had no doubt that Grindelwald knows the value of having such a infamous monster known as his to unleash against his enemies. No doubt that it keeps whispers in the dark quieter than it would have other in occupied nations. Then there is Grindelwald himself. A child prodigy in dark arts, and had gotten himself expelled from Dumstrang, the school that excelled in the art, a champion, a magical powerhouse, and a man whose crimes are infamous and lengthy. He was an international dueling champion at the age of 17, where he dethroned a powerful German wizard, Harold Ostermann, who was an upper-tier sorcerer and who had won the dueling championship 4 times in a row. They met again the next year in the final, and Grindelwald retained his title despite being subjected to illegal curses that the judges didn't call upon. The Ostermann family were all killed off 30 years ago. He was in Britain from the age of 16 until he left Britain at 19 and wasn't heard about until 15 years later when he began to gather followers. From there was a host of actions attributed to the man, thefts, deaths, and so on. Until he was captured in Macusa, which Atticus believed to be a fluke or deliberate, for inciting breaking the statute of secrecy, and the rest was history. Archmages were a rare bunch of magicals for whom the stars aligned. Magical strength, lineage, intelligence, natural attunement to magic and willpower were crucial to achieve the power ceiling of being Archmage. Lineage was important as family magic played a big factor as it augmented power levels. Rituals, such as enhancement and augmenting rituals, do increase magical power, but it is impossible, from what he gathered in his reading, to jump from sorcerer to archmage. You could jump from mid-sorcerer to high sorcerer, but a high-level sorcerer would not be able to augment their strength to archmage level. You were either born with the potential or not. Warlocks who have achieved magical strength equal to low to mid-level sorcerers were rare, and they were still disadvantaged from a magical point of view. Grindelwald was an archmage, considered to be one of the most powerful archmages to have known to exist, considered to be unrivaled in dark arts, charms, extremely well learned in the more esoteric arts, and stated to be a low-level seer. He was a rare being that possessed all 5 elements in high droves. Among the 1 to 1.5 million magicals, there were only 4 known archmages: Gellert Grindelwald, Albus Dumbledore, Bostguri, and Xavier Charleston, though Atticus believed there were likely a few other archmages in the world but have isolated themselves. Guri is a Namibian mage who is over 200 years old and rarely ever ventures out of Central and Eastern Africa. Not much is known about his capabilities beyond the fact that he is extremely well learned and a master shaman who is specially attuned to natural magic. Xavier Charleston, the headmaster of Ilvermorny, an American who is 86 years old, middle age for a wizard. Charleston is a rune specialist and also considered to be the foremost expert in defensive magic in America. Dark Lords were almost required to be archmages, as the disparity between sorcerers were far more easily to rectify, and ministries around the world came down hard on upstart dark wizards quickly, but Dark Lords and ladies had the magical strength to swat aside sorcerers if they were competent enough. Historical accounts have shown that it always required an archmage-level wizard or witch to bring down another archmage in a confrontation. For that reason, it is likely that Charleston will be asked to fight against Grindelwald as the situation breaks further down. Atticus believed he would be joining the war front within the next few years. "Do you think the war will come to Britain?" Eden asked quietly to no one in particular. Atticus looked at her and saw her biting her lip worriedly. "There have been excursions by Grindelwald forces in the Isles, but they were always sent as assassins rather than anything else. They've targeted only a few people so far, but as the war continues, especially if France falls as he suspects, there will more outspoken individuals who will get targeted. Britain will largely remain unaffected, I suspect," Atticus began as he gained the attention of everyone, "but I don't expect it to last for too long." He sighed as he leaned back in his chair with his eyes closed. "I expect that the ministry will focus on defense rather than assisting the other countries, and Grindelwald will be happy about that, for now," he said as he opened his eyes and glanced at Nymera. She met his gaze briefly before looking away. Her father was investigated heavily for involvement with Grindelwald, and it had taken a lot of bribing to prevent it from escalating beyond investigation. He would remain in close scrutiny for some time, according to the news his father gave him at Yule. It seemed that treason was considered a big no-no in this era, even if you were from an old family. He wondered if that was what caused the clusterfuck of the Blood War, that it wasn't truly recognized as treason. "You don't think the ministry would join the war?" Theodore asked blankly. Atticus shook his head. "No, not yet, if at all. There are Wisengamot members who are preaching for us to get involved, but the Wisengamot are locked dead in indecision." He pursed his lips. "I think there are many who agree with Grindelwald's ideas, but considering the threat of treason for openly supporting the man." He trailed off, and Theodore snuck a quick glance towards Nymera, and Atticus rolled his eyes at his blatant action. "And the way they show their support is by deadlocking the Wisengamot," Marcus finished. Atticus looked him and nodded. I think when the war gets worse, pressure will ramp up on these individuals, or families, who are forcing Britain to remain out of the war to change their stance. Italy was currently embroiled in civil war as there is a power struggle between the ministry and the nobles. Spain is relatively stable but considered to be lesser power on the international state and considered largely unable to provide the aurors and mages beyond perhaps 100. Asia and South America were simply too far away to be truly concerned about the affairs of Europe and would only give a token few teams of aurors or warmages. Grindelwald is said to have a non-aggression pact with the Russians, similar to how Hitler had one with Stalin. Atticus wondered if Grindelwald would break the pact the same way Hitler would. It meant that Macusa, France, and the other free European countries would provide the bulk of mages to fight against Grindelwald. That Britain wouldn't send theirs would no doubt cause international problems down the line, even if there were volunteers from the Isles. He grimaced. "I expect serious diplomatic damage done to the Isles the longer we stay out of the war. Shouldn't that be a good thing though?" Marcus cocked his head as he furrowed his eyebrows. "No British magicals dying in Europe has got to be a good thing. Besides, it means we have more wizards and witches to defend the Isles if he ever dared to cross the Channel." Atticus shook his head. "A defensive war on our soil would be more costly than a war on mainland Europe." He pursed his lips. "We would have a safe haven here at home that we can retreat to should the worst happen." He hummed in thought. "In addition, we haven't fought a war in a long time, Marcus, whilst Grindelwalds are fast becoming veterans. That means our own will be dying quicker as they face opponents that have honed their craft the longer we wait to join the war. Denying Grindelwald time to sink his claws in deeply will be key," he said calmly. He shrugged. "I cannot predict what will happen, whether or not we will actually join the war beyond condemnations in a token few hours, but if we do not want to have a hostile power on our borders, it'll have to happen before he consolidates his hold on Europe. He said as he glanced at Marcus. Enough. Nymera shouts in distress that startles Eden immensely. Atticus' eyes widened as he looked her over. Her hands are tightly holding onto the seat, her knuckles white from the strain, and she seems to shake in distress. The damage her father has done to their family must be more than what it seems if this is her reaction to word of the war. Okay, Atticus nods at her and she sighs out in relief. Atticus looks to Theodore, who straightens out comically. Have you heard the rumor about Becky Bucktooth and Lance Carmichael? He said gleefully as he rubbed his hands. Atticus smiled and closed his eyes as he rested his head back. Break. Soon enough, the train arrived at King's Cross and Atticus made his way to his family. Only his parents were here at present. Atticus made his way to his mother, who smiled at him and she hugged him tightly before she held him at arm's length as she looked him over. You're not eating enough, she said disapprovingly. Atticus rolled his eyes. I'm eating fine, mother. Just because you want me to be a little pudgier. He glared at her. She sniffed disdainfully. Don't give me that look. Your father was more broad-shouldered than you were at this age, she said teasingly. Can a mother not hope to make sure her son is growing up strong and healthy, she said as she lightly tapped him on the cheek. Mother. He growled out, and a chuckle rang out from his father, who closed the distance between them. Anne dear, you're embarrassing him, he said smilingly. Nonsense. My little boy could never be embarrassed by me, she said haughtily, though it was clear she was still teasing. Can we go already? He said exasperatedly and then turned to his father. Hello father, he said warmly. His father returned the warmth, son. And slapped him gently on the back as they walked. Atticus turned serious as he looked at his father. Father, I need to speak to you privately. It is urgent. He paused and furrowed his eyebrows as Benedict around. His father examined his face and simply nodded. Yes, we can talk in my office an hour or so after dinner. Benedict is in America with your sister. He thinned his lips. It is preferable for Benedict to remain in America with your sister for the next few years. He said calmly. Atticus nodded. He understood. They had already lost his grandparents. They would not lose another. Macusa was a safer place than Britain. All right, after dinner then, he confirmed. Enough of your business chattering, boys, his mother interjected, which both he and his father smiled at. So tell me, dear boy. She said deviously, and a chill rang through Atticus' spine. Nothing good could come from this. He just knew it. He glanced at his father, who could barely restrain his amusement, and Atticus sighed. Yes mother, he said defeated. I'm getting on in years, you know, not a whisper of you dating anyone. Not even amongst the ladies who I know have children your age at Hogwarts have anything useful to say. You're almost 16 now, and I'm getting concerned, she said in faux concerned tone. Atticus twisted his face in pain and horror. You talk about my dating life with other people. He said, looking at his mother in a new light. A horrifying one. She looked at him as he was a buffoon, of course. She looked at his father conspiratorially. It's when the fun begins, she said as she looked back at him. Atticus quickened his pace towards the flue. His father began laughing at his antics. I think you scared him off, dear, Atticus could just make out. Atticus grabbed fluo powder and shouted, Sayer Manor. Break. Atticus walked into his father's office. His office hasn't changed too much in the years since he started Hogwarts, though he saw far more Wisengamot-related books on the bookshelf that he always placed his more frequently read books on. His father glanced at him and nodded to the seat in front of his desk, and Atticus promptly sat down. His father leaned back in his chair and appraised Atticus. So, son, he began. Tell me what this is about. You seemed quite determined to have this meeting as soon as possible, he said, scrutinizing Atticus with furrowed eyebrows. Atticus sighed and ran a hand across his face and slumped in his chair. We need to evacuate London, he blurted out. Atticus grimaced at himself for such a poor way to break the news, but he didn't know exactly how else to start the conversation. His father grew grim. Did you see something? He asked seriously as he leant forward. It was the only way Atticus knew that he dispel the information he had without it causing too much attention to himself. Seers were rare, but their input was valued. It made him understand Dumbledore a little more, but Dumbledore was still a fool for following the prophecy to the letter. He crushed that train of thought immediately. Yes. Atticus said seriously as he straightened up. Cardiff will be bombed on 3rd of July, Plymouth on the 6th, and which from what I saw it will be the first of a series of attacks until they start a massive campaign to bomb English cities. London will be bombed for a straight by hundreds if not thousands of flying Muggle machines that will drop tens of thousands of bombs each day for over a month. A smaller bomb will have the power of 100 bombarda and the larger ones will have the power of thousands. A smaller bomb likely will destroy the wards of a house if they are good, but the larger ones. He says, staring at his father. A single large one will obliterate a Gringotts warded house that isn't on ley lines. 2 or 3 hitting directly a warded house that has a ley lines will likely destroy it too. He finishes. His father's face grew paler and paler as he spoke. Surely the Muggles aren't capable of breaking wards, he exclaimed in shock. It was the first time Atticus saw his father so uncomposed. Atticus shook his head. Father, the Muggles are not sword-swinging barbarians. They have been continuously at war for hundreds of years, slowly and but surely improving their methods of war. This last half-century their pace has massively increased. They went from not flying around the beginning of this century to having tens of thousands of machines flying faster than a broom. They are not weak, father, and they will cause massive amounts of damage in this war. Millions of Muggles will die, my dreams are clear on that. My dreams, they do not show much for myself, but they show a lot of things on the Muggle side that is inevitable. He stresses out. But it doesn't have to be for our people, father. He gets up in agitation and he sighs as he calms himself. Father. He says imploringly, we need to convince the Ministry to evacuate London. The Muggles have their own evacuation plans, but we don't. St. Mungo's, the alleys, the Ministry, and so on, should be removed from London, temporarily. Potions, ingredient farms, and so on, he says as he paces. Son, his father tries. Son, especially have to secure Atticus, his father shouts, which startles him slightly. He blinks. He grimaces to his father. My apologies, father. He bowed slightly. His father sighs. No need for that, son. I understand your distress. He says as he massages his temples. First thing I want to know is how do you know so much about Muggles? He asked Atticus sternly. I know you couldn't have gotten all this knowledge about them from your dreams. You have strange notions, but I have never called upon it, nor looked into it too much, but I want to know now, his father said as he held a stony look. He knew that he'd eventually have to answer, so Atticus began. Father, the time that Miss Florence took me wasn't the only time. He began carefully. The books that I got that time were inspired, he said, eyeing his father's reaction, who remained stony-faced. It made me curious, so I sought out more, and what I found about Muggles was horrifying, he said, intoning that horrification in his voice. They are not primitives, father, far from it, and they haven't been primitives for centuries now. When the statute went up, their development went up so fast it astounds belief. They are divining the nature of the universe, he said strongly, how the universe works, albeit without considering magic, but nonetheless they have increased their understanding to a whole new level. This understanding, father, it is what allowed them to create these weapons that they use to such deadly effect. He paused and looked at his father, who was relaxing his face. I do not regret venturing out and obtaining the truth about them. This ignorance our world has of theirs is dangerous, father, and it will see us destroyed if we keep it up, he finished strongly. His father, after staring at Atticus, sighs as he slumped in his chair. Atticus, I do not begrudge you knowledge. He says, glancing at him. I simply am disappointed that you did not bother to inform me of your actions. Atticus looked at his father, pained. There is so much more you don't know, and I won't allow you to know, and he was filled with guilt. His father was truly a good father, and importantly a decent man, far more decent than Atticus is. But Atticus also knew far more of the world than his father did. Could you remain a good man if you knew the horrors of the world? Perhaps, even if a small chance existed, you could prevent things from happening, and yet you chose not to? That you convince yourself that interfering on such a massive scale could cause a future far worse? Atticus decided to settle on being a person who saved what mattered to him. Does that damn him a terrible person? He was brought out of his musings. Nevertheless, I am glad that you have, enlightened. He says slowly as he gazes at Atticus, me on the matter of the world. He massages his temples. What you're asking me, I'm not even sure what you're asking me to do. His father holds up his hand and looks at him sternly as Atticus was going to interject. I understand that you want my help to get the Ministry to evacuate, but it is exceedingly difficult thing to ask, Atticus. My influence may be much, but it is not that much, he says grimly. He sighs and looks at Atticus. Can you prove your claims of the dangers of these bombs? That would aid in convincing them of the dangers you've told me. Atticus nods. I have prepared for that. He grimaces slightly. I went into a Muggle military site and obtained a few bombs, and I had a house on an Scottish island warded by Gringotts, their best warding package, he said weakly. His father simply stared at him and he shook his head, and Atticus felt even worse. I won't even begin on that topic, he said, thinning his lips, and Atticus grimaced even more. He got up and went to one of the cabinets and brought out a pensieve. Show me the memory of the bombs hitting the warded house, he said, and Atticus nodded and put his wand to his temple and drew out a silvery mist from his head. He got up and placed it in the pensieve, and his father looked him inquiringly, and Atticus shook his head. He didn't need to see it again. His father went in and a few minutes later came out pale. And these bombs are simple one of many? He asked Atticus sharply as he regained his color. Atticus nodded. Yes, and as the war goes on, they will improve on their bombs. He almost said that they will continue to improve afterwards, but he didn't want to give too much away. His father looked away to his right and remained silent for a few minutes and returned his gaze towards Atticus. I will contact Lords Black, Potter, Malfoy, Bones and Knot, his father finally says. They have the influence we will need to convince the Ministry about the dangers of the Muggle bombs. Regarding your visions, I will not confirm that you have seer abilities, Atticus, he said sternly as he narrowed his eyes. Atticus inclined his head. I agree. It would cause trouble of the family. How will you get the information across then? He asked genuinely. His father tapped on the table as he thought it through. Our family is exceedingly wealthy and well connected, Atticus. Not only that, we are known to be secretive, our reputation for it is perhaps on par with the Potters. Though we do not actually have links to a seer family, it is not difficult to believe that we have a secret seer that we kept to our family only. Atticus inclined his head, he figured it would be along those lines. When will you send the call out? I'm only here for 4 days. Tonight I will call them and I will ask them to meet me tomorrow afternoon. He paused. You will come with me to explain and then we show them your memory in the Pensieve, he said with a no-nonsense tone. Atticus smiled and nodded. Break. Tell me what is so important, Marcus, that you needed to meet with me immediately the next day, Arcturus Black intoned sharply as he sat down in the conference-sized room in the manor. He was the current Lord Black of the most ancient and most noble house of Black. He became Lord Black only recently. His father died in Germany while he attempted to retrieve his wayward son Perseus Black. Perseus Black joined Grindelwald as soon as he left Hogwarts, though it was kept quiet by Orion Black, the Lord Black. Given Britain's stance on Grindelwald, Orion Black went to Germany and somehow gotten himself killed by Grindelwald. In the end, Perseus was enraged and killed a few acolytes and eventually was killed by Grindelwald himself. It hardened Arcturus' position against Grindelwald and united his faction, and was one of the more ardent speakers, in private, against Grindelwald. The man was curt and dominating in his personality and held purists' beliefs. Despite that, he wasn't a total loss and could be reasoned with based on the interactions he's had with him. On his right was Theobald Knott, of the most ancient and noble house of Knott. Their family were ward specialists and their wealth was built on that, though with the prominence of Gringotts warding, their business has shifted elsewhere predominantly. Atticus didn't know him too well, but from what his father has said, he was a man who was cautious and preferred to observe. Next to him was Armand Malfoy, Lord of the noble house of Malfoy, a house that is approximately 500 years old. They moved to Britain in the 1690s, just as the statute was being implemented. The circumstances for which they left France were unclear, even to this day. Their time in Britain till now has extremely paid off for them. They were among the most wealthy of the Isles. Most of the ones who were wealthier than them were families that were ancient or most ancient. Their legal stream of revenue is a Cromantula silk, but it well known that the Malfoys had revenue streams that were at the very least frowned upon. They have spent most of their time in the Isles building up their political influence to the point that they were very influential in the ministry. Generations of Malfoys joined the ministry in one capacity or another until they managed to bribe their way into being one of the elected sets in 1874, when the laws changed to allow commoners to sit in the Wisengamot rather than just nobles. Since then, they have continued to be elected without fault, and it was well known that the Malfoys sought to gain a permanent seat, which was extremely difficult for them to achieve. There were only 5 permanent seats added to the Wisengamot since Merlin himself created the magic of the Wisengamot that ruled the Isles. Only those 5 seats could change hands, and even then the requirements to quality were stringent and respectful of the importance of those seats. Only a minimum ancient house could become a permanent seat holder. The Malfoys were off by half a millennium. Even then, it required the extinction of a family for the seat to become available. The permanent seat holders reserve the right to refuse, though they are required to pick a house that was brought forth for consideration. This meant that the Malfoys were shit out of luck, and Atticus was quite pleased about it, despite the current Lord Malfoy being quite tolerable, but he believed it was only because of his own status. Atticus was wary of the man, as Malfoys were synonymous with ambitious. In any case, opposite them are Lord Fleamont Potter of the most ancient and most noble house of Potter and the brother of 6th year Charles Potter. Like Arcturus Black, he was only recently elevated, though it was simply to take over the reins of his aging father. Henry Potter was infamous in pure-blood circles, particularly in the grey and darker circles, for his pro-Muggle stances. It was what got them excluded from the Sacred 29. The Sacred 29 were pure-blood families that could claim pure-blood descent for some kind of arbitrary length of time that was never made clear. There were a number of families older than some on the list that were excluded. The Weasleys were on the list because while they were poor and considered blood traitors, they were still very old and have remained pure-blooded for a long time, longer than House Malfoy has existed. Fleamont Potter was fast becoming a renowned potions master on the back of his sleek easy hair potion. Atticus had never met the man before today, so he was looking forward to profile him. He could be the grandfather of Harry Potter. Lord Archibald Bones was the oldest of the lords currently in room, and he sat next to Potter. A veteran politician who bordered light and grey in opinions and views. Atticus was seated at the head of the table, next to his father. His father calmly sat in his chair and began, "I have news of grave threats to come to our country, threats that we never saw coming and threats that we must take action for," he said gravely. Lord Bones spoke up first. "Lord Sayer, what is this threat? I have not heard a whisper of anything on the scale you seem to imply," he asked curiously. His father thinned his lips before he spoke. "We have access to certain knowledge that is 100% certain of this threat. You would not be able to obtain the information without us," he said calmly. Black looked to Knott and they both shared a look, and Black looked at his father with narrowed eyes. "Is it a seer?" he asked straightforwardly. His father nodded slightly. "The information that we have received does not pertain to magical threats." At this Malfoy and Black narrowed their eyes, but his father continued, "It is a danger that will kill many magicals. Fleamon slammed his hand on the table and looked at his father furiously. Are you implying that the threat comes from Muggles? He asked. Preposterous. What could Muggles, Malfoy half sneered, do to us? Don't they also have their own war to fight? His father tilted his head at the outburst, but he continued, yes, the threat is from the Muggles. The seer has given me information that the German Muggles will bomb various cities in the Isles but will utterly cause devastation to London via the air. They will drop tens of thousands of bombs each day on the city, destroying much of it. He stated calmly as he took in the room. Atticus did the same, and skepticism and derision were on the faces of Black and Malfoy, but surprisingly Not was quietly observing both him and his father. Potter and Bones were suspicious, though they were not reacting much beyond that. Bones was sharp. However, you said drop, what do you mean? He asked intently. My son will explain, he said, nodded to Atticus. Atticus cleared his throat. The Muggles will be dropping via aeroplanes, large machines that they have invented to fly through the air. But before he could further explain, he was interrupted by Lord Knot, who spoke for the first time. You are saying Muggles can fly? Muggles capable of flying, he repeated slowly as he stared at Atticus with his pale grey eyes. Yes, Muggles have been flying for over half a century, though they have been improving on it for that same amount of time now. Muggle aeroplanes are capable of over 300 miles an hour, 3 times faster than the fastest model of broom, he said calmly. Impossible. The Muggles cannot have improved that fast. Lord Bones protested. We'd have known, surely, he said disbelievingly. Atticus took it into stride. He felt as he was shattering a delicate piece of glass as he was speaking to these people. They have. For the past 150 years they have been improving themselves in a startling pace. They are becoming unrecognizable. When my great-grandfather was a child, Muggles used horses and wooden ships to travel. They used candles to light to their world, they required runners and ships to communicate with each other over distances. Now. He pauses for effect. Now, they can use planes to fly across the oceans and lands, tens of thousands of feet in the air. They have metal vehicles that get them across the lands far faster than a horse ever could with comfort. They use electricity, a form of energy that they produce, to light their world, to communicate long distances almost instantly, and even record things with machines, devices. Atticus states to the silence of the conference room. The statute may have removed the presence of magic in the Muggle world, but it still exists in their myths. No doubt that they have stories, children's stories about witches and wizards flying on brooms, and they use their science to bring their fantasies into existence. He pursed his lips. Not quite true, but it'll help make them understand. Aeroplanes are simply one of their many inventions. They are capable of carrying half a dozen of bombs, capable of destroying an entire district. And that is simply one bomber. The Germans have thousands. The British have similar numbers. He said calmly. You cannot be serious, Lord Sayer. You cannot take the words of the seer serious that the Muggles will be able to cause us problems. They're Muggles for Salazar's sake, Malfoy said with derision. Even if what the seer says is true, even with these Eros planes, he said angrily, our wards will protect us. The alleys, St. Mungo's, and the Ministry are in no danger. You are wasting our time with your fear-mongering, he said, getting up. Armand, sit. Arcturus Black snapped, and Malfoy looked at him in disbelief. Arcturus, you cannot take this seriously, he said, waving his hand at the two Sayers. His father narrowed his eyes. Atticus could see that his father was getting angry at the blatant discourteous behavior. You are behaving in a manner unbefitting of yourself, and more importantly you are edging closer to offending the most ancient and most noble house of Sayer, he said boomingly. Armand Malfoy paled and quickly looked at his father. He bowed deeply. My apologies for my behavior, Lord Sayer. He said sincerely, though Atticus doubted it. His father nodded, accepted. He said calmly, though Atticus knew that his father was far from pleased with his behavior, and the rest of the room knew it. His father looked at him, and Atticus understood, and he got up and retrieved the pensieve. My son, he said while looking at the rest of the room, sought to verify the claims of the seer, of the dangers they posed to our kind. He said as indicated for Atticus to place the pensieve on the desk. See for yourself. The first memory is of a house warded independently, and the second is warded by Gringotts' top-tier package, he said simply. Potter looked at his father. That can't have been cheap. Potter asked as glanced at Atticus. No, it wasn't, Atticus said simply, but when it comes to the threats of the magical world, it proves prudent to ensure that you understand the nature of the threat rather than dismiss just because you do not like the place the threat comes from, he said aptly. Malfoy thinned his lips as he understood the little dig. Potter and Bones simply chuckled, and Knot had an amused glint in his eye. Well said, young Sayer, Arcturus said approvingly. Makes me wonder why you aren't a Slytherin with such pragmatism and threat observation. Atticus simply shrugged and looked at Black with a devious look in his eye. I am a seeker of knowledge first and foremost. Besides, he said smiling at Black, this Ravenclaw tendency won out on my Slytherin tendencies. Black laughed at that. I'm sure it must have been narrow. He said searchingly, though Atticus simply smiled at him, at which Black simply chuckled at it. Come forth and watch the memories, his father spoke up, breaking up. They all encircled the pensieve and began watching. A few minutes later they all came out pale. That can't be true, Malfoy exclaimed. Before he could continue, his father interjected, "You cannot mean that. If you did, then that meant that you were questioning my son's honor and my own," he said calmly, though there was a threat implied. "He doesn't." Arcturus Black said sharply as he glared at Malfoy, and Malfoy nodded hesitantly. They all sat down in silence as they processed all this. "And you say that the Muggles will be bombing London when?" Potter asked quietly as he looked his father. "From August onwards for a month at the least. It likely will be continuous until the British Muggles stop them, which cannot be known at this time." Nott spoke up. "You seek our aid in convincing the Ministry of the veracity of the impending attack and the importance of leaving London?" he states, more than asking. His father nodded lightly. "Yes. Each of you hold importance in the Ministry, either you are faction leaders or you hold sway in the Ministry, or both," he said as he waved at the Pensieve. "With those memories and the words of the seer along with your support, we can shift the more vulnerable people and things critical to our people away from London. The Ministry itself likely is safe considering that it is underground. St. Mungo's, however," he trailed off. "Yes, St. Mungo's would have to be evacuated and would have to be the top priority. Potion apothecaries and ingredients have to be ensured to remain supplied and running," Nott said, his quiet voice. "Where would we relocate them?" Potter asked. A murmur rang across the room until Atticus spoke. "Godric's Hollow or Hogsmeade? The most obvious choices." Potter gazed at Atticus. "Why Godric's Hollow?" he asked intently. "There are a few other magical villages in the country?" he asked curiously. Atticus pursed his lips slightly. "Because it is a historical village with roots of magical settlement springing thousands of years. Other than Hogsmeade, it is the only other worthy location to place St. Mungo's." "It is a mixed village," Malfoy pointed out. "Hogsmeade would have the advantage of no Muggles." Atticus tilted his head. "We are wealthier than most Muggles. Why can we not purchase the lands and houses from the Muggles and make it into a pure magical village like Hogsmeade?" he asked confusedly. "Why must we live in the same locations where Muggles live, especially now that they continue to grow in population?" He shook his head. "It's asking for more work to maintain the statute of secrecy. Given how the Muggles continue to improve their technologies and machines, it would serve us well to remove our populations from dense Muggle locations sooner than later. This coming danger from the Muggles can prove to be the catalyst that we need to establish magical villages and towns. Separating ourselves from the Muggles to this degree is dangerous." Sayer Potter said disapprovingly. "We have lived amongst them for as long as there have been Magicals. Yet during all that time, we lived uneasily with them until we enacted the statute." Nott reminded as Malfoy looked at Potter with mild contempt. Potter shot Nott a glare, but Bones interjected. "Let's not deviate from the purpose of this meeting." "I quite agree," intoned Arcturus as he looked at Atticus in an odd manner before he turned his gaze towards his father. "We will go to the Ministry tomorrow, with these memories. There is likely going to be a demand to meet with the seer." His father shook his head. "That won't be possible," he simply stated. "You have been trying to convince us of this threat and you wish to hide the seer that could prove it?" Malfoy asked sharply. "Malfoy is correct. We know now the dangers of bombs, but it doesn't mean that the future that the seer foresaw is bound to happen, if it even will happen." Bones said carefully. "We will need to meet the seer to determine their trustworthiness." "No," his father simply replied, and before anyone could retort he raised his hand. "I will take a magical oath that the seer is trustworthy and that to the best of my knowledge the knowledge given to me is true," he calmly states, and Atticus looks at his father in shock. Magical oaths, while not as binding as magical vows, were still penalizing on the caster. Oath breakers were known to be subjected to severe pain and sometimes even death depending on the severity of the act of oath breaking. Atticus looked at his father about to speak, but a sharp cold glare shut him up. He understood that his father would not allow him to confess. "That is severe." Nott breaks the silence. "Yes, if you are willing to go that far, to not only protect the seer but also to convince Minister Spencer Moon." Bones trailed off as he took in his father. His father nodded. "If I'm willing to go this far, then you understand the severity of the situation, do you not?" "I do," Black says grimly. "Well, it's agreed then. We will go to the Ministry tomorrow and talk to the Minister about this threat. Cardiff will be bombed on the 3rd of July, Plymouth on the 6th of July. That can be measuring stick of the truth," his father says. Nods rang around the room. They left, and shortly afterwards Atticus sat down with his mother with his father in support and informed her of the situation. She had been pale when she understood the implications of the Muggle bombs, but Atticus assured her that they were safe in the country as there was nothing for the German Muggles to bomb where they lived. His father had sold him out on his antics in the Muggle world, and his mother had spent the rest of the day chewing him out. He felt betrayed, even more so when he saw the amusement in his father's eyes. Break. His father left early in the morning to go to the Ministry. It had been decided that Atticus didn't need to be there, and he grudgingly agreed with it. He spent the rest of the day with his mother, who had mercifully stopped with teasing and simply talked about his days at Hogwarts. He sat in the spacious living room on his own in his favorite chair as he read a treatise on the use of swooping evil in potions monthly. He was brought out of it by coming footsteps, and he glanced towards the hallway and saw it was his father. His father looked slightly weary, and Atticus understood. It was past 8 p.m. and his father had left at 9 a.m. "Boy, you have given me a lot of work," he said grumpily as he went to the globe drink cabinet. He brought out a bottle of liquor that Payet had given his father a little while back and poured himself a glass. He sat down across from Atticus, who looked at him expectantly. His father sighed. They will heed the warning. They will observe Cardiff and Plymouth for the veracity of the seer's visions. Once it rings true, they will move St. Mungo's to Godric's Hollow. As of this moment, the ministry is purchasing lands in the village from the Muggles. He drank from his glass and savoured the drink. They liked the idea of Godric's Hollow becoming a magical village like Hogsmeade and will persuade shopkeepers to move there, regardless of the visions. Atticus smiled at that and nodded. Good, it is preferable we create distance between ourselves and the Muggles. He shook his head. I never understood why we lived so close to them after the statute. His father mock glared at him. Don't you start now with your reasonable points, he sighed. I'm far too tired for that conversation. Atticus laughed at that lightly. He closed his book and looked at his father. Father. He began and his father looked up. Do you think you have the capacity, he smiled dryly, for one more serious conversation? Mother will be necessary for this conversation as well, he said seriously. His father inspected his face and nodded. I can manage one more. Though I hope it won't take too long, he said seriously. I will try not to drag it out, he promised. Tweenie. Atticus called out. Pop. Yes, master. He asked eagerly. Could you ask Mother to come down? Yes, master. He saluted and popped away. Shortly, he heard his mother came down the stairs and making her way towards the living room. She furrowed her eyebrows, which cleared up when she saw his father. Marcus, she said warmly as she walked up to him and kissed him on the cheek, and his father said softly. Why did you call me down, Atticus? She inquired as she sat down next his father. He sighed and closed his eyes. There is this girl. And his mother made the customary excited noises. He opened his eyes and his mother was so happy that it made him feel bad for crushing it soon. Mother. Atticus said, definitely not whinging. Yes, yes, continue dear, she said, waving her hand frantically. This girl is an orphan. He furrowed his eyebrows. She wasn't technically, but they didn't need to know that. Also, he didn't want to make it known he knew about Emily's family. Even to his family. Secrets told are secrets known. Plus he expected that conversation would go terribly wrong if it ever was known he knew about her from the start. He continued, I'm quite certain she is a half-blood, though I do not know what families she's from. But that is not what is important. He quickened his talk as his parents' faces grew stonier. She. He struggled to put into words on how to describe her, accurately, without concerning his parents. She's at a precipice, he began. She's an extremely powerful witch, father, mother, and she is likely will become an archmage-level witch, he said, and his father looked shocked. Truly? He asked, concerned. Atticus nods and he looks to his mother, who now had an air of total seriousness. Yes. Her life so far has not been great. She's been at a Muggle orphanage her entire life, and I'm certain it was a tormenting time. He grimaced, likely for her and the other children at the orphanage. He paused and furrowed his eyebrows. She has a lot of hate in her, poisonous hate along with bitterness and more than a little cruelty. He paused and gave off an unconscious small smile. But she is also brilliant, a genius, and extremely capable in magic. She had control over her magic well before she even knew what she had was magic. He said, excited before clearing his throat. But she is at a precipice. She's never had anyone care for her, and she is in Slytherin, he said seriously. A house filled with purists and from darker families at that, and with her initially seen as a mood-blood, she's had to do certain things to assert her dominance and what her place in the snake pit is. She's climbed to the top and likely will be in the hierarchy. I'm quite certain she has an impressive lineage despite it not being proven. He opened his mouth to continue, but his mother held up her hand. Son, why are you telling us this? She asked seriously. I'm telling you this because I want her out of that orphanage. He sighed. I'm hoping if she is taken out of that orphanage and into a caring if not loving home, it will reduce if not remove. He paused, thinking removal was unlikely, before continuing, the damage the orphanage has caused her. He turned to his father. If she isn't removed from that situation and given help to get past her hate, especially her hatred for Muggles, she can easily be warped, or rather let herself be warped into a path that is deadly, for all of us. He sat back in his chair and looked at the ceiling. I've been spending time with her and I don't think she's far gone, mother, father. It would be a waste of magical talent, and importantly, it would be a tragedy to see one of Magic's children walk the path she's walking. He let a small smile cross his face. She is intelligent, headstrong, has a passion for magic, but he grimaced slightly. She's also manipulative, extremely cunning, vindictive, has a penchant for cruelty, and has a power fetish. He pursed his lips. I do not know how successful it would be if she ended up in a caring home. She has many faults and she will likely fight care and affection with fervor, most likely out of fear of rejection, though she'd deny it forever, and even if she accepted it, I cannot be certain if it will make enough of a difference. She has issues, as I've said, but at the end of the day, every magical child needs someone that cares about them. She hasn't had that someone in her entire life, and the circumstances of her life would leave plenty of people bitter. With her intellect, her determination, and ruthlessness, that can easily warp into something else. A silence comforted them. He returned his gaze to his parents who were looking at each other for a little while. They both returned their gaze towards him. You're concerned that she'll end up as a dark lady? His father asked grimly. Yes. He said simply, but I do not think it is a foregone conclusion. I genuinely think she doesn't have to go that route. The problem is, she is floundering, though she is doing it extremely well, through life and magic. He says. Does she practice the dark arts? His mother asked frowning. I'm quite certain she does. I'm also quite certain she will be a dark witch. Or at the very least a witch who knows extensive amounts of dark arts. He shrugged. I see nothing wrong with practicing dark arts, as long as it is reasonable, which many young magicals are unable to determine, his father said slowly, not without aid. You said she is archmage level? His father asked once again. Atticus simply nodded. His father remained silent. Atticus, do you know more than you are telling us? His mother asked worriedly. Atticus pursed his lips. He tilted his head. Mother, have you been practicing your occlumency? He asked. She looked at him in slight confusion, but understanding dawned. She nodded. I have. I can detect probes and I have good shields. Atticus nodded absent-mindedly. His father's shields were excellent and it would take Atticus concerted efforts to break through, likely hours. Dumbard probably could do it in minutes. May I test your shields, mother? She frowned. Is it really necessary? Atticus simply nods. She sighs and nods, and Atticus moves towards her and begins his probe once she met his gaze. After a few minutes, he withdrew and smiled at his mother. Your shields are good enough, mother, he said warmly, and gave her a little hug before moving back to his chair. He sighed and looked at his parents. Before I talked to her, I did receive visions. He said slowly. It was true in some form that verified that she would become a dark lady if left alone. He said simply. His father pursed his lips and frowned at Atticus. Why did you not bring this to us sooner? He asked sharply. What would you have done? He tilted his head. His father didn't respond. They both knew the answer. And now you're asking something of us, his father simply stated. Taking a huge risk and exposing the family. He said as he grew in volume. We cannot afford another dark archmage, Atticus, he said, exasperated. His mother, who remained silent in this exchange, spoke up. Haven't you been listening, Marcus? She doesn't have to be, she said quietly. His father turned sharply towards his mother. He's also said that she has major flaws that contribute to the likelihood of her becoming one, he reminded her. I also said that if I left her alone, she would likely become one. Father, it is not set in stone. And treating her as if she will become one is not the way to prevent it from happening in the first place, Atticus says, raising his voice. His father glared at him and slumped in his chair. Son, you are causing me a lot of problems today, he said wearily but with a hint of humor. I know, father. I apologize, he said, inclining his head while his lips twitched. Ah, my boys, making up already, his mother exclaimed dramatically, and they all chuckled until an amiable silence rang out. So she can't return to the orphanage, his father states. Atticus nods. She can't return to the orphanage. Atticus confirms. She'll need a home, his mother adds. Atticus nods, grimacing. She does. I do not trust many people outside our family with raising, or well, fostering a child like her. Do you know anyone, father? He asked. His father thinned his lips as he thought it over. We could set her up with our allies, but would she even agree? He asked Atticus intently, and he grimaced. He hadn't thought of that. He remembered something about Riddle asking to remain at Hogwarts and him being refused. Surely Riddle could have gone to one of his pet's places? Given Riddle's personality, he likely wouldn't have allowed such a thing. Fuck. How was he going to convince a prideful potential dark lady to accept? We have a home, his mother speaks up, and both Sayer males look at her in disbelief. Mother. Anne. She held up her hand and looked at the pair of them sternly. Look, you have said that she needs a home and we have one. We do not trust anyone to foster her rightly beyond ourselves, as we know the risks and dangers. She paused. Do you really want her out of sight? She asked. Now that you know the potential the girl has. She asked his father intently. His father acceded. His mother grimaced. At least she isn't a mudblood, she murmured lowly. Mother. Atticus chastised her. You cannot hold such opinions, or rather voice them loudly, not in front of her. He dragged his hand across his face. She is already insecure about her status, and given that she hates muggles with a passion, she doesn't need any negativity from us, he said sternly, and his mother conceded. At least she hates muggles, she says primly, and Atticus rolled his eyes. A silence began until his father broke it. How will you convince her to agree? His father said, tilting his head. From everything you described about her, she will fight you on it. He sat back in his chair. Well, I simply have to prove to her that we want her with us without any hidden agenda. That we want to help her, including escaping the orphanage with no debt to us. He pursed his lips. His father nodded in approval. Yes, she will be suspicious of the offer, naturally. You will have to offer her a place without asking for anything in return. She will be used to dealing in favors and debts. That you are asking for none, well, if she isn't far gone then she will appreciate it regardless. Truth is, now that mother spoke about it, I agree. We have a home and we can show her, help her. He paused. We have to be genuine about this. I don't want anything ruining this. He said as he looked at them. He felt odd asking like this but he knew he only had a sparse few chances to avert her from falling. Agreed, his mother says seriously. She sighs. I suppose I will have to sidestep this whole thing when it comes up during my tea with the ladies, she said morosely. Saint Lady Sayer fosters poor orphaned half-blood, she states brightly before dimming. Such a lost opportunity, she sighs sadly. Atticus shook his head. Thank Merlin, he murmured as he got up and stretched. I think it's time to go to bed, he yawned. Chapter 17. A/N. Hello all. Thanks for reading this story. Another chapter focused on Riddle MC dynamic. Let me know what you think of the interactions of the Riddle character I've created. Some might believe that the pacing is too quick, but given that much of the story is yet to come, being bogged down in a dozen chapter Hogwarts drama is not what I intend to do. Soon enough Atticus was in his routine at Hogwarts. On a Sunday morning, in the classroom he converted for his own uses back in his first year, he was working on a smaller scale of the stargazing enchantment on a stone plate, 2 meters in diameter. While the Great Hall ceiling enchantment was a wonderful piece of enchantment, the underlying magic of it was not practical, and so Atticus, for his purposes, needed to build his stargazing enchantment from the ground up. It took half a month of non-stop working in the time room to create his most advanced enchantment, nearing the complexity of his rudimentous enchantment, the enchantment created to allow him to search for specific metal deposits. The stargazing enchantment, now complete, isolated and removed any atmospheric and solar interference, and it allowed for the night sky to be able to be viewed at any time of the day. This will allow students to use their telescopes during the day, allowing greater range of study along with no longer having to wait for optimum weather conditions. Once he completed weaving the enchantment into the exhibition plate, he was going to present it to his professors. As he began to overlay the charms onto the stone, his mind drifted back to a topic, an individual that occupied his mind more than he'd ever would have liked. He involved himself far too much in things, in her. Ever since he discovered Riddle was female in this world, he initially opted for observation from afar, intervening only when he deemed it necessary. And yet, he broke that plan when he extended an invite to her to meet with him after she explicitly sought him out in the astronomy tower, knowing it was a ploy on her part to extract information, to assess him, his value and threat level. And now, he would completely shatter that plan if he invited her over to stay at Sayer Manor, at his home. He paused briefly in his casting as he lost himself in his thoughts. It was a complete deviation that he impulsively pursued to the point that it would become impossible to disentangle himself from her. You were never going to be not interested in her, and neither was she never not going to be interested in you. The powerful tend to gravitate towards each other or repel, sometimes violently. A whispering errant thought came to the forefront which he brutally pushed away. People like her were extremely dangerous, charming, beautiful, extremely intelligent, ruthless, and deadly. She would wield everything she had to get what she wanted with no regard to anyone else, likely leaving bodies behind. He would freely admit to himself that she was another scale in comparison to him. He knew that from the start, and yet, he pursued it. It was the most careless thing he's ever done, for the most part because he liked talking with her. He had other reasons of course to continue to allow it, but his own desire played a huge role. Their meetings were engaging, talking about magic in a manner that he seldom experienced. His great-grandfather came closest. He's met and talked to plenty of clever individuals, people who were masters of their craft. But none held magic in awe. Not like he did. She came closest when she wasn't so strung up on power, which became less in their later meetings. It was tragically funny. He wondered if it was a cosmic joke that the only other individual he's met so far that shared his obsession of magic, even if it was for different reasons, was the counterpart of evil incarnate. The individual he would have likely killed had she been Tom Riddle while she was a child. Their last meeting ended in disaster. He pursed his lips and he shook his head. He took a deep breath and went back to weaving charms as he absently thought of that ending. He gave her far more leeway than he would have ever allowed anyone bar his family. He could have hurt her severely for having temerity to try and torture him. He knew that it was a near-reflexive thing for her. It didn't excuse it. He went the route of soothing her because he felt that it would yield the best results that wouldn't end up leading to actually having to kill her. Had he responded as he was inclined to, with violence, it would have made her an enemy. He wasn't in the business of allowing enemies to live long enough to hurt him or his family. She wasn't one to forget enemies either. He wasn't faking that he cared for her. It was strange. He wasn't sure if he cared more about her or the potential she has for magic. But that care was limited. It all depended on their next interaction. If she genuinely sought to build something between them, a companionship, he would accept her back whilst making clear on the rules of their interactions. If she accepted, he would extend the invitation his parents permitted. If she wasn't remorseful, it represented an early death of whatever companionship they had shared. He wasn't certain what she would do. He knew he rattled her in their last meeting. She was a girl who was in control of herself and who sought to control situations to her benefit. Her masks were excellent, but as they continued their meetings, her masks began to fall and he saw glimpses of her true self. Both sides of it. She was irrefutably brilliant and she had a passion for magic, beyond simply for power. Her eyes lit up during his explanations, during their talks of what piece of magic captured their attention, and she was never more beautiful than. He wasn't blind. She was an undeniably beautiful girl. Her porcelain skin was unblemished, untarnished, and was as smooth and soft as he has ever seen skin be. Her hair was black, not as black as his but silkier, and her shoulder blade long hair swayed beautifully as she walked in her captivating way. Her eyes were always intense, they drew you in and were a dark blue color that reminded him of the dark depths of the sea. He shook his head as he ended his train of thought that threatened to go into avenues he did not want. She had deeply rooted issues. Her non-existent morality, the poisonous hatred she keeps fueled in her obsession for power. This mixture was a potent thing, and ultimately would result in disaster. And yet those glimpses, he saw that her path wasn't determined yet, that it wasn't too late, and if she came to him, regretful in her actions against him, he would see it as vindication that she wasn't far gone. He would wait and see. It's been 6 days since he returned to Hogwarts, and from his glances towards her, she remained as poised as ever. There was still 6 weeks of the academic year left. Only 6 weeks left until he knew if he would continue to shift her path or whether he would wash his hands of her until she had to be stopped. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. After a moment he reopened them and set himself into the task of completing the enchantment, and soon enough he lost himself to his work. Break. Emily POV. Did your father tell you anything? Rockwood asked. Malfoy shook his head. No, he said he'd inform me when I return in the summer. He said contemplatively. He did imply whatever got the ministry in a frenzy was huge. He said as he leaned back in his chair. It must be Grindelwald not stated. My father told me to not ask him again, he said with a tinge of disappointment. Mine effectively said the same, Orion Black said calmly before he shrugged. I will likely know in the summer too, he said as he glanced at Not. I expect you will as well, like Malfoy and I will, he said pointedly. Perhaps Not said grudgingly. Emily closed her book and looked at the people who sat by her at the fireplace in the common room. None of them returned home for the break, but it seemed like it was a missed opportunity. Word filtered through to Slytherin House that the minister had been in a meeting with several influential Wisengamot members during the April break. Around her was Malfoy, Black, Not, Rockwood and Parkinson, who all had significant connections to the ministry, especially the first 3 given that they were direct heirs to lords. It was strange that Lord Sayer was amongst them. Everything my father told me about the Sayers said that they rarely get involved in ministerial affairs unless it is a matter concerning their interests, which most of the time isn't political. Orion Black said inquisitively. Emily tapped her finger on the armrest of her chair. Perhaps, it isn't strange, she murmured, gaining the attention of the people around her. She looked up and met their gazes. Whatever it was that got the ministry. She paused as she glanced to Malfoy in a frenzy. She said with the upturn of her lips before settling her eyes on Black, means that it has to be something related towards the war or a threat against the nation given the profile of the individuals that went with him to the minister, she said calmly. Bones and Potter are prominent figures amongst the progressives. Orion nodded to her. And our fathers are leaders amongst the traditionalists and the dark faction. Not continued. There aren't many things that would make those different factions want to work with each other. Parkinson stated the obvious. She glanced to Malfoy. Doesn't your father hold Potter in contempt? Malfoy nodded. He does. He wouldn't want to meet with him unless Arcturus Black asked, he said as he furrowed his brows. Emily tilted her head. What if it was Lord Sayer? She asked quizzically. Malfoy's eyes widened slightly until he looked down and thought. Father would agree to meet with Lord Sayer even if it meant that he had to deal with Potter, he finally says. She nodded absent-mindedly as her mind went into overdrive, analyzing the few pieces of information she held. The meeting itself wasn't strange. After all, they were in an unstable situation. Europe has descended into a state of war that quickly eclipsed any previous war. At least in the magical world. The personnel, however, it was no great secret that the progressives, who were mostly in the light faction, wanted a formal declaration of war, whilst the other, predominantly the traditionalists, wanted to hold off any talks of war for a little longer. The Black Lord was a rare lord amongst them that found himself in agreement, however begrudging it was, with the progressives and was for the declaration of war. For now, the Black Lord wasn't calling in favors to pressure his peers into agreeing. He was a young lord and a sudden one given the death of his father, and his grip on the dark faction wasn't solidified. Whilst he could make demands, it would weaken his position given that he was largely unproven. The presence of Lord Sayer amongst them, however, to join up with the influential individuals of light and dark, meant nothing good in her opinion. The fact that she wouldn't know until the summer at the earliest when the heirs were told, if she was lucky, aggravated her. She would be largely cut off from magical world as she would return to St. Wool's, and a spike of anger rose within her. Atticus Sayer did go home, you know, Parkinson pipes up in that mildly irritating voice of hers. Her spike of anger dissipated quite suddenly as a feeling of bitterness took its place. She shot a cold glare at Parkinson, who slumped into herself as her eyes widened in undisguised fear. "I'm aware," Emily said curtly, and she said Orion and Abraxas exchanged knowing looks. Her eye twitched at the exchange. Sayer wasn't necessarily a topic that was off the table, but it was something she keenly wanted to avoid speaking about. It was something they had all picked up on. She was not at her best whenever he was brought up, however sparing it was. He'd likely know more. Orion mentioned in a nonchalant tone, but it was nothing but that as he gazed at her with a cocked head. "Weren't you meeting with him quite frequently before the break?" he said whilst leaning in with a dark amused glint in his eyes. "Surely you would be able to continue those meetings now? Especially as you might be able to pry information out of him, if he has it," he said with a smug smirk. The room increased in tension following his words as an uneasy silence fell around them. When it came out that she met with the Sayer heir quite frequently, her status in Slytherin increased by a decent margin. Atticus Sayer, even at the age of 15, was quite famous for his accomplishments. He was shattering records, and given that he was going to be submitting his contributions to the field of transfiguration this summer, as he told her, he will likely jump in fame by several factors. Given that she was considered a prodigy herself, combined with her meeting with the Sayer heir, her own status within Slytherin House and Hogwarts at large was elevated, and it conveniently increased people's estimation of her. Not to mention rumors sprang forth about them being involved in a more personal way. She shut down those avenues with prejudice. Which was why the sudden break in relations was quite noticeable to people and inevitably made them all curious. Whilst it hasn't caused her status harm, there were pointed questions she danced around. It provided an opportunity for people to disparage her, and Orion was all too aware of it. He wouldn't act, not yet, but he knew that for the moment, it was a weak point and he enjoyed pressing it. She seethed internally at the gall. She smiled, though it never reached her eyes. "I may very well ask him," she said as she brushed an errant hair behind her ear before she met Orion's gaze lazily. After all, he was quite preoccupied with a project set by his head of house. "I'm sure he's got the time now to continue our sessions," she said smoothly as she sat back composed in her chair. "Very well," Orion grunted. "There is only 6 weeks of term left." He rotated his neck as he sought to relieve his stiffness. "Plenty of time to figure out what he knows," he said calmly as he glanced at her. Another silence fell among them before Nott turned towards Rockwood. "So, your grandfather will teach you some of the family magic this summer?" Rockwood lit up at that. "Yes, he will teach me some of the milder one." She tuned Rockwood out as she spent the time deep in her thoughts. What Black challenged her to do was irksome but not quite difficult. It was a challenge and an inquiry at the same time. He wanted to know what caused the break between her and Sayer, as there no solid information regarding the matter. In truth, she was always going to have to meet with him. She got up from her chair and left the common room without another word. Every time her mind drifted towards him, it caused her to be off. She breathed out silently and made her way towards the astronomy tower. She liked thinking as she peered in the horizon, watching the forbidden forest. She walked up the stairs and she breezed through the tower and placed her hands onto the railings as she peered towards the forest. For the first time since she's arrived at Hogwarts, she was uncertain of how to deal with someone. This uncertainty disturbed her greatly. She sighed as she closed her eyes briefly. The last few weeks, her equilibrium has been off. Her thoughts always leapt towards him and that last meeting. There had been much to unpack. He knew her aims to rule, before she even uttered a whisper to her full associations. He also didn't intend to warn anyone. It proved to her that he was a threat to her, regardless if he didn't intend to inform anyone. It should have gotten him on the list of people to remove before she made her bid for power. And yet, she hesitated and her mind returned to words that unbalanced her so greatly. "I do not want you to ruin yourself. You are rare, Emily." Her mind obsessed over those words, over the way they were delivered. All her life, she'd been alone. At the orphanage, none of the matrons cared for her, for they had distrusted her and viewed her as something unnatural before she was even 6 years old. The orphans had picked up on it and treated her harshly and cruelly until she educated them to leave her alone. They never accepted her as one of them. She never accepted them either. She was unwanted. Her weak mother died leaving her alone. She dreamt of her father finding out she existed, to whisk her away from the place she so despised. None came for her and she grew harder as she understood that she would have to depend on herself to survive. Until she was shown a world, the true world she belonged to, but she was left bitterly disappointed that even here, she couldn't escape her past and that she was still alone and unwanted. Names mattered here. Blood mattered here. It seemed not even magic was enough. Until him. From the very first interaction, he never saw her as beneath her, even if he didn't know she was related to Slytherin. What had been an opportunity to gather information, to sate her curiosity to see what made him more special than her, to assess him, rapidly turned into something she never expected. She never expected him to be boring, if nothing else for his intellect and knowledge. But what she didn't expect was for him to be so captivating as he spoke about magic, in ways it could be used. The way his magic felt to her. The way his eyes lit up as he spoke of magic made her understand how similar they viewed magic, even if it was for different purposes. That vibrancy that dimmed within her, slowly grew in luster. Her masks fell little by little and she knew he knew it was happening and yet he never commented on it. He made comments that made it apparent that he knew things of her, likely heard rumors that put her in unflattering light and yet he never turned away from her even if she was hostile at times. She began to feel things she never thought she would. He accepted her, knowing that she wasn't so-called pure, knowing that she held no family name. He accepted her as she was. Throughout her life she's never had anyone accept her for who she is, only the masks she presented. Not only that, he wanted her to help her, without anything in return which she refused to believe at the time. None had helped her willingly, not even when she was younger and now, this boy wanted to help her while knowing that she wasn't a good person. It made her so angry that he dared to suggest that she needed someone who she could turn to. She shook her head at the memory. Even now, she felt the phantom effect of how his magic calmed her. She gazed towards her hand, the hand he held. She never imagined that a touch from someone else wouldn't feel disgusting to her. Yet his touch was what she once dreamt it would feel like. What it could be, a voice nagged at the back of her mind. She hated him for it then. She still hated him for it. He was able to cut right through her and she wanted to torture him for it. To peel his skin of his face, to remove his eyelids as she dived into his mind to determine why he was the way he was, why he had such an effect on her, what he knew. She sighed as she returned her gaze to the distance. He was dangerous to her. She thought she killed that yearning, to be wanted, to be accepted, years ago and yet, even now, she found herself wanting to return to his presence. His addictive magic that made her feel alive in ways she never thought possible. The way he acted with her magic never failed her. It confirmed that his care for her was sincere. Ordinarily she would delight in obtaining an avenue that she could exploit to the fullest. But, she didn't want to. He was perhaps the only one who had seen her completely and who didn't turn away. He didn't deem her a monster. Even when she acted like one, he stood strong against her accusations, against her aggression and threats. He didn't run away, reverberated in her mind. She understood now that his value to her was beyond what she ever thought possible. He had called her rare, he was just as rare to her. She hated the weakness she felt at the idea, the prospect of having destroyed their companionship as a consequence of her losing her composure. Now that she was so close to having something she had yearned for, she wasn't going to let go. She brusquely turned around and made her way towards the classroom he often spent weekends in. Break. Atticus heard a knock on the door and he looked up in displeasure. His friends were aware that he was not to be bothered today, not until dinner. He sighed, "Come in," he shouted as he returned to weave the last few charms onto the stone plate. The door opened and he heard soft footsteps and he frowned before he gazed up as it wasn't the footsteps of any of his friends. His eyes widened fractionally. "Miss Riddle," he intoned as he cast a gaze to her eyes. His eyebrows rose slightly as he took in her eyes. Those intense eyes of hers were for the first time showing vulnerability he hasn't seen in her directly before. "Sayer," she replied in a soft tone that felt so different to how her tone usually was. He narrowed his eyes as he searched her face for deception. He found none, but he intended to remain sharp. "May I help you?" he curtly said as he glanced at her while he worked and saw that she winced slightly. Interesting, he thought as he processed her strange behavior. She breezed through the room and Atticus ceased his casting as he stood straight up and watched her carefully. "Oh, I'm not here for anything in particular, I was simply out for a stroll and I happened to realize that your workroom was not too far away from my path," she said and paused briefly as she put her arms behind her back as she met his gaze. He hummed in thought before he tilted his head. "And now here you are," he simply stated as he watched her. "Here I am," she replied softly as her eyes softened in a manner that felt so off on her. A silence fell among them that continued to stretch as neither of them seemed to know where to start. He decided. "How was your break?" he asked softly as he looked her inquiringly with those beautiful eyes. Magic was their shared interest, their shared obsession. He waved his hand and the items that lay adorned on the table were softly set to the side of the room. He waved his hand again and brought a chair for her, setting it down gently near her. How she reacted would give him an avenue into where this was going, and to his great surprise he saw vindication and delight on her face. "Emily POV. She eyed him in vindication about the display. She suspected he was capable of the feat and she found herself surprised at her own feelings of pleasant satisfaction that he matches up to her expectations rather than jealousy or irritation. It was only right that he was capable. A stray thought came to the front of her mind. She raised her hand and pulled the chair towards her and she seated herself in the chair and sat back cross-legged. He looked at her with a broad smile and sat down opposite her and she only narrowly prevented herself from smiling back at the approval. "It was fine. I spent half the break completing the homework set for my classes and I spent it preparing for the examinations," she said as she daintily grabbed an errant lock of hair and put it behind her ear before she met his gaze. He nods as he sat back in chair sensible. His lips twitched as he tilted his head. "What about the other half?" he inquired. "Mostly working on increasing my spell repertoire." She smiled a little. "I came across a tome with a number of unusual spells that proved to be quite useful in practical terms. His eyes light up at that and he leaned a little forward. Ah, would that be Errol's collections of bizarre and clever spells? He asked curiously, smiling at her. She laughed melodiously and nodded lightly. Yes, that is the one. He hummed in thought before he returned his gaze towards her, looked at her with a devious smile. I found one of his spells, a grooming spell, one that was explained to have fallen out of use centuries ago, the hair grease charm, the incantation Unctonus to have excellent practical ability, he said winningly. She brightened up as she knew his train of thought. The incantation is short, the wand movement is short and the effect depends on power. She smiled at him. He nods approvingly. Yes, the spell is dependent on power and the short-termism of the spell is irrelevant in a dueling setting. She finished his sentence. Casting the spell at the feet the opponent would likely result in loss of balance and breaking concentration while also granting you precious seconds to attack while the opponent is disadvantaged. Yes, there are a number of low-level spells like this, spells that can inconvenience opponents who are in their rhythm, but I've found that spell to be among the better ones. He shrugged. An amiable silence fell between them. I overreacted, she said slowly as she shifted uncomfortably in her seat. Yes you did, he said matter-of-factly. She met his eyes that showed nothing of what he was thinking. I did not know how to handle the situation and I overreacted. You were aggravating with your vagueness and behavior that I snapped, she said as she returned his gaze in equal intensity. I can understand why you felt angry. He tilted his head. I can also understand why violence was your default in how to deal with things. He paused as he pursed his lips, but before he could continue she spoke as she narrowed her eyes. She harshly laughed as she scowled slightly. You cannot possibly understand, she said contemptuously. My life was and is ruled by violence, she said frostily before she sighed. I'm used to aggression. She said quietly. I'm used to being shown aggression by others and giving it, she said a little louder. She returned her gaze to him, meeting his eyes that gave nothing away, only that she had his full attention. The children at the orphanage were cruel, she emotionlessly. The matrons believed their lies and accusations over my own. She clenched her fists. They punished me all sorts of things out of my control, she whispered in quiet fury. They harassed me for being different. She took on an angry look. They called me a freak more often than I care to remember. Until I forced them to leave me alone. She smiled proudly. Until they understood why it was a bad idea to mess with me, why it was a terrible idea to act against me. She unconsciously smiled viciously as she remembered the retributions she wrought on them. His face grew concerned and he waved the table aside and brought his chair right in front of her, so close their knees were almost touching. Emily. He said softly as he fixed his gaze at her, as he searched her face. You don't have to tell me, he said quietly, kindly. She sighed heavily and looked up to the ceiling. I want to. She snapped her head back to him. Don't interrupt me, she said softly, but her tone made it clear to him that is not to challenge it. He inclined his head and sat back in his chair. She continued. I made them hurt, sometimes by accident, but from the age of 9, I was able to do it on purpose, she said as she cast a piercing at him. His angular aristocratic face took on a bleak expression and she found that she didn't like seeing that face on him. He was better when he smiled at her in that way. She continued. Regardless, those days marked my beginning for understanding the way the world worked. That people won't leave you be if you are weak. I strove to be always strong, never to be weak, she said with a proud glint in her eye. I understood that to mean alone with everyone beneath me. I had to look after myself. After all, no one ever helped me. She said with derision. No one cared about Emily Riddle. She said harshly. Bitterly. She returned her face to neutral within a second. That continued. When Dumbledore came to tell me about magic, she said coldly. He gave me a glimpse of the world that I belonged to, explained to me that I wasn't a freak, that there were others like me. Only to abandon me when he found something about me like I was a freak, she said with anger in her tone before she took on a light tone of melancholy. I read about the world that I should have been in from the start. The wonders of magic. I was awe-filled after I picked up my wand, she said with a large genuine smile as she remembered the feeling of a part of her finally connecting with her. Her smile dropped. Until I read about how the world worked, how it was ruled. She thinning her lips. Many forms of magic are banned to the public, because of fear, because of monopolization of knowledge by the ruling families, and because of a corrupt nepotistic regime filled with self-serving morons that have little sense. She scowled. Who value blood infinitely more than they value ability, she near ranted before she regained control over herself. She heard him snorting lightly and she turned towards him and saw his eyes alight with amusement at her description. She paused before settling in her previous mood again. Of course, it wasn't something it was explicitly said, she said as she looked away. Deep in memory I saw the interactions between people. The unhidden disdain shown to certain peoples, the immediate change in posture, expression, and tone when well-dressed, expensively dressed individuals came to be served. It reminded me so much of the orphanage, she said lowly as she took on an angry expression. Where once again I would be considered less than dirt. Nothing more than a common filthy no-name orphan, she said derisively. I would never be considered like that in this world, I decided. I would rule and it would be because of my greatness. She said proudly. I was sorted in the house of Slytherin, the house of cunning and ambition, she said with a smirk that fell off shortly. She took on a cruel glint as she reminisced what I found was arrogant overpampered weak wizards who expected me to be dirt underneath their boots for nothing other than what they thought was my blood status. Her lips upturned into a cold smile, her eyes darkened. Until I showed my strength, my superiority over them all, regardless of my blood. A sadistic smile came across her face for a second before it vanished. It wasn't easy, she whispered as her face hardened. I was stronger than them magically, but it wasn't the only factor, she said with a glint. I proved my strength, but it was far from over, is far from over, she said, thinning her lips. A moment of weakness on my part and they will try to bring me down, to where I belong in their eyes. Her eyes hardened, their pure blood she spat out. Makes them believe they are above me, and it is only my skills, my magic, my manipulations that keeps me at the top of the social ladder. Her lips thinned out. I have earned my right at the top, and yet my blood is still a deciding factor, even if it is not said, even if it is only in the back of their minds. My lack of name, she said tiredly. It is a fragile thing, my position, and I make sure to never allow that to be known. Masks, power, appearances and alliances are key to ensure my position at the top. My associations are blood purists. Her lips upturned into a smirk, yet my strength impressed them so much that mine no longer mattered. They are all influential and were raised in the magical world, making them invaluable to me. And they, by association with me, are highly regarded in Slytherin, making it mutually beneficial. That was when I began to plan. Her eyes showed a malicious glint. I knew that the purebloods held power in this country. She paused so naturally, I decided to adopt their beliefs. She tilted her head slightly as she upturned her lips as she reminisced. It wasn't hard, after all, I already hated muggles. Hating mudbloods, spawn of muggles, was only natural, she said emotionlessly before she shrugged nonchalantly. Power, she began as her eyes darkened. There is no good or evil, they're only power, and those too weak to seek it, she declared. His eyes widened at that declaration before his face took on a serious expression. She pressed on as she filed it away. Just like the orphanage, weakness can never be shown. If I give an inch, they will take a mile, she said simply before she unconsciously grew more delicate. She never imagined she'd confessing to anyone in this manner, telling someone of her insecurities, her worries. Her masks fell in his presence, slowly at first until now where all of them fell. She couldn't remember the last time she was bare before someone. She would have derided this version of herself not 2 months ago. She turned her eyes to his and held it for a moment before she drew herself away lest she lose her nerve. Then, I heard of you. The Sayer heir, she said lowly with half-lidded eyes as she tilted her head. The heir to the oldest house in the country, likely Europe even. She thinned her lips. The person who is considered above me in talent, that makes me seem just another prodigy. She paused as she looked to him with narrowed eyes that took on a devious glint. The prodigy of prodigies, the pure blood prince, she said mockingly as she couldn't help herself from feeling a little bitter. He winced at that description and she smiled amusedly at him. Not a fan of that description, she said with an amused in her glint. He shook his head. No, he said with pursed lips, it is a mockery of me. I am more than just my blood, he said carefully as he cocked his head. Just as you are more than yours, he said as he searched her face. Her breath hitched and he continued, ability matters more. Magic matters more. Blood doesn't matter, not in my eyes. It never did, he said with conviction in tone. She smiled at him genuinely before she looked away deep in thought. I became fascinated with you, she said emotionlessly. I wanted to know what made you special. Why you were allowed to progress so fast, how you were able to progress, she said simply. You were a threat. You were everything that I am, but with your status, your advantages, you would be able to rise far above me, and I hated you for it, she said matter-of-factly. I continued to watch you and I began to notice things, as I always do, she said as turned her head towards him, brushing her hair out of her face with her hand. You wore masks, just as I did. Not quite perfect, but it was there. There is, a distance between you and others, though it is there less with your friends. You were friendly, socializing with others in your house, helping others, but the mask was always on, as if it was expected from you, as if you were simply on a routine. You didn't care to help them, not truly, she said pursing her lips. That only increased my interest, until I managed to sense your magic properly, she said with an excited gleam. That truly increased my fascination to the point I needed to assess you. She paused as she let out a small smile. You didn't disappoint, she said tilting her head. He let out a short laugh. I'm glad I didn't disappoint, my lady, he said with a light inclination of his head. Her smile increased until she turned her head, her smile dropping away, once again deep in thought. I hoped to manipulate you, to use you for my own purposes, and in the end determine how early I should eliminate you once I got what I wanted from you, she said emotionlessly as she turned to him with a blank face. He was stony-faced, though she could see the wariness and defiance in his eyes. She rather likes the defiance in his eyes, though in a different way. She usually enjoyed breaking others from their defiance, but with him, it excited her in ways she understood. She had seen the usefulness of it in making others feel that way. But she's never felt like that before, not until him. Imagine my surprise when I realized that as we continued to meet, I longer sought to manipulate you, instead opting to meet with you for the sake of it, for the sake of conversation. Her eyes glinted in remembrance of those meetings. For the sake of simply being in your presence, she thought privately. As time went by, I understood that you would never be able to be manipulated, not like the others. You wouldn't allow yourself that, and I didn't find it infuriating. She pursed her lips. But you kept on insinuating things that made it seem like you knew things about me, she said, tilting her head as she narrowed her eyes. He shrugged at her lightly. I wanted to know how you would react to that, he said softly as he met her narrowing eyes. I wanted to see the masks fall, to see who the person I was spending time with. That she was more than what she seemed, like she behaved. He thinned his lips as he looked at her calculatingly. And? She said quietly as she met his eyes. For a moment there was silence as they looked at each other until he let off the soft smile she so liked. Her heart raced in palpable excitement. You are, more than you seem, he finally says. She fought back a flush that threatened to rise up her neck. He broadens his smile in amusement. You also didn't disappoint, he says as his smile turns into a smirk. She smiles in delight as her eyes light up before she remembers she wasn't finished. Her smile dropped and she looked to the ground before meeting his gaze that seemed curious at her sudden change in demeanor. Your insinuations infuriated me. I wanted to know what you knew about me, though my motivations were not entirely known, not then, to me, she said quietly. When your magic roused, she began with an excited gleam, it finally showed me what caused me to be so interested in you in ways that I've never felt before. She tilted her head as she grew more solemn. That worried me, she whispered, even more when you showed that you could read my mind. I felt out of control over the situation, that I've always had or sought to have. It brought my hatred forth. But you didn't press your advantage on me, she said in a strange tone, one of amazement. You have power, you had the advantage, and yet you held back. She looked at him as she inspected his face. But that wasn't what truly made me afraid. She looked at him with a sheen in her eyes. You showed me care in your actions, in your words, and I knew you meant them, she whispered. Something I never expected. Something I forgotten that I once hoped for, she thought to herself. And what made me afraid was that I liked it, she said so vulnerably that she scowled at it. She couldn't help herself. She couldn't bear looking at him, for fear of seeing pitying eyes. She hated that she was being this honest to him. But she knew that she had to if she wanted to keep him. He was too perceptive, too shrewd for her to be anything less than honest. If it were anyone else, I would have tried to manipulate that care you have for me to my advantage, she says carelessly, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. And so I retreated to my hatred that helped me all my life, she said tonelessly. To push me away, he interjected softly, and she looked up and met his gaze. She saw no pity, just understanding and empathy. She nodded agreeably. To push you away, she said lowly. That you knew much of my intentions for the future was harrowing, that you didn't intend to stop me, was another thing that concerned me. She continued. He shook his head. I don't intend to stop you from seeking power, only to hope to be allowed to help you from destroying yourself, Emily. He paused as he looked to the ceiling before returning his gaze to her. Emily, seeking power is fine, but doing it at the cost of yourself, as I could see you doing so with the way you were going, to rip yourself apart, you destroy everything that you are, and it is something I'm unwilling to simply stand by and say nothing. He said passionately. That's not going to happen, she dismissively said. He narrowed his eyes at that. Emily, the number of people who have destroyed themselves through lack of restraint, of sense, and of arrogance, he stressed, and she scowled at his insinuations, is incalculable. Granted, most of them won't ever be as brilliant as you are. He gave her a soft smile before he turned serious. But even you can be driven into madness because of whatever dark or black thing you did to yourself for power. I wouldn't be able to say nothing to try and dissuade you if you went too far. How could I? He said with a hint of sadness. When I've seen you now, the sheer potential you hold, the mind you have, the BEA. He stopped suddenly. Her breath hitched. Her heart raced at the implications. She found herself excited and at the same time afraid. All I want, for you, is to reach your goals without making a mockery of yourself, to destroy yourself, to lose yourself in the pursuit of power. He said lowly. It is a weakness, Emily, to lose oneself in the pursuit of power. Magic is limitless. What is done by others doesn't mean that it is the only route, merely the route that others have found, and likely has massive flaws, sometimes fatal. He stressed, flaws that you cannot recover from. He finished softly. I believe you will achieve great things, he said, and her eyes widened slightly as her mind overlapped the words of Ollivander. But I hope to help you achieve greatness that people will adore you for, immortalize you as greater than the greatest of wizards and witches in our history. He said firmly. She smiled victoriously at that. Yes, I will achieve greatness like never before, and I suspect you will do so as well. She hummed, silent at that. It isn't something that bothers me either, she thought to herself. After all, she didn't manage to finish that thought, and thankfully it was broken by his voice. His lips twitched. Us prodigies have to stick together, no? He tilted his head. The world would be boring otherwise. Minions can only keep your interest for so long, he said as he began to smile knowingly. Her lips twitched as well. Minions? She asked. He shrugged. Minions, followers, he said carelessly. A comfortable silence was brought into existence. From the moment she understood the magical world, she began to plan to seek power to aid her quest in ruling the magical world. She would make them all bow as she sought to change the world in her image, as she stood above them all alone. All her efforts in Slytherin were centered on that. She obtained favor from the older Slytherins, manipulating her way into gaining tomes of magic, often dark in nature, increasing her knowledge and her power. She played the diligent brilliant student to her professors, to the other house members, and she did it masterfully. All of it upended the moment she began to spend time with the Sayer heir, Atticus. She had set her original goals aside as they spoke of magic, the world, history and so on, and more she began to shift in her mentality. She always stood alone, she always thought she would stood alone with followers at her beck and call, beneath her, until suddenly that seemed like it may not have to be. It had been a terrifying prospect when she realized that she was entertaining the idea subconsciously. She decided to cut him off when he declared that he cared for her, to force him to abandon him so she could hate him freely. Yet he did not and continued to remain. In the time they had not interacted, the notion of no longer standing alone terrifying her began to fall away, until a new even worse prospect replaced it, that she pushed away the one person who would willingly stand by her, the person who she didn't have to have masks for. Your absence has made it clear that I miss your presence, your companionship, she said carefully. It wasn't the total truth. She didn't just miss his presence. She craved it, yearned for it. She didn't know if she could ever admit to it. Did she care for him? She suspected, but she didn't know for certain. But she likely wouldn't consider killing him. Not now. Not unless she had no choice. He smiled at that and got up. She replicated that action and they were only a few feet away from each other. His magic rose from out of his control and she did the same. Their magic met and she shuddered lightly in excitement in feeling his magic again. Emily. He began. I'm glad that you have missed me. He said before his eyes took on a devious glint. I know I'm quite excellent and it's great that you recognize that, he said with a serious face. Her lips twitched. I wouldn't go that far. She said nonchalantly as she placed her hair back behind her ears with her hands. Given that the majority of individuals at this school have limited mental capabilities, and the rare few that do are exceedingly boring and uninteresting, you are positively a unicorn among a herd of sheep, she said innocently with brightened eyes. He laughs. Unicorn? He exclaims lowly in mild disbelief before he cocked his head. I may be rare, my dear, but I'm not pure-hearted. No, not all, he said bemusedly with a curious expression. Oh. She asked with a piercing gaze. I suppose that is true, after all, you are cavorting with a dark witch, she said with a hint of implicating tone. His lips twitched and he tilted his head. I am, aren't I? I do like a little bit of danger in my life. Though I suspect that the danger isn't aimed at me, is it? He said with a searching gaze. No, she thought, no, the danger isn't aimed at you. But should he ever betray her, he is hers and hers alone, she thought darkly. I think it's made quite clear, no. She said, tilting her head. He pursed his lips. Perhaps. A silence filled the space between them. I think I would have. She whispered. He tilted his head in anticipation and she spoke to make it clear. I would have regretted hurting you. She said lowly. He came forth and grabbed her hands and brought his face only inches from her. I'm glad, he whispered to her. She didn't yank her hands away. I would have been disappointed if that hadn't been the case, he said slightly amused. Disappointed? She took on a curious expression. Just that? She asked in slight disbelief. Emily, I'm aware that you have a slight anger issue, he said with his eyes alight with humor. She snorted lightly before he continued seriously. I'm aware your life hasn't been easy, even more now that you have explained it to me. You've had to fight and you did what you had to do to survive. It is natural that you have things that you default to. He pursed his lips. I'm not judging you for it. I haven't been in your position. He paused before he let go of her hands and took on a stony expression. That said, he said as he tilted his head, I will not accept another act of violence like that again. He said firmly. She narrowed her eyes at that. She hadn't intended to act against him in that manner again, but she felt aggrieved at the notion of a line in the sand. Though she begrudgingly understood and oddly respected him for it. I am not one of your associations, nor will I ever be. He said, thinning his lips. You can treat them however you wish. I will not tell you what to do, or not to do. I am a proponent of freedom of choice, 97% of the time, and that is something I'm unwilling to impede on. Her lips twitched as she tilted her head. 97%? She inquired. He shrugged. Sometimes there are things that have to be prevented for their own good. He paused. Only in matters of life and death, in matters that would irrevocably destroy someone, he said slowly, and she narrowed her eyes at that. That was more. He is obscuring something. It was clear that it was intended for her own good. She felt offended at that. Given his stance and how often he tried to make clear to her that he had no plans to impede her, given that she believed him, he seems to consider some things to require action. She filed it away to be brought up another time. He paused as he hummed in thought before setting his face. But for this, to work, Emily. He said carefully. It is a companionship, partnership of mutual respect and consideration. Therefore, violence is off the table. He said firmly before turning his face into a smirk except in the dueling pit. Her eyes lit up at that. She knew he likely was excellent in dueling and her mind went into overdrive at the prospect of facing against him. So far, the people she faced, particularly the older students, were good but not challenging. She tired them out at the moment, as she had more power than them, given that she didn't have the same range of spell repertoire as they did, but she was closing the gap. Dueling with Atticus would undoubtedly prove a challenge and she relished it. She unconsciously drew a vicious smile that appeared to amuse him as he shook his head exasperated, but he grew serious again. I have my own goals to achieve just as you have your own. He cocked his head to the left, which I think is a pretty good thing, no? He said, twitching his lips. She nodded. It was fair in all honesty. She wouldn't have been as merciful or forgiving had he acted the way she did. I would have done it anyway, she said. I would have promised to not behave like that. I've found, violence towards you two is not something I want, she said softly as she met his eyes. He smiled a soft smile, the one she liked so much, and he nodded. I'm glad we understand each other. He turned around and waved his hand and brought the items that were at the edge of the room back on the desk, as it was before she entered the room. He moved around the desk and looked at her as he floated a large plate of stone wandlessly. I'm finishing up a prototype, one that I'm calling the Stargazing Enchantment, which stems much on the ceiling enchantment in the Great Hall, he said, and she looked at the plate. She could sense the magic of it, faintly. I've weaved about most of the charms, but I have a few more left to do. He paused as he smiled at her. Would you like to remain and watch me complete the last lot of charms? I will talk you through it, including the ones I weaved into the stone before, he said enticingly. She laughed melodiously with her eyes alight. I would love to, she murmured softly as she looked at the stone. They spent the rest of Sunday until dinner talking as he completed the enchantment. He explained the problems he faced, the solutions he used and why. It was wonderful to watch him speak with such passion and understanding as he sought to explain to her all of the minutiae that went into it. His eyes lit up as he explained how masterful whoever it was enchanted the Great Hall ceiling, yet he never gave credit to himself for figuring it out. Everyone else she knew, including herself, would preen at their own brilliance, but he never got that way, and as she recalled, it never happened in any of their meetings. It was clear that he believed that there was always room for improvement in the way he spoke, the way he broke down the enchantment during his explanations. Through it all, she became certain of one thing. She would never let him go. His brilliance, his passion, his magic, he was special just like her. He called her rare once. He was just as rare as she was. It is only fitting that they remain bound towards one another, two rare greats in the making. Chapter 18. 4th of June 1940. May turned into June and there was less than 2 weeks left of the academic year. He's shown Madeline, Folly, Dippet, and Dumbledore his accomplishment on the prototype once it had been positioned correctly, and it had Madeline almost on her knees in gratitude, likely in the way he was thinking too. She was middle-aged but aged quite gracefully. In any case, he had been given the go-ahead to enchant them before the end of the term, after the last astronomy class. Dippet had said that he would receive a special award for services to the school and it would be announced at the end of school feast. Atticus had thanked him for it and his head of house had been proud of him. Dumbledore had congratulated him on the feat, which even felt sincere. He was walking down towards the lake to meet with Phyla. He smiled as he recalled how things have been for her. For the past year Phyla had been part of COMC lessons and she would continue to be part of COMC whilst he was at Hogwarts. Thunderbirds were XXXX classification, meaning that they were dangerous but manageable. Given that she was his familiar, it further reduced the risk. He was present at each lesson as Ketlaban taught the students and he often was called upon to speak about his own experiences. It had been nice to see the looks of awe as they took in her beauty. He shook his head in amusement as he recalled her prideful look when she was gazed at in wonder. She had clipped his head when he made fun of her. Soon enough, he arrived at the tree stump by the lake and he focused on his familiar bond. In the years since, he's managed to create a minimal signal through the familiar bond that she picked up on. She would know then to come to him. Atticus searched the sky until he heard a cry from behind him and he turned and gazed upwards as she came down towards him. Atticus took a step backwards as she landed right in front of him. She was now over 2.5 meters tall and she was beginning to eclipse him. "Whoa girl!" he said easily, smiling at her as he walked to stroke her feathers. She squawked at him and rubbed her head into his chest and he laughed at her playfulness. She was still young, barely equivalent to a preteen. "I know, I've missed you too," he said softly as he rubbed her head. "How are the skies of Scotland?" he asked teasingly and she stilled into his chest, which made him laugh. She'd been responsible for freak storms in the far north of Scotland that gained a lot of attention from the Muggles. It was only because a minor clerk responsible for investigating abnormalities in the Muggle world that she was caught. "I hope you have been behaving yourself," He asked, and she drew herself away from his chest and looked him in the eye in what he could only explain as a deadpan expression. He raised an eyebrow in response. Don't give me that look. They had to come to me, twice to tell me to get you to stop. He said with a disapproving tone, and she squawked morosely in Atticus' side and rubbed her head. I know it's unfair, but we're not that from the ocean, he said softly. If you really need to, do it away from land. Phyla flapped her wings and Atticus laughed. Okay, maybe it is a little far out, but it's the best I can do, until we move somewhere where you can be yourself freely, he said coaxingly. She purred excitedly at the notion and he smiled. Soon enough he saw a figure appear in the distance and he waved her over. So this is the famous Thunderbird I've heard so much about, she said smoothly as she practically floated in her captivating way. Yes, this is the beautiful Phyla, my familiar, he said as he moved on to stroke her wings. She's certainly beautiful, Emily said as she examined the bird with her intense dark eyes. Don't say it too often. She already gets far too much attention during COMC, he said conspiratorially at her. Phyla flicked a wing which he ducked over as she squawked indignantly at. Emily chuckled at his misfortune. It seems she's none too pleased with you, she tilted her head. Nah, she's used to it. She's my familiar. I have to take care of her as best as I can. He said as a devious glint came into being. That means that I have to prevent her from getting too big of a head as it would impede her flight, he said beautifully, and that caused Phyla to glare at him and she huffed unhappily at him. Atticus moved towards her chest and stroked her favorite spot. Was that too much, Phyla? I promise not to tease you again, he said enticingly, and she nipped him on the shoulder which he hissed at. I deserved that, he said bemusedly as he rubbed his shoulder. He turned towards Emily and gazed at her. She was observing the whole thing utterly amused and Atticus smiled at her. Do you want to come closer? He asked softly as he tilted his head. She shook her head. I don't want to impede, as she thinned her lips, and Atticus rolled his eyes and glanced at her. You aren't impeding. I wouldn't have asked you to come whilst Phyla was here if that had been the case, he pointed out. She hesitated for a moment but came forward. Phyla turned her head towards Emily and looked at her calculatingly. She reared her head up and made herself bigger. Easy girl, Atticus said softly. It happened sometimes where her more predatory instincts showed itself. He watched closely as Emily was within touching distance. Emily was a head shorter than him, so the difference between her and Phyla were extremely noticeable. She began to rub Phyla's chest and Phyla began to relax into the touch. Atticus looked at her face and saw her smile happily as she rubbed the bird. Phyla brought her head down and rubbed herself in Emily's crook of the neck, which she was startled by, and Atticus laughed a little. An amiable silence fell among them. Before she will get larger, won't she? She asked. Atticus moved to step to her side and joined her, rubbing Phyla's feathers. Yes. She'll likely grow double this size, he said fondly. Familiars tend to grow larger than their species. He said as he hummed in thought. It is believed that, on some level, the familiar bond raises the potential of the familiar beyond its limit. He pauses as he considers his words. There have been a few texts I've managed to find that explore the intricacies of familiar bonds, and some have suggested that there is an exchange of magic between master and familiar. She turned towards him with a raised eyebrow and he smiled at her and shook his head. It is only conjecture, but there might be some truth in it. He pursed his lips as he furrowed his eyebrows. Ecclestone, a 16th century mage, was lucky enough to bond to a common barn owl that was part of the same batch of eggs as the rest of the owls on his property. He paused. The owl grew more intelligent than its siblings and grew approximately 24% heavier. He said as he looked at Emily. She looked contemplatively as she, given the owl's small size, it cannot expected, if the theory is right regarding familiars growing larger than the rest of their species, that size and weight of Phyla would be almost a quarter larger than her species. Atticus nodded. Correct. It is only one account, and magicals do not have peer-reviewed research or studies, beyond evaluations done for mastery contribution, which even then is far from rigorous, so the accuracy of such texts cannot be taken on face value, he said. Do you expect her to grow? Beyond what is expected, she inquired as she turned towards him. He shrugged. Sort of. There are all kinds of texts regarding familiar bonds, and Ecclestone's account seemed the more plausible one, he said as he met her gaze. Have you ever considered having a pet? He asked as he cocked his head. She thinned her lips and shook her head and returned to run her fingers through Phyla's feathers. No, I have never felt the desire of getting a pet. She said as she glanced at him in the corner of her eyes. Never. He prodded. She shook her head. No. I've never wanted a needy animal that I'd have to take care of most of the time, she said as she pursed her lips. Although. She began hesitantly. She looked up into the sky. I once had a pet snake, she carefully said, and Atticus turned towards her. She continued to watch the sky. It was the first thing that was truly mine. She paused. I adored it. What happened to it? He asked softly, knowing full well that the snake was killed by the children at the orphanage. It was killed, she said nonchalantly, though her eyes darkened. I'm sorry for your loss. He said kindly as he gently laid a hand on her shoulder. He meant it. He didn't know if he felt guilty. If he should feel guilt. She turned to him with a hardened look that softened as she met his eyes. Don't be. She said as she began to smile. It was a cold smile. It's been partially repaid in blood, she said darkly, and Atticus' eyebrow rose inquisitively. Partially, he said as he titled his head in curiosity. Partially, she simply said, offering no further explanation. Atticus nodded at that and turned towards Phyla, who seemed as if she wanted to fly. Go Phyla. Fly. I'll come to see you again probably in a few days, he said as he patted her on the chest. Emily stepped back and Atticus followed. Phyla screeched out and rose majestically up into the sky as she beat her wings, steadily gaining altitude. Atticus checked the time and saw that they had an hour before dinner. It's an hour to dinner, want to remain here for a little while longer? He asked. She looked at him and a smile came across her face and she nodded. Yes, I'm happy to remain here for a little while. Atticus nodded at that and gave her a little smile as he took a seat on the tree stump and she sat next to him. An amiable silence fell and they sat easily alongside each other. Have you been keeping up with the war? Both of them? He asked without turning towards her. She crossed her legs. I have, she said smoothly. It seems as if magical Russia will be able to hold out for a few months at least. He hummed in agreement. The Russians were doing well, all things considered. The ICW hadn't sent any forces to support native fighters as they were busy defending the Low Countries from Grindelwald's forces. France was sending a large percentage of their forces to assist them. After all, they knew they were next. He could her scowling. I know that the Muggles, she said with distaste, have pushed through to France and are now occupying Paris. He nodded yes. He breathed out. There has been a number of magical casualties from Muggle bombings. She scowled and nodded. I've heard the same. Malfoy has some links to French families who live in Paris and he mentioned that some of the shopping districts were damaged in the assault, she said snippily. They sat in silence as they overlooked the lake. Are you going back to the orphanage? He asked softly. He could hear her sigh. If things don't change, yes. She said without emotion. I'm going to ask the headmaster if I can stay at Hogwarts. If he says no. She trailed off but he could hear the bitterness in her voice. I spoke with my parents, he began, and he could feel her eyes burning on him. You can stay with us during the summer, he said simply as he turned towards and he was met with wide eyes. What? She asked sharply as she gazed at him with intensity. You've asked your parents if I can there with them? She asked with a mild tone of disbelief mixed with an expression of hunger. He nodded lightly. I have. He tilted his head. Staying in London. He pursed his lips. Shouldn't be an option. For anyone. For you. He said as she stared at him unflinchingly. Why? She asked simply as she gazed at him. He furrows his brows as he thinned his lips. Emily, you are my friend. The school should be doing more to protect the children and I know that they won't for some ridiculous reason. That's nothing more than an excuse. It's only right that I help you when you need it, he says as he looked at her dark eyes. Prodigies look after each other, right? He said whilst he tilted his head up, turning his lips, to which she didn't react. He turned away and cleared his throat. So, do you agree? The food's pretty good and the guest room. He halted as he felt a hand on his and he looked down. She was gripping quite hard and he turned to face her and she was staring forward at the lake blank-faced. Yes. Thank you. She said simply, though he could have sworn she was holding back. He nods and returns his gaze towards the lake and they sit there for a little while. I'm going to speak with the headmaster anyway. If he doesn't agree, I will come to stay at your home, she said softly. All right, he agrees easily. Soon enough it was time for dinner and they made their way towards the castle. As they walked through the doors of the great hall, they nodded to each other and walked to their respective tables. Nymera was seated with Eden whilst Theodore and Marcus were seated with the Quidditch players. Marcus was a beater while Theodore was simply a Quidditch fanatic. Thankfully they spared much of Quidditch talk when they were with him and the others. He made his way towards the girls and sat next to them. I see you're still hanging out with the creepy orphan girl, Nymera said snidely, though low enough none other than him and Eden could hear. Nymera. Eden called out scandalously. Atticus raised an eyebrow at her. This again. He said sighing. Nymera hadn't taken well to his resumed meetings with Emily. She didn't have any telltales of jealousy, so it must be just concern she held. While Nymera, Eden said as she glared at the girl before turning to Atticus as being rude, there is cause for concern, she said worriedly. Are you certain you wish to be involved with her? I know she's a genius, but she has flaws that are hard to ignore, Atticus, she said gently as she looked at him with kind eyes. I do not want to get to see you hurt. She finished. I know you are strong, Atticus, Nymera interjected, but her kind will stab you in the back, she said passionately. I should know, she murmured bitterly as she looked down at her plate. I'm aware of everything, Eden, Nymera. But trust that I have it handled, he said looking at the pair of them. They both sighed and Atticus took this as acceptance. So, end of year exams starting from tomorrow, he asked keenly. How's the cramming coming along? Eden huffed out and glared at him lightly. She said, waving at Nymera. Don't cram. That's more Theodore, she said pointedly. He laughed. Fine, how is it going anyway? He asked as he took a bite of his fork that had pork chops on it. Break. Emily POV. She tapped her fingers on the armrest of the chair as she sat alone as she stared at the crackling fire. It's been a week since he offered a place at his home, seemingly with his parents' blessing. It had been unexpected. He continued to surprise her. She had laughed when she returned to her room. That an obsession for someone she hated, someone she wanted to dissect, yielded such drastic changes to her circumstances was remarkable. She wanted to admit it was all due to her manipulations, that it was the fruits of her labor. But she would be lying to herself. It was chance that they understood each other, that they sought after another. It was because she wanted to keep him that she forced herself to seek reconciliation. He continues to prove himself worthy. She thought to herself. She shook her head. The one thing she always wanted, to be out of that orphanage, she'd gotten without her using her skills to purposefully do it. She checked the time and saw that she should be making her way towards the headmaster's office. She'd be meeting with Dippet as per her request. She stepped out of the common room and made her way there. She wanted to remain in Hogwarts. It is, the only place that felt like home. The magic that welcomed her, the first of its kind she's ever experienced. She traced her fingertips on the stone as she made her way up to the headmaster's office. She reached out to the magic in the smooth stone that made up Hogwarts and she sighed in contentment. Hogwarts would always remain her home. She arrived at the headmaster's office door and she looked at the gargoyle Draconis. She said simply as she spoke the password she was given. The gargoyle stepped aside and she proceeded into the office. It was the first time she was in the office. It was circular, incredibly spacious, and held many windows and portraits. "Ah, Miss Riddle," a old baritone voice rang and she looked up to see Headmaster Dippet standing on the second floor. "Please come up," he said loudly, and she proceeded to make her way up the stairs. As she reached the top, her eyes fell on Dumbledore, was seated in one of the spare chairs with his hands folded as he gazed at her impassively. She scowled internally. A pit in her stomach grew as she knew that her request was dead before she even asked. Come. Take a seat, Miss Riddle," he gestured as he went around his desk. She sighed inaudibly and made her way to the seat that was for her. "Miss Riddle, would you like any refreshments?" asked Dippet, but she shook her head. "Thank you for the kind offer, but no thank you." "Understood," he simply said, and he turned to Dumbledore. "Would you like a top-up of your tea, Albus?" "Yes, that would be splendid, Armando," he said genially, and soon enough a fresh cup of tea materialized in front of Dumbledore and Dippet, and they both took a sip before setting their teas down and turned their attention towards her. So Dippet clapped as he leaned back into his chair. "You've requested this meeting, Miss Riddle. Please would you inform us what you wish to discuss?" he asked intently. She sat up straight and met his gaze. "Headmaster." She began. "Headmaster, as you know, the war." She paused for a moment. "Both wars have affected this country supremely," she said as she sought to examine his face before she glanced at Dumbledore. She continued. "Just a week or so ago, Paris was taken by the German Muggles and they are within an arm's reach of London with their machines." She hesitated as she saw a frown pop up on Dippet's face. "You see." She started delicately as she took on a visage of fearfulness. "I live in an orphanage that would have no protection against the bombings of the Muggles if they come to the UK, as it seems like they might." She bit her lip as she sought to sell her trepidation. "My reason for coming here is that I hoped that you would allow me to stay at Hogwarts, which is far away from where the fighting would occur and where I wouldn't be left defenseless," she said with hope tinging her voice. Dippet's face morphed into one of sympathy. "Oh, you poor girl," he simply stated, and she fought to contain a twitch of the eye at his wording. He sighed, but Dumbledore spoke for him. "Unfortunately, Miss Riddle, Hogwarts doesn't allow students to remain over the summer," he said sympathetically. She set her jaw in anger as she turned towards Dumbledore, but kept her anger of her face. "Oh," she said with her face vividly dropping. "Why, Professor?" she said quietly before she lifted her head up and looked at Dippet, who looked quite uncomfortable. "My dear," Dumbledore began, and it held more than a little bit of condescension. "Though Hogwarts has not allowed students to remain during the summer for centuries. It simply isn't done," he said as if that explained anything at all. "Unfortunately, you will have to return to the orphanage this summer." "There is nothing we can do," he said, smiling sadly at her, though she saw he didn't mean it at all. If she didn't hate him before, she truly did now. She seethed with anger. She gazed towards Dippet. "Is Professor Dumbledore correct? Is there nothing that can be done?" she asked softly as she set her piercing eyes on Dippet. He nodded. "Unfortunately, Miss Dippet, Professor Dumbledore is correct. There has not been a precedent for allowing students to remain at Hogwarts, even during wartime." He sighed before rubbing his eyes and set his eyes on her wearily. "If the situation arises, you may use magic to defend yourself." She glanced Dumbledore, who frowned minutely at that. "Armand," he stopped as Dippet raised a hand and glared at Dumbledore, who simply sighed and sat back in his chair. He returned his gaze towards her. "You may use magic to defend yourself in life or death situations. These are exemptions, and be aware, you will be questioned, along with any Muggle witnesses, to verify if the situation was warranted." She nodded. "Thank you, Professor." She got up, but she decided that she wasn't done. "You do not have to worry, Headmaster," she smiled slightly. He looked confused. "Child, what do you mean?" She shuffled her feet as she looked down before she looked up at him whilst keeping Dumbledore in the corner of her eyes. "I was given an invitation to stay at someone's home during the summer, within the magical world that I said I'd accept if I wasn't allowed to remain at Hogwarts. She paused as she took the opportunity to glance at Dumbledore. He looked concerned and for the life of her she didn't understand why. Did he really dislike her that much that he'd rather she rot in a rundown orphanage that may well be destroyed by muggles? Ah, that's splendid. He said exuberantly as he smiled at her. Why did you not take up the offer immediately? He asked intently. I didn't want to be a burden, headmaster, she said softly as she met his gaze. I thought that Hogwarts would be run as a safe haven for children during wartime like so many other muggle schools. She shrugged lightly. I was wrong, but thankfully I have a safe place to be. She smiled a little. He laughed awkwardly. Well, at least it worked out in the end, he nodded, more to himself. Have a pleasant day, headmaster, she nodded and then turned to Dumbledore. Professor, and made to turn towards the stairs. Miss Riddle, Dumbledore's voice rang and she turned towards him impassively. Yes, Professor? She asked politely, though she wanted nothing more to sneer at him. Have you obtained permission from her magical guardian? He asked before he sipped on his tea as he gazed at her intently. A chill rang through the back of her spine. Magical guardian? She asked warily. Dumbledore nods. Yes, a magical guardian. He says simply, giving no further information like the bastard he was. Could you elaborate what a magical guardian is? She strained to remain polite. He smiled genially at her. A magical guardian is responsible for you in the magical world and you are assigned one when you enter our world. All muggleborns and orphans are assigned one as soon as they accept Hogwarts. He started before he paused to take another sip of his tea. He continued effectively, the magical guardian acts a parental figure and is responsible for the child, making decisions on their behalf. He nodded lightly. For their best interests. He smiled at her and it was nothing short of insidious. She gritted her teeth. And who is my magical guardian? She asked with dread as she just knew it was this thing that masqueraded as a professor. He sighed. That would be me, my dear, he said simply as he met her gaze. How come I haven't met you in this capacity before? She asked as she tried to remain calm. There hasn't been a need before and I didn't want to bother you needlessly, he said matter-of-factly. And is there a need now? She asked as anger and hatred struggled to be contained. Yes. He said simply as he set the teacup on the desk and turned towards her. I think it's in your best interest to remain at the orphanage. It is what you are familiar with. He thinned his lips. It wouldn't do for you to taken out of something you are familiar with. He smiled broadly at her. She raged internally at this man. She felt a burning hatred like she's never felt before. He wanted her to miserable, to die in a fucking dump, forgotten. She remained silent as she focused nearly all her focus on keeping her face calm and her emotions under control. She glanced at Dippet and saw that he focused on a piece of parchment in front of him. Coward. She seethed as she returned her gaze to Dumbledore. Professor, thank you for informing me that you are my magical guardian. She smiled politely at him as her cold burning eyes met his. It's wonderful to know that you care for my well-being. She smiled broader as her eyes took on a manic look. I truly didn't expect that from you. She continued smiling and she saw his face gain a slight stony expression. I will remember that you tried to help me. She paused and she saw his eyes widen just a fraction. Good, he understood, she thought wickedly. But I have to decline, unfortunately. She tilted her head. I have already accepted the invitation given that I was declined to remain at Hogwarts. She smiled with a malicious glint in her eye as she continued to burn Dumbledore with her gaze. It wouldn't do to refuse as I've already accepted. I keep my words, Professor, surely you do not intend to try and make me break it, she said frowning at him as she led him into the trap. Unfortunately, your word will have to be broken, child. It will serve a valuable lesson not to promise anything you cannot keep, he said sympathetically. Is that so? She said melodiously as she ramped up in malicious excitement. In that case, you wouldn't mind if you were to speak to the people who invited me? To say that you were declining on my behalf? As my magical guardian who wants me to remain at the orphanage, at a location that likely is to be bombed. She titled her head. He briefly narrowed his eyes before he smiled genially. I can speak with them on your behalf, Miss Riddle, it is no trouble, he said. Wonderful. She murmured before she smiled at him. Please let Lord and Lady Sayer know that I am deeply sorry that I have been refused to stay at their home that they so kindly opened up to me. She smiled at him and a clatter was heard on the desk. She shifted her eyes towards Dippet who looked at her in incredulity. The Sayers invited you to stay at their home? He asked mildly disconcerted. She nodded. Yes, they have invited me to stay at their home during the summer. Safe from the dangers of muggles, she smiled as she turned towards Dumbledore who looked highly displeased and more than a little bit worried. So Professor? She pressed, will you speak to them? Tell them that you, as my magical guardian, decline on my behalf. She asked intently. He gazed at her with cold eyes and her breath hitched before his eyes returned to his normal, no. Mask. I believe I just saw a glimpse of the true self of the man behind the mask. And she admitted to herself she felt frightened. That. He began slowly won't be necessary. The Sayers. He drew out our acceptable hosts, he said with a disguised sour tone. You needn't worry about the orphanage this summer. You have my blessing to stay at their home for the summer, he said curtly. You may run along now, he said sharply. And she nodded to both and made her way out of the office. She sighed a large breath of relief. She took on a grim look as she realized that she made a mortal enemy in Dumbledore, and she admitted to herself that she was shaken. I have to train. I have to prepare myself because that man won't let her be. She thought to herself frantically as she walked towards the dungeons. He'll learn like all the rest of them why it was a bad idea to make her an enemy, she vowed to herself. Break. Albus POV. Ah, Mr. Sayer, Albus said pleasantly as he eyed the boy coming into the office. Professor, he said politely. You asked for me to come see you? He inquired immediately as he walked towards Albus' desk. Yes, I did. Please take a seat. He said smiling at the boy. Sayer shook his head. Professor, I have a few things I need to do before dinner, I'd like to get back straight to them, if you can understand, he said not unkindly, but there was a terseness in his tone. Ah, it seems that Miss Riddle relayed the events of a few days ago with him, he thought displeased. I hadn't expected them to be on such good terms already, he thought unhappily. It was his worst-case scenario, that the Sayer boy and Miss Riddle gravitated to each other. He remembered the warning the boy himself had given him regarding the girl, no matter how much the boy tried to obfuscate after the fact. It had taken all his restraint to not forcefully try and determine if the boy was a seer. It would have destroyed his Hogwarts career, and his life in the Isles would have been over before it could truly begin, given that he did not have the clout to survive the Sayers and his enemies who would band together. There had always been a barrier between him and the boy, much of it resulted from his own actions, he was aware of it. Over the years, his actions against the Sayer boy were, regrettable though it was done for the greater good. The boy was advancing too quickly, far too quickly, and he had no idea how he was doing it. He was an extremely intelligent boy, he knew that from his times teaching him during Sayer's independent studies. But it did not explain how he was capable of gathering such large amounts of knowledge of magic that it took Albus in his 20s to gather. He was aware of the discussions Goshawk had with the boy, given that he would start being her apprentice next year, and he'd never seen her so happy as she recounted some of the avenues they were exploring. One of them was three-dimensional runic schemes. The idea was novel, and if it proves to be feasible, it could change the field of runes marvelously. And it came from the mind of the boy standing opposite him. Albus was aware of the rare few individuals who were beyond most magicals. He himself was one of them. It was what bonded him and Gellert so quickly and so powerfully. He sighed internally and drew himself away from that line of thinking. Atticus Sayer was one of these rare individuals, and he seemed like he would accomplish, at least academically, more than any other in recent history. Albus did not begrudge him this. No, he reluctantly respected the boy for accomplishing and what he is set to accomplish. The problem lied in the fact that he did not trust the boy with the power he held. It made no sense to him how he managed to get so far ahead before he even arrived at Hogwarts, and the information he gathered from his colleagues who were closer to him, gave no full insight. It seemed that the boy from a very young age was obsessed from magic, and it continued to this day. There were many that held similar kind of obsession from magic, though few were granted free leave as Sayer seems to have been given, but even then they were at most a few years ahead, not 5 or more years at the age of 11, 12. It was unprecedented, and it had taken a number of favors to downplay his achievements subtly in the media. If it was something magical Britain loved, it was a British prodigy that they can gloat over. After all, until recently, he was the prodigy that became great that Britain boasted about, and the one that held Grindelwald at bay. That was a rumor he had spread to increase his standing. Gellert wouldn't come to Britain until he had the continent firmly under control. It wouldn't do for his support to erode and to have people flock to this boy he didn't trust and who certainly didn't like him. Sayer's time at Hogwarts was rarely spent in with the presence of others, beyond the 4 friends he's had since he was a first year. The most vexing was that the boy seemed to disappear from time to time when he wasn't in the known locations he was cited. Even in his first year, it seemed that he was able to disappear from sight at will, and he suspiciously managed to avoid being caught by the thousands of portraits that were in the castle. The wards told Armando much of individuals, but it did not pinpoint the location of a specific person, and Albus had not dared to personally track him with magic. The Sayer family weren't a family to be trifled with, and he had gotten the result when he had been put on probation when he tried to interfere in the boy's academics. From a distance, he observed that the boy enjoyed teaching others magic, even if he seemed quite stilted in personal interactions. Interestingly, there was a third-year Muggle-born girl, a Hufflepuff, named Jennifer Pierce, that garnered far more genuine interaction from him than most other students. It was on a lesser scale with a few other Muggleborns, but he did not manage to any useful information when he legilimised them. That added another section to the profile he kept mentally of the boy. All this gave a profile of a boy who seemed impolitic, far more inclined to be a researcher, magically unrivaled in his generation, unprejudiced, and someone who held few bonds with others but seemed loyal to those who earned his friendship. This gave a profile of an individual who was not inclined to be a threat to Albus' vision for the greater good, despite the massive amounts of potential he held for being one. But it was something that could change immediately given the poor relationship between the two of them. He hated the idea of an powerful independent agent that he held no control over, especially one such as this boy. With this boy by his side, he imagined nothing would stand against him. He would have to find something to hold over the boy to ensure that at the very least he remained neutral towards him. He was well aware of the meetings the boy held with Riddle, few in the castle weren't aware of this fact. It filled him with dread, a warped sense of déjà vu. It almost felt inevitable. Albus would never admit it out loud, but he didn't like Emily Riddle from the moment he met her. He had genuinely tried to warm her to him and treat her with gloves. That ended once he found out she was a parcel mouth. The talent itself was rather fascinated if he were honest, but the connotations it held were far from pleasing. It's been more than a century since the last Gaunt walked the halls of Hogwarts, and they have always been an unstable family that was detrimental to magical Britain. They were happily the self-professed successors of Salazar Slytherin, the last vestiges of his blood in the Isles. Salazar Slytherin was a revered figure amongst the dark families in the country, and many of the more harmful laws stem from the man's ideology. Albus didn't particularly care for Muggleborns, beyond that they represented a fresh source of magical blood, but Salazar was a man who was amongst the darkest of wizards in the Isles, and the fact that he was a founder has allowed for partially successful in preventing bands of the more darker magic, allowing the darker families to hold onto dangerous magics that make them a threat. They would oppose him utterly once he forced his plans through, and she would be a lightning rod for dissidents. They would rally behind a powerful heir of Slytherin should she not be hampered at every step of the way. The Gaunts were among the darkest of families, and they were larger blood purists than the Blacks. During their heyday, they were considered to be extreme by the darker families. Thankfully she was still ignorant of her heritage beyond suspicions she held. In addition, her likely Muggle blood may well obstruct her way amongst the purists. But that was not certain. History showed that magicals followed the most powerful of the day, and given the company she kept, it might well begin a harrowing period for Britain once she discovers it. She managed to rise within the Slytherin structure so fast and so completely in her first year that it brought grim tidings. He was confident in his abilities to defeat her once she grew, and while chaos would make it easier for him to enable his greater good, many of his allies may end up dead amongst the inevitable irrelevant body counts of Muggleborns. He would need their votes, and dead families cannot vote. He could of course find a way around it, eventually, but it was unnecessary. It was not something he could abide by. That was why he dreaded the possibility of a partnership between the two prodigies. Should she manage to convince him, it all but made certain the possibility of civil war. But the profile of Atticus Sayre did not indicate that he was inclined to purist beliefs. He needed to know more. He sat up straight and blanked his face very well. Albus intoned. "I called you here today because I wanted to discuss a few things, if you could indulge me." He smiled tenderly. Sayre eyed him critically but kept his facial expressions utterly empty. Excellent proficiency in occlumency, he thought as he filed that away. Finally Sayre nods and gives him a tight smile. "Very well, Professor." Albus returned the smile and sat back in his chair. "I hear that you will be submitting not one but 2 individual contributions to the Transfiguration Board?" he asked, genuinely interested. Sayre nods and smiled, more relaxed. "Even if minutely I am. I had these ideas for some time, but with the help of Professor Brown, I was able to explore them to high standards." He tilted his head. "Will you be present for the presentation?" he asked politely. Albus chuckled. "No, I have much to do during the summer. Hogwarts naturally will keep me quite busy." He paused before continuing. "The war will take up the rest of my time." He sighed deeply. The boy minutely narrowed his eyes. "That's a shame," he said in a commiserating tone. "Of course you have far more important things to deal with." He smiled politely, though his eyes were cold. "Since I won't be present at the board, would you give a brief overview of what you will contribute to the board?" He paused briefly as he inspected the boy's face. The boy's stance at first glance seemed ordinary. Good posture, hands behind his back and so on, but Albus wasn't just anyone. He recognized the flexibility of his stance and the slight angle that the boy stood facing him. He was prepared for violence, and Albus frowned internally at that sheer lack of trust and wariness. "I would love to, Professor," he said, smiling at Albus before his smile fell away. A sorrowful expression came upon the boy's face, expertly fabricated. "But I'm afraid I will have to refuse." He paused for a second before continued. "It's not because I don't want to," Sayre stressed out in an attempted display of sincerity. "It is just that the contributions I will be submitting will be quite different to the usual contributions." He paused before he eyed Albus. "I believe you yourself made your mastery contribution about a modified animation charm in application of battle transfiguration that dealt with larger structures more efficiently and less magically taxing?" he asked. Albus narrowed his eyes before smiling genially. "I did, yes. I'm quite magically powerful." He chuckled, at which the boy simply smiled tightly. "But the animation charms, even the ones created with battle transfiguration in mind, were not geared towards the more powerful individuals, but were also quite inefficient, so it seemed quite useful to do," he said as he wondered where exactly the boy was going. The boy nodded agreeable. "Many of the masteries tend to be of that nature." He smiled broadly. "My own deals with more fundamental aspects," he said with a glint in his eyes, and Albus couldn't help but smile reluctantly at the boy. "Impertinent," he seethed, but he kept his feelings off his face. "Ah," he exclaimed sadly. "Such a shame. I had hoped otherwise. Transfiguration is my favored field, you see," he said sadly. "I'm always interested in new developments in the field." He sighed deeply. "I suppose it can't be helped," as he placed his hands on the desk and entwined them as he stared at the boy, who gave him no response beyond a tight smile. Disastrous. Albus grimaced. An uneasy silence fell among them before the boy raised his eyebrow. Was that all, Professor? He asked politely, though he saw a hint of dark amusement in the boy's eyes. Albus smiled strained. No, there was one other thing I'd like to speak to you about, he said as he leaned back in his chair, and the boy's amusement vanished and a cold look arrived on his face. Albus pressed on. I would like to discuss the summer arrangements of Miss Riddle. He paused for a split second to prevent Sayre from interjecting. I am her magical guardian, and given that she does not have Muggle parents alive to care for her, she is my responsibility, he said as he pressed his lips together as he took on a serious visage. I'm quite unhappy that she was given an invitation from your parents without my knowledge or consultation, he said intently as he peered at the boy. I understand that she has accepted, he said, trailing off deliberately, but I would rather she remain at the orphanage where she knows best and is the safest for her. Please understand, he said warmly, I'm quite happy that your parents are willing to host a poor Muggle-born orphan out of kindness, but I think it would be, for everyone's best interest, he stressed out blatantly, that she remain in the Muggle world until the start of the Hogwarts academic year. He said sharply. The less contact there is between the pair of them, the better it is for the greater good. Especially in regards to the girl. Sayre, he was certain of it, cared not one bone about politics beyond education, the statute of secrecy and protection of magicals regardless of blood. He had espoused as much during their talk all those years ago. But her, she was a threat. He'd do what he could, within reason, to prevent her from gaining a foothold in the magical world. Her having favor of the Sayre family was unacceptable. Atticus POV. The gall of this man. Atticus seethed in a mixture of anger and sheer awe at the temerity of the man. He knew that Dumbledore held massive amounts of dislike of Riddle. He grudgingly thought he wasn't entirely wrong, but what was wrong was his approach to dealing with the potential problem. Atticus was in honest awe at how adept the man was in creating his own great enemies, which was replaced with a grim realization of how this man would fuck up his birth nation if he was allowed a free hand at it. Was his counterpart in the HP universe this bad at this stage? He was filled with dread. What would he do with the influence he would gain with defeating Grindelwald? Atticus felt a cold chill run through his spine. He felt like laughing in despair. If he had that kind of influence at this stage, chances were that he would have likely find something to hold against him to coerce him into doing his bidding. He suppressed an urge to swallow deeply. For all his 18 years of life experiences from his old life, he's never had to deal with an intelligent, pure Machiavellian individual, and he was well insulated from any scheming individuals by his family. Until Dumbledore. His self-preservation instincts were highly ramped up, and an eerily similar feeling came across him that he felt so often in his old life's childhood. An intense feeling of anxiety. He quickly realized that for all his smarts and the survival instincts he retained from his old life, he was still quite limited when it came to dealing with men like this, as he only was simultaneously 18 and 15, especially given that he felt more like he was 15. An enemy like Grindelwald or Voldemort were straightforward. Dealing with them meant violence, cunning, and anticipation. With men like Dumbledore, cunning and anticipation were only a few of the things you were required to have to survive men like Dumbledore. Dumbledore's ilk were insidious, a different brand of monster. A monster who sought to control the metaphorical strings of your body and mind. For someone like Atticus, that caused him more fear than the prospect of death. Death was inevitable and could only be delayed. It was also largely in your own control. Control you would cede involuntarily, helplessly, if a man like Dumbledore had the noose around your neck. He breathed out silently as he forced his occlumency to calm him, and within a second he was calm and serene once again. He met Dumbledore's penetrating gaze and met it with fierce determination. You will meet your end someday, Dumbledore. You're a disease equal to Voldemort, he solemnly swore. It might not be him, it might not be in decades, but he would meet his end. Professor, he began calmly, she has accepted the invitation that my parents have sent out. To rescind the invitation, now, he said as he paused for a split second, would be the height of discourtesy, and it would be shameful to betray the trust of Miss Riddle. He paused as he straightened out. It is quite concerning, Professor, he said as he narrowed his eyes. That you are so willing to make such a huge issue for one orphaned girl, whom supposedly is meant to be your charge, against her will and input, he said calmly. I cannot fathom why you are so intent on casting her out to rely on herself in Muggle world, given the current environment, he finished as he waited to see what conniving the Lysmith would come up with. Dumbledore took an exaggerated sigh. My boy, Dumbledore began, and Atticus fought back a snarl at the man. Miss Riddle has not come to terms with her experiences in the Muggle world. It would do her well to return each summer to break her out of the misguided beliefs she holds. It is for her own good, he said firmly. Atticus tilted his head. What beliefs, Professor, do you think she has? He asked with a raised eyebrow as he sought to force Dumbledore to give up information. Beliefs that are detrimental to the magical world, he said simply. What beliefs, Professor? There are many beliefs that are detrimental to the magical world. Atticus chuckled as his eyes glinted predatorily. You are going to have to be a little bit more forthcoming, he smiled lightly. A flash of annoyance that Atticus almost missed came across Dumbledore's face, which was replaced with one of feigned sadness. A good one. She unfortunately hates muggles and thinks of them as lesser. Dumbledore paused as he took in a breath. Unfortunately her time at the orphanage seems to have been a little difficult. He sighed deeply, once again exaggerated. And you wish to continue her hardship at the orphanage? For what purpose? He said as he tilted his head. He knew the real truth but he wanted to know how far Dumbledore would go with the bullshit. To break her out of that mentality. More exposure will only help her. He smiled genially. Atticus couldn't help but give off a bark of laugh in disbelief. He was far from delusional. He grimly thought definitely, certifiably mad but not delusional. You think exposing her to people she hates? He trailed a little, will miraculously remove the hatred she feels for them? He asked in a disbelieving tone. I do. Dumbledore said aptly. She will come to find it to be quite helpful once she's older, when she self-reflects, he said winningly. Atticus shook his head. He is determined to leave her in the Muggle world. At least for now. What is his endgame with Emily? It was obvious that he wanted to limit her exposure, even if it was for a short time, to the magical world. Was it because of her Slytherin heritage? Was it because of her power? Was it because of his personal dislike? Was it because she was a threat to him? He grimly thought it was likely a combination of them all. Atticus internally jokingly lamented to himself that he involved himself with Riddle. He hated dealing with Dumbledore. Though if he is successful with rehabilitating Riddle, he at least had a powerful sane ally that was far better suited with dealing with Dumbledore than he was. Atticus snapped back to the conversation. I quite disagree, Professor. He said calmly, at which Dumbledore narrowed his eyes and Atticus saw the slight tensing of Dumbledore's jaw. He wondered if Dumbledore would hone his skills better when he is older. Leaving her behind in a place that has caused her damage is something that will only prove to be counterproductive. He paused as he stretched absently on the spot before he returned his gaze to Dumbledore. You do not add salt to a wound, Dumbledore, and what you are suggesting, what you are asking of me, is like adding acid, he said pointedly, to the wound simply because bacteria can't survive in acid rather than consider the damage the supposed treatment does to the wound and the surrounding skin, he said as he thinned his lips. If you wanted to help her heal, you would have done so already. He said, tilting his head, but he decided not to finish that sentence. So no, Professor, I will not be party to increasing her hatred of Muggles alongside increasing her hatred for those who denied her a safe haven, he said, pursing his lips. Atticus stared at Dumbledore and wondered if he should say anything else. The conniving Lie-Smith was excellent at using words against you. He decided not to. Dumbledore returned the stare with cold eyes. He must already be used to be getting what he wants, he thought grimly. Besides, you know yourself I personally hold no hatred against Muggles, he began as he hoped to assuage the fabricated fears that Dumbledore held. I will endeavor to remove the hatred she has against Muggles. He said, and his face twisted in a mocking smile. I find them quite fascinating, he said as he pretended to be in deep thought. He returned his gaze towards Dumbledore, who looked impassive. They're exceedingly crafty and creative with the knowledge they hold, he exclaimed out in faux excitement. Do you know how their airplanes work? He asked conspiratorially. Dumbledore smiled tightly and shook his head. No, I don't. He said curtly. Well, that's a shame. He said, pausing before his eyes lit up, and smiled broadly at Dumbledore. Well, the early airplanes were 4-stroke engines, he began as his eyes lit up in amusement as he saw Dumbledore's growing loss of patience. The same kind of engines that cars, you know, he said as if he was speaking to a fool. The metal vehicles that London streets are practically filled with, he said with a big smile. Fascinating machines of precision built on mathematics and that run on chemistry, he said with a little wonder creeping in his tone. You know, he paused as he looked to the ground, frowning. I think the Muggles are even changing from that kind of engine, said deep in thought. I think they're about to call it a JE. Mr. Sayre. Dumbledore's voice rang sharply. I believe that will be all. He said impatiently. Oh. He exclaimed slightly. He inclined his head. Of course, Professor, I'm sure we can resume this fascinating talk about Muggle ingenuity at another time, he said with amusement dancing in his eyes. Perhaps, Dumbledore said curtly as he nodded. Well, it was pleasant to talk with you, Professor. He nodded as he turned. Let's do it again some other time, he said as he called out as he continued to walk out the door. Atticus closed the door and sighed in relief. I need to do something to take my mind off from that clusterfuck of a meeting. He shook his head and made his way towards the Ravenclaw common room. Theodore's levity would be able to assist in that. Break. Atticus made his way towards Bin's office. Tomorrow morning was when term officially ended, so it was his last chance until September to do what he's wanted to do for years. He was going to exorcise Bins. Atticus hated Bins. He was partially responsible for the degradation of how much history is known by the average magical. History owls and newts were fairly decent, but what Bins thought was far from what should be. Whilst wizards and goblins had a terse and difficult history together that spans thousands of years in the Isles, it should not be the primary thing that is taught to magicals. Of course, they are taught briefly about the founders, individuals who contributed to the Isles, the governmental/ruling structure of the Isles until present day and so on, but there are certain things that Atticus believed needed to be included in history. Namely the uglier aspects of magical Britain and the requirement of the professor to add debating into their classes, To have individuals engage with each other as they discussed the faults and solutions of each subject they talked about. A society that knew its history well functioned better and was more stable. Binns single-handedly made generations of Hogwarts students disinterested in history when it was such an important subject. It was 1 a.m. and Atticus was disillusioned and had his notebook map with him as he made his way towards Binns, which was only a few minutes away. History was important to learn from mistakes of the past, and it added perspectives and kept a populace more aware and more independent in thought than the present population. Sheer idiocy and perhaps calculation kept Binns in his position. It was one thing to have an ill-educated populace, but it was another to conveniently wash away the stench of terrible decisions of society and the numerous Dark Lords who kept popping up for one reason or another. Atticus was not blind to the fact that Dark Lords were likely to always exist, but if the population is informed, the number of hoodwinked individuals can be limited, reducing the scale of destruction and death. He silenced the door that was slightly creaky and made it through the door. Binns was in his office, like he always was during this time. Part of the reason why he was doing it now instead of sooner, given that he had the exorcism ritual for years now, was because he had a difficult time finding adequate history masters. Binns had a monumental impact on individuals who progressed towards Newt's history and history masteries. In the years since Binns was employed, whilst he still lived until now, the number of history Newt students dropped 91% and history masteries dropped an astonishing 96%. In the last 40 years, there has been a grand total of 2 people who took a mastery in history. Both were in the States, as there was little need for history professors given that Binns was here and Britain didn't have a position within the ministry that required a history master. The smaller schools in the Isles, in Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and England, had no history professors, and while history was a core subject, it was an independent study course. Atticus shook his head at the idiocy and lack of foresight. He stood still. Or was it incredible foresight? He tilted his head. After all, ill-educated populace meant greater control. He shook his head and banished the thoughts, as this wasn't the time to think on it. Atticus was prepared for the loss of Binns. He had searched, discreetly using a fake name. He did not want to burn his alias for this, for individuals that fitted his requirements. Of the 2 who had recently graduated, only one was deemed fit. The other was a pureblood from a minor house, but from the sparse readings he found, he would cause quite a bit of damage. The other was a half-blood, Ernest Whittle, who was the history professor at Salem. He had started correspondence with him a year or so ago, to test him, and he found quite happily that he was excellent for the job. He had asked if he was interested in the Hogwarts position, should it become available, and he had agreed quite happily. It seemed he missed Britain. The other was an Australian, Patrick Hiddlestone, who seemed agreeable should the Hogwarts position be free. He was Muggle-born, but he was quite accomplished in Australia. Either one of them would be welcome. He sent a message to them a couple of weeks ago to apply during the summer, starting from the 1st of July, only a couple of weeks from now. Atticus finished up the last of the runes on the ground and stepped out. The ritual circle would confine Binns until he completed the Gaelic chant that would exorcise him. Atticus dropped the disillusionment and unsilenced himself. He began his chant as he raised both his arms with his wand in his left hand. "What is the meaning of this?" shouted Binns, and he rushed forward and hit the barrier, and he floated tumbling away. Atticus eyed Binns as Binns shook his head and turned his gaze towards Atticus. "What are you doing, mister?" He paused as he struggled to put a name to Atticus. Atticus shook his head as he continued the chant. "Boy, stop!" Binns said frantically as his eyes were wide in panic. "This is unacceptable, you will be expelled for this." "I will see to it," he said in angry fear. "Stop!" he said as he banged incessantly at the barrier the ritual circle created. Atticus was now in the last 3 sentences of the chant, and he saw the effect it was having on Binns. He was beginning to fade as the magic that sustains his form was being depleted whilst the chant removed the shade from the mortal plane. "Please. I beg you. I want to remain," he near wailed as his antics reached new heights in sound, and Atticus winced. He glances at the notebook that was wide open. Thankfully Atticus had silenced the door so any noise that could be heard, would be heard from outdoors. Given that the history room was surrounded by empty classrooms and no nearby abodes, it meant that he was relatively safe from discovery as he completed the chant. "Fag em plena basum her co agus by aig foi," Atticus shouted as the magic of the chant reached its crescendo. "No!" Binns wailed as his ghost form finally dissipated. Atticus sighed in relief. He quickly glanced at the map and saw that the groundskeeper was still on the 1st floor, far away from his position. Atticus began to scrub the ritual circle clean of both his magic and of the symbols. 20 minutes later and Atticus was safely back in his bedroom, staring contently at the night sky enabled by the enchantment. Break. Atticus was eating his lunch as he was seated at the Ravenclaw table. It was the end of the year feast before they returned home for the summer. Marcus with gleaming eyes came strolling straight towards him and Theodore. Atticus quickly glanced to Theodore in an inquiring way and Theodore simply shrugged, and Atticus returned at Marcus, who sat down. "You can't believe what the Hufflepuffs are saying. Alois Miggins informed me just now," he said excitedly. "Spit it out then," Theodore said impatiently. "Binns is gone!" he exclaimed, and a number of Ravenclaws who were seated nearby looked at Marcus with wide eyes. "What do you mean Binns is gone?" Atticus asked with furrowed eyebrows. I mean exactly what I've said. Binns is no longer in the castle. He laughed joyously. Really? Theodore asked in disbelief as he stared at Marcus, who nodded excitedly. Yes, the dreadful ghost is truly gone. A few third-year Hufflepuffs went searching for him when they overheard the fat friar speak with the bloody baron about Binns' disappearance. He paused as he took a gulp of pumpkin juice and looked at Theodore and Atticus. This prompted the Hufflepuffs to search for him in his office. It was odd, you see. Binns was always in his office around that time. And he wasn't now. Mercifully, the Hufflepuffs were curious enough to go looking for him, and the rest is history. He widened his arms, which yielded loud talking amongst the Ravenclaws, who seemed to be hearing the news for the first time. Binns is gone. No, I don't believe you. Yes, finally rang around them, and the great hall descended in cheers and loud voices. Theodore groaned next to him, and Atticus glanced at him. Just realized. He said bemusedly. Yes, it means that history no longer is nap time, Theodore groused. Atticus patted him on the back. At least it's unlikely that Binns' replacement will be as dull as the ghost. He said, attempting to be reassuring. Which only resulted in Theodore banging his head on the table. I can no longer buy homework from the older students, he sighed morosely. Atticus laughed. Cheer up, unless you want to do Newt's history, it will only be for 1 year, he smiled winningly. He cast his eyes towards the staff table and saw a displeased Dippet and an equally disgruntled Dumbledore talking amongst themselves. Dumbledore broke the conversation and met Atticus' gaze. Atticus tilted his head in confusion and made it certain to show it on his face. Dumbledore looked away, and Atticus smiled to himself internally. A bang reverberated around the room, which silenced the great hall, and everyone cast their eyes towards Dippet. Quiet! He bellowed, and the whispers fell away as they waited on Dippet to speak. I understand that you have all heard of Professor Binns' disappearance, he said sternly as his eyes roamed around the hall. I am saddened to say that Professor Binns is indeed gone from the castle. A loud unanimous cheer rang in the great hall, and Dippet let it continue for a minute before he cast another bang. The noise died down once again. Whoever is responsible for the act has but today to admit to it. He looked around furiously and no one spoke up. If no one admits to it today, he paused for effect, when we find the culprit, they will be suspended and will be at a real risk of expulsion, he said sternly as he thinned his lips, which sent off another series of whispers. Now he clapped loudly. I would like to announce something quite extraordinary, he said. The astronomy tower has been cordoned off for the last few days, as you all should be aware now. He paused. When you all arrive into the Great Hall, you are welcomed by the Great Sealing enchantment, the enchantment that has been created by the founders themselves, he said with a flourish. It is a marvelous piece of enchantment, but he raised his right hand with his index finger up. No longer is it the most incredible enchantment at Hogwarts of this nature, he said proudly. Atticus looked around and everyone seemed to be paying attention. He returned his gaze towards Dippet. The astronomy tower has now an enchantment on the ceiling that ignores all weather conditions and has removed the influence of the sun, allowing stargazing to happen during the day. Excited whispers swept the great hall. It was an annoyance to be in astronomy at the odd times, and this gave far more flexibility to the class. This means you will be able to use your telescopes throughout the day to gaze upwards, he said, pointing upwards at the ceiling without any issues, and it will be as if there was outside, in perfect weather conditions, at all times of the day and night. He looked at Atticus now, and people began to follow his direction. Looks like you are going to be in the spotlight again, Wunderboy, Theodore whispered with a smirk. Atticus sent a very mild stinging hex, and Theodore silently yelped as he jumped slightly. This extraordinary piece of enchantment was made by one of our own, he said as he looked at Atticus pointedly. Mr. Atticus Sayre. He said, and Atticus stood up and bowed towards Dippet, and the students at the hall began clapping, some louder than others, namely the Ravenclaw students. Typically the Ravenclaw students were excessively competitive, but given that Atticus has helped the majority of them in some manner or another, he was quite exempt from the competitiveness and envy. Amongst the obvious, of course. The clapping subsided, and Dippet began again for his extraordinary service to the school, one that will last long after we are all gone. He has been given a special award for services to the school. Once again please clap for him in appreciation. And so the clapping began for a few minutes that had Atticus a little uncomfortable. Don't look so uncomfortable, Wunderboy, Theodore teased, and Marcus chuckled as he shook his head in exasperation. You're likely going to have many of these, he said with a gleam. Marcus, remind me to never take Theodore to any events that might have excessive clapping, Atticus whispered. Marcus began to laugh a little. Definitely not. He's useful to help you from growing a Malfoy-esque ego, he grinned unrepentantly at Atticus. Atticus glared at Marcus. Low blow, he murmured. The clapping subsided. Now, another year, another end. Dippet began his standard end-of-year closing statement, and Atticus tuned it out as he turned to look at Emily. She already had her eyes on him, and she gave a small smile before she turned back to Dippet. They had sorted out the finer details, like his parents going to the orphanage to drop off a letter from Emily and to inform them that the girl will be staying at their home. He was now all in, he supposed, in making sure she never turns into Voldemort. No sense in getting cold feet. Chapter 19. Soon enough Atticus was on the platform, with Riddle by his side. They made their way through the busy platform towards the flua, and Atticus saw his parents waiting. His mother beamed at him and Atticus made his way towards her with Emily trailing behind him. "Mother," he said warmly as he went to hug her. "Atticus," she hugged him warmly before she let go of him. Atticus nodded to his father who nodded back with a smile. His mother peered past him towards Emily. She held a scrutinizing look as she dissected the girl with her eyes. "Mother, father, this is Emily Riddle." "Emily, this is Anne Sayer and Marcus Sayer," Atticus said introducing her. "Hello Ms. Riddle," his mother said kindly. Emily curtsied elegantly. "Lady Sayer, it's an honor to meet you," she said softly. "Lord Sayer," she intoned once she turned her gaze towards him. She glanced between the two of them. "I must thank you both for willing to host me for the summer," she said calmly, though Atticus could see the mild discomfort. "Dear, do not worry about it," his mother waved off dismissively. "My wife is correct," his father interjected. "It is no bother. When my son," he said nodding to Atticus before he returned his gaze to her, "asked to home you for the summer, we could say nothing but yes," he said. "Agreed," his mother nodded amiably. "And please call us Anne and Marcus. You will be staying with us for the entirety of summer. Calling us by our titles the entire time will get to be a mouthful," she said, smiling conspiratorially at Emily. Emily let off a small smile and nodded. "Well, let's head off," his father says. "Break." His mother absconded with Emily as she showed Emily her room, and Atticus took the opportunity to speak with Tweenie. "Tweenie." "Pop." "Yes, master." Tweenie asked keenly. "Please fill me in on the elves' progress," he asked. The 64 elves were now quite excellent in their roles. They'd taken to their assigned roles with fervor. Atticus divided his elves permanently in three. 22 were spies who Atticus had spy in certain locations. 3 of them, who could speak French, were in the French ministry. The French ministry was struggling to meet the number of Aurors that they needed to defend their nation. They sent over 300 out of 800 Aurors and 500 hit wizards, who were mostly volunteers, out of 2,000 to Belgium to assist the much smaller ministry. As of this moment, a full third of the 300 Aurors were dead and half of the remaining were injured, whilst 60% of the hit wizards were dead. Magical war was significantly different than Muggle war. After all, given that magicals had various individual ways to travel, it made battlefield combat rarer. However, ministries around the world employed various methods to ensure that unrestricted travel through their border could be limited. Ministries were capable of employing a wide net of apparition and part2 detection ward that covered the territory that they governed over. This also meant that detection of unauthorized apparition was heavily monitored. During wartime, apparition was limited to ministry employees and those who were granted special wartime apparition licenses. That meant excursions into their territories were more easily noticed and a fast response team could be sent. Grindelwald was systematically tearing down the nets around Europe whilst casting his own version that allows his followers unimpeded apparition and would allow him to catch intruders and rebels. It made counterattacking extremely difficult. Muggle cities that held significant magical population had anti-apparition and anti-part2 wards enabled during wartime with a choke point location that individuals could travel through. It was a scheme unanimously agreed in mainland Europe sometime in the late 1700s after the last Dark Lord attempted to conquer a nation. That meant fighting often occurred on the borders of cities and towns before they made their way into the city and dismantled the infrastructure that kept the wards up. That meant it was a bloody affair as war was ground down to from one battlefield to another, and it meant that recapturing lost territory would be a bloodbath. Grindelwald is estimated now to have a force of 6,000 fighters. The Allied forces totaled more than 10,000, but Grindelwald held higher quality and far more ruthless fighters that make him a narrow favorite for winning. His forces were increasing all the time as more people flocked to him as he won, if only to save their families from the depredations of war. The elves had difficulty getting into the ministry, but they managed. Wars were won and lost through espionage and sabotage, and elves were such amazing tools, employees, he corrected himself. Last summer Atticus had inquired with his ancestors if there were any elf wards that prevented their travel, and they unfortunately said they knew of none. It seemed that wizards relied on their own elves to prevent unknown elves from exploiting them. That meant there were 2 methods of transport that Atticus could exploit, but he only had access to one. In any case, the Frenchies, as he liked to call the 3 elves, managed to get him some interesting information. The Americans were mobilizing and coming to the aid of France within 6 to 12 months. The French simply had to ensure that they were able to hold on until then. Atticus doubted it. So far Grindelwald's forces were bogged down in Belgium, Russia, and were cutting their way towards Greece. While Russia was holding out admirably, he did not believe they would be able to keep Grindelwald occupied. So far Grindelwald was aiding his forces in Russia. Russia had an abnormal amount of high-level sorcerers, and they neared the number of British sorcerers. It was mainly that reason alone that they haven't broken yet. The other reason was the fact that magical Russians were of the same cloth as the Muggles when it came to grit and hardiness. They would not capitulate and would retreat if everything was lost, leaving their homes behind to retake it at another time. 21 elves were working on another large farmhouse that Atticus bought in Devonshire. The land was large enough to house several thousand people. The last 21 were working various little projects that Atticus needed done. Of course Master Tweenie stood up straight and began his status report. Atticus got his elves to observe some butlers and officers on their conduct and have them replicate it. They loved the formality of it, even if they struggled to get their speech correct. After Tweeny's status report, Atticus made his way towards the guest quarter. He knocked on the door and Emily opened the door. "How are you settling in?" he asked curiously. "Quite well," she sighed as she flicked her hair behind. She raised an eyebrow. "Your mother is quite thorough," she replied with an upturn of her lips. Atticus chuckled. "I know," he grimaced as he eyed her. "I take she wasn't too difficult?" he asked keenly. She shook her head. "No, she was helpful and very kind." She pursed her lips as she tilted her head. "Is your mother typical?" she asked curiously. Atticus furrowed his eyebrows in confusion. "Typical in what sense?" he inquired. "Typical pure blood," she said simply as she met his eyes. He smiled and shook his head. "No, not quite," he said with a soft smile. "At least the kinds of pure-blood ladies she hangs around with." He paused for a moment. "But then I don't really get to know them beyond a certain point." He shrugged. "Could well be that there are more," relaxed he said with twitching lips, "ladies like my mother, but there are certainly more prissy and snobbish ones out there than there are women like my mother," he said as he shook his head. "Anyway," he began as he looked at her with a glint in his eyes. "Would you like a tour of my home?" he inquired with a smile. "That sounds lovely," she said agreeably. "Excellent, we'll begin from this floor and we'll finish at the lake at the other side of the manor." He smiled at her as he led her away. "Break. So Emily," his mother began as she put down her glass of wine. His mother gazed towards Emily across from the dinner table. "Would you mind telling us about yourself?" she asked keenly. "Mother." Atticus began, exasperated. "Hush dear," she waved dismissively as she frowned at him. "I'd like to get to know the prodigy you so keenly described to us," she said as she raised an eyebrow. "You wouldn't begrudge me that, would you?" she asked. Atticus sighed. "No," he said as he thinned his lips, "but this is her first night here. I don't wish to overwhelm her," he said delicately. "Atticus, it's quite all right," Emily said from across the table as she pinned him with a look. He supposed that speaking on her behalf wasn't something she liked. Atticus sat back in his chair and his mother smiled triumphantly before she returned her attentions to Emily. Atticus gazed at his father, who had a bemused look on his face. "Lady Sayre," Emily began. "Emily, as I've told you before, please simply call me Anne," his mother interjected. "Anne," Emily corrected. "There is." She trailed as she seemed to think on what to say. She straightened up. "There isn't much to say about myself." She turned her head slightly to the side. "I'm quite new to the magical world, so I suppose much of my time is spent on magic," she said calmly. His mother raised her eyebrows. "That's it?" she said with a little disbelief. "Do you not have anything you like doing beyond magic?" she asked curiously. "Perhaps something you like to do in your pastime?" Emily looked a little uncomfortable, but she seemed to have it handled well. "Not particularly," she said slowly. "For me, magic is everything. There is enough to enjoy about magic that I don't need." She hesitated slightly before replying. "Any pastimes?" she said calmly before picking up her glass of water. "Quite right," his father interjected. "You're a Slytherin, correct?" he asked quite keenly. She smiled a little at that and nodded. "Yes, I'm a Slytherin. I'll be entering my 3rd year come September," she said calmly. "Wonderful," his father stated. "What is Slytherin like now?" He tilted his head. "In my own time, it could be quite difficult," his father said as he studied Emily. Emily glanced at his father. "It's probably quite the same. There's the hierarchy, those who intend to challenge, those who lead their year group, and those who are too weak and tend to dissolve into the background, hoping to avoid any attention." His father's lips twitched at that and he gazed at her. "And which category do you fall into?" He tilted his head. Emily drank from her glass of water and pinned her eyes on his father, and a smirk grew as a dark glint showed itself. "I lead my year group." Her lips twitched. "I'm quite popular in Slytherin," she said with a winning smile, and his father laughed out loud. "I have no doubt you are," his father said with a large smile. "I was quite disappointed when Atticus didn't go into Slytherin," his father said, pursing his lips before they twisted into a smile, though Ravenclaw had been grudgingly expected. "Oh," Emily said melodiously, glancing at Atticus with a curious expression. "Was it that obvious that he'd turn up in Ravenclaw?" she asked his father as she kept his gaze at Atticus. His mother interjected. "Oh yes," she said smilingly. "From a young age, he was obsessed with knowledge," she said, smiling at the memories. "We'd lose him in the library and practically had to drag him away from his books to make sure he ate." She sighed almost contently. "Boys his age would have preferred to play with toys or toy brooms, but not him. Books were his world," she said fondly. Emily smiled at Atticus as her eyes softened. "Yes, I have gotten that impression as well," she said softly before her face changed as she took up a calculating look. "Though, Atticus," she said almost whisperingly, "I imagine what the conversation you had with the hat probably wasn't quite as smooth as your parents think it was it?" she asked knowingly. His father frowned at Atticus. "What does she mean?" he asked quite curiously. Atticus sighed and ran his hands through his hair. He glared lightly at Emily, at which she simply smirked and his lips twitched. He returned his eyes to his expectant father. "Well," he said trailing. "I kind of forced the hat to put me in Ravenclaw," he said reluctantly. "What?" His mother said disbelievingly. You had to force the hat to put you in Ravenclaw? What house did it want to put you in? She half demanded an answer. Slytherin, his father simply said, and his mother looked at his father like Atticus did. His father had a strangely proud glint in his eye. It could be only Slytherin. If you had to fight the hat for it, then it means that you were meant to be Slytherin, no? He tilted his head. Yes, father. He said abashed. Why did you refuse to go into Slytherin? His mother asked intently. He glanced at Emily and saw she was looking at him with intense eyes before he settled back into his chair. I would have been fine in Slytherin, he began, but it would have given me unnecessary distractions. He pursed his lips. I had no intention, at the time, to socialize beyond a certain amount, and Slytherin would have made it difficult for me to achieve that. He paused as grabbed a glass of red wine and sipped on it. He set it back down. Slytherin, from the discussions father and Benedict had with me, would have resulted in insignificant power plays that I would have inevitably been drawn into. He said, thinning his lips. It would have wasted my time. It also would have caused an inevitable conflict, as people who want take advantage of my reticence to get involved in Slytherin politics. He paused. I would have put most of them in the hospital wing. He shrugged before he set his eyes on his father, and his eyes darkened. Slytherin House would not have survived me given the amount of idiocy that is prominent there. They value irrelevant things that have no bearing on power. He paused momentarily. True power, he said with a predatory smile before he twisted his face back into a genial smile. His father frowned slightly. Son, there are different forms of power, you know this, he said disapprovingly. Your father is correct, Atticus, Emily said. Whilst magical power is key, it is not the only thing. She said, tilting her head. You can have power over people if you know their secrets, if you know what makes them tick. She said calmly. That can be as powerful as magical power itself, she said as she gazed at Atticus. A silence fell until his father chuckled. She is of course correct, son. Do not discount what she said simply because you deem yourself above it. He said firmly. Many people can fall into situations they cannot get out of because they did not put value in ensuring that they knew what they should have known. His father continued. Do not think yourself untouchable simply because of your strength. He finished. Atticus scowled. He knew what they were saying. He was aware of it. Emily interjected at this point. So the hat deemed your ambition and cunning above your obsession for knowledge? She said, tilting her head. Somewhat like that. He sighed as he looked at her. While I'm quite cunning, it was my ambitions that the hat focused on. My ambitions are quite high, he said with an upturn of his lips, and she quirked her eyebrow. I might tell you someday, he said, pinning her with a gaze which she returned with equal measure. She finally nodded and broke eye contact. Of course, Atticus began. Had I been in Slytherin, I would have been Emily's way, most likely, he said with a twitch of his lips. Why is that? His mother asked curiously. Emily here is likely going to be on the hierarchy next year, he said with a smug smile. His father snapped his head around and looked at her calculatingly. Truly. He murmured as he narrowed his eyes. It's rare that individuals get to be on the hierarchy as third years. Those that are often those who exceedingly influential at the time. He said slowly as his father appraised Emily. You are quite remarkable, aren't you? His father said, quite pleased. Emily's lips twitched and inclined her head. I've been told so, yes. She said with a proud glint in her eye. Atticus knew that she must be quite delighted to be praised as she was. My. His mother whispered quite excitedly. For you to achieve such a feat, it must mean you are quite powerful, she said, tilting her head, and you know how to use it, she said knowingly. Emily simply nodded and didn't add anything to it. Atticus interjected at this point. Given the prominence of blood status in Slytherin House, far more than in any other house, Emily simply had to show them she was superior to them, he said calmly. Superior, you say? His father said with an arched eyebrow. Atticus shrugged. Ability matters more, no? He said. His father pursed his lips but eventually nodded. I suppose that is correct. He turned towards Emily. It must not have been easy in Slytherin, his father said delicately without wanting to offend her. She laughed melodiously. You do not have to dance around the subject, Marcus, she said warmly. They attempted to consider themselves above me, I educated them on the matter, she said with a delightful malicious smile. His mother laughed. Oh, you are splendid, as she gazed at Emily and at the same time glanced at Atticus. Are you aware, if any of your family still lives? His father finally broached the topic. Atticus thought he might. Emily shook her head. The orphanage only had my mother's first name and my father's name. She hesitated. My mother's name is Mary P. And my father's is Tom Riddle. His mother frowned. I have never heard of a Riddle family, she said as hummed in thought. Emily tensed at that for a split second before she composed herself. But Mary P. She trailed off. It is not a usual Muggle name, she said as she turned towards Emily. How did you end up at the orphanage? She asked curiously. You don't have to answer, Emily. Atticus said kindly, and she looked at him with a warm look and shook her head. No, it is fine. She turned towards his mother. My mother died giving birth to me. She gave me my name and the name of my father, but she didn't live long enough, it seems, to give any more than her own first name, she said calmly. Oh you poor dear. His mother said sympathetically. Atticus glanced at Emily to see how she was faring and her signals were, giving off a calm vibe. If you wish, we can aid you in finding out more about your family, his father interjected. At this Emily's head snapped towards his father. His father continued, we have your father's name and we can trace that and find him. From him, we will know your mother's name. He said if he still lives. He added. If he doesn't. She said almost nonchalantly as she met his father's eyes, who pursed his lips and thought, well, if we know where he lived, then there is a high chance we would be able to find information from the people around where he lived. Nonetheless, you will find your heritage. Her eyes darkened briefly and Atticus knew she was thinking of the things she'd do to her father if he still lived and knew that she existed. She smiled at his father warmly, and she meant it. I couldn't ask that of you. His father shook his head and held up a hand. Heritage is important, Emily, even more so when it comes to magic. Your mother likely was magical, or your father was perhaps a half-blood. We would only be pleased to help you in this matter, he said kindly. She smiled at him and nodded, and she daintily picked up her glass of water and drank from it before she spoke again. So, what do you do for a living? She asked his father. His father swallowed a bite of food and washed it down. I'm currently heading the family business, he said calmly. It takes up the majority of my time, but it is engaging. He added. She tilted her head and her eyes lit up in curiosity. What is your family business? If you don't mind me asking, she said tenderly. Atticus interjected. At this point we own a number of magical creature reserves and farms. We control a large market share of the ingredients market. We also invest and own numerous smaller businesses. He shrugged. We used to create our own artifacts and items as part of our family business, but it's sort of fallen off the wayside given that there is a limited market for it. Atticus is correct. Those are our predominant businesses. His father says agreeably. His father turned towards her. Do you have a career in mind? He asked intently. Emily hummed and thought, I am considering going into politics. She started, but it might be difficult. And everyone at the table knew what she meant. A half-blood orphan with no family connections had little chance of progressing beyond a certain point. Not only that, she was extremely talented. That would ruffle feathers. He could understand why her counterpart went the route he did. There was systemic corruption, racism, and nepotism that she'd never be able to get past without serious backing and money. I am still undecided, she said as she glanced at Atticus. I may decide to teach, if the opportunity arises. She said smoothly. Atticus raised an eyebrow at her words. What was she implying? He'd ask her at some point. Teaching, Dumbledore route, he hummed silently. Emily turned towards Atticus. What about you? She asked curiously, her eyes alight in interest. Any idea for a career? Atticus hummed and thought, I don't know, career is too restraining. I will likely work on whatever catches my fancy. He paused for a moment. Anything I will do will be centered on creation. His eyes gleamed as his eyes caught Emily's, who held a scrutinizing look. He turned towards his father. I think I'll likely attempt my hand at the old family business at some point, he said, looking at his father, who nodded approvingly. His father knew of the items that were waiting to be released to the public after the war. Artificing? Emily asked, interested, and Atticus nodded yes, though I'd try my hand at creating mass-producible items rather than one-offs to sell. I'd rather only create unique things for myself and those who matter, he said as he eyed her. Her eyes widened slightly, though she gave nothing else away, she wouldn't in the present company. Well, you are certainly talented enough, Emily said with a raised eyebrow, given that you created an enchantment that exceeds the Great Hall enchantment. Ah yes. His mother beamed at Atticus. You have mentioned this in your letters, Atticus. I'm so proud of you. She said happily. Atticus scratched the back of his head. Thank you, mother. He turned towards both his parents. If you both wish, I can add the enchantment to one of the rooms in the house. His father furrowed his brows. Perhaps. We are not particularly interested in astronomy, but having it can't do any harm. I'll let you know if we want it. His father nodded to Atticus, which Atticus returned. In any case, his mother said, have you shown her the library yet? His mother asked him. Atticus shook his head as his lips twitched. I decided that leaving the library for tomorrow morning would probably be better. Otherwise I doubt either of us would have come down for dinner, he said with mirth. His mother laughed and she turned towards Emily with an excited gleam in her eyes. You are going to be pleasantly surprised once you see the library. It's the pride of the family and likely quite unrivaled, barring a few libraries around the world. Emily's eyes lit up in interest and her mouth twitched as she turned towards Atticus. Not allowing me in the library in the tour was unkind, Atticus, she said warningly, especially now that I have to wait until tomorrow after the description your mother gave. Atticus shrugged. All good things come to those who wait, he said uncaring. Emily's lips twitched, though she said nothing else. Well, it's time to retire, his father said as he got up. He went around the table and offered his mother his hand, who took it keenly. We will see you both on the morrow, his father said as he nodded to both of them and left with his mother. They both sat silently for a while. I hope this wasn't unpleasant? He finally asked Emily as he turned towards her. She shook her head. No. It was fine. Your parents are not what I expected. He laughed. Were you expecting we were like the blacks? He said with his lips twitching. Emily smiled lightly and nodded yes. I expected disdain from your parents. She said hesitantly, but other than curiosity, they showed none. Atticus shrugged. They are decent people who have common sense. He sighs. They have their opinions on matters, but they are tactful and they can be reasoned with. Most other families cannot. He said, pursing his lips. I'm quite lucky in that regard, I'm well aware. Her jaw clenched briefly and Atticus raised his eyebrows. Say what you like, Emily, he said calmly. It is quite jarring to see how you live with parents like this whilst. She trailed off. Whilst you feel abandoned at a Muggle orphanage, he said delicately. Her eyes blazed at the reminded, but she nodded anyway. Emily, I cannot say anything that won't seem meaningless. All I can say is that you do not have to be alone anymore. He smiled softly at her. Her eyes took on a malicious glint. Do you truly mean that? She lowly demanded to know. Because you cannot say what you are saying if you are intended to break it. She said, thinning her lips. There was an eerie threat there. It would a betrayal she would not leave alone. I do mean it. I would not lie about this to you. He said sincerely. You're here, aren't you? He said with a tilted head. She seemed to want to say something but discarded it seemingly at the end. I'm quite tired, she said, getting up. Yes, it's quite late. I'll see you in the morning, he said to her as he turned towards his room. Break. I can see how you managed to skip so many years of the Hogwarts curriculum, Emily marveled as she took stock of the Sayre Library. The Sayre Library was by far the largest room in the house. It was 2 stories high and 25 meters long and 35 meters wide. His father had once said that though the Hogwarts Library exceeded the library in size, the Hogwarts Library could never exceed the quality of their library. The section they were in now was the general quarter, the quarter that boasted significant books but most that could be found in Hogwarts. Emily glided on the library floor as she stopped from time to time to read the spine of books for their titles. There are many books here I have not seen at Hogwarts, many of them much older as well, she asked offhandedly as she continued to browse random books that gained her attention. Yes, our collections are often quite antique. He paused as he collected his thoughts. Hogwarts has an impressive library, but it is exceedingly light on many topics that have fallen on the wayside throughout the centuries. He paused for a moment. Though Hogwarts doesn't discard books, it has moved many of those books of branches of magic towards the restricted section, and 90% of students will never be granted a pass to read those books. He sighed before he shook his head. In any case, Hogwarts tends to have books of many editions and also has many books that overlap heavily in the things that they are about. He pursed his lips. It gives an illusion that Hogwarts boasts an impressive array of knowledge of all kinds of magic when in reality it is quite limited. She remarked. Yes, but the branches of magic that it does teach, subcategories and all, it certainly is quite extensive and has all that one needs during their time at Hogwarts, he said calmly. Your family has a lot of books on dark magic, she said with gleaming eyes. He raised an eyebrow in amusement. We do. He nodded agreeably. We've never shied away from the dark, he shrugged. But we are selective in what we have. He thinned his lips. We are a grey family and we do not shy away from any forms of magic. He said, trailing off as he furrowed his brows, except of course black magic. He said with some disdain. He added quickly, black magic is in a category of magic rather than the magic of the black family. She rolled her eyes in condescension, but it was clear that her interest was piqued. Black magic. She tilted her head as she glanced at him. He thinned his lips as they continued to walk. Black magic is. He paused as he deliberated how to describe it. Black magic is a perversion of magic, he began simply. There is misconception that dark magic are perversions of magic. He scoffed and shook his head. That is wrong. Dark magic is simply magic that are deliberately created to harm enemies. He paused for a second. Or created to take, he said slowly. He was referring to dark rituals. Dark rituals were designed to be skewed heavily. They often required sacrifice of humans or sentient beings that were alive. There are a number of simply neutral rituals that also required something living, but intent changes many things about the nature of the magic. There is no perversion of magic as it is simply magic created for a specific purpose, to cause harm. There are many other forms of magic can equally cause harm that aren't banned. It is powerful magic that requires an emotional component, a desire to hurt or kill, to cast, and most people aren't able to do it, beyond the fact that they may not be magically inclined to the dark. That aspect of dark magic makes it easy for people to be uninformed about the nature of dark magic. She smiled widely at him with a glint in her dark eyes. I agree. She said a little fiercely, magic is simply magic to me. That people, she spat out, want to ban dark magic because of its power, because most unable to cast it, because they want to limit magicals makes me furious, she said scornfully. Atticus understood that. Dark magic fascinates me, Emily said after a little while. It resonates well with me and it gives me satisfaction when I cast it. Atticus frowned. That wasn't good, Emily, you have to be careful. Have you read any books on how to use dark magic? He said, tilting his head. She peered at him. I have read some that was given to me by some of my associates. Yes, she said with her tone asking an obvious question. Good. Then you should know that there are those who cannot help but lose themselves to the magic, he said with piercing eyes. Much of magic, charms, transfiguration and so on are neutral magic and do not require emotional input to cast them, he began. But when emotions are involved, Emily, magic becomes a little unpredictable, he said, fixing her with a gaze. I'm aware of that. She said, scowling at him. I'm not some fool, Atticus, that you have to lecture, she said scathingly before she settled down. I'm aware of the pitfalls of using dark magic, she said with half-lidded eyes as she tilted her head to him. I am careful with the magic. I am Emily Riddle, she said with elegant arrogance. None shall hold control over me, not even dark magic, she said dismissively. His lips twitched. I believe you, he said simply. He did. Mostly. It wasn't dark magic that concerned him, of course. Do you use dark magic? She asked intently. Atticus pursed his lips and hummed in thought. Did he? Not quite. But he knew much. Let's take a seat, he said as he pointed at the books she was floating wandlessly behind her. She agreed and they sat down across from each other. I don't use dark magic, not particularly, no. He paused as he glanced at her and he saw she was a little disappointed. I know a lot of dark magic, however, he shrugged, at which she began to become interested. I can cast it easily enough. I at least try the spells once to familiarize myself with it. Just in case I ever needed it for some reason. He thinned his lips. My own reasoning for not using dark magic is that I have no need for it, he said as he looked at her. Oh. She said, intensely interested. Why? She asked keenly. Because dark magic is mostly combat-orientated, he said, pausing. I use different branches of magic that suit my own purposes quite well, he said, smiling at her with a glint in his eye. She stepped up to him with a raised eyebrow that screamed, tell me. His lips twitched. I'm basing my combat style on transfiguration and elemental magic, he said with his teeth showing as he smiled. Her eyes widened before she frowned. Both are intensely power-consuming. She tilted her head. Aren't you concerned of tiring yourself out? She said curiously. He pursed his lips. It was a concern. He might not be always the most powerful, or he might get into a situation that he'd have to fight himself out of. He knew that this strategy of his is quite difficult to accomplish in close quarters, but he already modified his combat strategy to factor that in. I am aware of the positives and negatives of it, yes. But I am working on mitigating it all, he shrugged. For now, my dueling consists mostly of transfiguration, he continued. He eyed you know. He trailed off. You can cast magic during the summer here, he said as he glanced at her. Beyond your wandless magic, he added. She stilled and had a look of hunger come across her. I can cast magic here? I thought we weren't allowed to cast magic outside of Hogwarts until we were of age, she said pointedly. Atticus sighed. She'd likely rant once he told her. You can cast magic here without fear of getting caught. He pursed his lips. Whilst it's true that underage casting is prohibited, it is not discernible for the Ministry to know who cast it whilst you are in a magical home. That means that it is an open secret that every child who has a wand can use their magic during the breaks, away from Hogwarts, without much issue. He paused. It's mostly dependent on parents to restrict the use of magic. Most simply ensure their child is responsible. Some follow the law strictly. The Ministry doesn't quite care as long as the statute remains intact. He shrugged. He knew that in the future underage magic is far more regulated. He wondered whether it was because of Dumbledore wanting to limit people or the Ministry flexing their muscles, or a combination of both. She remained quiet, but he knew that she was likely a little apoplectic. You're saying that everyone at Hogwarts who lives in the magical world has the entire summer to get ahead and to learn magic? She said with quiet anger. Yes. He said simply, it is unfair for those who have to remain in the Muggle world, but the danger of exposure makes their indignation quite insignificant. He said pointedly. She calmed down slightly and they remained in amiable silence. You were talking about black magic. She reminded him at last. Yes, he sighed. Black magic is true perversion of magic. He scowled. Anyone who loves magic cannot love it if they use black magic. What is it exactly? She asked calmly. I have not read any references to it, she said simply, though he could see great interest in her eyes. He wondered if she had a fixation for forbidden things. Given that she hated the religious orphanage, who often picked on her as she was considered unnatural, it made sense that she ended up with a view of nothing being forbidden. He glanced at her with a raised eyebrow. I should hope not. He said carefully. If you are reading a tome that refers to black magic, then it's likely something that you shouldn't be reading, he said as he shook his head. Anyway, black magic often deals with desecration, he said with distaste, of the Trinity. The body, mind, and soul. She interjected and Atticus raised his eyebrows. I'm surprised you have already come across it. She shrugged lightly. There was a magical theory tome that mentioned it in passing and I managed to obtain a book on the subject from one of my associates, she said simply. Ah, Atticus said in understanding. He continued, magic is life. He paused. Where there is life, there is magic and vice versa. We are unique, he said with gleaming eyes, in that we have magic in our blood and are able to access it. The Trinity must be inviolate. They can be enhanced, augmented, they can be made more efficient, but anything that separates anything of the Trinity is black magic. He thinned his lips. There is a large misconception that black magic increases one's power. It is a poisoned chalice of immense proportions, he said as he met Emily's gaze, who was listening raptly, and he hoped she would remember what he was saying. The Trinity are the self, they are what makes you you. He stressed out. To separate or destroy a part of you, is to destroy yourself, for you are all those three combined. She narrowed her eyes. You mentioned this before, about wanting to prevent me from destroying myself, she said emotionlessly. You were talking about black magic, she said with intensity. Atticus sighed and nodded yes. He said simply. She looked deep in thought. You said that there is a large misconception that black magic increases one's power. She narrowed her eyes. I did. He nodded simply. Explain, she demanded. He tilted his head. Does sacrificing your sanity for power mean that you have increased your own power? As he asked pointedly. What does power matter if you no longer exist? If all that is left is a shell of what used to be Emily Riddle that has her memories but none of her brilliance, her passion, and her fire, and all that is left of what was once Emily Riddle is an insane shell that has all her negatives, which were quite moderate in my opinion, he said, pausing briefly, has all her negatives amplified to ridiculous proportions. Emily didn't respond to that. She remained quiet for some time. That is why even the dark families, especially the blacks who are as dark as they come, never touch black magic. His lips upturned a little. It is foul even to them. He sighed. If you ever come across anything that destroys the Trinity, no matter how alluring it is, please do not entertain it, Emily, he said softly. He was telling the truth. Black magic really did destroy the Trinity, and Horcruxes were black magic. Not even darkest of necromancy is black magic, Emily, he said pointedly, and that is as dark as they come. He shrugged. All right, she finally says as she met his gaze, I understand what you are saying. I'll avoid the topic for now. Atticus scowls but remains calm. Will you at least tell me if you come anything like it? He asked with a penetrating look. She thinned her lips and she tilted her head. I didn't know I had to run things by you, she said softly but with dangerous undertones. Atticus ignored it and simply shrugged. You don't. But I hope you will, Emily, he said softly. They met each other's eyes and Atticus searched her face for anything, but she kept an impassive look, making it difficult for him to know what she's thinking. She broke the eye contact and opened one of the books she picked out. I think I will likely spend the day here, she said, not looking up from the book. Atticus nodded. Fair enough, he said as he got up. Call for Tweenie if you need anything, he said as he nodded to her. Break. 7th of July 1940. So they observed both Cardiff and Plymouth being bombed? Atticus asked his father as he sat in his father's office. It's been 3 weeks since he's been home. Yes, they did. They are now taking the warning we delivered to them much more seriously. They are aware that the London bombs will happen at the end of August, which gives us plenty of time to prepare, his father said, drinking his glass of fire whiskey. What will happen with the Muggleborns and Squibs? Atticus asked keenly. His father pursed his lips in disapproval. Do not concern yourself about them. There will be announcements through the Daily Prophet to get people to leave cities, particularly in the southeast, before the end of August. It should get people to get moving, his father stated. Atticus nodded, though he was deep in thought. He had 2 large farmhouses, one for his employees and future employees and one that his elves had fixed up and enlarged. The second house was capable of housing likely quite a few Squibs and Muggleborns that needed a place to stay. It would bring him goodwill if he were able to offer them a place to stay. Derek Saunders, a Muggleborn that signed up with him, has graduated and will be starting at Cambridge with a number of other Muggleborns. He's already moved into the Cambridge farmhouse with a few others. He would use Derek to coordinate housing the others at this second farmhouse in Devonshire. His father broke him out of his thoughts. The building that will house St. Mungo's has been built now. There are still a number of things that need to be done to the building, namely warding it to the same standard as the old building. Once that is done, they'll be moving the long-term patients first. Sensible, Atticus said. Have they purchased all the lands and buildings from the Muggles? His father shook his head. There are still a number of houses left to go. His lips turned downwards. They will have to be spelled to sell their homes, he said simply, uncaring. Atticus nodded. Understandable. He did not care that those houses held sentimental value to the Muggles. They would have enough to start anew somewhere else. What will they do with the lands? He asked curiously. Will they resell it to Magicals? He said, tilting his head. I do not know what they will do with the land, his father said thoughtfully. The expectation is that houses will be built on the lands, but whether they remain the property of the ministry, I do not know. Atticus shrugged. Not my problem. Not our problem, he said carelessly. Is our role in it well known? He asked inquiringly. Regarding the move of Magicals out London and other nearby locations? His father asked, and Atticus nodded. Yes, the people who matter, the minister and the department heads and so on, know that it was our information that led to action by the minister. The other lords are also credited, given that they were important in relaying the importance of the message. He sighs in as he grabbed the bridge of his nose. We do not want it to become too well known of our role, Atticus. It puts us in a target that we do not wish to have. Our family has done well to remain out of mind, for the most part. He thinned his lips. Atticus didn't like that. He wanted recognition because it suited his goals. But he didn't know how exactly to go about it. He knew he could do more, but there were so many fast-moving elements. Besides, he felt somewhat irritated given how low-key his achievements were in the media. It felt deliberate and he would need to deal with that. "Father, who owns the Daily Prophet?" he asked suddenly. His father frowned and thought, "No one owns a majority stake in the newspaper. We ourselves own 19% and I know the Blacks and the Malfoys own some of the paper." His father looked at Atticus. "Why?" he asked simply. "If you control the paper, you control the masses," he said simply before adding, "for the most part. You control the information that is made public, you own the narrative of the story. You can make topics that you don't want discussed ignored through the media." He paused. "Of course there is a limit to it, but if it is done well, and you have a reputation of an honest paper, it will make your ability to get people on your side easier." His father stared at him for a long while. "Why would you want to control the masses?" he asked pointedly. Atticus shook his head. "I don't necessarily want to control the masses." He truly didn't. What did he want with people? Atticus wanted them to be like him. Not like him, but value similar things. Value knowledge, value progress. "I would rather they be well informed and at the same time protect our own interests," he said with a tilted head. His father remained silent. "You should have been a Slytherin," he finally said. His father sighed. "The ownership of the Prophet is partly status whilst also ensuring that the families have some measure of control over what the paper writes. The Prophet doesn't make too much money, but it is still profitable." He thinned his lips as he stared into the distance. "I think there are a number of families that I can purchase the shares from," he said finally. "Enough for a majority stake?" Atticus said keenly. His father looked at Atticus hesitantly. "Perhaps. We do own almost a fifth. I believe that the Blacks own 15%. I'm not sure about the others. There is Fenwick, not, green grass amongst the others who hold more than a few percentages." "What do you plan on doing if we manage to gain majority?" his father asked. Atticus thinned his lips as he hummed and thought, "Well, firstly I'd like to fire a number of reporters." He scowled. "The paper is quite unprofessional. It is almost like Witch Weekly in some instances. I want a proper serious paper that investigates many things and brings up news that otherwise might not be shared." He smiled at his father. "I think I can come up with a potion that affect the parchment and come out in color," he said smirking. His father raised an eyebrow. "Truly?" he asked fascinated. Atticus nodded yes. "I know of a few potions that will help me create a new one, specially dedicated towards allowing color to come into pictures, still or moving," he said winningly. His father laughed and shook his head. "If you are able to do this, it will have far more application than just a newspaper." "Atticus," he said with a raised eyebrow as if he expected Atticus to know this. Atticus of course knew and rolled his eyes. "I'm aware, father. In any case, I will look into purchasing those shares. It won't be easy and it might take some time," he said warningly. "I expected that. Some people may recognize the value of owning the paper that everyone reads." He nodded. Break. Emily POV. She was seated at the base of the tree, sitting on dry but lively green grass reading a tome on illusion magic. She was in her own world as she lost herself in the pages of the tome until a bird screech took her out of it. She looked up and saw the familiar golden-white shape of Phyla, Atticus familiar. She leaned back against the tree and placed her head carefully on the bark of the tree as she gazed through the leaves up to the sky. The leaves rustled gently in the mild summer wind. It's been a month since she's arrived at Sayres. It was by far the best summer she's had in her life. She was at peace. She didn't have to worry about the lack of food, deal with filthy muggle children or the matrons that she disdained so completely. She was introduced to many foods, foods she once only dreamt about as her mind sought to bring forth the images she created from the words she read in books. She had free rein to use the permitted sections of the library and she hungrily read anything that caught her fancy, and there had been and are many. So many. She had always understood Atticus' love for magic. How could she not? Magic protected her when she didn't know what it was. When she only had a loaf of bread to eat a day, magic made sure she grew healthier, she grew taller, and she'd grown with perfect white teeth and smooth silky hair whilst the other children grew up looking gaunt and malnourished. She had magic. They did not. She grew beautiful. They grew ugly. When she found out it was magic, her hunger, the hunger she's had all her life, the hunger she grew used to as she went to sleep with a rumbling stomach, was shifted towards a hunger for magic, the thing that saved her life. She never believed, truly, that Atticus could understand how much magic meant to her, but now that she was here, on the grounds of his home, she could understand now. Growing up here. She brought down her head and looked around. The lake on her left whilst the forest was on her right. The manor was in the distance, standing there as it stood for 1,000 years. She closed her eyes and extended her magic and she sighed with contentment. The grounds of Sayre Manor were overflowed with magic. 1,000 years of magicals residing here, 1,000 years of casting, 1,000 years of magical creatures in the forest has made it a place that was very magical. She could understand now why he valued magic so much now that she knows what he's grown up with. He'd grown up with this, a home so rich with magic that it was impossible not to be enamored with if you could feel it. He loved magic from a different perspective than hers. Magic saved her life. It helped ensure she survived and thrived in a grey and desolate place, devoid of magic other than her own. Magic for him, it showed its beauty, the life that it nurtured, the wonder of it all. She suddenly understood more about him than before. Why he was obsessed about magic, why he disliked things that painfully normal but similar positioned heirs would care about. There were not many, she thought, that would not be blinded by the extravagance of their lives. Yet, he was different from them all despite it all. He saw magic and he sought after it as hungrily as she did. She hadn't known what to expect from the heirs. She did not believe in goodness. She has had very little of it in her life. The nun who often came to the orphanage to speak of their god and their religion had much to say about goodness. She hated that nun for she was one of the first people who had deemed her unnatural when she exhibited accidental magic. She very nearly had gone through an exorcism that was only cancelled because of the fact that the orphanage may end up tainted and limited funding they received would have dried up. It added to her notion of there not being any good or evil. Merely power. The nun held power over the children and matrons with the fear of God. That if you didn't behave you would be damned to hell. She spitefully decided that if she was unnatural and damned, she'd take on the lessons of the devil. The devil was something she resonated with. After all, he was special even amongst his own kind. He was cast out because he refused to bow to those beneath him, the humans, who were weaker than him. Lesser beings. Less special. They were his plaything, to lie to torment, to seduce, to make them rebel against God. They whispered that she was one of his children, a beauty with an ugly heart, a demon in human skin. They thought it was mean, that she would cry and be in anger, but she took it as a compliment. She decided she'd rather be the devil's child than the angels who looked after humans, who were lesser and viler. She loved stories. Stories created false worlds, stories were about false people. She had always believed her life was false. That her life was in a story that she didn't belong to. That she was destined for more. Her truth began at 11 when she discovered that she was more like she always believed she was. She was magic. Greater. Like the nun, people here in the magical world held power over people with imaginary things. Like the whispers, she was damned at first sight. Even amongst her kind. But that fine. After all, she was special amongst even her kind and they soon knew it. Despite all that, despite showing how special she was, it mattered not. The lesser were still greater. But that was fine. She'd rule over them one day and show them the truth as she unraveled the story they believed in. After all, she was the heir of Slytherin. The serpent speaker. The devil's child that would lie, seduce, and torment those who were lesser than her. That had been the plan. Until he arrived. Who'd shown her that she wasn't alone in being special. Who was as special as her in his own way. Who saw magic, even if he saw creation and she saw power, as vividly as she did. Who went out of his way to help her. Who saw her as she was and never thought lesser. She reflected, as she sat in the shade of the tree, it was only right that the special recognized each other, that they gravitated to another, that they helped one another. She had been worried that his parents were like the others. Who disdained her existence. Who got lucky with having Atticus as their child. But that hadn't been the case. They welcomed her without restraint, without reservation. Anne Sayre was clever, teasing and happy. Emily didn't begrudge her happiness. She had an uncanny ability to make people feel at ease. Anne took her to a yearly event that noble women attended. Emily had attended and found Anne to be impressive. Gone was the clever, teasing and happy woman and in came Lady Anne of House Sayre, the prim elegant woman who could dance around them all with words, at times with hidden mockery. Her introduction to society had been smooth, all thanks to Anne Sayre, and her blood status was quickly forgotten once Emily got into the groove. She had learned many things that day as she watched these women. She held many of them in contempt at their vapid nature. Their lives were full of emptiness. She saw the insignificance of their lives in the great scheme of things despite the delusion that they had that they mattered. As if they were the best of the magical world. Anne had later told her masks aren't meant to be on all the time, that there were those who were worth dropping them for. It seemed that she saw Emily well. Similarly, Marcus himself, while quiet in nature, could be commanding when he wished. She spent a few evenings with him, talking about many things, often about people. She found herself immensely jealous at the luck of Atticus. That he had all this, to himself, a family worth having, a home as magical as this, and wealth that made life so easy. Yet, he shared it openly with her. Would she have done that? No, she would not have. She was selfish, immensely so. It was her nature. And yet, there was a niggling doubt that perhaps, for him, she might have. Not as freely. Never as freely as he has done. Atticus was out of the house quite often. It seemed he had his secrets even from his family. None of them knew what exactly he did. When he was here, he'd often spent it with her. He'd tell her some notions he held about magic, she'd tell him about her own thoughts, he'd show her a piece of magic that he found fascinating, they'd discuss the war, and finally they had dueled. Even thinking about it now, she felt rare excitement running through her spine. He was majestic with a wand. She had thought she was a good dueler. In all honesty, she likely was. Especially for her age. But him. She understood now why he was so certain with sticking to transfiguration in his duels. It was fitting, she thought. The boy who loved creating was a master in the branch of magic that transformed and created new of old. They had gone full throttle every time, her with her ever-increasing spell repertoire of dark magic and him with his transfiguration. She hadn't won once. She hadn't even gotten him to move from his spot once, so adept was he at using the environment for his own purposes. She would have hated him, if he were anyone else, for being more powerful, better, but with him she felt she had to reach to match him and surpass him. Excitement existed where there should have been hatred. It was a challenge she was eager to achieve. She wouldn't be alone in achieving it. Emily, do you believe that I would duel you and not show you how to improve? Ours is a companionship of consideration and mutual respect, is it not? He said. She wondered if he knew the effect he had on her, and said that there might be people for whom the masks weren't needed or even wanted to be put on. He was that person. She felt more alive in his presence than anywhere else. Hogwarts was home, but he was so much more. She was aware that she was growing. She was 13, turning 14 at the end of this year. The age of where romance, she derided, would spring forth. She never imagined herself in that scenario. She knew she was beautiful, she used it often to get what she wanted. It would only continue as she grew, growing in effectiveness. But she'd never progress beyond that. Contact disgusted her. Sex was never an option. She'd use what she had to get what she wanted, but it stopped at physical. She knew what men were. She knew what roles women were meant to hold. She never accepted the insanity that the matrons had spewed. She had been the smartest, by far, and yet it seemed that it amounted to nothing given her gender. The magical world was far better, but women were expected to be mothers and pretty things on the arm, even if careers were almost non-discriminatory when it came to gender. It was something she was never going to do. She was born to rule. And yet, the thought of Atticus being involved with another woman, as it was mentioned at the event she'd gone with Anne, had her struggling to contain the loathing anger she felt at the filthy woman who suggested him with someone other than her. Atticus was hers. There would be no other. For him. For her. She knew he was a prize, how could he not be? He was immensely powerful, brilliant, and he was sharp. Physically he was a beautiful boy that was on the precipice of becoming a man. He had smooth shoulder-length black hair that was a tone or two darker than hers, as black as a starless night. He had high cheekbones and a jawline that was sharp and defined that suited his angular face extremely well. His nose was sharp and perfectly proportional with his face. His eyes were utterly captivating. They showed immense power and an endlessness that fitted him incredibly well. He was a poster image of perfection. Just as she was. The only reason she hadn't seen him date anyone was because she knew that the girls were intimidated completely and utterly. He was something to be observed, to gawk at, to dream about rather than try and have him in real life, for they knew it was unobtainable. It wouldn't last. There would be someone who would dare take what was hers. But what was he to her? She sighed and closed the book that was on her lap, and she stared at the still lake for a little while. She closed her eyes and listened to the rustling tree leaves. She remained thoughtless for some time. She wanted him. All to herself, but for what exactly? She didn't know. She only knew that he was hers. It was indefinable. She opened her eyes and shook her head. It was nearing time for dinner and everyone would be waiting. Chapter 20. Atticus operated at the top of a hill overlooking a small forest. He closed his eyes, breathed deeply, and he relished the air. He made his way towards his destination, which was around 20 minutes. He liked taking his time in cases such as these. He was in Ireland on a small island near Crom Castle, right next to the River Erne in County Fermanagh. His family had lived near here, once. In the time of William Sayer. The place he was walking towards was a cabin that was bought by a nostalgic ancestor. He walked through the earthy forest, damp likely due to yesterday's rain. It was all right, he liked the smell of nature. Soon enough, he passed through a muggle-repelling ward and made his way to the cabin made out of woods felled hundreds of years, kept intact by the magic weaved into it. He opened the door and he was greeted by the familiar Sayer wards that welcomed him. He walked through the hallway, towards the living room that leads to the back garden. His footsteps sounded off the ancient floorboards, light creaking and dull taps of sound emanating as he walked. He glances around the living room and it remained unchanged. He's been here for more than a few times, now for 2 summers straight. He'd found it among the list of properties during his lessons with his father about their assets. He'd been intrigued and so he went. It had been perfect. There were no muggles for miles and it was tranquil. He could work here in peace when he wanted to get away from the manor. The interior was modest as you'd expect from a cabin in the middle of nowhere. A small rug on the ground with a few sofas around the fireplace. There were no portraits of ancestors, simply paintings that an ancestor or two found suited to the place. He walked through the living room and went towards the doors that lead to the garden in the back. He walked through the door and a large clearing came into his view. It was plain and well kept, likely due to elves that came here once in a while. He made his way towards the shed that stood out clearly on his left. He opened it and saw what he came here for. It was a grey metallic arrow-shaped vessel no more than 2 meters long, which was sleek but with runes lightly etched onto the surfaces of the vessel. It was his prototype space-capable vessel, or rather drone if he had to be accurate in his description. He finally completed it. It had taken him a lot of time and failed prototypes to complete it. It was made out of nickel alloy that he permanently shaped. Though material science wasn't as advanced as it was during his time, there were forging houses that created decent nickel alloys billets that Atticus conveniently nicked. Atticus inspected the drone a final time and cast a look over it. It had many runic symbols on the surface, all of them were Elder Futhark. He learned his lesson not to mess with different runic languages in the same array. There were runes that did specific things without clashing. For example, there were runes that negated the extreme effects of gravity, allowing for the drone to reach greater velocity at lower thrust requirement, runes that enabled flight, runes that negated extreme temperatures in a way that prevented magical energy, amongst many others that he had to fiddle with to ensure that it worked. The drone would be controlled via a remote-like object that was based somewhat on the control mechanisms of brooms. He fitted the drone with a ward stone that he charged himself and inscribed runes that drew on ambient magic. He managed to come up with a runic scheme that would allow him to measure the amount of magic the ward stone absorbed. It was key to determine if there was magic in space. The last thing that he fitted the drone with was a large version of the mirror phones he created for obvious reasons. He would be able to see from his current position. He wandlessly floated the drone towards the open field behind the cabin, and once he set it down, he moved to the position where he could control the drone and view from it. He made it to the little ground control area he fashioned for himself and sat down in the plush seat he got for himself. Tweenie. Pop. Yes, master. Tweenie asked eagerly. He looked at the little elf and smiled with an excited glint in his eye. I'm launching the drone. Would you like to remain and watch? He asked kindly. Tweenie jumped up and down in excitement. Master is too good to Tweenie, he said happily as he cried of joy. After settling Tweenie down, he engaged the remote control and viewing screen. The viewing screen was split in 4 large 3-meter wide screens that showed the outside from the top surface, the front, the back, and of course the bottom. Finally it was time. Houston, we are a go. He said with a flourish. The drone began its ascent and it raced towards the sky. The top speed of the drone was roughly 360 miles per hour, but given that he managed to negate the effects of gravity, mostly in the fact that it was very lightweight, he was able to negate much of the requirements muggles needed to reach space. He watched the ascent, glued to the screens. After 90 minutes, finally, the drone was finally well beyond the atmosphere and in the position he wanted it to be in. Atticus carefully rotated the drone with the bottom down and he saw for the first time in 15 years the beautiful marble Earth. Cradle of humanity. Cradle of magic as he knew it. He had seen a picture of Earth from orbit for the first time when he was 7 years old. He had seen a globe in class, but strangely he hadn't seen a proper image of the Earth until he was 7. He supposed he was thankful. The picture had been a high-resolution one and he had stolen it from the old lady who lived 6 doors down from his father's house. It had sparked his fascination with space. He never entertained that he'd be able to go. He knew even at that young age that he'd never be considered. He might have been smart, but people like him, in his old life, did not get to be chosen. He put the drone in a geosynchronous orbit. It had been difficult to determine how due to this until he figured out that he simply needed a tether of some sort, and he managed to create 2 crystals that were linked. This linking fixes the position of the drone directly above the crystal at ground level. Now the drone will orbit with the Earth's rotation whilst staying fixed at the same height and distance. It was crude, but it did the job. He sat back and watched the Earth for some time. The wonderful miracle blue orb that teemed with life, beautiful and hideous, wild and tame, dangerous and harmless. He didn't know how long he sat there as he watched the Earth. He felt strangely melancholic. Master. Tweenie spoke apprehensively. Atticus shook his head to clear it. Yes, Tweenie? He asked absent-mindedly as he continued to watch the screen. Is that truly the world? Tweenie asked in wonder, and he turned his head and faced the elf, who was wide-eyed with awe. He had forgotten that Tweenie had never seen anything like this. He nodded. Yes, Tweenie, this is our home. Everything we know, everything we see, is on this little marvelous orb of a world. He said beautifully and with reverence. People won't see the Earth like this, for another perhaps 10 to 15 years. Possibly longer. He said smilingly at Tweenie. You are the second being ever to see the Earth, Tweenie. No one will know, but nonetheless, you have seen something no other except for myself has seen. Take pride in that, he finished with a kind nod. Oh, and please don't cry, he laughed. Tweenie did cry, though it was silent. It was fine. Soon enough, it was time to head back to the manor, and Atticus brought the drone down and inspected it. It seemed that the shielding was well enough, though it might have been unnecessary since the drone flew down on its own power to the earth at a pretty slow speed. He checked the information on the remote for the amount of magic remaining on the drone and saw that it was relatively the same. He managed to figure out a gauging rune scheme that would keep information for some amount of time. It was not long, but it did the job. The amount of magic the drone had required almost made it fail, but once it was in space it began to refill. The drone had a fixed position of about 530 miles from sea level. That meant it was from the influence of the Earth. Atticus had stilled as he processed the information and was wide-eyed. He suspected, but to have it confirmed. He laughed and laughed at his discovery and grinned unrepentantly. He had discovered something that no one ever had. Something that no magical would have ever thought of doing, likely for centuries if ever. He was on his way to greatness. He knew if he published this now, he would be immortalist in the annals of history. But it wasn't enough. He'd do more. Find out more. He now had to create a better drone, a much better drone that would have increased functionality and speed. Watching a screen for 90 minutes just to see it get into orbit was not something he was willing to endure again. With a much bigger and better drone, along with a much bigger ward stone, once he calculates the necessary size of ward stone that comes with a bigger drone, he would send the drone to the moon. One of the things he hadn't bothered about was reduction of friction. Given how low the speed was and all the runes that counteracted gravity, friction hadn't been a huge concern. If he were to increase the speed substantially, it was something he had to do to ensure the survival of the drone. Even if there was little friction in space, the reduction of friction will only aid in getting to and fro the moon faster. His eyes were alight in excitement. He had always been a dreamer. He had dreamed of a better life when he was just 4 years of age in his old life. He had tried to bring that life into reality, and yet he had been cut down before he'd been able to. And yet, even as he lay dying in his bed, in his dull, lifeless sterile hospital room, he never stopped dreaming. He brought the worlds he had read about alive in his dreams, as he reproduced those worlds in his imagination, which he tore apart and recreated in his own image. In his dreams he had been king, and it broke him free. Being reborn in a world of magic, with magic, had been the greatest thing he'd ever imagined. In his dreams he had been king once. Now, here, he was able to bring his dreams into reality. Reality was his to shape, to recreate in his image, from his dreams of old. Magic was life, magic might well be infinite. Rules didn't exist for magic. Not truly. Not if you believed. Not if you dreamed. He, Atticus Sayer, knew that he dreamed of everything. He was on the way to greatness. He would have to improve or replace the measuring method. After all, it was not measuring how much ambient magic there is, simply that there is ambient magic by proxy of the ward stone recharging. He'd have to do a study that measured the amount of magic there is in various locations of the Earth. It would help to determine the relevance of ley lines in relation to magic in space. Were ley lines the lifeblood of life on Earth? Are ley lines like the air animals needed to breathe, for the Earth? He'd compare these results against each other along with results he'd get from the moon, from the space between the Earth and the moon, and perhaps a few locations beyond. If the results at those locations, at the moon, on the moon and in space in general, then that meant that there had to be a field of magic, similar to the electromagnetic field, that encompassed the universe. That would mean there may be a requirement for a change of definition for magic, or rather perhaps a change of definition of ambient magic. Ambient magic felt weak, felt insufficient if he proved his theory correct. It felt too small, too insignificant for something so profound, so utterly immense. It would change the understanding of magic. What magic is? Atticus was a little bit betrayed by himself. He was a dreamer, and yet he sought to understand the code that allowed for dreaming, for creation to occur. He sought to bring logic to creation, to define what has once been indefinable. He'd remove the magic out of magic. To know is to create. To create is to know, a errant thought whispered. He would take the mysticism out of magic. It would change everything. It would no doubt bring about understanding that would accelerate magical society hundreds of years. But it would also make magic a little less special, from a certain point of view. He had hated the utterly meaninglessness of life in his old life. He worked towards bringing about his dream of a better life, one where he'd create machines that could do, that could think. But much of his life would have been dull as he worked to create. Would he bring that dullness if he removed much of the mysticism from magic? No, he thought, he wouldn't. It was a concern that was unwarranted and unneeded. Creation cannot happen without understanding. And Atticus wanted to create a lot of grand things. If his theory proved right, he would be able to do a lot of things that might have been exceedingly difficult to achieve otherwise. He paced in the living room of the cabin as his mind fizzed erratically about ideas, notions, plans and so on. He himself could go into space. He likely could go into space before the summer's end if he wished, he thought, and his eyes were gleaming in sheer undisguised excitement, which dimmed as he began to calculate what he'd need to ensure his safety. The magical requirements were too high, and he didn't know exactly the rate of recharge from the ambient magic in space. He'd have to maintain artificial gravity, create a air filtration and recycling system, a host of control systems that he would to think off and steal from the minds of muggles who might have ideas that he could apply to ensure safety. He'd need to figure out a better way to store magic. He'd need to figure out a more efficient way to gather magic in the atmosphere and in space. His mind whirled as he began to think of solutions and problems. He stilled as it finally dawned on him. He could go to the moon. Walk on the surface on the moon decades before the muggles. He could go to Mars, the world that inspired both Muggle and magical world, and stand on top of Mount Olympus. He could go past the asteroid Phi. He stilled his body as his mind singularly fixated on that thought process. The asteroid field. Could he? He paced erratically as his mind thought of the possibility, of the potential the idea held. His eyes widened and he let out a manic laugh, a laugh that defied explanation for all the things he felt. He was a dreamer. He dreamt big things, impossible things. And yet... He grinned as he brought out his notebook and he sat in a rickety old chair and began to write down his ideas. He had found great difficulties in finding a way to create his magical island. There was no literature he could find that dealt with creating land from the ocean or anything that he could fashion into use for his own purposes. It had been his white whale. To search for a piece of magic that would help him create what he had dreamt about. It became something that he avoided, something that he would deal with after Grindelwald. The challenge had been big. So big. He'd never shied away from a challenge. In his dreams nothing had been impossible and he accepted nothing as impossible. But difficult and time-consuming were something he did accept. Even if grudgingly. He had thought to use golems in the far north of Canada to dig up soil that he'd transport to a site with very little sea traffic where he'd transform the soil into bedrock, at first, until he reached his target size. It was easier to transfigure soil into rock than to transfigure water into rock. The scale of the task would have been massive and so time-consuming. He would have struggled to do it on his own whilst he had other projects to deal with. But now. He remembered reading once in his previous life that the consistencies in the asteroid field just beyond Mars were quite a range. Silicates, iron, and so on made up most of the asteroids, if he remembered correctly. But that was not what interested him. No. It was the asteroids that were mostly made out of nickel. Nickel was a useful metal and could be transmuted into magical metal relatively easily. There were a number of double-digit and triple-digit kilometer-long nickel-cored asteroids. He was a dreamer. He dreamt of an island full of magic, an island of magic. He dreamt of his Asgard. It was the home of the Norse pantheon, the home of those who lived on a continent made with magic that floated in space, a home that defied the natural laws of the universe. He would have eventually made the island a floating one. But now, he could start at the base from the start. If he took one of the asteroids, he would have so many possibilities open up on him. Of course, it brought many new problems he'd have to solve. Namely, for one, how to bring it down, safely. He wasn't sure what size asteroid killed off the dinosaurs, but he figured a nickel-cored asteroid that was at least upper double-digit in size probably could do a fair bit of damage. Tweenie. Pop. Yes, master. Tweenie asked. How many elves are capable of inscribing runes and understanding them? He asked quickly. Tweenie was quiet for a little while. Master, I would say 13 are very good at inscribing runes and understanding them, the rest can inscribe but not understand, he said dutifully. Atticus nodded absent-mindedly as he thought it over. He was thinking of having them inscribe on golems, preparing them for the charms he'd cast on them. That would cut significant amount of time. Tweenie, please have all of the elves, in their spare time when they are no longer on duty, reread the runes books and have them practice their scribing, Atticus ordered. Oh, and please try and find more elves. We will need a lot of help in the next 10 years, Tweenie, he grimaced, though it did not hamper his mood. Yes, master, he saluted and popped away. The most critical thing he needed to do was find a suitable way to store magic, a suitable way to absorb magic and anything else along those lines. His mind was awhirl as he began to think on how he could figure that out. He would have to break down the structure of ward stones and determine exactly what made them so special. He shook his head. The next massive problem was how to get the asteroid down to the Earth. If only he could shrink it down, he thought to himself, bemused. He stilled. Why not? He thought. He was a dreamer after all. He brought his dreams into reality and reality changed as he desired. His face once again morphed into a grin. Why would I not be able to shrink it down? He murmured excitedly to no one. Of course he wouldn't be able to do it on his own personal power. But if he managed to find a way to store massive amounts of magic, he would be able to figure out a way to use that said magic to shrink the asteroid down. If he managed to do that, then shaping the asteroid to his desired shape would be fucking easy. He laughed again and he rubbed his face with his hand. Shit. I have so much to do, he sighed. He only had until 1942, which was when he'd leave Hogwarts to train for a year and fight in the war in 1943. He wanted to set things up so that once the war was over, he'd have a lot of prep done. Atticus shook his head and put everything away. Things were moving ahead quite nicely. His dreams that night were filled with floating islands with mountains and waterfalls. Break. You once mentioned that you would be adding elemental magic in your dueling style, Emily asked pointed as she faced away from him. They were seated on the grass by the lake on an August lazy summer's afternoon. Atticus glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. She was propping herself up on her forearms as she was outstretched watching the calm waters of the lake. She was wearing a green dress made out of thin acromantula silk. The dress had thin shoulder straps with a wide neckline and was sleeveless. It was loose-fitting but it suited her excellently. His mother had taken her shopping quite early on in the summer. Emily did not have much casual clothing and his mother had taken offense to it. Thankfully, it seemed that Emily had taken it well. Normally you wouldn't think much about a girl being taken on a shopping spree. But given that this was Voldemort's counterpart, he thought she might balk at doing feminine things. She hadn't. It kind of amused him substantially that Voldemort's counterpart went on a shopping spree with his mother. He wondered if Rowling's Voldemort would have a seizure at the ridiculousness of the whole thing. In all honesty, she looked beautiful. Emily definitely would grow up to be inhumanely beautiful given what she looked like now. Her dark flowed softly and silkily in the mild summer's wind as it hanged freely. Her skin remained as pale as ever and it made her stand out incredibly. He had struggled to figure out who she looked like until that moment. She reminded him of Serinda Swan, an actress he'd remembered from his old life, only much paler with redder lips along with slightly different bone structure and of course eye color. You could answer you know, she said softly with a hint of smugness in her voice. Instead of stealing glances at me, she said as she turned slightly to look at him. She wore a smug smirk on her face as her eyes shone with unhidden amusement. Don't be so smug, he murmured as he tried to smother his abashment from getting caught. Why not? It seems I'm exceptionally capable of distracting you from what you. She paused with a shit-eating grin as her eyes were alight with mirth. Time slowed as he took her appearance in. The sun was high in the air. She was, in that moment, directly facing him with the sun at her back. It gave her an ethereal look. Her hair flowed gently in the warm wind with a few strands of hair down the front of her body. Her eyes, lit up with mirth, were for the first time discernible with ease as navy blue orbs gazed at him. Her skin, so pale, seemed to glow as sunrays reflected of her skin. Her lips were white as she grinned, so different from the usual soft and delicate red lips that were narrow and terse most of the time. She never looked more beautiful to him before until this moment. Oh, so, like to do, she said with a raised eyebrow, which is to prattle on about one piece of magic or another. He snapped out of his thoughts and equally raised an eyebrow. Is that you complaining about my talking of magic? He asked amused. He uncrossed his legs and set himself down lying on his back as he outstretched on the grass. He closed his eyes as he settled himself down. I'm more than happy to stop talking about magic with you if you wish, he said slightly goading as he halfway turned towards her with a half-opened eye to glance at her. She laughed melodiously and it sent shivers down his back. He banished any inappropriate thoughts away forcefully. He was not going there. You're deluding yourself. It was heading there from the moment she returned to apologize. In her own manner an irritating voice whispered in the back of his mind. As if you could do that, Atticus, she said with a slight mocking lilt to her tone. You would clam up and struggle to talk about anything else, she said a little condescended, which kind of offended him. He turned his head completely towards her with a raised eyebrow. I wouldn't struggle to talk about anything else, he said a little strongly, unfortunately letting her know that she got to him. I can talk politics, which have we talked this summer about, even if it was only briefly. We talk about the war. I can talk about anything, he said a little more heatedly than intended. A little petulantly too, though he'd deny it fervently. Her lips twitched in amusement as she enjoyed his rising ire. That's true. She nods agreeably, but it always went back to magic, she said, tilting her head, which of course isn't a bad thing. But you have a tendency to be focused on magic, whether it is conscious or subconscious. She shrugged before she sat up and faced him. I prefer it, she said, tilting her head. He sighed as he closed his eyes. At least it isn't Quidditch I'm obsessed about, he murmured softly. She scoffed. If you were Quidditch obsessed, I doubt I'd be here, she said carelessly. Atticus opens his eyes and glanced her with his eyes open with what he hoped was explain further please expression on his face. She rolled her eyes. If you were Quidditch obsessed, you never would have reached where you are now so far. It would also mean that I'd never approach you. She got up and stretched a little and Atticus turned his head skyward. She moved closer to him until she stood in his direct eye line. I'd never have been interested as I am now, she said, gazing at him until she abruptly dropped down and took a similar position to him and lied down the ground right next to him. He scowled minutely as he closed his eyes. She knows what she is doing. Honestly, if he didn't know any better. Voldemort was said to be utterly charming and seductive in the sense of the devil, and while she was far from Voldemort, he wondered if this was the start of the time where she'd hone her skills. Hopefully he's changed enough to prevent her from going all typical megalomaniac supervillain, but it doesn't mean that she won't have Voldemort tendencies. It was her core. People have personality traits that are deeply embedded in their being. His mother was a bright and of a happy disposition, and she bound their family closely together. His father was a reserved but calculating man that valued family deeply. His sister was more of a free spirit and she took after both their parents. Emily's core makes her simply far too untrustworthy to trust beyond a certain point. He did not want to end up as one of her collection of followers because he was a fool. Any notion of anything beyond friendship was laughable. It was the maximum amount of entanglement he would allow himself. If that were the case, why did you seduce her? With the way you used the potency of your magic, your knowledge, and your love of magic, a traitorous voice whispered. It was not what he intended, he thought furiously as he denied the words. He intended to help her on a path away from what she might end up on. You knew all her insecurities and you pressed all the right buttons to pull her in. You knew what she valued, what she was afraid of, what she desired but denied, that traitorous voice whispered. The only problem now, to you, is that she latched onto you, which you know. It whispered. And you seek to avoid dealing with it even if you yourself have. Atticus forced that annoying thought process forcefully away. Elemental magic. He began as he sought to take himself back to the topic she asked about. Yes, I'll be adding elemental magic into my dueling style, he said simply. An easy silence fell. Why? She said, breaking the silence, and continued, elemental magic, given that you probably don't mean spells like Foolman and the like. I don't, Atticus interjected. Spells like Foolman were elemental but their base and categorization was charms. Elemental magic as a branch was entirely different. She hummed. That means you really do mean elemental magic, she said with a little surprise in her tone. You do realize that elemental magic is pretty much dead? She said, inquiring. I'm aware. But he paused momentarily. There are surviving texts, even if all of them are largely descriptive of lesser forms, he trailed off before rounding up. That is all I need, along with the chance. He said a little arrogantly. He heard her scoff. That's all you need? He could hear the raised eyebrow in her question. Say you do manage to recreate the lesser forms. From what I can understand, most elemental magics are very unpractical in today's era. She paused for a second. Elemental magic is wide area effect as far as I remember. Given the speed of wands, the ease of how magic flows, it is a severe disadvantage to use elemental magics against wand-wielding wizards, she said pointedly. Atticus hummed in agreement. This was all true. A competent dueler would be able to cast spells faster than he would be able to complete chants. He would likely be maimed or killed before the chant could be finished. But he had a gut feeling that there was a solution to this. He's only been able to recreate a wind elemental lesser form, but he got the immersion, the loss of individuality needed to be able to do elemental magic right. That was the most important point. When he got it right, he felt that there was something more he could do. With the immersion of casting and the loss of individuality as he dispersed himself into the magic of nature, his magical core, while acting as a wand, was free largely from any drain beyond the use of stabilizing his ability to cast elemental magic. He theorized he could use elemental magic and transfiguration simultaneously. History showed that mages like Zeus and Thor wielded something that helped them direct lightning. There's no reason why he might not be able to wield a staff or spear to direct elemental magic through his right arm whilst he cast transfiguration through his left. If the magical core is largely free of drain and is only used for channeling nature magic, then it should be feasible to use it for other purposes. The large problem was, of course, beyond it being conjecture, the difficulties of ensuring that his channeling of nature magic remained stable whilst he used his core for transfiguration. In addition, he would have to verify theoretically that the two branches don't clash. He grimly thought of the possibility of his core exploding due to the inherent instability caused by the two branches. I'm aware. It is a problem I'm working on. He sighed. It would likely take years for me to solve the problem. Which is fine considering that I'm almost starting from scratch. Atticus heard her move and he turned towards her. They were only a few feet away from each other's faces. Have you recreated any of the forms? She asked with an excited gleam in her eye. He frowned slightly as he considered what he should say. He'd already mentioned that he sought to use elemental magic in his dueling. If he mentioned that he's recreated a lesser form, she'd want to be taught. He was wary of this. As he should be. He would be introducing her to a field of magic her counterpart was never interested in. In addition, the potential devastation of the magic was far greater than most other forms of magic. The greater forms were all legends, but the stories of Zeus, Poseidon, and Thor had a basis in truth. It is unlikely that she'd be able to get to that stage, but she might well end up capable of destroying an entire city with a lesser form if she wielded it right. He could be responsible for creating a far worse Voldemort just by having her realize the potential of this form of magic. But then isn't Slughorn responsible for Riddle as well? There were things that shouldn't be taught to certain individuals. No, he lied smoothly. I haven't, he sighed. In all honesty, I have struggled with it. It was a truth, partial one. The branch is completely different from what we are used to. He hummed in thought. It was true. It was one of the branches that relied on the person's attunement to nature as well as magic. It required a completely different state of mind, and he was quite sure that many would never be able to achieve it. So as I've said, It'll likely take years for me even make headway, he finished as he hoped to stay her questions. She gazed intently at him as she searched his face. She stopped and returned her head skyward. Break. Anne POV. Anne cast a teeth-cleansing spell and conjured a glass of water. She drank from it and vanished the glass. She looked at herself in the 7-feet-long mirror in their bathroom. She was wearing silk nightgown, her favorite. His favorite too, she thought devilishly. She made her way towards the bedroom and saw that Marcus hadn't arrived to bed yet. She sighed. It was a common occurrence these days. He was busy with the Wiesengamot and the evacuation of London Magicals. Marcus hated dealing with the puffed-up fools, but given the circumstances and the direness of everything, it couldn't be helped. The war wasn't going well at all. It seemed that Grindelwald's claims of wizarding superiority over Muggles was a lie given how closely he was working with them and the amount of their kind he was killing. She scowled as she thought back on the massacre of Ukraine. Grindelwald was cutting his way through Europe with relentless and ruthless lethality. Her family was from that region and she still had connections to the people living there. Grindelwald's forces executed dozens of heads of families and took hostages to ensure compliance and were forcefully recruiting magicals to their cause. His campaign in Belgium was the only one that wasn't going his way. The wizarding villages and governmental district in that region have all but devolved in a fierce stalemate as Grindelwald sought to conquer and occupy the nation. The Muggles he collaborated with had already conquered France. Thankfully the magical French had proved their superiority and so far their country was still safe on the magical side. She was deathly afraid for her son. She knew he wasn't normal for an early age. He was so perceptive and eager to learn from such a young age. She moved towards the cabinet and brought out her hairbrush. She brushed her hair and once she finished she sat on the bed and took the small pot by her bedstand and opened it. It was a concoction by Fleamont Potter, who seemed to be quite capable in creating new grooming potions and creams, she thought as she delicately rubbed her skin with the moisturizing cream. She resealed the pot and got onto the bed, underneath the sheets. She sighed. Atticus had always wanted to learn and learn and learn. Even now, it is what he loved doing. She didn't deny him the Muggle books he wanted even though she knew she should. Nothing good came from Muggles, no matter what her son said. Later on, he continued to improve to the point that he skipped years of magical schooling. She smiled softly as she sat up on her bed and leaned against the wall. She had been so proud of her little boy, her little wonder. Her smile dipped. Her heart ached when her son asked for a dueling instructor and the reasons he gave. She had always had a niggling feeling in the back of her mind that her son would go off to war once he was old enough. She couldn't see the dueling request as anything less than that. He would join the war against Grindelwald when he's done with Hogwarts, which seems to be only a year or two from now. She shook her head and bit back the tears that struggled to be contained. Both she and Marcus knew this. It's never been explicitly said but they knew. It was why they had gotten that dark wizard, Brozovic, the Croat. They had decided they'd get him the best dark wizard instructor. If he was going to war then they'd prepare him as much as possible. He thrived. She hadn't been able to bear to watch. From what she was told, Brozovic never took it easy on him. In the end, her little boy surpassed the 3 times international champion. She smiled at his success. He was a blessing in truth. She loved her daughter immensely. But she never had the same connection her daughter had with Marie. She loved Atticus just a tiny bit more. He was her little miracle after so many failed pregnancies. She smiled softly as her eyes shone a little. It had been worth the wait. When he mentioned the Riddle girl in April, she had been apprehensive. She liked to think she knew her son well, at least when it came to most things, and during his description of this girl who could end up being a dark lady of the scale of Grindelwald, she saw a hint of fascination on his face. She was aware of her son's flaws. He had a tendency to be impulsive but also a tendency to be ruthless. If the girl didn't interest him, she likely would have never have known about the potential danger she posed. His seeing abilities seemed to be quite abstract, so far, so she must have been quite the threat for him to see her so clearly. She didn't think the girl would have been alive today if he didn't see something worthy in her. So for him to ask them to see her out of that orphanage indicated a lot to her. Her pushing for the girl to come here was to evaluate the girl that seemed to have caught his interest, even if he didn't know it himself. She wasn't a blood purist though she believed that pure bloods were better. She didn't hate half-bloods or mood-bloods. She only hated the implication of mood-bloods. Many of them want to change their world to fit the Muggle one and she never could understand why they'd want such a horrible world. She shook her head. The last month and a half have been quite interesting, Anne thought. The girl Emily was far different from what she expected and at the same time she could see why Atticus saw her becoming a dark lady. The event they had gone to had opened her eyes quite clearly. Emily was impressive she thought as her eyes took on a bemused glint and her lips twitched. She was charming and polite in a way that people wanted to be charming to her, completely vanishing any hint of unhappiness of a half-blood in their presence. Anne had taken to watch her. Emily was calculating and knew how to manipulate situations to her favor. In the end, Emily received invitations to various events and they all simply forgot her blood status. If only temporarily. She could see the girl hone this skill of hers to deadly effects. She would have been worried for her son had she not noticed how infatuated the girl was with her son. She wasn't sure what to think of it. The Sayer family has been pure for a very long time now. There have been the occasional half-blood marriage, of course, but those were rare. Marriage contracts were often after the fact to protect family assets. Sayer children were allowed to court as they wish as long as they were powerful and pure of blood. Anne herself was quite powerful. She was a sorcerer, a mid-level one but a sorcerer nonetheless, though she wasn't combat inclined. With the way the girl was infatuated with the boy, she thought it would only result in trouble. She didn't think Atticus knew Emily's infatuation. At least to the degree she saw. If the girl had been pure blood, she would have rejoiced at the thought of Atticus marrying the girl. She was strong, beautiful, and she could dance around other people extremely well. But she wasn't, and she also had a lingering problem of the fact she didn't know her heritage. There was a small amount of fear that she might well be a mood-blood. It seemed impossible given the girl's ease of magic and general demeanor that screamed pure blood, but it was there. Never has there been a mood-blood Lady Sayer, and it would be grounds to disinherit Atticus. The door opened and she cast her gaze towards the door. Marcus walked in looking tired, though he smiled at her as their eyes met. He came forth and kissed her on the cheek. "You look beautiful as ever," he said charmingly. "And you look tired and run down." She pointed towards the bathroom. "Go have a shower, I'll be here." She smiled at him a little seductively. He chuckled and made his way towards the bathroom. 15 minutes later, he emerged looking fresh and a little tired. He made his way to his side of the bed and got under the sheets. He turned towards her. "How's your day been, Anne?" he asked inquiringly. She smiled at him. It was one of the things she loved about him. He cared to know about her daily life. Not many husbands did. "It's been fine," she hummed as she reflected. "I ended speaking with the luxury shop on Verdant Alley about a custom item." He furrowed his brows and he looked at her in understanding. "Ah, the shop quartz?" he asked as he repositioned himself in the bed. She nodded agreeably and hummed a little yes. "Beyond that, I went to visit some of the shops we own a stake in, to see what they would be doing during the evacuation." "Ah," he said. "You needn't have bothered, dear," he said smiling at her. "I sent them a letter that they should take the opportunity to relocate to the emerging shopping district in Godric's Hollow." "I didn't know that." She lightly glared at him. "You failed to mention it, didn't you?" She tutted slightly before she smiled at him. He simply chuckled and kissed her cheek. "What about Atticus? He doesn't quite disappear on a Tuesday?" he asked. She sighed. "He was fine. He was spending it with Emily," she said a little flat. He said, and she turned fully towards him. "Have you made any headway about her family?" she asked intently. He hesitated for a moment but shook his head. "No, I haven't," he said simply. She narrowed her eyes. "You hesitated. You know something?" she accused. He sighed and grabbed the bridge of his nose. "It is not certain," he said and sent a pointed look. "Which is why I said I haven't made any headway with her family." He pursed his lips. "But," she pressed. "There is a lead on her mother," he said. She raised her eyebrows. "Interesting. You managed to find something on her mother?" she asked in surprise. "No, not exactly. I'm not certain she is Emily's mother, but chances are that she is." He pursed his lips as he gazed at her. She thinned her lips in annoyance at his delaying and quirked her eyebrow. "Marapi Gaunt," he said simply. She gasped lightly and looked at him in disbelief. "Marapi Gaunt?" she asked in utter astonishment. He nodded a little grim. "Yes. That is the only Marapi that is on the list of magical children who got onto the records at the ministry." He paused briefly. "She was the only magical Marapi born in the last 85 years. He said simply before shaking his head. "There aren't any noble squib children who were cast out." He glanced at her for a second and she pursed her lips. Her little sister was cast out when she was 11 in 1920. It had been soul-wrenching to let her go. Her parents, who had died not long after, had made sure her little sister Lucille was well taken care of. Her little sister's bright emerald green eyes, usually so full of life and happiness, were tear-filled and red. Lucille's face haunted her as Lucille looked to her with such a betrayed look that it broke her heart. That had the name of Marapi. So there is a good chance she is Emily's mother. His words brought her back from her grim memories to her relief. She considered it. The Gaunts were almost taboo these days. They were a fallen house even if they weren't quite extinct yet. Morfin Gaunt still lived, but from what she heard he was extremely mentally unstable. She supposed that is what you got if you intermarried within the family for hundreds of years. "I didn't know that the Gaunts had a daughter," she said pensively. While the Gaunts weren't nobles anymore, their seat had been taken away for lack of funds and political reasons. Everyone knew everyone in their world. And the Gaunts made for a juicy topic. It wasn't well known. She wasn't given a Hogwarts letter because her magical strength was below the requirement. She instead was invited to Bartholomew's, the smaller wizarding school for children with lower magical strength. He pursed his lips. She hummed in thought. If she is Emily's mother, then Emily is a half-blood. He hummed agreeably. Yes. I will follow up on it by going to the Gaunt's home. He said in distaste before frowning. It won't be for a little while, certainly not until December. That's fine, she waved dismissively before she frowned. Shall we tell her soon? She said carefully. He shook his head. We are not certain. He thinned his lips. It wouldn't do to give her false hope. She hummed as silence fell between them. Do you think that is why she could become a dark lady? She asked quietly. Or rather have the potential to become a dark lady? She said as tilted her head. He looked at her with a cocked head and she further explained. The Gaunts. She paused briefly before continuing, are well known for being descendant of Slytherin. She pursed her lips. If there is any individual that could rally the dark, it would be a descendant of Slytherin, she said delicately. He took on a grim visage and nodded yes. Even if she is a half-blood, she only has to display her parcel tongue and her power to convince people. He frowned a little. Given the lack of sense from many of our fellow nobles, he sneered, in her own ability to charm, I can see her obtaining a large following if she presses the right buttons, which she absolutely can after having talked to the girl quite frequently. He sighed. I'm quite glad that Atticus got us to take her in. He said as he looked up to the ceiling. He may have saved us from a civil war. He said grimly. The way things are going, I can see tensions increase as the number of Muggleborns increase. It's not quite bad yet, but a decade or two. He shook his head. Killing the girl does no good. He said hesitantly as he thought it over. Well, it remove a powerful witch from their arsenal and one that would lead them, but chances are things would still get nasty without her presence. He sighed. I'm surprised a near-squib produced such a powerful magical child, she said curiously. He shrugged lightly. She might just be an exception. It might be the blood of. He paused distastefully. A Muggle may have removed the degeneration of Gaunt blood. It might even be the Slytherin blood reasserting itself. He sighed. Who knows, he murmured. She's likely to be a Parselmouth if she's a Gaunt, she remarked. He thinned his lips. Yes. He trailed as he looked to the side. We could test her, she said readily. He shook his head. If we find out she is a Parselmouth, what do you intend to do? He said sharply. We would have to tell her our speculation about her ancestry before we are certain. He sighed. A silence fell among them as they both reflected on the future. A devastating war on the mainland of Europe, a brewing storm here at home. It seemed things might get more difficult before they settle down. She's lived a hard life, she finally says. He hummed in agreement. She has. Factoring in the treatment she received, factoring the orphanage amongst a host of other things, she was ripe for turning the wrong way, he said finally. She might still, Anne pointed out. He nodded. She might still. But with Atticus there, she likely might not. He smiled wryly. He can convince people to do what they'd never normally do. He chuckled, even if he is unaware that his passionate speeches tend to rub off on people. She smiled and nodded and her lips twitched. Like how he has your redoing employment initiatives. She said, quirking an eyebrow. He chuckled just so, he said as he sighed. She lied down on her bed and turned towards him. She looked up as he leaned against the wall. I'm concerned about the girl having feelings for our son, Marcus. She said carefully. I know. I am too. He said, equally careful. If she is Gaunt's daughter, would you be opposed to a union? She asked pointedly. He pursed his lips and looked into the distance. Silence grew between them. She is dangerous, he said simply. She is. She said agreeably. Gaunts have a history of instability. One of them nearly ended the Sayer line, he said gruffly. That's true, she said a little more wary. He shook his head. She may well end the Sayer line as well. He turned towards her and his face took on a dark amusement. Whether it is out of scorn or not, I can't say. She scoffed at his dark humor. He sighed and rubbed his eyes. I'm not opposed to a union with the girl. Her blood status, well, he paused briefly as he glanced at Anne. I suppose the fact that she is the last remaining scion of Slytherin will mitigate the blowback from society. He looked at Anne intently. Would she even entertain it? He asked curiously. She doesn't seem like a girl who'd marry, he said dryly. Anne couldn't help but laugh. No, I think she would never have considered it if it wasn't for Atticus. She pursed her lips before they twisted into a smirk. She may well do it to deny others. Her smirk fell as she rubbed her forehead. I'm concerned, however, that there may not be children in their union. Should it happen? Marcus shrugged. We can make it a condition for their marriage. One child, he said firmly. She sighed and shook her head. It is far too early to think any further on this. She may well grow out of her infatuation and things may end up just fine. She said, dismissing the thought. Her husband made a noise of agreement. Now husband. She said seductively as she sat up a little and he turned towards her. She smiled internally. He does love that voice of mine when it is like that. Why won't you come here and do your marital duty? She said softly and as alluring as she could. He smiled and a look of lust took him over. As my wife commands, he said in a dutiful tone. Chapter 21. Fresh fruit for only 10 shillings. A voice bellowed out as he walked through the stalls. He was in Cambridge today. He looked around and saw a reduced number of foodstuff being sold. Rationing had begun in January. Farmers weren't permitted to kill their animals without permission, and fruits such as these would dry up very soon, as they would also be rationed in a few years. He was in Cambridge to meet Derek Saunders, the Muggleborn who would start his business course soon. Muggleborns weren't allowed to participate in the war, and this was something that was harshly enforced. They were all given medical conditions that would effectively remove them from conscription. Atticus walked up to the man selling fruit and brought out his coins. "I'll have a bag of tangerines, sir," Atticus said politely. "Good man," he said enthusiastically as he began to bag a number of tangerines and weighed them on the scale. "That there'd be 10 shillings, sir," the man dressed in worn clothes and who wore a tweed flat cap said in a strong Cambridgeshire accent. He gave the coins and the man looked at him oddly. "You have strange eyes, anyone tell you that?" he asked, fascinated, and Atticus laughed. "I hear all the time. My mother said my eyes decided blue was too boring," he said with a grin. The man laughed keenly and bid him goodbye. He made it out the stalls and went towards the pub that Derek would meet him at. Many in Diagon have closed their shops, but a few were stubborn, including Ollivanders. Some relocated entirely in the new emerging district in Godric's Hollow. In truth, he was surprised how successful the argument was for moving away from London, given how central London was. The alleys were all there, the ministry was there, the train had to be taken there. It was central to nearly everything. But with the bombs that threatened much of it, the ministry was taking it seriously. In truth, part of it was the fact that the previous minister was ousted for failing to take the threat of Grindelwald seriously. Minister Spencer Moon was elected on an electoral campaign that promised that Grindelwald would never touch the Isles. Not exactly Churchill, but it worked for him. The good thing was that he would do anything to ensure that, and failing to act on a seer's prediction and proof that Muggle weapons could destroy much of London from the memories would get him ousted quickly if it ever leaked. His father told him that the Department of Mysteries had been given the task to develop wards that can protect against Muggle weaponry. That had spiked his interest. He was always going to develop new wards. He intended to develop wards that could withstand nuclear weapons. Wards as they are now are incapable of dealing with other forms of energy. Fire was negated magically by the wards and was snuffed out, but the heat generated by the bombs was not protected against. This drained wards, and when you added the kinetic energy, it destroyed he wards. The wards negate or withstand magical energy. They do not withstand the immense kinetic energy and heat released by bombs. Even siege wards are insufficient to deal with the kinetic energy that bombs release. That meant wards would have to be constructed from an entirely different perspective. Funnily enough, it would suit him well to figure it out, considering that he intended to see if other forms of energy could be changed into magical energy. It would open up unimaginably large avenues of research and development. In any case, nuclear weapons were something he desperately wanted a defense against. Their destructive power and the radiation they release. Thankfully, this would be something he would investigate much later on. He would travel to the US and steal the knowledge from the scientists who are or will be working on the Manhattan Project. In any case, meeting in London was no longer an option. The Daily Prophet had released their warning and advised everyone to leave London for at least the duration of the war. Godric's Hollow was already a hot spot for many to move to. His father had purchased some land from the Muggles for the businesses the family owned and would rent the buildings that are being constructed out to them. So meeting at Cambridge was decided to be the easiest route. He arrived at the pub, the Pickerel Inn. He grinned at himself as he recalled that Tolkien often frequented or will frequent pub. He wasn't quite sure. He had read the books in his youth and he had been in awe of the man that was capable of creating such a world. Though he would not base much of his works from Tolkien, he would however try and surpass the grandness of Minas Tirith on his island. He got a beer from the barman and made his way towards the back of the pub and found Derek there waiting on him. "Derek," he said evenly. Derek's eyes widened and got up. "Ah, Atticus, good to see you," Derek said happily and extended a hand which he shook. They sat down and Derek got straight to the point. "Your message was quite vague," Derek said pointedly. He nods. "It was. I have a second farmhouse that can settle some of the more vulnerable Muggleborns and squibs. I do not have the time to organize it myself, but I have with me a number of tasks for you to complete. I have a number of elves that will aid you," he simply stated. Atticus had met with Derek and Sandra a few times since that meeting and had built a rapport with them. They were competent and he wanted to bind them closer to him as time went by. He would increase their responsibilities, beyond simply the companies he intended to create. For now, he would continue to test them and meet with them to increase their loyalties and believe in him. Derek is quiet for a time before he nods slowly. "I can do this." Derek sighs and drinks from his pint before he turns serious. "There are a number of Muggleborns who aren't able to afford to leave London, and I wouldn't be surprised if it is the same for squibs." Derek said as he mused loudly. "I can reach out to them and offer them this second farmhouse." "Where is it anyway?" he inquired. "It's in Devonshire. It can house quite a few people, hundreds on the land at least, perhaps 4 dozen or more in the house itself. It is maintained by elves, but when it comes to food, there will be a requirement of them purchasing it themselves. Or any of them are capable in herbology, perhaps plant food themselves." Atticus shrugged. He brought out a dossier that had information that would aid him in this task. Here's the information you will need, he states, and Derek grabs and runs a quick skim over it. I start Cambridge in October. I won't be able to maintain this the whole time, Derek warns. I'm aware. If things go as they should, you won't be needed there the entire time. I expect perhaps thrice a week in the evenings and the mornings at the weekend. Determine which of the Muggleborns that stay at the farmhouse is competent. He paused as he considered his thoughts. I will always need more people later on, so if you can figure out which ones are reliable and competent, make a note of it. We will invite them at a later date. I'm sure many of them would grab the opportunity. I'm presenting them with open hands, he states simply. Derek nods. They would, he sighs. Not many of them are doing well in the magical world. There are few jobs that are available and many don't have the capital to start their own companies, and the ones that do, they effectively work as employees at their stores as purebloods invest and effectively take over the business from right under them, he said with real anger before he visibly calms. I'm sorry, I'm just pissed at the fucking bullshit, he sighs. Atticus simply nods. It was a common occurrence. The only Muggleborns that were treated at all decently were women who married purebloods. Muggleborn men were shit out of luck mostly. In the grand scheme of things, it was a minor thing if he saved a few hundred squibs and Muggleborns. He had far too much magic to learn, to experiment with, to become bogged down with insignificant people, which was why he was offloading it to those who had a true stake in the matter. It was harsh, but it was the truth. His efforts were abstract and large in scale, and he couldn't be bogged down by giving much for little to no return. He would gain goodwill, yes, which would make it easier to get them to work for him as he built up empires in both the Muggle and magical world. Much of the workforce wouldn't be needed to believe in him or his dreams. At least not yet. Shared experiences did a lot to get people to believe in you. If they believe in you, believe that you are one of them even if you truly weren't, then that meant you had their hearts and minds in your hands. But to get them to believe in you, you would have to inspire them, to believe in the dream you're selling. For now, there wasn't a huge problem. Muggleborns may be discriminated against in the magical world and find jobs difficult to find, but they didn't need to worry about their safety. Not quite. Purebloods on the other hand were wildly varied. 32,000 magicals existed in Britain. Of those 32,000, roughly 14,000 were purebloods, and of those 14,000, only 500 are older than 3 centuries. Of those 500, only 120 families are or were ennobled in some fashion. Of those 120 families, 50 to 70 families held 96% of the wealth of the country. His own, even though they had money in a number of overseas banks, held 17% of the total wealth of the country. It was mind-boggling. That meant that there were over 13,000 purebloods along with thousands of half-bloods that weren't exactly better off than Muggleborns given the small size of the economy. Of course, perhaps a quarter of those 13,000 were little more than hedge witches and wizards and didn't partake in the wizarding economy. Those hedge witches and wizards had isolated communities all around the country and often were farmers. The green grass family employed many of these people to farm magical plants for their ingredients business. With the lack of diversified economy, that didn't have much of an entertainment sector or an industrial sector that resembled anything in the Muggle world, that meant that the availability of jobs were severely limited and explained why the ministry employed so many people. It also explained why the ministry was so bloated and corrupt. Efficiency wasn't needed, employment was, and so over the centuries, a culture existed that didn't value competence beyond a certain degree in certain positions, and one that favored nepotism to secure the future of their family members. It was tragic. The alleys represented nearly all of the employment that didn't go into the ministry, it was that concentrated. The evacuation of London was a logistical nightmare and also why some owners didn't close up. The evacuation was temporary for now and they aimed to return in October. They would observe the damage caused by the bombings to see if the evacuation was even needed in the first place before they would decide on any long-term strategy. With such a concentration of work in London, with such limited jobs available, friction between the different blood statuses would naturally flare as blame would be assigned to Muggleborns and Muggleborns would rage against the injustices they face in the magical world. Perfect storm for civil war conditions. Which is where he would come in. With the plans he intended, a massive global magical corporation, there will be a large requirement of a workforce needed to produce what he expected would become highly popular. He would be able to employ many of the fringe peoples of society to produce items for the rest of the world. That was a part of his plan to get people to believe in him. Dumbledore was able to influence the entirety of the magical world by positioning himself extremely well after the victory over Grindelwald. He was a savior and people adored saviors and would forgive a lot of things and accept their word above all others. He would seek to position himself in that fashion without the political angle. He knew that he needed politics, after all life was all about interaction and you could not interact with people completely without some form of politics, but he would position himself not through politics. As a war hero, as a highly educated and intelligent individual, as a powerful magical, he would have a lot of sway in many things. He intended to use this sway to gather people to his cause, the cause of a magical country free from Muggles. Of course he would never make it clear to anyone until he actually done it, but he would need capable people that he could delegate things to. Derek Saunders was one of them. Sandra Kilburn was another. His friends weren't useful to him beyond their social stature. They were smart kids but they didn't have the mentality he needed in his fellows. He would sponsor individuals to attend Muggle school or get apprenticed in a branch of magic and have them work for his companies. He had two options: begin collecting competent individuals, regardless of blood status at Hogwarts, which was problematic because he was under the nose of Dumbledore and the man could derail everything if he wasn't extremely careful. The other option was to do it after Grindelwald, where his popularity would be at its highest if he defeated Grindelwald. Even if he didn't, he would still be known as someone who fought against the tyranny of Grindelwald. In truth, a combination of the two worked best. He would profile the people that would work well with him and approach them at a later date. There isn't much you can do about it for now. Hopefully our descendants won't have the idiotic notions our generation has. Atticus smiled a little to set Derek at ease, and it worked. Derek sighed. You're right, I suppose. Derek finishes his pint and got up. Well, I better start cracking then. I'll let you how it goes, he says as he extends a hand, and Atticus shook it. Excellent. Send the messages through the method we've established, Atticus said, and soon enough they parted. Break. Atticus was in the bathroom adjusting his robes in front of the mirror. He breathed out deeply and made his way out of the bathroom. He made his way to the waiting lobby. Professor Brown was waiting there for him. He was in Egypt, Alexandria. Today he was going to present both his thesis to the International Transfiguration Board to pass the final hurdle for obtaining his mastery. The board has its permanent location in Alexandria, next to the Library of Alexandria that the ICW rebuilt. It is also where a number of other boards were housed. The ICW headquarters was also located in Alexandria, which was chosen as an alternative to Paris to prevent undue influence of the French ministry onto the ICW whilst also prevent a perception of a Eurocentric organization. When the ICW had been formed, the organization amalgamated all the different methods of passing individuals into masters into a standard one with an independent tribunal that has a set criteria for achieving mastery over a branch of magic. Egypt, by the time the statute was enacted, didn't have a formal ministry and it had to be built from the ground up. That meant Alexandria, beyond a few hundred wizarding families, was effectively free estate. Given the history of the place with regards to the magical world, it became the preferred location for having an international governmental body. Over the centuries, Alexandria grew wonderfully as more magicals began to congregate there. Now, there were approximately 15,000 magicals living in Alexandria alone. Are you all right? Amanda Brown asked, concerned. Atticus looked at her and nodded. I am. Simply a few nerves. I'm avoiding employing my occlumency to the maximum, he said wryly. She nodded approvingly. Yes, occlumency is fine, but deadening your emotions would be counterproductive at this point. She softened her face. Don't be so nervous. Your work is exemplary. They will see it. Just relax, she said kindly. Atticus nodded and said nothing else. She conjured a glass of water and Atticus took it and drank it gratefully. Better. He smiled and nodded. He finished both theses at the beginning of summer and Brown reviewed it along with a few of her colleagues. He met them during the summer briefly as they had few pieces of advice. Soon enough, it was time and the large heavy wooden doors creaked open and a man stepped forward once the doors were fully extended. Apprentice Sayer, the judges are ready for your presentation. The balding man stated. He stepped forward but a hand on his shoulder stopped him and he turned towards her. I am proud of you, Atticus. I know you will do perfectly, she said, adding a final encouragement as she gently squeezed his shoulder. He tapped her hand and smiled at her. Amanda Brown was his favorite teacher. He was grateful to her. She encouraged him and pushed him to explore transfiguration to the utmost. He learnt much from her, likely things that he might have missed or had noticed years from now. Thank you, Master Brown, he said as he bowed deeply to her. He turned on his heels and followed the man that was leading him to the judgment chamber. He entered and he looked around the chamber. It was circular and had a color scheme of bronze and dull white. Candles illuminated the chamber brightly as they floated high in the chamber. The ceiling was domed and he saw an illustration of a man and woman with their raised wands as half-formed magical creatures surrounded them. It was a grand illustration. He continued forward until he arrived at the center of the chamber. In front of him were his judges. Atticus looked at them. They were seated elevated behind a large ancient wooden table that was arched in a concentric manner with the circular chamber. These were the individuals who would be judging his work and either pass or fail him. 7 masters of transfiguration, all of whom are accomplished. He was informed of the seating arrangement beforehand. From left to right. Master Emmeline Gaussard. Master Abubakar Al-Sad. Master Miriam Tawny. Master Erling Eriksson. Master Hyung Min Lee. Master Alexander Wanbula. Master Daichi Yoshiro. They have all been masters for at least 50 years. Master Sigurdsson was the lead judge in this presentation. Behind them was a gallery and it was open to those who were masters of transfiguration. To his surprise, it seemed there were about 50 individuals in the gallery. He was well known in Britain for his capabilities, though with the war going on, he had thought there wouldn't many people interested in his accomplishments. He returned his gaze towards the judges. Good morning, Apprentice Sayer. I am Master Sigurdsson and I am the lead judge over this presentation. The judge is on my right. Master Sigurdsson began to list off the names on each side of him. After a brief interaction with them, Sigurdsson spoke. You may begin the presentation. His presentation for his mastery would be theory of transfigurational molecular and atomic reconstruction. He had spoken with his master and she told him that he can publish his second contribution once he obtained his mastery. And so Atticus began. He picked the chalk wandlessly and began to draw on the blackboard. The feat of wandless magic had them all sitting up straight, just as he intended. Amanda had told him that there were grumbles about his age and complaints that favoritism had gotten him this far. He intended to prove them wrong from the start. He began to give an overview of his contribution that he would be expanding upon in this presentation. His presentation began on the fundamentals. That the magic that sustains the change from one state into another will run out as the object's inherent state of being will resist and counteract the forced change that magic induces in the object. From there he went on to talk about the lack of literature on exploring the nature of the object's resistance to change and where his investigations began. He delved into chemistry as he explained the fundamentals, then the application of Muggle literature to transfiguration. From that point onward he had their rapt attention as he delved into the science of chemistry and physics. He explained his exploration into atomic and molecular structures of materials and the effect of magic at that level as he slowly induced change to reshape material into the shape he visualized. He then began his explanation into molecular restructuring. He explained the requirements of deep understanding of the molecular structure of the material and that true permanence was only limited to the reshaping of the original material. He added that the technique had a penalizing magical requirement. He then moved on to atomic restructuring, that was effectively nuclear transmutation. He gave brief overview of nuclear transmutation was before moving on to explain his ventures into the technique and explained the requirements of being capable of doing the technique. Finally, after an hour presentation, it was time to provide proof of the veracity of his thesis. He looked around and saw that he held the attention of everyone. The judges came down and came near to view the transfigurations. He brought out 2 blocks of beech woods, the wood that matchsticks used. He drew out his wand and waved it and silently conjured a large bronze dais and set the block of wood on it. One of the masters came and checked that they were indeed blocks of wood. Once they were satisfied, Atticus began to explain further what his intentions were. He drew out his wand and began the first transfiguration, molecular restructuring. He closed his eyes briefly as he brought forth the image he wanted to bring into life. He drew on his magic and he opened his eyes, which began to glow slightly as he brought his magic forth. The change, as always, was mesmerizing. The block of wood rippled slightly as the change occurred and it spread gradually and evenly. A figurine seated on an ornate large chair was brought into existence. Once the transfiguration stopped, he spoke. This is now permanent. No cancellation spell of any power will be able to change it back to a block. Loud murmurs began as people began to speak. Master Sigurdsson stepped down along with Master Yoshiro and they cast any and all cancellation spells they knew with as much power as they could. Fascinating, he murmured in his Swedish accent. He and Yoshiro returned to their seats and Atticus began to explain the second piece of his contribution, atomic restructuring. Finally he once again had his wand out and he visualized what he wanted to change the block of wood to. This required far more magical power. He experimented with a number of metals and gold took the largest amount of magical power. Whilst gold was magically conductive, its molecular structure was nothing special. But the toll it took on his magic was far too much once you considered it. He determined that there was something about gold that magic liked so much that it prevented abuse of the element via magic, and he'd find out eventually. He let out a breath and he closed his eyes once again and drew on his magic. His magic surged and he opened his eyes. His eyes were now truly glowing and a faint outline of his magic could be seen. He pointed his wand at the block of wood and the change began to happen. Just like the other, the change was gradual and it started at the base of the block of wood. But that is where the similarities ended. The block glowed as the change built from the base upward. Eventually the change stopped and where there was once a block of wood, there was now a block of gold. This had the room erupt in loud voices. The judges, all of them came down and inspected the block of gold. Is this permanent? Master Wanbila asked. He shook his head. No. We do not think it is permanent, but the duration of the transfiguration will last so long that it might as well be permanent. He hesitates for a moment. At this juncture in time, I believe that it may well last centuries. Atomic restructuring literally changes the composition of the nucleus, but things at that level have a significant resistance to magic. It is why we believe that the block will revert after a long amount of time. Molecular restructuring doesn't change the atom, simply rearranges it to fit the form that the individual desires, which is a path that won't cause much if any resistance. This is not the case with nuclear transmutation. Atticus explained. One of the judges had cast cancellation charms of all manners once again and the block of gold remained gold. The block of gold would eventually revert back into wood, but that would be in a very long time. After 10 minutes, all of which they tested and discussed the block of gold, Master Sigurdsson turned to him. Thank you for your presentation. We will now deliberate amongst ourselves, Apprentice Sayer. Please wait outside as we determine our decision, he said politely. Atticus bowed to him and made his way outside where Amanda Brown was waiting for him. She came up to him with a wide smile. I know you've shown me the transfiguration, but it always astounds me when I see it again. She shook her head whilst she had a smile on her face. You did remarkably well, Atticus. You absolutely did, she said, extremely happy as her eyes lit in excitement. I agree, he said, laughing. I think I did fairly well. He said, breathing his words out. After half an hour, he and his master were called into the chamber once again. He stood there in the center of the chamber with Amanda by his side. Master Sigurdsson was smiling broadly. Welcome back, Apprentice Sayer. Before we inform you and Master Brown regarding our decision, we would like to say a few words regarding your presentation. He paused for a moment as he gazed towards his colleagues. He returned his gaze towards Atticus. It's been many years since there has been a presentation that captured the attention of everyone here in the Judgment Chamber, he began. It's been even longer that a contribution has been submitted that challenged the status quo, that opens up entirely avenues of research and formulation of theories. He said with a smile on his face. Yours did both, he said with finality. Your presentation, your dissemination of information and your demonstration were all done at an excellent level. He said with a smile. Your thesis, your contribution was original and delved into realms of transfiguration that has not been explored yet. You've brought us the humbling information of the value of Muggle science to the field of transfiguration and most likely to many other branches of magic. Your contribution will undoubtedly be extremely welcome among the transfiguration community. He paused briefly. We were uncertain regarding the wisdom of having a 15-year-old presenting his thesis, despite your achievements to date. It is rare that an individual younger than 20 comes here to gain their mastery, and it is non-existent that an individual would be well-rounded enough to be here before their majority. Until you, he said with a smile on his face. For all these reasons, we are honored to grant to you, on the behalf of the International Transfiguration Board, the title Master of Transfiguration. Sigurdsson stood up as he finished his speech. My congratulations, Master Sayer. He bowed and Atticus instinctively bowed back. The judges came down and personally congratulated him, and he briefly spoke with them. After briefly speaking with a few of Amanda's friends, he made it out of the chamber and made his way towards a cafe that he had spotted before he entered the ITB building. He came here with Amanda alone. It hadn't made sense to arrive with his parents when he'd be back later tonight in England. There were only 2 weeks left until he returned to Hogwarts. In addition, the magical quarter of Alexandria was teeming with ICW forces, making the climate tense. It was not a good time to visit Alexandria. He finally made it to the cafe where he'd spend the next few hours. His portkey would activate at 5 p.m. local time, which didn't leave him much time to explore the city. After ordering a panini and an Arabic coffee, he found himself a secluded corner and sat himself down. He reflected on what he needed to do this upcoming year. His magical progression was going well and he was far above the average magical, but it was not enough. His time with Brozovic had proven that he was good, but good wasn't enough to survive the likes of Grindelwald or even some of his lieutenants. Grindelwald only a week ago massacred over 100 wizards single-handedly. It was awe-inspiring, to tell the truth. He knew he wasn't capable of such a feat, no, not yet. Grindelwald let a few of them live and had them deposited in France to be picked up by their aurors. He forced them to take unbreakable vows that would force them to spread the word of his power, and it was futile to resist him. It was a clever ploy and excellent use of psychological warfare. It made the French and the ICW culpable for their deaths if they do not allow the wizards to spread the word, but if they do, it would drop the morale that was already low at this moment. He didn't know what happened with the wizards, as he only managed to hear of this as his elves managed to overhear some of the aurors that picked the unfortunate wizards up. Given that no news was leaked, it seems quite likely that the French and the ICW let the wizards die rather than cause further problems in morale. He had a massive mountain to climb before he can even think of matching Grindelwald. His hyperpercipience was still immature, his visions only occurred in his dreams still, and the strange evaluation phenomenon that he had was something he didn't understand. It only flared up strongly. No, he thought, strongly isn't a good description. It flared up alarmingly only twice, and the 2 times that it flared were wildly different. Usually the ability was far more subtle, but not those times. It flared for Emily, but it was almost like it was a crossroads that depended on him saying or doing something. When he had seemingly chosen correctly, the evaluation phenomenon shifted into something he found tolerant, as opposed to the other road that led to a feeling that he could only describe as horrific and terror-inducing. That hadn't been the case for the second time it flared up. It had shown that person to be immovable, and that the position the person held was going to cause mass devastation, and a feeling of intense loss had washed over him that he had found difficult to cope with. He had searched in every family grimoire that would give him an idea of what this thing was, but he had found nothing, and it was frustrating. He had asked Orlac if he knew anything about this ability of his, and he hadn't had a clue. It was difficult to improve something when he had zero ideas on how to establish control over it. It was something he intended to focus on during his time in Time Room this year. There were a few ancestors that had grade 2 that he knew the names of, and he'd use the Resurrection Stone for the first time for that. He was conflicted about using the Resurrection Stone. He'd be a hypocrite to believe that the stone might not be real and was somehow an insidious mental magic that constructed individuals from the individual's psyche. After all, he somehow was reborn into this universe. Why would a stone that had the capability to call upon souls that departed life be impossible? He hoped that his ancestors, in addition to giving him answers to hyperpercipience, would be able to help him with the stone given that I was their descendant. He wanted to know if he would bear the negative repercussions if he used the stone. The story said that Cadmus died as he sought to bring back his love. That makes him think that the stone pulled on the magic of the individual in order to fuel the souls or shades of the people who have died. Cadmus, perhaps in that case, in his obsession with his dead wife, allowed the stone to pull on all of his magic, which caused his death. Magical depletion existed. He himself hadn't come close to total depletion, as the body had its own defenses, similar to shock, that prevented you from depleting your magic totally. It seemed only through desperation or dire circumstances could result in total depletion. That theory made him wary of using the stone in the time room, given that his magic wouldn't replenish normally. He would have to use the stone outside of it. He hoped that this was the case and not the possibility that the stone was far more nefarious in nature, that it used the life force of an individual to fuel the calling of the dead as the price, as he feared might be case. If it was simply a case of the stone pulling on his magic, it would mean that he would be free to use to call upon the souls of magicals he dearly wanted to speak with. Other than a few of his ancestors, Rowena Ravenclaw was his idol. So much of Hogwarts is attributed to her, and he wanted to pick her brains and hopefully, if she allows it, teach him. He was certain she knew so much more than anyone alive did. The time room was something that he was still to this day in awe of. She created and manipulated an entire dimension. He had spent a lot of time trying to figure how she did it, and he had found nothing conclusive. It wasn't a case of spatial manipulation. Spatial manipulation occurred within this plane and simply used magic to create a larger pocket than what the natural universe would normally allow. Magic was allowed for a larger space to exist. But to create a whole new dimension? He desperately wanted to pick her brains, and if the stone is fairly benign as long as you responsibly use it, he would call upon her. When it came to his magic, things came easier to him. His wandless capabilities, which he had always improved on any time he could, felt less draining as time went by. He wasn't sure if it was hyperpercipience or not, but nonetheless he began using it extensively in his dueling style. He had no need of gestures for the most part, and he exploited this as much as he could. He began to use anything that lay around him to intercept spells whilst he continued to cast. He intended to make it muscle memory for him use his environment to intercept spells. The roar was exceptionally capable of producing illusions of environments, and he intended to test if the roar was capable of producing duelers from his mind rather than the standard dummies he used. His transfiguration skills were improving all the time. One of the things he was working on was fluid transfiguration. In battle transfiguration, constructs were created from the earth, from buildings, and so on, but even if you were absolutely a genius in transfiguration, there was a lack of continuous flow in casting. You created constructs that attacked the opponent, who would try and succeed to destroy them or reverse them against you, and you would either retransfigure or destroy the constructs. This wouldn't happen with what he intended with fluid transfiguration. He intended to create a form of transfiguration that literally was continuous, whereby a transfiguration made of the earth would still be connected through the earth and continued to provide raw material to fuel the transfiguration. In essence, the environment would become pretty much like clay or dough that would continuously be reshaped into whatever he wished. He believed that this form would effectively neutralize dark magic. Since the transfiguration was continuous, it meant that the damaging aspect of dark magic wouldn't have anywhere near the same kind of impact it would when it was cast on standard constructs, which would break up or be damaged. The dark magic that stuck to the transfiguration would effectively be gobbled up, and if he sent out the transfiguration to attack the opponent would have to deal with dark magic infected earth. For the moment, he was still trying to play with animation charms, as he believed that was key in finding out the necessary arithmetic formulas that would give him an insight on how to produce continuous transfiguration. He ate the last bit of his panini and sat back on his chair. Similarly, his progress into rituals were problematic. His first ritual of the 7 sets of 7 had been enhancement, his second was freedom of the mind, body, and magic, his third had been augmentation of the first set. He's finished the 4th and 5th set. His 4th set was centered on the adoption of abilities of magical creatures. Atticus had to modify his set, and he could only adopt a single elemental ability safely. The rest of the rituals in the set focused on increasing his immunity. He'd gain immunity largely against fire, dragon fire would no longer burn him. Poison from Nundle would be greatly diminished, and so on. His 5th set was centered on physical rejuvenation. His stamina, his endurance, mental fatigue would all be reduced or increased. He estimated he wouldn't need sleep for days at a time. Those two were easy to complete, relatively speaking. It was his 6th and 7th set that caused him issues. Those were also the rituals that would grant him biological near immortality. His 6th and 7th set would be rituals to enable near biological immortality and controlled regeneration. Controlled regeneration was important. You did not want a finger that is sliced off to regenerate into another you. He knew a lot of what caused aging thanks to his knowledge of his old life. Aging is caused by damage to the structures and functions of the molecules, cells, and so on through oxidation, telomere shortening, mutations and a few more things that he didn't know. He knew what they were, but the extent of his biology knowledge did not extend beyond an overview of biology. He did not have beyond a fundamental knowledge of biology. He did not know how to affect things at a cellular level, nor did he know where to start, and it was irksome. The current literature was almost a century behind the cutting-edge science and medicine that he was aware of, and they were only at the beginning of discovering what DNA was and how it functions. Oswald Avery, a name that he remembered from his biology lessons and who funnily might actually be a squib of the Avery family, discovered that DNA transforms cell properties. This would only be in a few years' time. Chargaff was another important individual in the matters of DNA. Barbara McClintock, Rosalind Franklin, and of course Watson and Crick was pivotal in establishing the foundations of understanding DNA. All of these peoples were 4 to 15 years away from being useful to him. Even then, their usefulness to him were not high, especially given that he intended to complete the rituals by the time he was 17, which was becoming difficult. In truth, it was the reason he decided to remain at Hogwarts. The time room was far too important to his plans and ensuring he achieved his deadlines. But trying to come up with a comprehensive understanding of cellular biology on his own through experimentation and observation was utterly out of the question. He did not have decades to spare to non-stop spend his time learning this from the ground up. All this meant that he would have to find a method that was heavily magical that would mitigate his lack of deep knowledge of biology to either drastically reduce aging in his body or stop it completely. Thankfully he knew the most important aspect, that progressive damage to the structures and functions that make up and regulate the body are what caused aging. This was key. This fundamental thing is enough to understand that phoenixes were perfect. Phoenixes regenerate themselves by having a burning day when their bodies have become old. All the damage that has been accumulated gets removed. Of course there was a clear problem with this. The damage that is accumulated is simply erased and a new cycle is begun. He had no desire to become an infant again. Once again becoming a self-aware infant was something he hoped never to endure again. But he had a starting point. Phoenix ashes are the product of a regeneration cycle. It was the product of the old cycle that the phoenix shed to make way for the new cycle. Phoenix tears are a potent healing item which restores the body to health. It repairs damage to the body and restores it from before the injury. These two were key to achieving biological immortality. He intended to incorporate both ingredients to essentially induce a continuous repairing and regeneration of his cells, his body, and his DNA to effectively remove the progressive damage to the structures and functions of his body. Effectively, he would fix his body to an age and health to which it defaulted to. His body would cease to age beyond an exact age and health as the rituals would restore everything to which his body is frozen to. It was easier said than done. He had spoken with Orlac, who had stated that there had been countless mages who tried to achieve immortality from this approach, but Atticus wasn't trying to achieve immortality, not in the normal sense. He was effectively augmenting his body to a state where it would be perpetually regenerating and healing itself. The Philosopher's Stone did a similar thing, except it was required to be taken continuously to have the same effect. Of course the magical requirement of it all was going to be huge. Magic was about balance, and so he'd need to a large sacrifice to ensure that the price wouldn't be paid by him. That meant that he would have to bind this biological immortality in a manner that magic would find acceptable. His continuous regeneration and healing of his cells, fixed at an age he would determine, would have to have a limited time span. His current thinking was to sacrifice 1 or 2 of the basilisk eggs that Sirial laid. The basilisk was a phenomenon, magically speaking. The venom, the basilisk stare and the long lifespan should have been impossible, but yet it worked. Of course the reason it worked was because of the incredible flaw it had: rooster cries were deadly to it. A mundane creature practically harmless was able to kill the most deadly of any animal in existence. Balance. If he sacrificed these basilisks, he believed that the price would be paid in full without any negative connotations to himself. He would sacrifice the basilisks and their potential in exchange for the biological immortality to work and to last the potential lifetime of those basilisks. He figured they'd give him 2,000 years. Enough time to work on 5 more rituals that would bring up his total ritual sets to 13, the next stable ritualistic set before 21, which was far more unstable in comparison to 13, which itself was more unstable than 7, which the most powerful ritualistic set. But he would have a long time to figure it out if his plans worked. But the 2 ingredients weren't enough. His arithmetic calculations of the rituals had shown that he needed numerous ingredients, which he hasn't fully determined yet, but the ones he has were incredibly rare, and the potion he would brew from these ingredients would have to be specially brewed. He knew that much. Pewter, copper, and brass cauldrons would not be good enough for the potion he'd brew. All those cauldrons were used for specific speeds of brewing. The early arithmancy calculations had told him that the brew would be insanely difficult to achieve in a standard cauldron. It meant that he had to find a cauldron that could work. The process that his calculations showed was that it would have to be incredibly slow and would have to be brewed for months at a dense magical location in incredibly careful circumstances in a especially magical cauldron. There were only 3 cauldrons he could think of that could aid him in brewing this potion. Père Dédony was one of them. It is a powerful magical cauldron that is said to have immense healing power to the point that it could heal those near death. The Muggles have their own mythology that it revived the dead, but that wasn't true. It was simply a powerful artifact that could heal those near death. This artifact was last known to be in the hands of an Irish druid who was named Cathbad, over 1400 years ago. There were no clues as to where it might be, and he suspected that it was done on purpose either by the druid or someone who found it and made sure there existed links to them. Unless he knew the full true name of the man, he would never be able to call upon his soul to ask him about it. He could call upon King Conc Hobar Mac Nessa, a legendary Irish king, to ask him, but he suspected not even he knew. Effectively this ruled out using the pair Daedony. Another possibility would be the Dada, which was a cauldron that was said to be capable of true replication of anything that was brewed inside it. Besides the obvious benefit of having large amounts of the potion available to him, the cauldron was near perfect. It is reportedly made out of orichalcum, and as the metal was heavily conductive to magic, it would be able to bind the ambient magic into the potion well. Sadly, unless he wanted to go on a hunting trip that could take months, as the last known location of the Dada was in Romania, it wasn't an option either. No, the most feasible and easily attainable cauldron was Helga Hufflepuff's cup. Helga was not known for being a Pokemon, but she was a master at the branch of magic that only Salazar surpassed in their day. It made sense, she was a herbology master, and given how closely interlinked the two branches were, it made sense that she was extremely capable at the art. Helga was known for being a master healer, in addition to being a warrior thanks to her Viking heritage. Her cup was a combination of her two strongest branches: healing and potions. The cup's powers were very specific. It could only be used to brew healing potions, and the cup would effectively amplify the potency of the healing potion. That was the only known capability of the cup, but it was near perfect. The only reason why it wasn't better was that he didn't know what the cup was made out of. He suspected goblin silver. While it was a good conductive metal for magic, it was not what he needed. But it would suffice in all honesty. Good thing was that he knew exactly where it was. He tasked some of his elves to spy on Hepzibah Smith to learn her routine in and out of her house and to listen to her. In the time they observed her, none had been given the notion that she had the cup. It seemed that she made sure to keep the fact that she had it quiet. Tom Riddle must have established a friendly relationship with her, charming her out of her secrets. It was funny. He'd be doing what Tom Riddle did and steal the cup from her. Except of course he wouldn't kill her, there was no need. His proficiency in legilimency was pretty good at the moment. Not quite good enough to rewrite memories, but good enough to dampen certain memories. He intended to legilimens her and take the information he needed on where the cup was and then obliviate her with a custom version he created that would make it extremely difficult to undo the obliviation. He'd do it in his Chrysander alias in the winter. If he managed to grab the cup, then he would only have to obtain the ingredients and think up and complete the arithmancy calculations. He had enough time to do this. While he had a feasible plan on how to achieve biological immortality, he still needed to heavily do research in the matters of biology so that he was as accurate as possible when he was doing his calculations. He lamented that he didn't take biology at university. Regardless, he had a great many things to do. Break. Daryl McKinney POV. He gasped as he blinked furiously. Where am I? He thought groggily as he shook his head. He tried to move but found himself unable to, and he began to panic. His eyes cleared up and he looked around and saw himself tied to a chair. What is going on? He screamed in his head. Where am I? He said loudly and frantically as his head swiveled from side to side. Ah, you're awake, a voice that sounded familiar spoke in the distance. He snapped his head towards the direction of the voice. What? Who is there? He shouted angrily and not without a little bit of fear. Finally the voice in the shadows stepped out and he could see who it was. His eyes widened. Sayer. He shouted in anger. He didn't understand. He didn't understand why he was here. What you are doing here? What are you doing to me? He said in fury as he hoped to drown that fear he had. We'll get to that shortly, Sayer said, and the smile he gave sent chills through his spine. He tried to speak once more but found himself silenced, and he knew things were going to end badly for him. Sayer conjured a chair seemingly wandlessly and sat upon the chair. The boy's purple eyes bore themselves into him as he tried to jiggle his hands free. He felt strange, his magic felt constricted and he didn't know why. His fear grew in proportions. Finally, the boy moved and waved his hand over him. There, you can speak again. Sayer tilted his head, shouting, will do you no good. The room is silenced and you could set off a bomb and nothing would be heard. I suggest you keep quiet and listen. Sayer said with a tone that brooked no disobedience. I swear I didn't do anything. Please. It wasn't me. He cried out in sheer panic. Sayer shook his head shut. Your mouth. He said with a malicious tone, and Daryl complied easily, though he couldn't help get a sob out as he remained quiet. He was going to die. He was going to die. He was going to die, his thoughts rang out. Better, Sayer said in an approving tone, but Daryl couldn't help but feel terrified. I'm sure this is confusing for you. Sayre said as he raised his wand and pointed it at him, and Daryl trashed against the bindings of the chair as he frantically tried to get out of the chair. Please no. Please, he cried out, and Sayre paid him no heed. He closed his eyes and waited for death. Something washed over him and memories assaulted him, and he gasped at the sudden influx of memories. He shook his head to clear the haze and turned to Sayre. He remembered meeting Sayre in the Hog's Head with a number of Muggleborns. He remembered being obliviated, and he rose in anger. You obliviated me. He roared in anger. You fucked with my head, he near screamed. Sayre took back his seat and looked at him with an amused look. I did. Sayre said as he nodded amiably as if Daryl said something funny. Why, he asked defeated. Why do this? I didn't remember. I was no threat to your plans, he said bitterly. Yes, you weren't a threat to my plans. Not truly. And it isn't the reason why you're here. Sayre said seriously for the first time. He lifted his head and turned towards the boy. Then what is it? He screamed at the boy. You fucking inbred pureblood fuck. Why the fuck am I here? He asked in fury. You're here because of your plans. Sayre said simply, and a cold chill ran through his spine. He hadn't told anyone yet of his plans. He was going to wait until he had the capital and the connections before he began recruiting. My plans? I don't know what you're talking about, he denied, though even to himself it was weak. Sayre had the temerity to chuckle. Don't bother. I caught you a few days ago and had you under Veritas to get your plans from you. Quite ambitious of you. Sayre commented with a little appraise in his voice. It would have likely caused a fair bit of damage too if I hadn't been warned, Sayre continued. Warned? He couldn't help but ask. None knew of his plans. All of it was still in his head. Sayre nodded yes. You see, I have this talent. A rare one and a confusing one too that allows me to evaluate people, for a lack of a better word. Essentially, I get to have a clue on people's futures, whether or not they are beneficial to presumably or my goals. I'm not quite sure yet. Perhaps both, perhaps neither. Sayre shrugged carelessly. When we met in the inn, it flared up and I didn't quite understand. It was only through observation and the attention I paid you that it truly flared up in the following weeks whenever I gazed at you. Sayre said with thinning his lips. It was a pain, to wait for the right time to get you alone and to figure out exactly why my skill flared the way it did, Sayre said before he started chuckling, though it was angry, and Sayre's eyes grew cold. To think, I owe the ability that much. You would have gone unnoticed for years, I imagine, as you built up your connections in the Muggle world until you were ready, Sayre said in cold tone. Daryl hated his time at Hogwarts. It ruined his life. His family was estranged from him as they were devout Catholic. When Professor Dumbledore had come to inform him that all the strange things that happened to him was due to magic, it had initially elated him before a pit of dread had taken over when he had seen the faces of his parents. They feared him. They feared magic. They wanted to refuse him attending Hogwarts, but the warning Dumbledore gave about unstable magic reacting in ways that may well prove dangerous to everyone in the house had them relent, given that they didn't want to endanger his siblings. They looked at him as if he was the Antichrist, and ever since that day his parents had ignored his existence. His siblings hadn't understood as his parents forbade him to tell them of magic. It was the beginning of the fracture of his family, the family he had loved and still did. When he turned 14, they kicked him out of the house, finally, when an owl arrived at the home from one of his classmates. They had said that they have done their duty as his parents and said they would no longer have one of the devil's child in their home, and said they would pray for his soul. He had cried until his tears ran out, and he made his way to Diagon Alley to stay in the magical world. It was only the bartender taking pity on him and making him earn his stay that prevented him from living off the streets. It was the first kind thing anyone had done for him in the magical world, and it proved to be one of the only kind acts for years to come. He had arrived at Hogwarts bitter and angry, but also hopeful, in a place where he'd belong to. He was sorted in Gryffindor, Dumbledore's house. The beginning had been good in all truths. He had made friends with a number of Muggleborns and even a few purebloods that didn't disdain his existence. It had come crashing down in November 1934. Tarquin Selwyn had chosen him and began to torment him. All those friends he had made suddenly disappeared as they didn't want to catch the sadistic boy's attentions. Selwyn and his fellow Slytherins caused him so much pain and anguish to the point that he was a frequent visitor to the infirmary when someone found him when the Slytherins had left him in the halls of Hogwarts. He'd gone to Dumbledore to ask him for help and to get them expelled, but it had been useless. My hands are tied, my dear boy. Those children are children of wealthy lords, and there is nothing I can do to punish them that would stick. They would come to Hogwarts in anger, and your life would become even more difficult. Aurors are more likely to arrest you than they are to arrest them for assault. I'm sorry, my boy, had been the reply of the sanctimonious prick, and he had hated Dumbledore as much as he hated Selwyn. His supposed fellow Gryffindors had turned their backs to him, and none of them wanted to step up on his behalf. He was after all only a Muggleborn. His torment hadn't ended until 4th year, when he had learned how to hide himself. It began his hatred of magicals. Magic had ruined his life, and he had vowed to himself that he would get revenge. He had planned for years to do it. Some Muggleborns left Hogwarts after owls, and he would have done the same had he been able to get all the knowledge he needed by that time, but he hadn't, and had to remain one more year before he could leave. He was going to use his magic in the Muggle world to build himself a company and build as many connections as he could with rich Muggles, nobles, and politicians for a single purpose, to inform them of a hidden world right beneath their noses that was godless and that it was filled with people who hated those without magic. He'd inform them of their crimes, of their magic that can wipe minds, control minds, and kill with ease to frighten them into cooperation. He would whip them up in a frenzy as he sought ensure their aid in his quest for vengeance. He had fantasized of the dead frozen faces of his tormentors as they were riddled with bullets as the army swept across magical Britain. It had aroused him. Not all of the magicals would be wiped out. No. The Muggleborns were innocent. Just like he was. They were weak, of course. They tried to assimilate into a society that hated them and simply accepted their treatment. They would join him or die with their precious pure bloods. That had been his plan. He looked at the Sayer boy in hatred, his fear forgotten. The Sayer boy had done nothing personal to him, not until he obliviated him, twice, but he was part of the problem. He was someone held in awe at Hogwarts for his intellect and his talents. More than once he had overheard girls talk about the boy, both Muggleborn and pure blood, gossiping about him and swoon over the boy's looks and intellect and his wealth. He hated the boy for having such an easy life where he could simply focus on his education and ignore all that surrounded him. He had been wrong, of course. The meeting at the inn had proved that, but it didn't matter to him. He was part of the problem and someone who would die along with his fellow inbred purebloods. You purebloods wouldn't have known something was wrong until it was too late. He began as he spewed the words out in pure hatred and eyes wild with fury. You all think you are the center of the world when you are all but nothing but godless freaks that should have been killed in the crib. He began to laugh in unrestrained manic. It would have been glorious to see all their dead bodies as it were riddled in bullets. He grinned savagely before a look of hatred took him over. But you have ruined everything. All my plans, all what I wanted to do, gone. He screamed in anger before he deflated in on himself. I was so close to beginning it all. He whispered in anguish. Your hatred is understandable, Sayer said in a pitying voice that broke the silence. He hated the pity in his voice. He had heard it from Muggleborns in his house as they tried to speak to him when he'd returned from the hospital. The magical world treated you terribly through faults not of your own. The fact that your own family rejected you must have had you wishing for a place to belong, and yet you didn't find it at Hogwarts, where once again you were rejected but also tormented. The school didn't protect you from your aggressors and in fact seemed to encourage it with their lack of enforcement. It was negligent and criminal in truth the way they let the tormentors go. Sayer sighed and rubbed his eyes. You're not the only Muggleborn that Selwyn and his ilk tormented. You definitely were the worst case, but nonetheless you weren't the only one. Sayer pursed his lips before he shook his head. I didn't know. Had I known, perhaps I would have interceded in some way. I'm not a fan of bullies, though really they were more criminal than simple bullies. Sayer once again shook his head. What is done is done. You cannot change the past. What are you going to do with me? He said as he raised his head and met Sayer's eyes, who looked impassive. He had known what was going to happen to him, but he wanted it confirmed. You're going to die. Sayer said simply without a care in his voice as they met each other's gaze. You will not move from your position. Your hatred is far too deep for you to be able to move past it. It is a shame. You are smart and resourceful enough to have been able to help bridge both worlds and bring about a society worth having. This society is rotten, Daryl. We all know it. Unfortunately, it is the one we have, and trying to change it is a prospect that requires far too much blood for my liking and is a mess. Sayer smiled sardonically. I intended to simply create my own country, one that was democratic in some fashion, that incorporated the best of both worlds, as I believe it would reach heights that neither could for centuries to come on their own at best. Sayer sighed. He had known he was going to die, and hearing it didn't help. He didn't care what Sayer said about creating a new society. He didn't care for Sayer's opinions. He wanted his revenge and he would never get it, and he began to sob. You won't get away with this, he said, beseeching the boy with the threat of getting caught. With fear in his eyes. You will be caught. We can forget about this. You can even obliviate me. Please, he begged, even though the act nearly caused bile to come up his throat. Don't do this. I can change. You don't have to kill me. Please, he pleaded, but the boy simply shook his head. I won't get caught. I polyjuiced into you early today and checked into this hotel wearing your face. Sayer looked at him without emotions. You looked quite depressed when you arrived. Sayer smiled in a way that froze his blood. The receptionist had asked you if you were okay, purely out of professional concern, and you informed her you heard your family die in one of the Nazi raids, Sayer said without a single emotion in his voice. His eyes widened in shock and Sayer continued. You simply brushed off her condolences and went to your room depressed, and Sayer smiled coldly. Panic and dread filled his stomach. You didn't touch my family, did you? He demanded, half begging as he prayed to God. If you fucking touched them, I will kill you. He screamed as he lost himself in his rage. Sayer got up and was impassive amidst the screams and hatred that emanated from him. Did you kill them? Tell me, he screamed to no avail, and he began pleading desperately as he hoped to know the fate of his family. Eventually Sayer went to the back and brought back a strange bag that was clear and see-through, seemed similar to glass though it looked odd in texture. Sayer also brought out a rope that he began to hang tight to the ceiling and he trashed against his bindings. His voice was raw from the screaming and he rasped out his pleas until Sayer spoke in a calm tone as he walked towards. Such a shame that plastics won't be invented for decades. Sayer sighed as he unzipped the bag. I had to create this, you know. Luckily my memories were helpful in the matter. Sayer smiled fondly as looked away to the side brief second before he gazed at him. I remember watching Saw. Sayer shook his head. I hated those movies for the senseless brutality. They were creative to be sure, but they were so terror-inducing. I hated that aspect of the movies. However, Sayer began as he smiled broadly, one of the deaths had stuck to me. It was a popular kind of death, I have to say, given that there were a multitude of movies that had the same kind of death. Sayer paused for a moment and Daryl was utterly confused and terrified by the insane drivel the boy speaking of. What are you fucking talking about, you fucking knobhead? He rasped out and Sayer shot him a mild glare. You had your say when you shouted at me with all that vitriol. Now hush as I have my turn. Where was I? Ah yes. The death I was referring to was of course death by suffocation by plastic bag. It is a kind of death that I can appreciate. It adds drama really as the person struggles to breath and takes minutes for them to die. Sayer smiled broadly at that as he eyed him. He is insane, he thought frantically. You'll be glad to know that you'll be the first to die via this method. Sayer said, tilting his head. Of course no one will know. Once you are dead I will simply hang your dead body to make it clear that you killed yourself. Ties everything up nicely, don't you think? Sayer said jovially and he moved to speak as he glared at Sayer with hatred, but Sayer didn't allow him to speak. He moved swiftly behind Daryl and wrapped the bag over his face and tightened it around his neck. He frantically tried to get something loose but he had no luck, just like earlier. He cried as he realized he was going to die. He couldn't see clearly but he saw Sayer sit down and watch him die. He didn't know how long it was for but he began to black out and his gasps were getting shorted, tighter, and finally he blacked out, cursing the name Sayer. Atticus POV. That was fascinating. He had watched McKinney die and it was strangely quite relaxing. He felt no guilt at the death. He had plans that would have destroyed everything. He felt genuine anger at the boy for planning to destroy the magical world, the world he intended to save. Atticus got up and undid the plastic bag 10 minutes after the boy had blacked out. He undid the bindings and floated McKinney towards the rope and hung him. All in a good day's work, he murmured as he began to erase evidence of any foul play. It wasn't anything personal, to be honest. The boy needed to die as he would have caused issues down the line. He wasn't certain McKinney would succeed. It was something that never found its way in the HP universe, but it wasn't something he could allow to leave to fate. He wondered what it said about him when he felt nothing at the death of a boy only 17 years of age. He shrugged and made his way out of the hotel disillusioned. He cast a compulsion charm on the receptionist to check in on the room he had checked in as McKinney in an hour's time. He was in London, just before he expected the blitz to happen. He breathed in deeply and made his way towards an alley where he could apparate freely from. He didn't kill the boy's family. In truth, it had been a toss-up. He would have killed them if he hadn't been proficient in legilimency and obliviation. He couldn't rewrite memories, yet, but he could dampen them. He dampened the memories of Daryl and magic and targeted specific memories that had magic in them. Whilst he couldn't rewrite memories, he was fairly decent at implanting things in minds. Of course the muggles he had experimented on would probably protest at his so-called proficiency, but hey, he had to learn, didn't he? They had been criminals anyway, so he felt no sympathy. It was for a good cause. The McKinney family now believe they kicked out Daryl because of his deviancy. That was what homosexuality was called in this day and age. Given that Daryl had no romantic interests at Hogwarts, if there was ever an investigation, they wouldn't find it hard to believe, plus his death could simply be attributed to it even if the accounts of the receptionist differed from the information they all had known. It is unlikely that an investigation would happen in the first place. Daryl had given his head of house his confirmation that he wouldn't return for his 7th year, so there should be no suspicion. The only ones that might be a weak point were perhaps the Muggleborns who had witnessed his obliviation of the boy. But given that they had to keep it secret as part of the secrecy clauses, they were unlikely to snitch. Besides, he had obliviated the boy, it made no sense to come after him if they assumed foul play. He shook his head. He'd asked Tweenie for some cocoa. He felt cravings for some nice hot cup of cocoa. With a twist, he operated back home. Chapter 22. I've read them, Emily informed him as she sat down next to him underneath a lone tree that stood on a hill overlooking the lake. All of them? He asked without looking up from the tome on advanced charms. Yes. They were illuminating. She finally said. He hummed in thought. He had given her a small collection of ethics, political, social and philosophical books, all of them Muggle, for her to read. She had been contemptuous, but he withheld any further duels until she read them. These books will only help you, Emily. You may hate Muggles, but you cannot deny the dangers of them, nor can you deny that many of them are and were brilliant in their own rights. To ignore knowledge because of your personal dislike of their source is the height of folly and ignorance. He had said, and she hadn't liked it all. Given that she wasn't cursing him out, it can only mean that she truly found them useful. I had heard of Alexander the Great and Napoleon of course, but I have never bothered to learn of their exploits in detail. Not that the orphanage had any books on the matter. She paused briefly before she stared at him. Given that you gave me those books along with books about the founding fathers, Socrates, and so on, your attempt to steer me away from conquest is quite adorable, she said a little mockingly as she turned towards him as she stared intently at him. She finally tilted her head. Alexander and Napoleon were excellent commanders of men, in nearly every way. She paused briefly before continuing. They rallied men to themselves by supporting a cause that the public supported in some way or another. Napoleon used his military successes expertly and leveraged that success into popularity, which continued to grow through propaganda until the public were effectively clamoring for him to become dictator and eventually emperor. She paused briefly and Atticus saw grudging respect on her face before it disappeared, and she continued right after the French Revolution, which had been to remove the royalty from France. It was masterful. He might be known for his military genius, but everything he's done militarily seems to me that he built himself a power base. Perhaps not to take over, to stage a military coup over the royals, but he certainly planned to have large amounts of influence in France. She looked thoughtful for a second before continuing. Alexander was certainly impressive, and in the end both of them have many things in common, and one in particular, they had an enemy to fight. A cause. She said as she stared at him. If you're trying to influence me away from their roots, by exploiting the public to seize power, you're not doing a good job of it, she said, tilting her head. Even your books on the founding fathers of Mughal America were about a cause about independence. They exploited the disillusioned public and whipped them up for independence. Even then, they exploited the people who mattered through different avenues. For those who had a stake in the tea industry, it was removal of the excessive taxes and being able to be influential in the new regime, whilst the commoners were whipped up for the love of country, to deal with the British who were the other. You've only confirmed my beliefs on how to gain power, she plainly stated. He laughed but nods. I have, because exploiting the public will be necessary for any attempt to gain the power that you want, he said, pursing his lips as his mind whirled on arranging his thoughts into words. The books were for you to analyze both routes. Napoleon and Alexander are rightly remembered in history. They achieved great things in their short lives. He paused briefly, but in the end, their efforts were fractured if not outright destroyed. Napoleon lost everything because he hadn't known when to stop and to consolidate his power, and it resulted in France being surrounded by enemies and ended up dying imprisoned. France in the end was reduced in status and in territory, and his legacy tarnished. Alexander similarly didn't know how to stop, and it caused division in his ranks. He fell into delusion and self-grandeur to the point that he believed he was a god. He scoffed. In the end, after he died, his conquest fractured and his legacy ended in only a short amount of time. He shook his head. The point I'm trying to make is that gaining power is easy, he said as he trailed off, trying to put into words what he's trying to say in comparison to keeping it, which entirely a different perspective. She scoffed. Power and fear will let me keep it. Of course, it isn't quite as simple as that, but at the root, those two are the most important, she said intently as she narrowed her eyes in challenge. He shook his head. Emily, that is incredibly naive. A flash of anger came across her face until she schooled it and gave him a look to continue. People followed Napoleon, Alexander, and the founding fathers because they believed in the cause those people took up. Those people kept their power because their citizens believed in them. Liked them. Not merely the nobles, or merely the commoners, but both. From the lowest class to the highest. He paused briefly. He had considered giving her The Prince by Machiavelli, but he hadn't wanted to risk her taking his ideals wholeheartedly rather than simply digest the information from an abstract point of view. He didn't want to risk a nightmare Dumbledore-Voldemort hybrid, and he shuddered slightly and she furrowed her eyebrows in confusion at him, but he ignored it and continued. Napoleon lost his support due to the constant warfare he engaged in because he was unable or unwilling to come to the table and negotiate with his enemies when they were inclined to. For all of Napoleon's genius, his character flaws were his undoing, as he ultimately believed himself to be superior. Hubris. He said calmly. Napoleon, Alexander, and the founding fathers all had one thing in common: they had a definable enemy. An enemy that the public could support, moralistically, nationalistically, and it was something that affected them. But among them, only the founder fathers had built something to last. He pursed his lips. They had a simple cause that everyone that had a stake in it could support. Of course, they were lucky that their war for independence happened during an era of turmoil in Europe, but they exploited it as the opportunity presented itself. In any case, the founding fathers were a collective, some far more influential than others, but ultimately they seized power and in the aftermath built an institution that allowed them to keep it, ensuring that even the lowest had rights under the new regime. All of them came into the forefront during a time of strife, and all of them had a savior element to them. He paused briefly as he considered his words. Everyone, from the lowest class to the wealthy nobles, had something to which they could identify with them. Love of country, nobility, wealth, etc. People liked or loved them. Emily, he said carefully. It is better to be feared and loved by the public, as it will help you keep your power, he said finally. She hummed as she looked to the side before she looked at him. This is your roundabout way of influencing me away from blood purism. To not take up their cause as my own, she said plainly. He nods carefully. It is. You're securing yourself a power base from wealthy pureblood families whose actions would fracture magical Britain. He pursed his lips. Many of these families have extremist views on what to do with the more disdained portions of the magical world and would head the country into a path of civil war, he said, thinning his lips as he recalled Rowling's HP universe. Voldemort might have been the leader of the pureblood cause, but everything he has seen in this country suggested that in one way or another, strife would happen given the tensions and wildly different beliefs that permeated throughout the country. She scowled lightly as she spoke. If you disregard blood purism for a moment, you will see that there are valid concerns that the darker families have, that I agree with, she said firmly as her eyes lit up in passion. The war on traditions, the constant legislations that bans whole branches of magic or restricts the use of magic, she sneered as she paused for a moment. The pro-muggle legislations that the blood traders constantly try to force through the Wisengamot, she said as she thinned her lips. You cannot seriously consider all those acceptable? She asked with a quirked eyebrow. He shook his head. I don't. He sighed. It was true. The light factions constantly, and he assumed partially at the behest of Dumbledore, did much to antagonize the dark faction with their legislation that attacked much of their core beliefs and what their family used. Granted, there were some kinds of dark magic that shouldn't be used, but the legislations were sweeping, careless. Thankfully, much of it was unsuccessful in trying to get past, but he could see that changing when Dumbledore came into power. I don't find them acceptable and it needs to be fought. He paused briefly. The problem you have, well, what the dark faction has, is that the common folk and the more reasonable light families view the dark faction with mistrust and suspicion. With good reason. He thinned his lips. Appearances matter, Emily. You are well aware of this. The dark faction is considered to be, well, dark. Not simply their magic but their intentions, and with the way their heirs spout their nonsense about purity and their actions at Hogwarts, you cannot be surprised that the light faction is far more preferable. He said as he looked into the distance. The concerns you do hold, that are reasonable and positive for the magical world, will always get drowned out by the negatives. How can you gain the support of the people when the majority of your power base at best disdain half of the population and want them even more marginalized, while at worst want to kill off or enslave half of the population? He shook his head before continuing. You have to separate purism from all those aspects that are positive for the magical world and present them as such. Ultimately, many stances of the dark faction are destructive for magical Britain with the way they hold on to things, and similarly the light faction is not much better with their insane pro-muggle stances. He paused briefly. Not to mention, the crimes of Grindelwald will only harden people's stances on things that considered dark, Emily. The light would be well positioned to capitalize on that hardened view and claim all sort of things as dark that is a threat to their worldview. Blood purism is a cancerous element in society. It drives the wedge between people who might otherwise have much in common. He sighed before he eyed her. To remain in power, you must avoid the hatred of the people you intend to rule over. Your power base can never simply be the wealthy families. It has to be the public, and the public is diverse. Power in this country is within the hands of a few families, she said, narrowing her eyes. They own the majority of the businesses in the country, they effectively influence the ministry in hugely disproportionate ways, she said plainly. The public has no real power, she finishes. Why must I cater to them? She said with a tilted head. Emily, the wealthy families remain wealthy and in power because the public allows them to, and she scoffed at that. Emily, history is littered with failed states because the regime was unable to win the public over. Conquests have failed, dictatorships have failed, and many more have failed because the public refused those in power. Unless you want to rule over ashes, the public are critically important, he said, thinning his lips. Even as we speak, countries that are under the yoke of Grindelwald have large populations that are rebelling in some way or another, waiting for the right opportunity to get their country back. The public must always be on your side if you are to rule, Emily, and you can never get them on your side if you disenfranchise at best a large portion of the population. Your rule would be unstable and would unravel in the seams. She scowled at this. The noble families know of the kinds of magic that the vast majority of the people have no access to. They are also far more powerful on average than the common magicals. She scoffed. The public will be kept in check through power and fear. For the most part, their lives would be unaffected, and so they would have no cause to be disruptive. She said plainly. He remained silent for a moment. I once said to you that people at their most fundamental want to be safe. That fear that you would seek to hold over them can so easily be turned into hatred. He paused briefly as he stared at her. You know the strength of hatred, don't you? He asked intently. She thinned her lips but said nothing, and he continued. You would be so quickly labeled a dark lady if this is the route you intend to go on. You would be compared as a dark lady to the likes of Grindelwald and many other examples throughout history who are all universally hated bar their supporters, for their cruelty, the uncaring violence and the death they cause. He thinned his lips and snapped his fingers. Escalation will follow so quickly as the population gets riled up against you by your enemies, and suddenly you have many recruits for their cause. If you're lucky, you have a regime that managed to survive but at a reduced state as your own forces are depleted just like theirs. But now you have family members of those your supporters have killed who have undying hatred for you and yours. You would have to kill them as well, but they have friends who survived and they hold utter hatred for you. It is an unending cycle you've begun and the power you hold is slipping. He said as he took in her face and she was staring past him. You above all are a winner, Emily. Going the route of Dark Lady or being branded a Dark Lady is something that will only cause you defeat. He shook his head. They never win. They have power, of course, but it is fleeting. Just like Alexander the Great. He said finally. How would you go about then? She said with narrowed eyes. You're quick to criticize but you hardly ever provide alternatives, she said accusingly. He sighed. I'm not trying to criticize, merely point things out. It's not my fault that you think I'm criticizing, he said with twitching lips, and she shot a glare and he turned serious. I would, first ensure to be known by the public. A person of interest. It also has to be for good reasons. He looked at her with a tilted head. You could establish magical orphanages. She narrowed at her eyes at him. You are an orphan, Emily, own it. Have others know of it. Use it to your advantage and establish a magical orphanage that protects magicals from the harsh brutal muggle world where magicals are alone and are feared amongst the muggles for being different, he states, and she thinks it over. It would highlight the inadequate environment for magicals amongst the muggles, she said slowly, and he nods. It would. You could speak of your own experiences, on your own terms. He paused briefly. You can speak of the fear and hatred you experienced simply for something out of your control. You can speak of the fact that muggles hated you for being different even if they didn't know what it was. Her eyes lit up in interest which dimmed as she thinned her lips. I do not want that kind of exposure. She said firmly, but I see the advantages. It would set sympathetic notions for me, as much as I hate it, and would allow me to be viewed positively. And that I'm building orphanages for others like me. She said, trailing off as her eyes lit up in understanding at his intentions. You want muggles to be viewed as the enemy, she said plainly. He pursed his lips. Not quite the enemy but the focus. The term enemy evokes emotions that can end up out of control. Shift the attentions of the magical world outward when it comes to dangers rather than inward. He shook his head as he returned to the subject at hand. Back to the matter we were speaking on. Yes. It effectively raises public opinion of you. The orphan who cared about magicals. Given that the war is likely to make more orphans, it is something that is needed most likely and yet wouldn't be considered. He shook his head and returned to the subject. From there, you continue to build up your image as a positive for magical Britain. You're a prodigy, Emily, he said, pausing briefly, and he saw an appreciative glint in her eye. You will think of things many others might not be able to, and if you invent things or whatever, added to your academic achievements, it would bolster your reputation. From there, you continue to build whilst working in the background to secure your position. Speak of things that are at the heart of the concerns of people, things that make sense to everyone regardless of blood status, whilst also make it seem that you cater to specific groups but also ensure that you do not do anything that disenfranchises any specific peoples. He paused briefly as he searched her face and saw that she was listening raptly. It seems to me to be excessive effort to me, she said with thinned lips, and Atticus laughed. Why do you think I don't want to rule, he said with mirth. To rule and to keep your position, it is excessive effort. He sighed as he rubbed his eyes. While it is better to be feared than loved, he said, glancing at her, when it comes to ruling, being loved and feared is better than any of the alternatives. Being feared isn't also anything to do with fear of you. Rather the fear of you acting against them in retribution. He said with thinning lips. Fear in this context means they respect you and are aware that to act against you means that they court death or defeat in some form or another rather than fear of you. Fear is a delicate balance, Emily. Fear can be turned easily into hatred. The public must never fear you either. Fear should be reserved for your enemies and perhaps your allies. He sighed as he tired a little. The public must think you are a moral person. People do not think someone they fear to be a moral individual. He said finally. You were particularly keen on having me read those ethics and morality books. She said, narrowing her eyes. Of course. Reading different ethics books will only help you refine your worldview, which in turn will help you refine your ambitions. Those ethics books were intended to help you find who you are and what you believe in, Emily. He said calmly. He pursed his lips. You once said there is no good or evil, there is only power and those too weak to seek it. I wanted to help you understand the flawed nature of that belief. She got up and sat direct opposite him and their eyes met. Explain your reasoning. To me, it makes perfect sense. Power ultimately makes the subject of what's right and what's wrong non-existent, just like good and evil do not exist in the face of power. It is how the world works, it is the reality of things, regardless of the form of power. Good and evil are fashioned by society, by religion that incites individuals to conform to correct and desirable social conventions and behaviors. It is simply notions that the weak believe without understanding that it is in actuality enforced by power. Power of social pressure, religious pressure, family pressure. There is no true moral structure. She sits up straighter and continues. Let's take purebloods for example, from the darker factions. Their sense of right and wrong, good and evil are substantially different than what muggleborns, she says as she corrects herself, and half-bloods would consider good or evil, right and wrong. This is a simple example, but it is what is repeatable countless times through history. It is all subjective, and from an objective point of view, there never has been a good or evil. She finishes with intensity and passion. He tilts his head slightly and nods. I agree. There is no good or evil from an objective point of view. He said as he pursed his lips, and she smiles slightly in triumph. Good and evil are inherently constructed by society. Morality is a social construct, a social contract that only exists because most by and large adhere to the rules and norms set by society. It is also largely only advantageous to those who construct it. For example, dark magic is demonized and disapproved of, if not outright banned today. Families who rely on the dark arts find themselves considered in a negative light in society. Those who decry, like Dumbledore he scoffed, are viewed positively. He began to murmur. 1,000 years ago, the definition of dark magic would be by and large be significantly different, and 1,000 years from now, if things are heading the way I see it, unimpeded, it will result in only the basest of magic being taught. He paused briefly as he composed his thoughts, returning to the subject at hand. Power is similar to the notions of good and evil, he began slowly as his mind ticked over. What do you mean by that? She asked, confused. Power is subjective. He began calmly, and she quirked her eyebrow. What is power but merely a concept, Emily? He asked intently. My magic isn't a concept, she said with furrowed eyebrows. It is real, tangible. She said finally. He shook his head. No, you ascribed power to your magic. Your magic simply exists as a force. Power only comes into existence when it is subjected, when it is inflicted, when it is carried out. Power is control, and control is power. And control is just as much fiction as good and evil are from an objective reality. Power is subjective just as good and evil are. Power, just like what is right and what is wrong, is defined by society, accepted by society. A king or queen has power over their subjects as agreed by society, by the commoners and the nobles. He waved dismissively. The degree is irrelevant. He said offhandedly. Magical power isn't subjective, it is a reality from an objective point of view. Emily retorts. There is nothing anyone can do if one is far more powerful magically than another. Power rules over the weak, she says. Atticus nods. Only because everyone agrees that attacking you is bad, as injury or death is considered bad. From an objective point of view, attacking you or not is neither good nor bad, and your power doesn't exist except when it's subjective to the individuals. He said with a thoughtful expression. She furrowed her eyebrows. Is this what you mean with my belief being flawed? She asked with a tilted head, and he nods slowly. Yes. Power is a human construct just as morality is. There are those who are powerless, and then there are those who are powerful. In the objective reality, neither state of power exists beyond their perceptions, beyond their understanding and acceptance of what society told them what power was. Just as good and bad do not exist. Subjectively, however. He trailed off. Power is given definition by people, by society. He sighed and rubbed his eyes. He could feel a headache coming. He peered up towards the sky. We are inherently subjective creatures, Emily. Individualistic, community or socially, we view things, we view the universe, at its most basic in dualities if we strip things from its complexities. Good or bad. Light or dark. Right or wrong. Day and night. Rain or drought. Rain can provide nourishment and it can also flood. For a farmer a flooding would be bad, but for you, someone without a stake, it's neither good nor bad. You cannot live life from an objective point of view. Ultimately, balance is dependent on you. Following the social construct of morality is, in my opinion, anti-natural, as Nietzsche once labeled. His lips twitched for a moment before he spoke. You are well ahead of most of your peers by coming into your own beliefs, even if it requires more thought. He sighed as he searched her face. She was contemplative, which was good, he supposed. Your life has been dictated by your experiences at the orphanage. She tensed as he mentioned her life at the orphanage, but he carries on. This continued in the magical world where the powerful dictated everything. He paused briefly to watch her and saw her lips thinning. All of this, the way people, others treated you, it is only natural that you discarded their notions of good and bad and so on, but I think you need more time to refine your thinking. It will only damage you if you viewed the world in a broken mirror. He sighed. You've discarded much of what society views as good or bad, but you are imbalanced in some ways, and Hogwarts definitely doesn't help, he said, thinning his lips. You're referring to the house system. She simply states as she ignored his observations of her. He nods yes. Each student in each house becomes more and more like the traits that the houses value. Slytherins value cunning and ambition, and through warping it ends up in cunning becomes traitorous, or to see who can be the cruelest, and ambition becomes unnecessary ruthlessness. In Gryffindor bravery becomes recklessness, and in Hufflepuff loyalty becomes blind loyalty, he said as he gazes at her. Artificial notions become ingrained in the individual, just as society's accepted notions of good and bad is ingrained into the public, to the point that society is unable to function beyond thinking on the lines, "Oh, you're just a Gryffindor," he said mockingly, but then turned serious. This reductionism means that many people will never break away from mindless conformity. Whether it is to subjective rules outlined by society or traits enforced by the house system. He tilted his head. Do you understand now? He asked inquisitively. She thinned her lips as she turned away. I do, she said quietly. I need to determine my own morality. My own good and bad. Beyond the notion that power is everything. She sighed as she glanced for a second to glare at him. You are annoying, she breathed out in frustration. Cute, he mused bemused as he ignored her last comment. He hummed in approval at her self-evaluation. You do. You will be able to develop your own independent identity with your own morality that is natural to you. He said as she turned to him. He smiled at her. I look forward to meeting you, he said with a cheesy grin, and she scoffed, and Atticus yelped as he is hit by stinging hex. Idiot, she murmured without any heat. Rude, he said mock offended before smiling, and she returned a small smile. They remain quiet for a moment. What do you believe in? Emily finally breaks the silence. He pursed his lips as he thought it over. It was a good question. What did he believe in? Senseless murder is illogical to me, he began slowly. Killing people based on blood, skin color, gender, or sexuality doesn't make sense to me, and I consider it bad. He said slowly as he considered his words. Killing innocents never is necessary and a waste that must not be done. I include primarily children in this. Adults are rarely innocent, but I'd consider it senseless murder in their case. He shrugged as he continued to think. Torture is fine if it has a purpose. At this she arched an eyebrow as her lips twitched in amusement. Torture is fine? She asked, amused and with gleaming eyes. Of course she picks up on that, he thought as he rolled his eyes internally. Of course. Not really for information gathering, he mused, more in the lines if someone did me and mine wrong and killing them isn't an option, or the crime didn't fit the punishment of death. He said calmly. She nodded sagely. Understandable. He continued. Rape is a big no. It is a cruelty that I could never accept, he said firmly before continuing. Discrimination based on blood, skin color, and so on is something that makes no sense to me. Competency and ability trumps everything, he said firmly. Other than that, my morality is pretty fluid. He shrugged. You're not opposed to killing? She asked curiously. Killing can be necessary. Mortal enemies rarely become a non-threat if left alone, he shrugged, especially in the magical world where ridiculous notions of honor, pride, and so on are held in high esteem, even if most of them are some of the most honorless cowardly curs around. He scoffed and she laughed melodiously. I know. I have to deal with these people all the time. They talk about family honor and so on, and yet the next minute ambush some first-year muggleborn. She shook her head in exasperation. He smiled amused. The magical is full of ridiculous contradiction that border on the extreme. He shook his head. Why are you so interested in the muggle world? She asked plainly. You are perhaps the shining beacon of what people see as pure blood superiority, and yet you freely peruse muggle literature and science books. You know more than me about the muggle world, and I grew up there. She scowled as she narrowed her eyes as she looked at him intensely. I want to understand why. She said as she focused her fierce gaze on him. He sighed inaudibly. It was to be expected in truth. He cast his face up into the sky as his eyes focused on the clouds above him. He remained silent for a moment as he deliberates on how to respond. I can't stand ignorance, he finally begins. The magical world is filled with ignorance. He scoffed as he scowled and turned towards Emily. You hate the muggles, it is understandable, and to some degree I even agree with you, he said as his lips thinned. But your hatred is born from personal experience. From their inability to tolerate magic, to tolerate what is different from them. He smiled a little bitterly as he returned his gaze skyward. The magical world has hated the muggles, at least wizards and witches, for a long time now, and it isn't without reason. We had to hide from them, Emily, as he turned his gaze towards her. A muggle can't stand against a magical, she said dismissively. His eyes gleamed. It all depends on the circumstances, Emily. With the element of surprise, a muggle can kill a wizard with ease. Bullets are faster than wand incantations, Emily, he said with a dry chuckle as he took in Emily's distaste on her face. Only an incompetent witch or wizard would die at the hands of a muggle, she sneered. He shrugged. Muggles have been killing magicals for a long time, Emily. It still happens to this day. There are many magicals in the world, in the undeveloped world where being magical is an automatic death sentence, he said with real anger. He hated the sheer mindlessness of their deaths. He schooled his face as he looked at Emily, who looked at him curiously. Witches and wizards, people in general, tend to overestimate themselves or underestimate others. She thinned her lips for a moment before she nods. I won't contest that muggles can be dangerous, but they're still inferior. She said firmly as she tilted her head in challenge, and Atticus laughed and nods. I agree. We are superior, or at least have the potential to be far superior. He sighed. That brings me back to your question. We had to hide from them because they were hunting us. And now that we are hidden, the majority of our kind barely knows anything of the muggle world or the rate they are accelerating, he said exasperated. They are incredibly ignorant to the point that it is dangerous, Emily. Even you, who has been brought up in the muggle world, still think so lowly of them, so focus on your personal power that you do not consider the sheer difference between our numbers and theirs. Not to mention the sheer brutality they are capable of. He paused momentarily. 1 to 1? 1 to a dozen? I'd say magicals would win. But 1,000 to 1? Only the very best, the very powerful would stand a chance against those odds. Muggles have millions of soldiers in each country. He said furiously. We have barely more than 1 million people, Emily. We have forces of numbering only in the thousands, and training magicals for combat takes years, as opposed to muggles who simply have to carry a gun. He whispered. And the pure blood fools want to fracture our world even more with this insane blood purism, he near hissed out as he finally vented out what he kept to himself for so long. So many of them pride themselves over blood, he sneered, yet they are fucking parasites who contribute almost nothing to the magical world and sit on their accumulated wealth and their comfortable positions as the world burns around them, he said in anger. Idiotic restrictions on muggleborns and half-bloods that makes them disillusioned and resentful are left in place when they should instead be focused on fully integrating them into our society, our culture, our beliefs about magic and the world. He sneered. The pro-muggle morons aren't any better than the dark faction. They consider them to be harmless, akin to almost pets in the way they view them in their ignorance. He sighed as he rubbed his eyes. He didn't care if he was admitted far too much to her at this moment in juncture. Silence fell among them until she broke it. How did you become interested in the first place? She asked pointedly. I told you I hate ignorance, he said as he glared lightly at her. My lessons were insufficient on the matters of muggles, so I simply sought the information out. The more I knew, the more I questioned, the more I understood that I, along with the vast majority of the magical world, vastly underestimated and didn't comprehend the muggle world. He paused as Emily digested that. Is that why you treat muggleborns so well? She said with a tilted head. As equals. She said with mild disapproval, though it was clear she was fascinated in his explanations. Emily, muggleborns are a major security risk. I view people through the lens of competence and ability. He shook his head but continued, the fact that purebloods treat them so reprehensibly is shocking. It only takes one brutalist muggleborn, at the wrong time, at the worst time, who hates the magical world to betray it, even if it means that they themselves would fall under the yoke of the muggles along with us, if we are lucky and not killed off. He shook his head. You truly believe the muggles are capable of wiping out the magical world? She asked with narrowed eyes. He nodded gravely. Emily, this war has only gone on for less than a year and millions of muggles are already dead. That is in Europe alone. In Asia, the Japanese are waging war against the Chinese, where the death tolls already exceed the European one. Muggles are perpetually at war or preparing for war in some way or another. Their weapons are improving at insane rates as their sciences improve. They spend insane amounts of money on improving weapons, improving ways to kill, improve ways to spy. They have cameras that has moving pictures. Soon enough that will turn smaller and better, just like their bombs. He breathed in deeply. They have no power, no personal power of their own, but they have millions of intelligent people, many of them geniuses who all contribute to their progress in science. They scramble for power, for territory, and fight wars for nationalistic pride, or some other ridiculous reasons that ends up killing millions of them, and it barely puts a dent in their populations. All of this fuels their development. If they find out about our world. He shook his head. I can imagine everything falling apart in a century, if not less. Already there are an estimated 2 billion muggles. The way they reproduce, 4 billion in 3 decades? 6 billion in 6 decades. He paused as he watched her digest this information. He wanted her to understand the dangers of muggles, to focus on them, to shift away from the poisonous beliefs her associates have. Emily was always going to be a fulcrum, a lightning rod of change, for better or worse, and he was determined to have her be better. It would allow him to shift full-time into creating Illos, his flying island. She remained silent as she stared at him, which he returned. Why aren't you interested in politics, in ruling? She asked intently. Your concerns. You could change the direction if you went into politics. She narrowed her eyes. And yet you refuse to consider changing things yourself, she accused. She continued. You have the magical power, the intelligence, the cunning, and most importantly the family background to put in real change. Yet, you continue to state you don't want to rule, yet you know all this. Keep on learning. For what purpose, Atticus? She pressed. I don't want to go into politics. He sighed. I don't have the disposition to deal with the idiocy and the sheer amount of time and effort to convince others of the truthfulness of my concerns. He thinned his lips as he stared at her. Is that why you keep on unsubtle trying to influence my way of thinking, of helping me? She said pointedly as she pinned him with a fierce gaze. He nodded slowly, partially. To help you understand better, to get rid of your anger and hate that would poison you and ultimately cause damage. Your associates are influential, Emily, but they also carry notions that are so small. He breathed out. Grindelwald isn't wrong, Emily. The muggles are dangerous, and in all honesty, he is about 150 to 250 years too late. If we had prepared, we could have likely forced them down and secured our future rather than this uneasy state we're in, which will only worsen in the future. Ironically, had we gone to war instead of enact the statute, we might have been able to win outright if we prepared for war for decades. He shook his head. She eyed him critically. You agree with Grindelwald about the dangers but not tearing down the statute? She asked shrewdly. He nods. The statute is what is protecting us, Emily. Any war with the muggles, we'd lose even if we win, he whispered, which I only put down to perhaps 3%. Our numbers would be reduced drastically to the point that we'd go slowly into extinction. Grindelwald is a fool, and his war is killing thousands of our kind, thousands we can't spare. Magical blood is precious. He shook his head before he met her eyes. You, Emily, you have the capabilities to convince them of the dangers of the Muggle world far better than I could. I'm a creator, not a politician. He smiled slightly before turning serious. That is why I am trying to help you with your ambitions as much as I can, whilst also trying to have you modify it so that you aren't sucked into the insanity of blood purism. He shook his head. There's nothing wrong with being proud of your heritage. I'm proud of my own, but theirs is destructive and disruptive. He hesitates for a moment before he looks at her. I don't want you to go on a path of violence when you could be far better and greater, he said a little quietly. She broke the silence. Do you think so lowly of me that my associates would use me instead of the other way around? She asked, a little annoyed. He quirked an eyebrow. I don't think lowly of you, Emily, but you have to admit, you adopted their purism nonsense for your own advantage. At what point does it become you adopting their ideology for your advantage before it becomes your ideology? He asked pointedly with a raised eyebrow. She glared at him angrily before she relented. I admit, I might have transferred some of my hatred for Muggles to Muggleborns before. She hardened her eyes, but it's not as if they don't deserve some of that hatred, she said harshly before continuing. Your concerns, and the talks have been insightful. She said, thinning her lips, but didn't elaborate any further. That was fine. As long as she wasn't unmoved. I agree, Muggleborns still believe themselves to be Muggleborns rather than witches and wizards. They consider themselves British first instead of witches and wizards. That is a mindset that I put partly on them being exposed at 11 rather than say 6 years old. Something to consider, he hummed to himself. They fell into silence. What actually is your ambition? She asked finally, and Atticus laughed and a mischievous glint was in his eye. I'll show you one day, he said with a full-blown grin. You'll love it, I promise, but you will have to wait, he said with a shit-eating grin. She came closer to him, almost face to face. Are you sure you can't tell me? She whispered softly as he could see the blue in her eyes. She didn't wear any perfume, but he could smell her anyway. She smelled sweet as her breath touched his lips. You know mine, Atticus, she said softly as she enunciated his name in such an alluring way. Tell me yours, she said as she came closer. Her knees touched his thighs as she came close enough that their noses nearly touched. He saw that her cheeks gained some color. If she was older, more refined, more experienced, she likely would have flustered him, he thought to himself. No. He simply said as he broke into a smirk, and she exhaled in annoyance, but he saw a bit of amusement on her face. You're getting better though, he remarked, at which she glared. Do you think I even practice this? She almost complained. Well, you can practice on me all you like. A beautiful girl like yourself trying to seduce me? I see no disadvantages to it. He grinned wildly at her, and that got her to flush to the point he saw her neck and cheeks redden, and he laughed as he got up and she sent a number of stinging hexes at him, some of which hit him. Ow. Woman, cease your hexing. He said in between yelps. I'm only trying to seduce you. You did say I could practice, she laughed loudly. Merlin. Damn Slytherin and your twisting of words. He bemoaned as he began to flick balls of water he lifted from the lake at her, and one of them drenched her, and he froze as he took in her appearance. She was shocked and almost gaped at him. It was priceless. Until she got that look of anger. He began to run. Break. Soon it was time to return to Hogwarts. He, his parents and Emily arrived early at the station, which was quite empty on the Muggle side. The bombings were still sporadic, though it seemed like it would pick up. Have a good year, children, his mother said warmly as she came forth to hug him goodbye. She turned to Emily and hesitated slightly. It made sense. Emily didn't initiate contact, and it was obvious to see that she hated contact in any capacity. He had been courting tempting danger when he grabbed her hand earlier in the year. He quickly squashed down any errant thoughts. Emily, his mother began warmly. It was a pleasure to host you. If you need to come again, especially with the turmoil in the Muggle world, you are more than welcome to, she said happily before she turned mischievous. I quite enjoyed you charming those people when they met you. She said with near twinkling eyes. It was the most fun I've had ever since I became Lady Sayre. You make it bearable, she laughed a little. Emily let out a small smile. Thank you both, Lord and Lady Sayre, for hosting me. It made my summer markedly more pleasant, and for that I can only thank you. She said smoothly. Progress, he thought bemusedly. He was quite gratified that she was showing far more positive emotions. After a quick goodbye, he and Emily made their way towards the train. You know, I think my mother might actually be beginning to like you more than she likes me, he murmured, mock annoyance. In truth, he was quite pleased. Creating genuine bonds with people other than him would be satisfactory and desirable. She turned towards him with an amused look and twitching lips. You don't have to be worried, Atticus, she said, stepping closer to him as they walked. I won't take your mother away from you, she said, tilting her head. She has no idea what that kind of sentence meant, knowing what he knew of her, he thought darkly. You're still mother's little boy, she said with an amused mocking tone as she moved away, quickening her pace. He grimaced. His mother still enjoyed to embarrass him, though she never saw it as that, even in the presence of Riddle. Had he been a normal teenager, he'd have been truly mortified. But then if he was a normal teenager, he wouldn't have gotten involved with the clusterfuck that is Riddle and planning to deal with Grindelwald, he mused. Low blow, he murmured as he caught up to her pace and he glanced at her. I hope that never makes the rumor mill. He asked pointedly. He did not need that embarrassment. He makes students have little accidents, of course, in retaliation should he be mocked for it, but he'd rather nip it in the bud. They climbed into the train and he glanced at her and saw that she was blank-faced Emily. He said lowly and in warning. She turned to him with a raised eyebrow. I cannot promise that, dear Atticus, she said nonchalantly in an almost sing-song voice as they walked through the train. I might slip accidentally and you wouldn't blame me for it, could you? She asked innocently and he growled in light frustration. He's built up a reputation of a mysterious erudite powerhouse that is beyond most people, and it would all come crashing down if that little moniker was leaked. Her lips twitched in amusement and he knew she was messing with him. Funny, he deadpanned. She looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Isn't it? Your reputation would be in tatters as you would be ridiculed for being a mother's boy, she said, milking the entire thing. He scoffed. I could turn it around. I could make it out to be that I'm a person that values family just like the rest of the family does. He hedged, though it was weak and they both knew it. Her red lips turned into a full-blown smirk as her eyes danced in amusement. Really? She asked in mirth. She must have seen the sour look on his face as she began to giggle. Wasn't that an odd thing, he mused to himself. Don't worry, Atticus, I won't reveal your little nickname, she said as peered at him. For a price, of course, she said, smirking. He wanted to scoff and highlight to her that his family had been a lot to help her, but to use that on an orphan would make him lose whatever high ground he was on, if he was on a high ground. He pursed his lips and decided to at least entertain whatever thing she would ask of him. What do you want? He said, a little impatient even if he was curious as he stared at her. It didn't affect her. During the year, academic year, if I ask, you'll have to do the one thing I ask of you, she said calmly. He stared at her and pursed his lips. No. He said immediately. He'd rather suffer a little embarrassment than deal with whatever nutty thing she'd ask of him. She stepped closer as she peered up at him. Are you willing to risk me accidentally mentioning something? I know how important your reputation is. She said, goading him. It might be important, but I'd rather not give you carte blanche to ask anything of me. In the grand scheme of things, a little embarrassment is fine in comparison to whatever you would squeeze out of me, he said with thinned lips. She only reaffirmed that she couldn't be trusted with anything important. He was thankful in a way. She might not be an insane dark lady, but the core of Voldemort still existed in her 13-year-old self. Whatever attachment she might have to him, it was superficial, he was certain of it. She met his stare before she broke it with a smirk on her face, and approval shone in her eyes. Good. She said, tilting her head. The real price is that if I ask you to do something that nothing nefarious, dangerous, or compromising, you'll do it. Only once. She said calmly as he gazed at him unflinchingly. He pursed his lips and narrowed his eyes. What was she playing at? She rolled her eyes. Can you really not trust me? She asked pointedly, and he looked at in disbelief and a pointed look as he thinned his lips. You are blackmailing me, he said with a deadpan. She smirked. I am. But I've outlined the price and it is exactly as I've said. I won't ask you do anything you won't approve of, if I even call upon it, she said with a tilted head. He sighed and warily glanced at her. If I deem it to be unacceptable, if it damages me in any capacity, I can refuse, he said, glaring at her. She thought it over and nodded. Agreed, she said winningly. They continued walking and they quickly approached his normal compartment. Are we sharing a compartment, he asked curiously, and she shook her head. No, I need to speak to my associates, she said with thinned lips, and he nodded. It was to be expected. She hadn't seen most of them during the break. She met a few of them at a few gatherings, namely the blacks. That had been amusing to see them stiffen as they saw her. Thankfully none of the adults had noticed. The adult blacks had been courteous enough given that she was being hosted by the Sayer family. It was enough to ensure none of them disparaged her ancestry. Fortunately, she was utterly charming and managed to get them to view her very positively. She was far too capable at politics, it was almost unnatural how good she was at it. It was why he was trying to nurture her. Are you sure that is the only reason? An errant thought ran through his mind which he dismissed annoyed. I understand, he said carefully. He tilted his head. Well, I suppose we'll keep on meeting? He asked curiously. She glanced at him and nodded slowly. I wouldn't want to give up the productive sessions, she said calmly. Though, she said with a gleam in her eye. Will we add dueling? She asked with an excited glint in her eye, even if her voice was even. He chuckled. If you wish. He paused for a moment as he pursed his lips. Given that you just blackmailed me, I would be in my rights to simply refuse meeting you in the first place, he baited her as he searched her face. Her eyes flickered for a brief second, but he wasn't sure what he saw. You could, she said evenly before she narrowed her eyes, but I'm far too interesting for you to cancel. You would be bored, she said calmly. I have my friends, he retorted. She scoffed lightly and stared at him. They are not interesting. They're only your acquaintances, she said calmly, and he thinned his lips. They are not simply acquaintances, he says firmly. Oh. She tilted her head. Are they privy to your secrets? Friends share some of them, don't they? she said with a raised eyebrow with an amused look. I'm quite certain they know far less about you than I do, and I've only known you since earlier this year whilst they've known you for years, she said a little bit triumphantly. You really want to push when you need something from me? He asked with narrowed eyes. All right, she says, I won't push anymore. But yes, I would like to continue. I apologize, she said calmly. He shook his head. See you later, Emily, he said as he walked into the compartment. She was far too exhausting. He shook his head and he unshrunk his trunk and placed it on the rack. He sighed as he took a seat and took out a tome whilst he waited for his friends to arrive. He'd been deep in his reading when he noticed his compartment open. Ah, here you are, master, a familiar slightly irritating voice exclaimed. He turned towards the voice and saw Theodore with a shit-eating grin. Oh master, how was your summer? Theodore said as he plunked down opposite him whilst he kept that stupid grin on his face. Atticus let off a long-suffering sigh as he struggled to keep his lips from twitching. Theodore, he said evenly in greeting, not willing to engage the boy at his idiocy, at which Theodore sat up straight and took on a formal posture, the kind all purebloods were taught, master, he intoned dutifully. Atticus slumped in his chair and grabbed the bridge of his nose. You're going to milk the entire thing, aren't you? He said defeated as he put his hands down. Only you would find a way to make fun of such an achievement, he said with his lips twitching until they turned into a smile, and Theodore grinned correct. Theodore brought out a bag of sweets from his pocket and extended it to Atticus. Blood pop. He offered, and Atticus reached in the bag and put the blood pop in mouth. Congratulations, by the way, Theodore says, and Atticus nods in gratitude. So how was your summer? He asks as he settles in his chair and listens as Theodore dramatically regales his stories of the summer. They were friends, not merely acquaintances. Emily POV. She crossed her legs once she sat down and gazed through the window. That talk with dear Atticus was amusing. It had been a useful distraction from what bothered her. She would find out her parentage, courtesy of Lord Sayer, likely by the time of Yule. She wasn't pleased her heritage would be known by others before her, but it had been the hand she was dealt. At the very least it was a family that she was least wary of. She yearned to know her heritage. She felt anticipation but also a sense of apprehension. She was a descendant of Salazar Slytherin, she knew that for certain thanks to her being a Parselmouth. She suspected that she was a likely descendant of House Gaunt, but every single genealogy book she managed to get her hands on hadn't indicated anything that gave her a distinctive link. Some of the genealogy books were self-updating. The book was linked to ministry records and would record those from prominent families once they received Hogwarts letters. For House Gaunt, in the last 20 years, there were only Marvolo and Morfin Gaunt, the latter having died some years ago whilst Morfin Gaunt still lived. Her mother's name appeared nowhere in the genealogy books, and it made sense to her. Her mother was weak and no witch would have died as pathetically as she did. It meant that her father must be somehow related to House Gaunt, but she had no clue how. If she was a Gaunt, her prospective future, whilst easier given that she finally had a wizarding heritage, would also be simultaneously quite difficult. The Gaunts were a fallen house in every way possible. They are destitute, incredibly inbred to the point that it sickened her, and they were known for being mentally unstable. The last known scion of House Gaunt, Morfin Gaunt, was a prime example. The Gaunts' fall begun a century and a half ago. They had been exceedingly prominent then, but they were known to be of similar disposition to the Blacks, purists, dark and of questionable mental stability. It hadn't been until Corvinus Gaunt that their wealth started being squandered. He fell into debt as he tried to exert his influence through the ministry, and by the end of his son's lifetime, the Gaunt family had to sell off the majority of their assets, and it brought them into a downward spiral they had been unable to stop, to the point that they became a family to avoid due to their inherent instability. It rankled her to think that the noble blood of Slytherin had devolved to such a pathetic, pitifully loathsome state. The reputation of House Gaunt was in tatters, and it would take substantial amount of effort for her to erase the stigma attached to the family name, which may well never end. Magicals had long memories. The Gaunts had only on rare occasions held the permanent seat for House Slytherin once the main line died off. Aldrich Gaunt, the father of Corvinus, in the early 18th century was the last man to hold it. Many most ancient families had some kind of requirement of their heirs for them to be able to access their family magic and to ascend to the head of house position. It was obvious that the latter generations of Gaunts were deficient in some manner. House Gaunt lost their noble elected seat many decades ago, and she wasn't inclined to seek to have it returned. She suspected that she would face large amounts of opposition if she tried, from all sides. The light would be utterly against a house known for pure blood supremacy and descendants of Slytherin from returning, whilst the Blacks would be hesitant to welcome back a house that may well split the dark faction. No, her eyes were not on House Gaunt. It was on House Slytherin. If she was a member of House Gaunt, then that meant she was in line for the title. Frustratingly, there were no insights as to what the requirements were for her to gain her title. Gringotts was the path she had to take. The goblins for a substantial amount of galleons would give her a heritage test. She had researched it. It would not give her the names of her family and how exactly she was related to the families, but it would give her which families she was descended from. That would give her the rights to try and enter the Slytherin vault if she was an heir, if not the heir of Slytherin. Given that none had access to the Slytherin vault since Aldrich Gaunt, who seemed to be the last competent Gaunt and equally the last worthy of the Slytherin title, it should mean the vault wouldn't be empty. She was gleeful at the prospects of priceless tomes and artifacts that might be in the vault. In any case, it all paled to the benefits of having the right to bear the Slytherin name through legitimate means. If she managed to claim the Slytherin title, many of her problems would, perhaps not go away but considerably reduced once she was of age. She would have a family name that is revered by large portions of society and her status in society would be catapulted to the upper echelons. Her blood status would not matter a single bit if she were a genuine Slytherin. Dumbledore and his allies would have to tread carefully. It by no means meant that she was secure. As she was now, she was a no-name orphan that most suspected to be a half-blood that was more powerful than any student at Hogwarts Bar 1. Dumbledore was the only one who knew of her background and for the moment he was not actively moving against her. She viewed his pathetic attempts to force her to remain in the Muggle world as the first move against her to ensure her influence was limited. He knew that she was an heir of Slytherin thanks to her naive act when he had taken her to Diagon Alley. That had set him against her from the very beginning and she knew instinctively it would last until one of them was dead. They were diametrically opposed. Everything she knew of him and from what Atticus had told her, gave her the impression of someone who wanted to establish control over people, to limit them, to limit magic. She was against this notion fanatically. Magic was power and to limit magicals to the point of making them weak was a crime that was unforgivable to her. Power had given him the influence to see about his warped sense of the world. He was a hypocrite of the highest order and ironically enough one of the most avid followers of her mantra, there is no good or evil, there only power and those too weak to seek it. Atticus has said that he believed that Dumbledore views good or bad as merely terminologies for his own purposes. Atticus believed that Dumbledore had unwavering conviction that he was the moral compass of the wizarding world and that nothing was more dangerous than a zealot. She understood zealots and their hatred. She knew them very well from her time in the orphanage. If Dumbledore was anything like Christian zealots, he would never stop try to subjugate her at best or kill her at worst. She was nothing like what he would want in his magical world and he would oppose at every turn. If she was managed to claim the title, she would no longer be able to move, as freely as she could now. Anonymity would be gone and she would have to move into the spotlight. The Light faction would instantly turn into her enemies, no doubt at the prompting of Dumbledore, no matter how well reasoned her arguments would be. She would be exposed in ways she could not foresee all the time and it frightened her. Her desire for control was partially stemmed from her fear of death. The Slytherin title had many connotations and much of it was dark in nature. She would have a difficult time working with the Fools of the Light. She had no doubt that some might even try to kill her if only to stop her from enacting her plans. Death terrified her and she never wanted to die. She didn't want to ever end. Magic was capable of many things and preventing death was not impossible. The Flamels were capable of it and she believed she would be too. She would search for a way to ensure she could never die. She had 4 years of schooling left and she would try and find something that would remove this weakness from her. The key to total success was Atticus. She was certain of this. She had gotten to know Atticus far better in the last few months, credit to living with him. Her understanding of the boy had grown along with the fact that the boy held far more secrets than she had initially thought. Even his family wasn't privy to any of it beyond a certain point. The discussions they had only confirmed the astute awareness he held that she would need to secure her power. She wanted to know all of it, to know what he knew, for him to share everything with her. It was hypocritical. She hadn't shared everything with him even if she shared more about her goals in life than with anyone else. The rumors regarding Lord Sayer with other important lords were true and she knew in her bones that Atticus had something to do with the evacuation of London. The bombs were starting to rain down on London and she knew how close she was to living under the threat of those bombs at the orphanage. It had only clicked with her when she met with the Blacks during one of the gatherings. Orion had mentioned it and she got the notion that he must have known about it and had his father convince the ministry. He also got her to stay with him, safe in his ancestral home. He knew that she hated the orphanage and she thought that had been the reason for his offer but she just had an instinctive feeling that he knew more than what was going on. At the time, she reconsidered everything she knew of him. Prodigy, incredible intellect from an early age, powerful, could be charming when he bothered, treated her in ways no one ever had or dared to. She had come to a startling conclusion that she still was uncertain about. She knew it was the flimsiest connection but she was rarely wrong about these things. Was he a seer? It might explain his early development and how he knew things. She pondered his actions with her. He had always indicated that he knew things about her. Did he know things about her through rumors or was it something he had already known courtesy of his seeing abilities? Their political, social, and philosophical arguments whilst stimulating were always centered on him making her use him as a whetstone. He was rather unsubtle trying to influence her away from her more extreme methods. He brought to her numerous books, a mixture of Muggle ethics, philosophy, and historical books on notable individuals and magical history books. Blindness comes in many forms, Emily, he stated as he tried to initially convince her of validity of the books. Atticus was important in many ways to her amended plans. For one, his family name and resources along with his own brilliance, and her own interest in him made him a natural ally that she wanted. With House Slytherin and Sayer, they would make for a powerful alliance. She sighed before twirled a lock of her hair as she leaned back in her chair. She gazed outside of the window and saw more students trickling into the station. He was hers. The connection they had, the way his magic made her feel, they gravitated to each other. There was no other for either of them. They were meant to be the closest of allies, the most special witch and wizard of their kind. They though in similar ways, even if he was far more soft in his own way, but he was by no means weak. The problem was, there was only one way she knew that make certain he would remain hers and hers alone. The thought of some other girl binding herself to him was something that sent her into anger. She was possessive and she was selfish and would do anything to ensure she got what she wanted. But, she didn't know exactly what that was. Did she want a relationship with him? Was she even capable of it? She never intended to be physical with anyone, but the thought with him, she flushed at the thoughts. She never thought she would ever be in this situation. She shook her head and she reflected back on the notion that he might be a seer. He also often spoke about ruling, leading her towards avenues that challenged her ideas and notions. He often said he didn't care for ruling, always trying to assuage her of this fact, making himself non-threatening to her whilst also trying to ensure she grasped alternative ideas of how to rule rather than through fear and death and through legitimate ways. She had found it amusing when she didn't think about the waste it was considering his magical power, but now, she was seeing it from a different perspective. Was he trying to lead her away because her actions in the future were going to unsuccessful, or was it simply an understanding he had that he wanted to make clear to her? It had gnawed at her, and half the time she wanted to pry open his mind and take what he knew, whilst the other half she simply wanted him to trust her. It was a maddening duality. She was thankful she came to this theory only just before Hogwarts rather than at the start, as she wasn't sure she wouldn't try and figure it out, tipping him off. She had a feeling that he would effectively shut her out, and she did not want that. Above all else, she wouldn't jeopardize him. His attempts to manipulate her were amusing in truth. She would have been far more irritating if she had thought he had ill intentions. It was seemingly all for her own benefit, and she hadn't found anything to oppose that. She closed her eyes as she recalled the feeling of his magic when it washed over her. She sighed, shuddering in contentment as she opened her dark eyes. She might have blackmailed him momentarily ago, but it wasn't malicious, far from it. She shook her head. He hasn't made too many mistakes, at least obvious ones, but they were enough for her to clue things together. Most came from his conduct with her and the evacuation of London, which his father, who is normally only in Wisengamot sessions, was instrumental for. She suspected if Atticus was indeed a seer, then Dumbledore might be able to piece it together if he hadn't already. Atticus was an anomaly, a great one, and a man like Dumbledore was someone that liked to exert control, wouldn't like anomalies, especially one as powerful as Atticus. Her plans would be changed. Those books he had given her made it apparent of the follies of certain ways to gain power. She sighed as she rested her head on the back of the seat. She no longer had a desire to only capitalize on purist beliefs. It was her easiest route to gather followers, wealthy followers, when she capitalized on her Slytherin blood. But if her efforts were doomed, his attempts to change her path were clear, and his desire to ensure that she didn't ruin herself was something that flashed through her mind this past week. She needed to completely reevaluate her stances and plans. She had no intention to change her ideas on Muggles, however, and from everything he had told her, he truly believed that Muggles were even more dangerous than she herself thought. She hated them, but she knew personally and through her readings of how dangerous they were. They were an existential threat to the magical world. She intended to go into politics. It had always been her plan to become Minister of Magic Force through changes, but new ideas formed in her mind on how to go about it. It didn't go unnoticed to her that Atticus himself was becoming prominent thanks to his exploits. He is becoming well known, almost the same as Dumbledore. She pursed her lips. If she hadn't known his sincerity in his aversion to rule, he was setting himself up as a prominent figure in society, and she just knew that it was connected to his ambitions, even if she didn't know what they were, yet. Given his worries about Muggles and the way magic would end up restricted, she knew he had plans of his own. She ached to know what they were. But she could wait to know. Her lips twitched in fondness as she recalled the wandless duel they had that day by the lake. She shook her head and returned her thoughts to the matter at hand. Whilst she may no longer deem Muggleborns in the same manner as filthy Muggles, she believed that the purebloods had valid grievances regarding mudbloods and their infection of the magical world with their Muggle ideas and their unwillingness to integrate. It was something that infuriated her. They dared to come into the magical world and cling on to their Muggle values and beliefs. The same beliefs that would decry them as devil spawn, hell spawn. Mudbloods were an insane security risk the magical world to a degree that she could only see massive fracture in the statute if not collapse in the near future. She agreed with some of Grindelwald's policies and beliefs, that Muggles couldn't be trusted with the safety of the world and that their kind was superior to them. She however did not agree with his notions of tearing down the statute. She wanted the opposite, to utterly cut off the Muggle world from the magical world. Her associates wanted to put Mudbloods and Muggles in their place, her more extreme associates wanted to put them down at the end of a wand. They were fools who placed ridiculous amounts of importance on blood to the point that nearly all of them were closely related in some fashion. At the very least the noble families were. She shook her head. It was a problem she wasn't sure how to tackle, how to keep her associates and their allies close to her, to continue to follow her. Her Slytherin title would be key in ensuring that she had time to sway her to line of thinking, once she had a clear plan. The magical world needed her to rule in truth. The magical world was ruled by fools, and men like Dumbledore wanted to capitalize on it to force through their pro-Muggle stance and the weakening of magic. She was well aware of the kinds of allies Dumbledore had, courtesy of Atticus, Malfoy, and her own readings. They decried dark magic and were often heard speaking for restricting the use of magic. She dreaded to think what would happen after Grindelwald. She knew from history that the period after a war was often when hysteria was high and reactionary policies were enacted to prevent another Dark Lord, when in actuality they would be antagonizing purebloods who wanted to keep practicing their family magic and simply give rise to unrest to the point of the possibility of a Dark Lord rising. They would turn the magical world into the Muggle world, and it was something she could never accept. Her thoughts were disrupted by the opening of the door and she saw Malfoy step in. Riddle Malfoy greeted. Malfoy, she returned, and soon enough her compartment was filled with her associates. How was staying at the Sayres? Orion asked once the compartment had settled down. She tilted her head as she was in thought and turned to him with half-lidded eyes. It was an accommodating stay, she mused. The Sayres were graceful hosts and I am thankful for their generosity, she said calmly. It was your first time in a magical home, wasn't it? Parkinson asked. Emily nodded. It was. It made my summer quite pleasant for once, she said with her lips curling as she gazed at Parkinson. Orion scoffed. I should think so. Finally away from the filthy muggles as you should be. He paused as he looked at her shrewdly. Will it be permanent? He asked curiously, and she saw the eyes of the compartment light up in equal interest. She hummed. I have an open invitation to spend my breaks there. She said as she tilted her head. I have left quite the impression. She said with the slightest upturn of her lips. Jeanette Travers, who she had seen and spoken to some of the events she attended with Lady Sayre and who skirted around the edges of her circle, piped up. That's wonderful. She said approvingly. You made quite an impression on my mother when you came to the Shafik event. She had endlessly asked me about you. She complained before speaking up quickly. I haven't told her much though. As she realized who she was talking to. It was amusing and pleasing to see such placating. That's good to hear. Your mother was quite interesting to talk to, she said smoothly. She wasn't. She had been a bore. Jeanette beamed at her and nodded. She'll be happy to hear that. Orion spoke up next. You didn't mention you went to the Shafik event when we met. He said as he eyed her curiously. Her eyes hardened. I wasn't aware that I needed to mention anything to you, Orion. She said softly with threatening intent to her tone. His eyes widened and he sat back in his chair cautiously. I didn't mean anything by it. He said carefully. After letting a little bit of tension build up, she spoke. It merely escaped my notice, she said nonchalantly. I had a productive and eventful summer. She shrugged lightly. Did you spend it often with Atticus Sayre? Parkinson said as she ran her motorboat mouth of hers. He's now a master of transfiguration, she gushed, and it annoyed her. Incredibly handsome, powerful, and so smart, she said quite happily, and it raised her ire. Malfoy hummed. Yes, the Sayre heir is just continuing to show the validity of pure-blood superiority, he said quite approvingly before he eyed her in a strange way, but he didn't say anything. She pursed her lips at that, but she returned her attentions to Parkinson's idiotic question. I lived at his ancestral manor for 2.5 months. She said, tilting her head. It would have been odd if I didn't spend any time with him. She said calmly. Parkinson seemed to struggle what she wanted to ask, but thought better of it. Emily knew that it wouldn't be the first time nor the last that her situation with Atticus would gain curious eyes. Are you going to continue to meet with him like you did last year? Malfoy asked. She narrowed her eyes as he seemed to suggest more but hadn't dared to ask. Good. Of course. We've developed a camaraderie of sorts, she said plainly as she crossed her legs. Malfoy narrowed his eyes as he began to think on it. Is he amenable to our goals? He asked intently. She thinned her lips as she considered how to approach the question. It wasn't the first time Malfoy asked the question. She had deflected it then, but now she wouldn't be able to deflect it without making it apparent. She would bring doubt to herself in some ways, given that he is known not to care about blood purity in certain ways. He had been shrewd. He treated everyone the same but never said anything to detract or encourage the notion of blood purity. Our camaraderie is merely intellectual, she began calmly. He isn't interested in anything politics related. His focus is purely on magic. She shrugged slightly. Malfoy hummed. It is expected, I suppose, he said finally. Rockwood spoke. So the Slytherin hierarchy will be open for new individuals. He spoke for the first time. Emily smiled viciously as her eyes turned cold. Malfoy and the rest eyed her warily but were as excited as she was. It would be the first step to control Slytherin House. Yes. She said softly but with anticipation. We are in for an interesting year, ladies and gentlemen, she said as she eyed Orion, who looked as excited as her to win his seat. Chapter 23. A few hours into the journey, the train's loudspeaker came on. All prefects are now to assemble in the prefects' compartment. The driver's voice rang out. Bugger. Eden swore as she checked the time absent-mindedly. I forgot to change. Go ahead Atticus, I'll be there shortly she said as she was halfway out of the compartment. He laughed and waved his friends goodbye and he made his way towards the prefect compartment. He'd completely forgotten that he might be chosen for prefect duties and the letter had come as a surprise until he thought about it. It had been a mere afterthought when he had been preparing for his master in transfiguration and then in the latter stages of the break he'd been dealing with the subsequent newly found attention on himself. The Daily Prophet had made a meal out of it, mostly to distract, he imagined, the populace from the war on the continent. They managed to slip in his stargazing enchantment into the article and comments were included by Dippet who stated that Atticus had recreated and modified the enchantment in the Great Hall and waxed lyrical about his capabilities and achievements. They'd also actually done quite a bit of research on the last person who'd attained a mastery at or by age 15 and they had to go back 432 years and it had been in herbology. That itself had not been the problem. The more well-known he was, the more his opinion would be valued and respected as he got older. The problem had been that the story had also been picked up by Witch Weekly which certainly did not keep the topic on his contributions. They plastered him on the front pages of Witch Weekly which had been a highly flattering picture that he had no idea existed. He grimaced as he recalled the nun's so subtle insinuations at his bachelor status. His mother had teased him mercilessly when that issue came out which had his father in total schadenfreude mode. He shook his head and opened the compartment. And cast his eyes amongst the gathered students. He set his eyes at the boy and girl wearing the head badges and recognized them immediately. This year the head boy was Charles Potter and the head girl was Cara Bones. He met Cara Bones before during one of those events but never Charles Potter and he hadn't had reason to talk with him at Hogwarts. Other than them, there were a bunch of other prefects, some he had known before and some he only recognized vaguely. Hello all he greeted as he took his seat next to Doria who was a 6th-year prefect. He spoke with her a little inquiring about her summer and she congratulated him whilst they were all waiting on the few missing prefects. Eden arrived only a few minutes after he did and the last of the prefects arrived a few minutes after her. The meeting had been as expected though Potter did a fair good job at being succinct and engaging. Ravenclaw prefects were given the first patrol from junior to senior which suited him and Eden just fine. After the prefect meeting ended he and Eden started their first patrol. Does it get annoying? Eden inquired kindly and he raised an eyebrow to the question. She rolled her eyes the stairs. She simply stated as they walked through the train checking as they went. Not particularly. He mused as he answered her question. I'm quite used to it now. Though I expect the first few weeks to be a little more intense. He winced and she chuckled. Yes, I remember that article in Witch Weekly she teased before she also winced a little which he caught. What was that wince about? He asked curiously. She glanced at him a little awkwardly. My mother. She didn't finish her sentence as they were distracted by raised voices. They looked at each other and walked at a brusque pace and opened the compartment. Oh you dirty mudblood, let go of me, you dare grab my arms. The boy in Slytherin robes said in anger whilst the boy in Hufflepuff robes held on both arms trying to restrain him. What is going on here? Eden said in a serious tone as she stepped forward whilst he was assessing the situation. The Hufflepuff let the Slytherin go who seemed to be itching to let curses fly but barely managed to restrain himself whilst he was in the presence of two prefects. A girl in Hufflepuff robes was in the back looking angry but also sported a look of fear in her eyes. He narrowed his eyes as he tried to match a name to her face. Abigail Abbott was her name. She had brown hair and eyes and had a heart-shaped face. He shifted his eyes to the boy who was standing in front of her who looked a little scruffy and sported a bruised cheek and recognized it was one of the third-year Muggleborns who came to Hogshead Inn. Robert Elms who was another Hufflepuff. Amongst them were two other Hufflepuffs, a girl and a boy that he couldn't recall the names of. Head swiveled around as Eden called out. Robert spoke up angrily. Higgs barged into compartment and tried to speak with Abigail who didn't want to and didn't leave when we asked. When he continued to try to get her alone, I stepped up and got in his way and he started to draw his wand which I prevented by grabbing onto his arms. He said furious. Higgs visibly worked himself up at the explanation and exploded. This filthy mudblood dared to intervene in Matt. Enough, he said sharply as he bore his gaze into Higgs who scowled until he saw Atticus' expression and calmed himself. Atticus shifted his gaze towards Abbott. Ms. Abbott, can you please corroborate that Mr. Elms was correct or not in his description of the situation? He asked Abbott politely but firmly as he looked to her. She spoke up, albeit quietly. Robert is telling the truth. Higgs barged in to speak with me privately and I didn't want to but he kept on persisting, she said as scowled a little as she looked at Higgs with barely veiled disgust. He asked me to Hogsmeade last year but I said no and ever since then, he hasn't left me alone even when I repeatedly told him no. She said a little bitterly. Yo, Higgs almost started as he looked nearly purple in rage but Eden silenced him which he didn't take kindly to when he noticed nothing was coming out of his mouth and almost took out his wand but Atticus stepped forward and grabbed Higgs' wand arm quite firmly and squeezed and the expression from his face changed from anger to pain. His enhanced strength was no joke. He tried to pull his arm free with his free arm but he found no purchase. He was just about to swing with his free arm until he noticed the look on Atticus' face and brought his free arm down. Ms. Macmillan, Please undo the silencing spell, he asked without looking at Eden, who did as he asked. Let G. Higgs begin, before he yelped in pain as Atticus squeezed a little more. You will remain silent as I speak. Is that understood? Not if you understand, he said calmly but with a tone that brooked no disagreement as he sent a piercing gaze at the boy, who nodded with pain and anger marring his face. Higgs was a big-boned kid and had a forgettable face that screamed average. He hadn't noticed the kid much at Hogwarts. Good. Now, Ms. Abbott has made it clear that she is disinterested in you, and it seems that she made it quite clear a number of times. You will accept her decision and you will leave her be. Is that understood? Yes or no answers only. He said with a firm tone. Yes, Higgs said through gritted teeth as he glared at Atticus. Atticus nodded. Good. Next, you will not seek retribution against Mr. Elms. He said calmly, to which Higgs made to speak but Atticus squeezed a little more. Arg. Higgs cried out as he nearly buckled at the knees. Atticus hoisted him back up whilst keeping pressure on his arm, which solicited another cry of pain. Atticus continued calmly, in fact, you will not even acknowledge his existence, nor will you sick your friends on him. As far as you are concerned, nothing happened today. Do you understand? He finished sharply as he looked down at the boy. Yes. I understand. Elms doesn't exist, Higgs said with gritted teeth. Atticus let go and Higgs gasped and stared at him hatefully. You won't get away with this. I will inform my head of house of your assault of me, Higgs said with a sneer. Assault? He said with a put-on surprised look as he looked around the compartment. What assault? I merely grabbed onto your wand arm to prevent you from causing yourself severe damage. After all, you were about to raise a wand to Prefect Macmillan. He said coldly as he stared at the impetuous Slytherin. That would have been a mistake, he said with thinned lips before smiling. So you see, there was no assault of any kind. Everyone here can attest to that. He said, smiling predatorily at Higgs with cold eyes, who paled as he understood just who he was dealing with. 10 points from Slytherin for making a ruckus. Eden added helpfully, and he gave her a small grin before he cast his eyes at Higgs, who began to scurry his way out of the compartment, but not before Atticus let out a final warning. Do not go back on what was agreed here today, Higgs. As Higgs left, he cast his eyes back to the 4 Hufflepuffs, who visibly relaxed and looked grateful. That should hopefully be the end of it, but I suggest you inform your head of house. He paused as he looked to Abbott. Have you informed her about the constant harassment? He asked, and she shook her head meekly. No, I haven't. I hoped he would just stop, she said lowly, and he sighed. Eden interjected. You have to tell her. Even if Atticus here got him to say that he'll stop, doesn't mean he actually will. She said with pursed lips. You never know with boys like him, she said distastefully. I agree with her. Tell her as soon as you can. He said, and turned his gaze at Robert. Mr. Elms, I suggest you also tell Professor Goshawk about your part in all this. Even if he said he would pretend you don't exist, egos, especially his, likely won't let it go all that easily, even if he supposedly agreed. He frowned lightly. Be mindful, you may have created an enemy out of Higgs. He said kindly. Robert laughed uneasily despite the concerned looks of his friends. I'll be fine. He won't do any worse than what some of the Slytherins have already done to me. Robert said a little bitterly. Both he and Eden frowned at that, but Eden spoke up first. The Slytherins bother you? She asked curiously. One of the other Hufflepuff girls spoke up and laughed quite bitterly. Bother? No, they just hex and trip us up for no reason while calling us Moodblood this and Moodblood that, she said angrily. No one does anything. I've gone to my head of house in my first year and said that without proof, she can't do anything. Even when there is proof, they only get a couple of days of detention and then the attacks are worse. She exclaimed in a fit before she calmed visibly. Robert turned towards them and smiled sadly. For some it's worse. I've been lucky to be in Hufflepuff, as they rarely attack when I'm with other pureblood kids, he said with a flat tone before shrugging. I'll watch out for a few weeks, as Higgs isn't the most clever or patient Slytherin there is. If he doesn't do anything, then he won't do anything at all, he said calmly. Well, you can come to us if you need to. We'll be able to help as much as we can, Eden said kindly, which got nods from the Hufflepuffs, though it was clear they weren't hopeful that they would be able to help. Atticus suppressed a sigh and clapped his hands. Now that is resolved, enjoy the rest of your trip, he said as he and Eden made their way out of the compartment. He looked as if he didn't believe I could help, Eden said lowly. Surely it can't be that bad, she said as she looked at him for confirmation. I'm not sure, he admitted. I've heard some have been targeted by Slytherin, but I just thought it was something that was exclusive to a few. He shook his head. All we can do is help when we can. Do not beat yourself up over it, he said kindly, at which she smiled at. The rest of the patrol was trouble-free and they made it back to their compartment once their duty was finished. Soon enough they arrived at the Great Hall and they took their seats at the Ravenclaw table. As he sat down at the Ravenclaw table, he ignored the eyes that were on him. It seems like this year you'll have to beat the girls off with a stick, Atticus. Marcus laughed a little as he sported a grin on his face and pointed with his head unsubtle towards a few upper-year girls who were boring holes into him. You joke, but given how intense they are with their eyes, he might actually have to, murmured Eden. It should settle down hopefully after the first few days, he said, more hopeful than anything else. Yeah, I wouldn't count on that. Theodore laughed. That picture in which weekly was damn flattering, Atticus. My female relatives couldn't stop asking me questions about, and they're all married and all. He laughed, shaking his head. If they are like that, he said whilst waving his arms around, then the girls here probably would be worse, he said with a hint of jealousy before he pouted slightly. It's unfair you get all this attention that I know you don't want or would act on, he said a little pathetically, and Nymera jabbed him in the ribs. He glared at Theodore balefully. Behave, she scolded before she turned her gaze at Atticus. I'm sure it will die down in a few weeks, she said a little sympathetically before she tilted her head. Are you sure you don't want to date anyone? It's one way to get their attention of your back. It's not as if you have a marriage contract, she said quizzically. He shook his head. I won't date for a little while, I don't think. I have far too much to do, he said, promptly shutting down that avenue of conversation. He looked at the head table and saw a few new faces amongst the staff. He recognized Ernest Whittle. So they went with the half-blood historian, he mused before setting his gaze towards Dumbledore, who on his right had a young woman seated. He racked his brain but he couldn't recognize her. Soon enough, Dippet began his welcome speech and introduced Ernest Whittle as the new history professor, who received a pretty good reception, and then to his surprise introduced Minerva McGonagall. She was still very young looking, so she must still be in her 20s. She must have graduated a year or two prior to his arrival to Hogwarts, he thought as he tried to fit her in the timeline. Dippet announced that McGonagall would be an assistant to Dumbledore and would mainly teach the first 2 years as she apprenticed under Dumbledore. Interesting, he mused. He himself would be an assistant to Professor Goshawk starting this year in runes for 3rd and 4th year, whilst he would take over the charms 1st and 2nd year classes from Folly once Folly obtained permission from Dippet to make an exemption on his age. He only had history, herbology, and care to do for his owls, given that he completed his potions newts and his owls and newts in ancient runes and arithmancy at the end of the last academic year. He'd take his owls and newts in Muggle studies, dueling and alchemy at the Ministry next summer, taking his total to 9 newts. He won't continue his studies in the 3 remaining subjects to newts. Once he starts his 6th year, he'd only be doing his runes apprenticeship, which suited him fine. He'd be able to spend far more time training and studying in between his time with Goshawk and his teaching duties. He blanked out much of the sorting and half listened to the conversation around them as the welcoming feast began. Soon enough, Dippet asked the prefects to lead their houses to the dormitories. He and Eden got up and made their way towards the first ties. All right, first years, I am Prefect Macmillan and, she said, pointed at him, and this is Prefect Sayer, and we will be taking you to the Ravenclaw dorms. Please follow us as we lead you there, Eden said chirpily. The first years followed keenly as they chattered lowly amongst themselves before one of them piped up. Are you Atticus Sayer? One of them asked keenly, and Atticus looked over his shoulder before slowing down and turning halfway to the little girl, but kept walking. I am, young lady, he said with a little grin before he said conspiratorially, have we met before? If we have, I apologize deeply for not recognizing you, he said in a deeply apologetic tone and a somber face, even though he was amused. The little girl shook her head sharply. No, we haven't met before, sir, she squeaked slightly. It's just you were in the paper, the little girl said with a little bit of awe. You made gold, which was meant to be impossible, she said. He laughed as he turned completely around and walked backwards with his arms behind his back and kept his gaze on the huddling first years as they followed both he and Eden, who was smiling as she shook her head. You're going to get that a lot, aren't you, she murmured lowly, that only he heard, and he sent a little glance that conveyed as much. I was in the paper, you are correct, Ms. He trailed as he looked to her expectantly. Astrid Trevelyan, sir, she said hurriedly, and he smiled at her kindly. Ms. Trevelyan, he said with a nod. I didn't make gold, I simply transfigured it into gold. He corrected, it might stay gold for a very long time, but eventually it would go back into whatever it was originally. Do you understand? He said gently, and she nodded awkwardly and looked at the ground. Hey, Miss Trevelyan, he said, and she picked up her head and looked at him shyly. Good question. He smiled broadly at her. Never be ashamed to ask a question, even if anyone thinks it's stupid or silly, he said, looking at them all. You are all here to learn, and asking questions will help you do your best, he said as he looked at them intently and saw a number of them nodding awkwardly as they whispered to each other. But I wouldn't worry about asking stupid or silly questions, he said, straightening his back a little. You're all Ravenclaws. That means you have wit, you are smart, and you love to learn. It also means that you are less likely to ever ask a stupid question. Leave that to the Gryffindors, he said with a wink, and it garnered a few laughs, and he turned around and matched Eden's pace. Nicely done, she said, smiling at him, and he shrugged a little, and they continued their walk towards Ravenclaw. Throughout the walk, he made sure to mention numerous things about the castle, some things that weren't included in Hogwarts history, and interspersed a few comedic bits into to ensure that he kept their attention. Given their smiles, he was sure he succeeded. Their innocence was adorable. After Folly received them, Atticus stayed behind, and Folly looked at him inquisitively. I have something to give the first years to make their few weeks a little easier. He waved his hand. I will give it to them after your introduction, he said to Folly, who remained curious but nodded and turned towards the first years. After 15 minutes of introduction and exchange of names, Folly spoke. It seems Mr. Sayer, one of our prefects, has something to give to you all, he said whilst motioning him to come forth. Thank you Professor, he said calmly before turning his gaze towards the kinds. I'm sure you are all very excited to be here at Hogwarts, but I suspect some of you are worried that you might get lost. He asked keenly, and a few hesitant nods. He nodded. I thought so. That is why I have made these helpful maps for you to use to familiarize yourself with the castle, he said as he brought out the exact number of maps for the number of Ravenclaws. He had a few more to spare as he made an even 100 and there were just over 40 new Ravenclaws. Folly remained behind and he gave one of the maps to him. He made these maps when he had found out that he was going to be a prefect. He passed them around. These maps have all the classrooms on them, and if you use it like this, he said. He moved towards the bundle of first years and explained to them the functionality of the map. The map was static, it had all of the classrooms but none of the hidden passageways. He didn't want them to be on the map. He had copied the layout from the true map and simply overlaid the naming of each classroom. Besides, half the fun for these kids would be to explore the castle without getting lost. They could zoom in and out and select each classroom, and like a GPS, the arrow would point them towards the quickest route towards the classroom. After a 10-minute explanation he spoke once more. Now, you can explore the castle to your heart's content without getting lost. Please don't go off by yourself and go with your new friends to explore. He smiled at them and he received a number of thanks before they all dispersed. This is good work, Atticus, Folly praised as he continued to inspect the parchment on which the map laid. How did you get such a good map of the castle? He asked with interest, and Atticus shook his head and sported a grin. That I cannot tell you, Professor, I'm sorry. Folly looked at him intrigued but said nothing more. I see that there are 0 hidden passageways here. He commented. Atticus nodded. Yes, I didn't think it was wise for first years to explore those passageways. They are after all only first years. He simply stated. Sensible, Folly said as he continued to inspect the map. I have a feeling that those maps will get quite popular. Do you have any more to disperse to the other first years? Folly inquired, and Atticus nodded. I have 57 remaining maps. I won't make any more, however, so they will have to share between themselves, he said as he took out the remaining maps and handed them over to Folly. You can give them to the heads of houses to give out to their first years. He paused and looked at Folly. You were listening to my explanations, weren't you? He asked, a little amused, and Folly smiled at him. I was. I will be able to explain the map to them, don't worry about that. He laughed and waved goodbye to his head of house. Break. How are things in the snake pit? He asked as he looked up from his book to look at her as he and Emily sat comfortably in the classroom that he had sequestered for himself years ago. Going well enough, she said daintily as she continued to read her own book. It's been a few weeks since the start of the year and this was the first time they were meeting up. I take it you're on the hierarchy now. He mused as he searched her face, which showed nothing. She's getting better. Usually she would have shown some smugness by now. It was to be expected once she read the occlumency book that she found in the Sayre library, he thought. I cannot tell you with good conscience matters pertaining House Slytherin, she almost drawled, and he scoffed as he stared at her. She looked up from her book and gave him a customary smirk which answered everything. Damn Slytherin, he murmured as he shook his head and he spotted her smirk widening a little. I heard a little rumor that you had an encounter with Higgs. She said nonchalantly, though interest was noticeable in her tone as she switched topics. He merely said as he returned his gaze to his book. Higgs was being a nuisance on the Hogwarts Express. I merely de-escalated the situation. That's not the story he gives. She said, and he looked up and met her gaze. He claims that you assaulted him and abused your authority. He claims that you are a blood traitor and defended a muggle born against a pure blood, she said calmly with a strange look on her face. She continued, similarly, Selwyn has joined up insulting you and your family. She said calmly as she evaluated him. He set his jaw as his eyes grew cold. Regarding Higgs, he was bothering Ms. Abbott, a fourth-year Hufflepuff, who is someone who had no interest in the idiotic boy in the way he wants her to be, and Mr. Elms, who is her housemate and classmate, defending her against the unwanted attentions of Higgs. Higgs is simply running his mouth because he knows he can't attack Elms or Ms. Abbott for that matter after I warned him against it. He said simply. And Selwyn? She pressed. In the last few weeks, he and Eden made concerted efforts to put a stop to some of the more rampant bullying. It had given them a reputation of strict prefects and defenders of the younger years. Unfortunately, it had caused some friction, particularly the Slytherins who were often the repeat offenders. Tarquin Selwyn, who Atticus already loathed and partially blamed for having to kill McKinney, was someone who should have been expelled years ago. Selwyn had not taken the interference well and he was insulting and it was grating on him. He hadn't done beyond punishing Selwyn with detention and loss of points given that Eden and a few second years of Gryffindors were witnesses. It seemed that Selwyn was not the smart kind of Slytherin and had tried to insult the Sayre family before he had put a stop to it by revealing the debts his family owed the Sayre family, which had him pale and he shut up. Since then, Selwyn had been quiet, but it was obvious to see he was seething. I wasn't aware that Selwyn was insulting my family. He said lowly with narrowed eyes. I thought I put an end to his foolishness when I interfered in his bullying of the younger students. He said with a set jaw. He has avoided saying it in front of those who favor you, she said calmly, unperturbed by the anger that was visible on his face. There are many who favor me. After all, I am a teacher in some capacity for all of the first and second years, whilst I'm a teacher to those who are in runes in third and fourth year. Not to mention my own year group that benefited from my study sessions that I run some time ago. He can't have been avoiding all those Slytherins, he said calmly as he narrowed his eyes at her. He started his apprenticeship with Professor Goshawk this year. She was knowledgeable in 4 different runic languages and had deep knowledge in the subject. He wasn't quite certain what his contribution was going to be, but he had the next year or two to deal with that. His role in class was primarily help students in class whilst also taking much of the teaching in his third year and fourth year classes. Given that he had helped a number of the third years in charms, he hadn't needed to do anything more than build on the decent relationship he had with them. Taking over first and second year charms classes was a little awkward at the beginning, but he soon got into a rhythm and he hadn't found any problems, whether it was attitude or disinterest in his classes. His first year classes were a lot easier given that the maps that he produced had been an instant hit with the first years, so they were quite obedient and easy to teach. She shrugged carelessly. There are those who are envious of you in some way or another, especially the older students. It is a common thing in Slytherin. Now that you are defending Muggleborns, it's a chink in your armor that they seek to exploit by disparaging you as a blood traitor, she said with care in her voice. He pursed his lips. Given that it is the first time I'm hearing of this, is there a reason why you haven't mentioned this to me? He said with a tilted head. It was indeed the first time he heard of this. He hadn't fostered any personal relationships with Slytherins beyond the current blacks such as Doria, Lucretia, and even Orion in some limited capacity, but he thought he'd built enough of a relationship with every year below 6th year. To hear that he wasn't successful enough for people to bring him news about how he was viewed was disappointing. In the grand scheme of things, it didn't matter, but still. I didn't know I had to, she said, matching his tilt of the head though her eyes were calculating. I thought you were far more informed than you are. My apologies, I seem to have overestimated the connections you hold in Hogwarts, despite your esteemed position at the school. She said with an apologetic look that dripped mocking. He narrowed his eyes at her behavior. This was edging closer to the start of their interactions. He didn't know why, and it was concerning. He simply filed it away for now. He shrugged once he schooled his face. It merely suggests the situation is not quite as you say it is, if none of my students brought it up with me. Higgs and Selwyn are quite irrelevant, all things considered. Given that they are saying things in the safety of the pit and not acting outside of it, my message has been understood even if they haven't accepted it, he said calmly as he met her eyes, which seemed to glint in an indiscernible way. You're not concerned about the title blood traitor? She asked calmly, though there was a little pressing in her voice. Why would I be concerned by a title that has no truth in basis and doesn't apply to me? He shrugged. I'm not marrying a Muggle and giving up my magic, nor am I betraying our kind to the Muggles or abandoning our culture and our traditions. Those are the true definition of blood traitor, and I do not match with any of them, he said with a raised eyebrow. She hummed and returned to her book. It seems the definition of blood traitor has quite changed then. It's not what they mean now, she said, not looking up from her book. It seems to include anything that refers to sympathizers of Muggles or Mudbloods. Whilst you definitely aren't a sympathizer of Muggles, the latter, she trailed off as she looked up at him, well, you definitely sympathize with Mudbloods, she said calmly. He closed the book. Is there a point to this antagonism of yours? He asked directly, and she looked slightly disappointed, oddly enough. Not quite. Merely seeing what you think of what others think of you, she said calmly as she looked at him with interest. Why? So that you can determine whether or not to accept their views of me. Or are you trying to goad me into reacting to dispel any negative notions of me? He said with narrowed eyes. She shrugged as she looked calculating at him both. Neither, she simply states. It was a non-answer if there ever was one. I care not what the inconsequential rabble thinks of me, Emily. The likes of Selwyn and Higgs are insignificant. The fact that you are bringing it up means it is far more likely that you are purposefully antagonizing me for another reason, he said slowly as he thought it through. Care to share with the class, Ms. Riddle? He said as he pinned her with his gaze. She scoffed and scowled lightly. You're off, Sayer. I'm merely trying to help you understand your actions are reflecting poorly on your house. You're helping Muggleborns who are inconsequential when you could be turning a blind eye like the rest of the prefects do, she said sharply. It clicked. Are you having difficulties in Slytherin because of your association with me? He said with a searching gaze, and he saw a brief hint of surprise look that didn't match up with his question. No, that wasn't it, no. That's not quite right, he mused. He considered everything she said, and for the life of him he didn't know why she was antagonizing him. She closed her book. I believe I am needed elsewhere, she said as she walked off, and he was perplexed. What he missing, he mused quietly to himself for a little while until he simply banished away the odd interaction he had with her. He made his way out of the classroom after an hour alone whilst he read his book and checked the map for Doria. He saw her in the library and made his way there. He approached her desk as she was sitting with a few of her housemates. Doria, do you have a few minutes to spare? He asked in a low voice, and she eyed him curiously and nodded slowly. He moved away to an empty table and sat down. After a few words with her housemates and pointed looks, he groaned as he realized what it looked like. Thankfully, he was certain Doria had no interest in him. Doria had her eye on Charles for a little while. She was currently taking up healing lessons from the matron, and Charles had been a relatively frequent visitor since he was a very careless chaser and he often ended up in the hospital needing a bit of mending, which was how they began to speak. Given that they were in opposing houses, it was one of the few times they could freely interact. From the looks of things they'd end up together despite the problems they faced, but given that the Lord Black was her brother, chances were there wouldn't be a huge obstacle. Finally she made it to his table and sat next to him. "Well, what did you want to talk about, Atticus?" she asked curiously, and he cast a anti-eavesdropping charm over their table. "I've heard a few things about me in the Slytherin house. Namely those calling me blood traitor," he said pointedly as he searched her face, which had shown surprise, and he frowned. She quickly composed herself. There were a few. She hesitated before continuing quickly as she saw the look on his face, "but there had been many that defended you in Slytherin. Even Orion defended you, that you were simply doing your duty and that it was on them to ensure that they acted when you weren't on your patrol," she said calmly as she sported a look of curiosity. "It pretty much ended the whole situation and there hasn't been a word since against you." "How did you find out?" she asked curiously. He shook his head. "It doesn't matter." "So there hasn't been anything said at all since Selwyn and Higgs were shut down?" he asked intently, and this time she wasn't surprised and she shook her head. "No, neither had said anything since, but Selwyn is seething, but he knows he is outmatched and far below your station, and that's been keeping him quiet." She looked thoughtful before grimacing. "While he is unhinged, he is not an idiot." She paused. "Well, he isn't a huge idiot that doesn't value his life. I don't expect much trouble to come from him, to be honest," she said calmly as she stared at him. "Who told you anyway?" "They were shut down pretty quickly, and also more than a week ago." "Are you just finding out?" she said curiously. He thinned his lips. "I found out not too long ago. I was concerned that none had come forth and told me. Not only that, the person—" he trailed off before sorting out his thoughts. "The person made remarks that made it seem to be much larger than it actually is from what you have told me. The person was acting odd in truth," he said as he frowned. "I don't quite understand why," he said more to himself than to anyone else. He looked up and saw her face, which was quite strange. "What?" he asked, a little mystified. She shook her head. "Nothing," she said as she held her tongue. "You might as well tell me, Doria," he coaxed gently. "Was it Riddle?" she asked directly, and he looked at her surprised. "What makes you think that?" he asked, genuinely curious. "I can only think of one person who would misdirect you this much that you would have difficulty with figuring out." She shook her head. "I don't know why exactly, but it is obvious since she is the only Slytherin other than me and maybe Lucretia from time to time that you spend time with outside the classroom. Neither Lucretia and I would bother in any way to misdirect you, so Riddle was obvious," she said calmly as she stared at him in a way he didn't quite understand. He shook his head and sat back in his chair. "I think I'm just going to ignore it," he said finally. "That might be for the best. There isn't an agenda against you in Slytherin, just a few disgruntled Slytherins of no consequence." She shrugged. "If anything, you're held in quite a high esteem there." She looked a little amused. "You're the pure blood that everyone aspires to," she said mockingly, albeit teasingly, "even if you aren't a blood purist like most of Slytherin." He laughed mirthfully and he flicked her shoulder playfully, to which she simply rolled her eyes. "You know this can be misinterpreted," she said calmly as she glanced at her friends in the corner of her eyes, which he followed and saw her friends unrepentantly stare at them, and he groaned lightly in frustrations and she giggled uncontrollably. He glared at her balefully. "It's not funny," he murmured. "You have no idea how annoying it all is. The staring is just too much," he said pitifully. She laughed fully now until she calmed down and patted his hand. "It will pass as time goes. You just have to make sure you don't feed the rumor mill," she said kindly as she thought to comfort him. "What? You don't think you won't join the list of Eloise Midgens, Melissa Sandstone, and Caroline Higgins as my latest conquests according to the rumor mill?" he said with a raised eyebrow, and she scrunched her nose in ridiculously cute way. Sadly, she was off limits to him. If things were different, if he were different, he mused. They better not. She growled once she got past the thought of being in the rumor mill as one of his conquests, or they'll experience firsthand the tip of the wand at the hands of a black, she said imperiously, and he laughed out loud at that. "I kind of want it to happen simply to see you hand their arses to them." He grinned at her and her lips twitched before she turned serious and she wagged her finger at him. "If I find out I'm in the rumor mill, I'll blame you and you'll experience the end of my wand-sayer," she said threateningly. "Granted, I likely won't succeed, but it will vent my frustrations," she said primly, and he laughed once more. "You know," she mused as she looked at him oddly. "Do you think Riddle is acting odd because of those rumors?" she asked, intensely curious. He looked at her confused. "What?" he said abruptly and shook his head. "Riddle isn't interested in things like that," he said as he furrowed his brows and once again shook his head. "No, that can't be. Why would she even be bothered by it?" he asked, confused. Riddle may seem like she is attached, but he had doubts about it. Even if she was, it was nothing like that. Everything he knew of Riddle never indicated that she was capable of anything like that. Only power attracted that girl and he had plenty of it. Her interests never lied beyond that. He fostered a companionship on that merit and he wanted to use it to shift her onto a far less destructive path. She looked at him in a pitying manner. Atticus, she is a girl you know. She said in an obvious tone and he rolled his eyes but she continued. Even if she is more a female basilisk than a woman, she murmured under her breath, but he heard it. She continued as she looked directly at him. You spend a lot of time with her, certainly more than me. Is it so strange that she might consider you more than, if she is even capable of it, a friend? She said as she peered at him. She isn't inclined like that, he protested as he denied her suggestion. No, Riddle might be a girl but she is certainly not one that thinks like that. Trust me, I know. He said firmly. It's probably something else that I haven't thought of, he said in a calm tone that he didn't quite feel. Impossible. As if Voldemort is capable of feelings like that, he thought. She looked him oddly, that screamed that she didn't quite believe him. If you say so, she sighed and got up. Well, thank you for the amusing break, she smirked before she turned serious, but I've got to go back to my table and actually study. Some of us actually need to do that, you know, she said pointedly. Not everyone has your ridiculous brain, she murmured. They bade each other goodbye and he got up and walked thoughtfully through the halls of Hogwarts towards the Ravenclaw common room. He was aware he was viewed differently by her, but never to that extent. They were comfortable in each other's presence and she didn't hate his touch, but that meant nothing specifically. He was aware she had never had anyone comfort her in her entire life, and he was aware of the importance of such a thing in the development of a person, which is why he worked so hard in getting her to accept him in this regard. But anything more than that? It's not possible. He finally thought as he banished those distracting thoughts as he entered the Ravenclaw common room as he solved the riddle. Break. Before he knew it, a couple of months had passed. His time at the castle had been a little strange, courtesy to his newfound fame as the youngest Transfiguration Master for centuries, and more specifically his contribution to Transfiguration, but things settled quite quickly enough, especially given that he was an assistant to two subjects. Amongst the fascinating series of the potential research that stemmed from atomic and molecular science that was in Transfiguration Weekly, some of which he himself had mentioned, whilst most was from those who had been inspired by his contribution, his interview had been released at the end of September that he had given a few days after he attained his mastery. He had spoken regarding the validity of Muggle science in application of and for magic. The interviewer had been skeptical regarding anything Muggle, but once Atticus had cited famous philosophers and scientists before the statute that were either squibs or wizards, the interviewer had acknowledged his point. He had spoken passionately of increasing the magical world's knowledge of the universe, in particular the laws that govern the universe. He had stated that magic was something that bent the laws of the universe, but not many knew exactly what the laws of the universe was, and he had posed a question to them all that was, is it not our duty as Magic's chosen to understand the universe? It was a little cheesy, but it served its purpose. He had hosted a number of sessions within the Ravenclaw common room discussing Muggle science, and he had Tweeny bring a number of introductory books that he handed out. There were a few grumblings among the more prejudiced purebloods, but once he posed them a question on whether they were going to ignore knowledge that would make them better wizards and witches, they grudgingly accepted it, and some even changed their stance once they saw how applicable mathematics had been to arithmancy. Some of the Muggleborns were keenly asked questions and made things quite a lot more interesting as people from different backgrounds mixed with each other. Folly hadn't protested against the Muggle books. He was tempted to pass his remaining owls in the winter break and simply be done with them, given how utterly slow it had been going. Unfortunately, he wasn't quite so ahead in herbology or care whilst he was enjoying Ernest Whittle's lectures, which were markedly different from the Goblin Rebellion-centric lectures from Binns. He spoke far more of the history of magical Britain from a civilization and historical perspective, and often had other civilizations included in his lectures. Professor Whittle had been an instant hit among the students. Regarding charms, where he was in his last stretches in his apprenticeship, he decided to change what his contribution to the field is by a lesser version of his metal deposit charm, which will be centered on discovering silver deposits only from a maximum height/depth of 1 kilometer. It can be cast and it can be an enchantment. Teaching runes and charms was enjoyable, and his teaching style seemed to resonate with the students. The only issue was that he was an infatuation for a large percentage of the female population. Girls who had previously smiled at him but merely remained at a distance were now making their interests known quite clear. He hadn't minded the smiles and looks he had gotten before. After all, he quite enjoyed making beautiful women fluster. He hadn't dated at all, not even gone to Hogsmeade with a girl other than his friends. Thankfully he hadn't been asked, and in this time period, people were still quite conservative, and so a girl had never asked him, hadn't been interested in dating until he left Hogwarts if he would at all. He felt uncomfortable at the prospect of dating a Hogwarts student, even if he felt like he was 15 than the accumulated total years. He was also an assistant that helped teach these girls even if they were older. But he had gotten the signals very clearly from many girls that they wanted him to ask them. Given that he was non-discriminatory, Muggleborn, half-blood and pure-blood girls were all equally at it. It would have been funny had he not been mildly disturbed. Nymera and Eden had been wonderful in shielding him, and if hadn't been for them, he would have been concerned for his innocence. Well, he had no innocence to save, he mused quietly as he walked the halls of Hogwarts. He had never been romantically involved with anyone in his old life. He has had one night stands with a dozen or so older women, some of them were turned into brief fuck buddies, but it never progressed beyond that. He never found himself wanting to, or perhaps capable of connecting with anyone at such a level. He was aware he had been damaged by his family, incredibly so. Much of the damage that been accumulated in his short old life had been healed, he liked to believe. His parents, Benedict, his sister, and even Miss Florence and Mr. Dayton had done much to heal him from his more sociopathic tendencies. He was loved and he loved them. Dumbledore was right about one thing, love was powerful. He hadn't known what he had been missing, how deep the bitterness and anger that he felt in his old life was. He wasn't certain now he wouldn't have turned out, worse as he grew older, detached from people, from the world. He had been reborn as a newborn and so he had years of affection shown to him. He hummed softly. That had been key, he mused. He was self-aware enough to know that had he been reborn a muggleborn or an orphan like Emily, he likely would have left the magical world to die whilst he recruited a decent number of individuals, similarly disaffected, and carved out a small section of the world for himself and those who earned his considerations. Perhaps search for magical children in the third world who would be killed otherwise. He had simply focused on immortality, learning in a small flying island with magical flora and fauna whilst he waited for the world to burn itself out. But he hadn't. He had been born in a magical family that loved him deeply and was deeply connected to the magical world. All his plans, all his considerations and efforts were more for them than they were for him. He owed them more than he could ever give. It made him wonder about the Riddle family. Emily will soon find out about them and he expected that to go terrible. He sighed. He didn't know what to do about that. Tom Riddle Sr. was raped. No question about it. It was a violation of the mind, body, and soul. Such a violation marred the soul, he was certain of it. Emily likely won't see that. She likely would like to kill them. The question was, what was he going to do about it? He wasn't sure if they knew about her. He doubted it. He didn't think her grandparents would have been so utterly callous to leave their only grandchild to the mercies of an orphanage. They didn't deserve to die. You're partially responsible for leaving her that long, aren't you? You could have solved the whole thing by sending them a mail about Tom Riddle Sr.'s daughter. An errant thought popped up. He grimaced. It was true. He let the problem ferment for so long and now it was catching up quickly to him. What would their reaction be to her? Why did Minnie kill his grandparents and father? Did he hate them on principle? Or did they not want him and he ended up killing them? He didn't know much in truth. She was far too old to foster a positive relationship with them. Perhaps when she had been a child, younger than 6, it might have made a difference. But they would have had to know what they were dealing with. He would have likely had to expose himself and it was something he'd never do. The chances that his parents found out about him would have been high and he'd have never risked the relationship he had with them. It was something he knew and sought from the very start. But he could have gone to them when he was 11 disguised. He knew where they lived. He wasn't incapable of twisting the truth till it suited him and got the message through. He looked up at the ceiling for a moment as he thought. How different would Emily have been if she had been raised by her family? Would he not have to worry so much about her? His hairs on the back of his neck raised as he considered the implications of Emily knowing that he purposefully left her that. She'd see it as a betrayal even if logically speaking he wasn't responsible for her stay at the orphanage. She could never know. He'd send a message to his father to let him know if he found anything out about Emily. If, when she found out the circumstances of her birth, it could spiral her into freefall. Her hatred of muggles would possibly become irredeemable. He sighed and rubbed his forehead. His meetings with Emily had continued to be a little strange though it mellowed out significantly as time went by. They never mentioned that odd meeting they had and swiftly moved on to discuss things pertaining magic and inconsequential things. He had bought the Slytherin locket in the summer from Caractacus Burke in his Chrysander alias so that was safe. It was surprising that it was still there. Burke tried to rip him off but he managed to convince Burke that the locket wasn't quite the real deal and only a replica to be worn with the real one safe from thieves. He wasn't sure if Burke completely bought it but it hadn't mattered. He expected that he might have to add it to the list of things to steal from Smith. It belonged to Emily and he'd gift it to her on her birthday by which time she should know who her mother was. He shook his head and made his way towards the room of requirement. He had departed from a meeting with the headmaster. He scowled lightly. He had hoped to have ancient rites such as Beltane and Samhain allowed at Hogwarts but he had been denied. Whilst they weren't banned, they were frowned upon as the ministry tried to move towards a more secular society. In truth, he would ordinarily be happy for secularism to be prominent but ancient rites were his idea to institute a closer identity in magicals. Spirituality and shared experiences were a useful method to foster a sense of community regardless of background which he believed was sorely needed in magical Britain. He shook his head. The magic felt on those days were wonderful and would do much to open up muggleborns and those who haven't gone to a rite in their entire lives to the grandness that was magic. Dippet had stated that Hogwarts, while independent from the ministry would follow such decrees unless the governors unanimously voted to reinstitute ancient rites. He had stated that it would be unlikely given that the governors were from a diverse collective and traditions such as the ancient rites were rarely followed these days. Not to mention the aspect of paganism that is ascribed to the rites even if wasn't quite true. He sighed while he finally arrived on the 7th floor. He intended to go to the next Beltane festival. He had gone every year before Hogwarts and he wanted to experience the magic again. Sadly it meant that he would have to leave Hogwarts unauthorized, even though he was a teacher's assistant and a master, but he'd do so anyway. He walked through the door of the roar after pacing thrice and made his way to the comfy chair that resembled his favorite chair at home that was in the Sayre library. He threw himself into the chair and leant back. He took off his chain that hung around his neck, invisible to all but himself and those who specifically looked for it, and took out the stone. He was finally going to use it to speak to his ancestors regarding his hyperpercipience ability. His dream visions were becoming a little more frequent and a little more clearer, but he hadn't been unable to find them useful and instead found them confusing. Strangely, in the visions he felt more than he was able to see. Most of the dreams were of anticipation, some were of excitement, some were of grim determination, while a few were of shock, guilt, and anger. It was maddening and he wanted to have some answers. He took the stone out and scrutinized it. Since he'd taken it from Morphin Gaunt, he'd only taken it off his chain twice. He didn't want the temptation before he was ready. He still didn't feel quite ready. He breathed deeply and turned the stone thrice. Emmer Sayre, he spoke finally. A shimmering mist-like form appeared soon after he spoke the name. It coalesced after a few moments and tall, stern-looking figure with long hair and a modest beard appeared. Who are you to call me from my rest? Emmer Sayre demanded as he glared at Atticus. I am Atticus Sayre, heir to House Sayre, your descendant, he humbly stated once he got over the surprise that the stone worked. Anyone can state such a thing. Show me the ring, he demanded, and Atticus did as asked, and Emmer Sayre scrutinized the ring closely. It was the heir ring he received when his father ascended to Lord Sayre. It had the familiar Sphinx signet on the ring. Emmer Sayre's expression softened only a slight bit before it returned to a stern look. Atticus, Sayre, why have you called upon me? He asked sternly. I have called upon you for your assistance. He paused as he took in a deep breath. I have grade 3 hyperpercipience, but I do not know how to use it. None of my family currently living nor the portraits have had the ability in anything greater than grade 1. You are one of the last known ancestors who is known and confirmed to have had grade 2. He paused as he spotted a look of shock on his ancestor's face and bowed from his waist. I beseech you to help me understand my abilities. I am beset with dream visions that I do not understand nor am able to control, and my attempts to train my supernatural connection to magic have been going well, but I think there is much that I'm missing and I need instruction. Please teach me, ancestor, he asked humbly. 11 seconds passed before he spoke. Lift your head up, descendant. Emmer said, kinder than before. Atticus did as instructed and Emmer spoke once more. What happened to the secondary home in Tuscany? There should be a portrait of me there and a portrait of the ancestor who taught me. Also there was a grimoire specifically for those who had grade 2 that was applicable for grade 3. He asked curiously. A few centuries ago our family was involved in a devastating war that wiped out the majority of our clan. There had only been one survivor of that war, which we won, Atticus added, but many old family homes were destroyed on the mainland. Some have been rebuilt in the years since, but much of the contents have been lost. He frowned as he thought, I do not think we still have a home in Tuscany. It is likely the land has been sold a long time ago. Regarding the grimoire. He trailed off confusedly. I haven't seen any grimoire at the ancestral manor of that kind. Emmer hummed and thought it is possible that the grimoire remained at the Tuscany home. It was the place where the secondary branch of our family lived mostly. I lived there all my life until my death. He said deep in thought. The grimoire would have been difficult to destroy. Perhaps only fiend fire would have been capable. The grimoire had been heavily enchanted and the parchment was heavily doused in rare and obscure potions to prevent easy destruction. He shook his head. No matter. You said that our family has been involved in a devastating war? Tell me. He commanded. And so Atticus did for the next 10 minutes. It seems that generation did not have grade 2. He said disappointedly. It would have made the war far less devastating. I can understand why the ability, at least in strength, has skipped for so many generations. However, in my time, grade 2 was perhaps not common but certainly far more frequent than in your time. What is the year? He asked plainly. 1940. Atticus says simply. Emmer remained quiet for a little while. Over 500 years. He whispered. Emmer Sayre had been born in 1233 and died in 1435. Below the average lifespan but not a bad life. His granddaughter married into the mainline who were third cousins, which happened once every 3 or 4 generations. I cannot stay long. He said, pausing for a moment. The dead are not meant to return to the living plane. It is uncomfortable to remain for long stretches of time, he said as he scrutinized Atticus. I will help you. He said finally, and Atticus relaxed in relief. It was a win. I believe I can only remain a maximum of perhaps. He trailed whilst he seemed in thought. Less than a couple of hours each time I'm called before I must depart. Before the sensation of being called back becomes unbearable. I also suggest that you limit your use of this stone to that amount each day too. He said warningly. Thank you for your assistance. He bowed once more and returned his gaze to his ancestor. Why must I limit my use? He asked curiously, even if he suspected why. It is Cadmus stone, is it not? He asked curtly, and Atticus' eyes widened. Yes, it is. You knew Cadmus? Atticus asked, full of curiosity. Emmer chuckled and nodded. I did. Not for a long time, however. He died in 1254 when I was but 20 years of age. He said as he drifted off in thought. I met him for the first time when I was 8 years of age and I was in awe of him. He chuckled as he remembered the Peverils in our time were famous for their vanquishing of Escrides. His eyes darkened before the Hallows ruined their family. He sighed before getting back into story mode. Escrides had been terrorizing the Isles for nearly 15 years by the time the Peverils killed him. He had created armies of Inferni and other ghoulish creations that turned even the most darkest of families. He had many disciples who hailed from all over Europe, who came to learn from him, and he massacred his way through the Isles, uncaring of who his victims were. No one knew what his aims were. Most believed he was insane, given that he wantonly slaughtered without making his demands or beliefs clear. In all likelihood he was. He scoffed before turning serious. The man killed villages upon villages of Muggles and often killed entire families of Magicals. That had been the turning point where everyone massed together to fight him and his disciples. Unfortunately, he was an archmage. His insanity did nothing to detract him of his capabilities and in fact seemed to bolster him. Families who had once stood against each other, stood with each other to face this menace, and none had been able to defeat him. Oh, his disciples were slaughtered each time, but Escrides himself was barely even damaged. He said, shaking his head. My father, who had been a teenager and then a young adult during this time, used to tell me that it was dire times. At that time, none of the family was strong enough to defeat Escrides, and my father had lost his uncle and father when he joined to fight Escrides. He said as he was deep in thought. He was forbidden to join the effort by his grandfather on the pains of disinheritance. He said while smiling wryly, though none believed he would. He simply threatened out of care to ensure he would not lose a grandson amongst the loss of his sons. He said seriously. The Peveril brothers at this time were relatively unknown despite their famous family name. They were young, only around 30 years of age, but they were powerful. He said, reminiscing, it is rare for archmages to exist. Our own family seems to produce them quite often, even if we have often ensured that none knew when one came. But the Peveril brothers, to have 3 in the same family in the same generation? That was unbelievable at the time. They managed to defeat all of Escrides' forces before moving on to his stronghold. Azkaban. He turned grim at the thought. Escrides, above all else, even his insanity, was a magical genius. Unfortunately for everyone and himself, that genius was turned towards necromancy, creatures, and the dark arts. I've been to Azkaban, he said with an inscrutable look. It had been foul even decades after Escrides' death and the cleanup that it went under. He looked at Atticus and asked, is Azkaban still in existence? He asked curiously. Atticus nods. It is. It serves as a prison now though. He grimaced. It is guarded by Dementors, he said simply, and Emmer looked thunderous. They still haven't managed to destroy those abominations. Emmer hissed out in fury and disbelief, and Atticus simply nodded slowly. I'm not aware of any plans to destroy them, nor any past plans, he said curiously. Emmer shook his head. It had been one of the challenges in my day. Even by the time of my death, people were still looking to destroy them. It is shocking that they to learn that they still exist, though I suppose I'm not truly surprised. It had been difficult enough to contain them at Azkaban. Tell me that they are confined at Azkaban. He asked sternly, and Atticus to his dismay shook his head. No, they are not particularly contained at Azkaban. They can be reasoned with and by some method able to be controlled by the ministry, though it is tenuous, I suspect, he mused. Fools. Emmer shook his head in disbelief before he eyed Atticus curiously. Ministry? Emmer asked curiously. The government that took over the reins from the Wisengamot, Atticus said, and Emmer nodded in understanding. Back to the story, Emmer said seriously before continuing. At Azkaban, the brothers and a few volunteers had been greeted with the sight of the Dementors, and thousands of Inferni with Escrides directed them. After nearly half a day of battling, Escrides was finally killed and his army of Inferni completely destroyed. The Dementors killed most of the volunteers, but Ignotus had been able to seal them in the lower levels of Azkaban whilst Cadmus and Antioch battled Escrides. These feats catapulted them into notoriety, but they also garnered substantial amounts of fear. Emmer sighed. You have to understand, Atticus, 3 archmages from one family in a single generation was unheard of and completely something that ran contrary to the understanding of magic at the time. Archmages are often vehicles of destiny in some form or another. So to have 3 of them in one family shook much of Europe. It also didn't help that the Peverils were infamous for their talents in necromancy and death magic. Emmer chuckled. The 3 brothers were perhaps some of the most talented of their line. The Hallows are proof of that, certainly. He mused before he continued. I met Cadmus and his brothers when my grandfather had invited them to our home. We had been allies for as long as either family had records of, and despite their notoriety, they were still our allies. Cadmus was a passionate man. One who loved his wife dearly, even to a child, it was apparent. He said in slight sad tone before he shook his head. He and his brothers were my idols, and they often allowed me to visit them over the years they were still alive. Emmer now sent an assessing gaze at Atticus. You have heard of the tale of three brothers, yes? Emmer asked curtly. Atticus nodded. I have, but there may be differences given the time span, he said with a tilted head. Recite me the story, Emmer ordered, and so he did. There are some substantial differences, but the gist of the story is correct. Emmer said before pausing as he assessed on what to say. The story is false. They never met death personified. But he began as Atticus listened raptly. They did intend to create artifacts that had, in some way, death imbued into the artifacts. The artifacts all had a facet of death. It was remarkable work. Cadmus had told me a little, but they kept much of it to themselves. They were exceedingly skilled artificers, even more so than they were warriors. Given their family magic and affinity, and of course the things they had seen done by Asclepius, had spawned an intense curiosity in the three brothers. Emmer sighed. It was also what made a tense situation regarding their family worse. Emmer said with terse undertone to his voice. It took them years to complete it, but they managed to, in the end. Cadmus' wife, Millicent, had died from wounds she sustained during an accident with a herd of Abraxans whilst Cadmus had been away at his brother's years before they completed the Hallows. Emmer rubbed his forehead as he thought on the incident. He had been inconsolable and dived deeply into his research and become singularly focused on bringing her back. The last I saw him was when he had threatened me at Wand Point to leave him be. He died only a few years later, leaving behind a daughter married to the Gaunts. Emmer said finally. How did he die? Atticus asked with intense curiosity. He almost forgotten the purpose of him meeting his ancestor, but this was well worth knowing. Emmer eyed him before speaking. He died quite close to what the story said. Only the stone draws magic from the user to sustain the connection to the afterlife. Ignotus had told me years after that Cadmus' body had signs of severe magical depletion. He had surmised that Cadmus must have tried to use the connection to make her corporeal. He shook his head. Death is final. Magic is wonderful and infinite, but the departed souls are not of its domain. It belongs to the domain of death. Emmer intoned, and Atticus nodded grimly. He now knew what the consequences could be if he used the stone excessively. He vowed to only use it a maximum of 90 minutes. Cadmus had been the first to die. I do not know what happened with the stone soon after his death. I suspect his daughter might have taken it with her, but regardless, House Peveril's enemies smelt blood in the water. Emmer scowled, and Antioch was next. He had indeed stated that he created the perfect wand, and given the reputation of the family, it made him a target even if he was a dangerous one. He hadn't died as the story states. He had instead been ambushed when he had been with his family, his wife, his son, and his daughter-in-law and his granddaughter. He died caught in surprise as he tried to protect his family, who were all wiped out. His eyes darkened. I never found out who was responsible for killing his family, he said angrily. Atticus mused for a moment and decided Antioch's granddaughter lived. He said finally. Emmer snapped his eyes to Atticus. Truly? How? Emmer demanded. I don't know how, but I do know that Ignotus sheltered her and hid her past, he said smiling. How do you know? Emmer asked curiously. I met Ignotus a number of times after the death of his brothers, but he never said anything. I know because my father, whose mother was a MacDowell, told me. The granddaughter married into the MacDowell line, which begot my grandmother, who begot my father and who begot me and my sister. The MacDowell line ended with my grandmother, whilst the Sayer family carries the blood of the MacDowells and the eldest daughter and only child of the Lord Peveril, he said happily. Emmer laughed heartedly. Good to know that the last of the Peverils linked with our family, in the end, he said melancholically before shaking his head. Ignotus, you sly fool. He said bemusedly. After the death of Antioch, Ignotus didn't take up the lordship as he was well aware of the precariousness of his situation. He managed to remain insignificant for the rest of his life, and the family was considered dead with his death, even if his granddaughter was married off to a potter who he knew would be able to protect her. Emmer said finally. A silence fell, and Atticus asked the question that itched at him. You don't believe that the artifacts are items of death? He asked curiously. Emmer eyed him critically. I don't. Emmer said simply. The brothers were exceptional artificers and practitioners of death magic, but they were not capable of calling upon the entity that is death. He shook his head. It is foolish to believe that us mortals have the capability to call upon what is perhaps the most fundamental aspect of existence. There is life and there is death. Emmer said finally. And yet the stone is capable of calling you. Atticus stated. And yet the stone is capable of calling me. Emmer nodded. I do not know how Cadmus managed to do it, but it shouldn't be possible. It isn't right. Emmer said as he eyed Atticus curiously. What about the notion of Master of Death? He pressed on, and Emmer furrowed his brows before looking at Atticus sternly. The Master of Death is false. There is no aspect that I believe could even consider such a thing true. No one can be Master of Death. No one can command death, Atticus, he said firmly. Do not lose yourself to such notions like my idol did. Death is not something to be played with. Heed my warning, descendant. He said plainly as he searched Atticus' face. Atticus nods. I thought as much. I never believed that there is actually anything to the title of Master of Death. He sighed and rubbed his eyes and looked at Emmer a little wryly. I know where the other two artifacts are, but one is near impossible for me to take as it is held by a dark archmage who is intent on world conquest and is doing a very good job of it, and the other is with the Potters. He mused. Emmer shook his head. Do not search for them, descendant. It ruined the Peveril family. Do not let the Hallows claim the Sayer line. If you must, take the wand if you are capable of it, but leave the cloak with the Potters. Emmer said finally, though I would prefer it if you destroyed it instead. A silence fell as he considered Emmer's words. He had considered destroying the wand. The wand was said to be unbeatable, which didn't seem true. He figured that the wand may well have a curse of some kind given the fates of those who wielded it, but he tentatively set that notion aside given that he didn't know the history of the wand beyond some notable individuals who were said to have had the wand. Now, let's start with your problems regarding your dream visions. We have perhaps just under an hour before you must end the call for today. Emmer said calmly as he redirected the conversation back to where it started. And so Atticus told him everything of his dreams, the vagueness, and the feelings that he had in them, and he also told him of the strange evaluation skill that he had. Finally, after finishing his recounting, Emmer spoke up. You are correct in your assessment regarding the immaturity of your skill. It is known to happen, but your visions seem strangely, more than what I remember my own being at the start. It is likely something to do with the different grading. I cannot help you much regarding that. Even in my time, grade 3 had been mysterious. There are some exercises, however, that you can do in order to gain clearer sight in your visions. Only time will aid you in gaining control over the frequencies of your dream visions. I would advise you do not try and inhibit the frequency until you are well over the age of 21, which is roughly the last maturity you will go through. The exercises you can do are centered in occlumency. Are you familiar with the practice? Emmer asked intently, and he nodded. I am. I'm tier 5 but with certain capabilities in tier 6. He said a little proudly, and Emmer only nodded. Acceptable, Emmer stated simply, and Atticus' eye twitched lightly. Acceptable, he thought, a little outraged at the blaseness of it. Occlumency will help you improve the sight of your visions. You already remember more, likely thanks to your occlumency in the first place, but you have not applied it to your visions correctly, and so their meaning and what they show you remain quite out of your grasp. Emmer said firmly. How do I apply it? He asked with interest. Every night before you sleep, occlude yourself as much as you can. Clear your mind of any thought, keep it blank until you fall asleep. In time, your mind will keep itself cleared even as you sleep. This will allow your visions to manifest themselves without any obstruction or anything that might cause the vision to be opaque. Emmer said as he gave the information over. Atticus sat back in his chair with furrowed brows. Are you saying that thoughts and dreams separate from the visions are what are causing my visions to be vague? He asked intently. Emmer nods yes. Our ability manifests itself in dreams on purpose. Our capabilities are not quite natural, Atticus. None of us know how our ancestors managed to create and tie such ridiculous ability to our bloodline, but the ancestor who taught me, who himself lived sometime in the 400s, did not know how either. But he did know that the visions manifest itself in dreams because of the low impact on the body. Seers have a short lifespan, at the least the powerful ones, because of the impact the ability has on the body. Manifesting in dreams mitigates it substantially, as does the reduction in scope. Your dreams will always be relevant to you and those who matter to you, Atticus. They will not be very distant in the future either. The future is fluid and does not follow a certain path. You will be able to change things, but be mindful, Emmer warned. By trying to change things you may well be setting things in motion that very well cause what happened in your dreams. It takes skill and experience to know when and when not to change things. I suggest you do not change things until you understand your ability far more than you do now. Understood, Atticus confirmed. Would it be acceptable if I come to you with my visions? He asked carefully. You may. Emmer said finally. I will not be able to help you beyond giving you advice. I will not be able to view your visions, nor will I be able to add context beyond a certain point. Emmer sighed. Not only that, I do not want you reliant on me. Emmer smiled. You need to be able to trust yourself and your judgment. In the end, only you can change things. Emmer said finally. Atticus nods absent-mindedly as he considers everything he's heard. Simple solution to his dream problems. He suspected that it might take a little while for him to get it right. What about the other abilities that come with grade 3? He asked curiously, and Emmer looked at him with a searching gaze. Are you certain you have grade 3 and not grade 2? Emmer asked seriously. Did your family check you properly? They did, he said curtly, and explained to him how his great-grandfather checked him. Grade 3. Emmer said as he looked at Atticus in slight awe. I didn't believe you when you initially told me, Emmer said honestly. I merely thought you were lying or misinformed. Emmer admitted before continuing. You have to understand, grade 3 is legend even to someone who lived as far back as I did, Merlin. Even my teacher had only legend and myths in his era. Emmer said in a strange tone. To no one of my descendants. Emmer said, shaking his head before turning serious. Grade 3 is not truly different to grade 2 according to the stories, except in scale. That means I will be able to teach you. Emmer said firmly. You will do ask as I ask, without complaint, without disobedience, and with full attention, is that understood? Emmer asked curtly and sternly. If you do not, if I have even a hint of disobedience or recklessness, you might as well not bother call me the next time. The things I will teach you will be dangerous and cause you death. I do not want to be responsible for your death, Emmer said finally in a no-nonsense tone. Atticus nods firmly. I understand. I will do as you ask, he said dutifully. I will narrate succinctly for you. Think about until tomorrow the nature of magic that we can use. You are aware of the notion that we have a magical core, correct? Emmer asked, and he nodded as Emmer continued. It is a gross simplification, that explanation, one that does a disservice of how we can actually access magic. He said, pausing as he considers his words. We do not know for certain, however I was taught once that the more accurate belief is that the combination of the Trinity allows for a metaphorical magical core to exist which is always neutral. The combination of the soul, of body, more specifically the blood, and of the consciousness are what allow for a magical core to manifest. We all have the same kind of access to the energy that is magic, but unique combinations are responsible for the creation of those who have a greater attunement and capacity for magic. Wait, are you saying that everyone could potentially become an archmage? He asked incredulously. This is the first time he's ever heard of such explanation. No. Emmer said calmly, and Atticus calmed significantly. I'm saying that everyone has the potential to become far more powerful than an archmage. Emmer said bemusedly before continuing seriously, but unless certain combinations are achieved, it is impossible for them to achieve such a capability. We all have the same kind of access and the same kind of potential, but each individual has different capacities for magic. The magical core reflects this capacity. It is why rituals that enhance individuals work in the first place. They, in a limited way that the body can handle, increase the capacity of the body. Squibs, though we do not know why, are unable to access this energy completely, whereas most have metered access to their potential. The Sayer ability increases the access to the potential substantially. The greater the connection to your potential, the higher the access to magic, the more powerful you are and the easier magic comes to you. This is a Sayer family secret passed down the line. That you do not know of it means it is likely because of the near extinction of the line you mentioned. It is primarily the reason why we have always sought to marry the most powerful witches instead of family prestige. We have found out that chances are an increase of greater access to magic will occur if two of such inclinations have children. Emmer shook his head. The Sayer ability will simply increase the access to the highest possibility without damaging the body. Have you undergone rituals before you turned 14? Specifically body enhancement rituals? Emmer asked keenly. I have. Atticus confirms, and Emmer nods in approval. Good. That means that you will be able to access a high amount without tearing your body apart. Magic at that level simply works at a different scale. Emmer shook his head. By the time I mastered my ability, I saw magic in a whole different light. It was as if I was half blind and suddenly was granted enhanced eyesight, and I could spot minute differences hundreds of yards away. Emmer said contemplatively. They both remained silent. He was thinking on the complete different explanation he had been given. Will I have full access to the potential we all have? He asked curiously. Emmer shook his head. No. It would burn you out. Even with the Sayer ability. I do not know the percentage you will have access to. I do not know exactly how much the average witch or wizard has access to, but it will not be much in comparison to full access. Emmer shook his head. Our ancestors were geniuses among geniuses for thinking up this ability and actually executing it without terrible consequences for our line. A silence fell once more. It is time I leave, Emmer said finally. You have had a lot of information told to you, so call me back tomorrow and we will start your training, Emmer said calmly, and he agreed. All right. Thank you for helping me so much. He said before hesitating and eyed Emmer curiously. Is it not against the rules to speak to me? He asked curiously. Emmer looked at Atticus in surprise before answering. No, it is not against the rules. Not exactly. Emmer sighed. It depends on the individual and the connection they have. You won't be able to call upon complete strangers that you have no connection to, I believe. I'm also not allowed to tell you anything regarding the afterlife or anything that is related to it. You told me about the Hallows. Atticus said curiously. Emmer shook his head. The Hallows do not infringe on it. Emmer said calmly, and he furrowed his brows in thought before shaking his head. Okay. Well, goodbye for now. He said and closed the connection, and he sighed. He'd gotten a lot of information from Emmer. He rested his head on the back of the chair and looked up at the black featureless ceiling. Chapter 24. Marcus Sayer POV. Come in, he said loudly as he kept his eyes on a Wiesengamot bill that he was reading. It was one of a series of bills that were aimed at increasing support for the ICW for the duration of the war. Even after the sheer success that Grindelwald was having in Europe, the Wiesengamot remained divided on the topic to officially enter the war. The most that could anything pass through the Wiesengamot was material aid. Volunteers were allowed to leave and join the ICW, and the ministry was more or less encouraging some of the more talented Aurors to join up unofficially. Minister Spencer Moon, for all his faults, isn't as meek and placating as the previous minister, but with the way the Wiesengamot is now. For war to be declared, the Wiesengamot is required to achieve 3/4 majority, and as of right now, he could only see 60% vote for war. It would take something drastic and truly threatening for people to get off the fence. He himself was reluctant to get out of the stance his family has held for the longest of times. He had encouraged his allies in the Grey faction to abstain as he did when he had known their own votes would not have made the difference necessary to declare war. For some time he was getting courted by both groups. Strangely enough, both light and dark factions were not at all united in how to approach Grindelwald, and rare coalitions were happening. If France looked like they were losing, well, that would truly shift things, and he expected far more switches towards the war camp. He glanced up and saw it was Dayton. "My lord," Dayton said as he bowed. Dayton he acknowledged and gestured for him to sit down. He got up and went to the drinking cabinet. "Fire whiskey?" he called out without turning around. "No thank you, my lord," Dayton said politely. It was to be expected. Dayton rarely drank in his presence, but niceties had to be observed. He returned to his seat with a glass of fire whiskey in his hand and gestured for Dayton to begin. "I have interrogated Morphin Gaunt," Dayton said with a stony face. "The man is extremely mentally unstable, and Azkaban certainly help his mental status," he said with a shake of his head before straightening out. "The house is in a state of extreme filth and squalor, with thick layers of dust and grime, and all the pots and utensils were rusted through. Mold, clutter, and stale rotted half-eaten food around the place. The man himself was completely unkempt and let his hair grow to extreme lengths, and the entire time was hissing to himself." Dayton said with utter disgust. "To think the last of Slytherin is in such a fucking state," he said with loathing before continuing. "I do not know how he keeps himself fed, but he isn't malnourished." He sighed before straightening up and returning to the subject. "Mara P. Gaunt was his sister, and from what I have seen in his memories that Bartholomew extracted from the man, she was highly abused and damaged girl. Morphin himself wasn't much better off, but he piled on the misery on his sister." Dayton paused momentarily. His memories indicated that our suspicions were correct. "Tom Ridd, who lives nearby, is her father," Dayton said simply, and Marcus sat back in his chair for a moment before returning his gaze to Dayton. "Did you check him?" he asked simply. Dayton nods. "I have." He hesitates slightly but continues. "Tom Riddle and his family have been victims of Muggle baiting at the hands of the male Gaunts. Tom Riddle himself was subjected to the Imperious Curse and love potions and was forced to marry Mara P. Gaunt." He shook his head in mild admiration, which made Marcus curious as to what he had to admire. "Tom Riddle broke the Imperious he was under and managed to escape when he was still under the influence of the love potion," Dayton said, a little astonished, and Marcus understood it completely. "A Muggle broke the Imperious he was under?" he asked astonishingly and in disbelief. "Impossible. She must have cancelled it," he said sharply. Dayton looked at him with a serious expression. "Sir, I have checked the memories twice because I couldn't believe it. He definitely broke the curse." Dayton frowned. "She definitely still had time to put him back under, but she didn't. The only reason I or Bartholomew could think of was that she was simply too surprised to act." He said as he considered Dayton's words. "Perhaps she gave up? If he was able to break the curse and was still under the potion, it would be pretty clear that he didn't want to be around her. It would have been devastating for what sounds like a woman who was heavily damaged in many ways," he supposed, and Dayton nodded slowly. It had been the last time he had seen her, and whilst he was aware she was pregnant, he doesn't know that he has a living child, Dayton said, pursing his lips. "The experience has left him quite broken, understandably." He finished. "Do you have the memories on you?" he said as he took a sip of his fire whiskey. "I do," Dayton said, getting up. "Shall I bring the Pensieve from the shelf?" Dayton inquired. "Please," he said, and Dayton got up and brought down the Pensieve. "Will you join me?" he inquired, and Dayton shook his head. "I've seen them a few times." Dayton grimaced. "They are not pretty. Morphins or riddles," he said simply. He said nothing further and dived into the memories. After a couple of hours, he resurfaced and drank the entire glass of fire whiskey before returning to the globe and pouring himself and Dayton a glass of fire whiskey. He returned to his desk and brought Dayton's glass over, who looked wide-eyed. "Drink up, Dayton. After those memories, I do not want to drink alone," he said sharply as he pinned a glare at Dayton, and Dayton sighed and took the glass to his amusement. They sat in silence as they both reflected on the memories. Mara P. Gaunt's time in the Gaunt shack was utterly miserable. Truly, it was a shame to see the girl ruined before she even had a chance at life. To a lesser extent, Morphin never had a chance himself. Both children of Marvolo were ugly and showed excessive signs of inbreeding. Morphin had clear signs of mentally derangement and was excessively violent. The mother's death at the hands of Marvolo only increased the violent bouts, and Mara P. had been the recipient of those outbursts from an early age. Ever since the death of their mother, Mara P. was relegated to akin to a house elf. Her little capability for magic only increased her mental and physical abuse, often derided as a disgusting little squib. She took care of her father and brother regarding the household, and in return she received beatings and groping. She barely educated and only taught a few things most pertained to the dark arts, potions, and herbology. In 1925, Bob Ogden had appeared to inform Morphin to attend a hearing regarding his violent behavior against Muggles in violation of the law. Morphin had to be restrained by his father lest he assault Ogden. The Riddle family passed by fortuitously, and Morphin had to be restrained once more by his father until he hissed at his father, and it didn't take a genius to interpret the angry hissing and the subsequent strangling of Mara P. Ogden separated the patriarch from Marapi and got cursed by Marvolo. Ogden later returned with a number of orders and arrested both men, and they were subsequently charged. Marvolo for abusive behavior to his daughter and obstruction to justice, and received a sentence of 6 months in Azkaban, whilst Morphin received a 3-year sentence for casting against a Muggle, resisting arrest, assault against an DMLE officer, and the earlier crimes that were outstanding. By the time Morphin left Azkaban in 1928, his father was dead and his sister nowhere to be seen. To this day, Morphin lived alone in that shack, and from the recent memories, he was even more unstable. The house was in extreme filth and squalor. The timeline fit. Marapi for the first time was free from his abusive family. From Tom Riddle's memories, it is quite clear she must have had decent magical strength if she was able to cast and keep him under an Imperius for so long. How ironic. The girl's magic was suppressed as a result of her treatment by her family, and the strength of her magic dissipated until it recovered by a decent amount when she was free. He shook his head in contempt at the male Gaunts. Belief was a massive factor in magic. To think they ruined a pureblood witch due to their insanity. From Riddle's memories, even if his memories were hazy, it was clear she developed an obsessive love for the Muggle. He sneered lightly before he breathed out loudly. He glanced at Dayton, who was watching him curiously. He shook his head. I was simply thinking over the obsessive love she developed for Tom Riddle, he said calmly. Dayton nodded in understanding. Yes, it was unfortunate that she developed that emotional tie to the Muggle. Dayton pursed his lips as he thought something over. It is likely that such an obsession helped her deal, quite unhealthily, with her situation at home. Once she was free from her brother and father, she was free to pursue him completely. Sadly, her home environment never allowed her to ever understand what was right and what was wrong, even if it was a Muggle. In truth, the fact she pursued a Muggle in the first place makes me question her own stability. Dayton said calmly before continuing. It is possible she considered him to be her freedom. After all, he was handsome, wealthy, and could look after her. He finished. He said absent-mindedly as he swirled his glass of fire whiskey in deep thought. The saddest thing was that she never had anyone to turn to once she was alone. He said, pursing his lips. What was Ogden doing? He said Dayton. Dayton was meticulous in his work, and he most likely found out everything about Ogden and the residents in Little Hangleton. Ogden by all accounts is a diligent officer, but he did not return from what I could find. He had no real reason to. He did his duty, and that was that. Dayton said simply. He sighed and rubbed his eyes. Well, no need to consider what ifs, even if the girl's life was tragic in the extreme. Had the Gaunts not been so isolated, perhaps she could have been removed from them. He shook his head. They fell into a period of silence. What do you think we should tell Ms. Riddle? He said aloud as he pondered the question. Dayton gave him a dry smile. The entire truth. He said simply before continuing. The entire thing is a mess, my lord. The whole thing had been a scandal of sorts as they ran away together to London. The residents of Little Hangleton think he left her because she lied about being pregnant, and he has never told anyone about anything regarding magic or the fact that she was indeed pregnant. He said with a stony face. The man abandoned the woman while she was pregnant, and yes, I know he was forced to impregnate her amongst other things, but even so, the child would have been innocent. Dayton paused briefly before continuing with a sneer on his face. The fact that a Muggle, Dayton spat out, considered himself above a pure-blood witch, even if she kidnapped him and forced him, is offensive. He scowled before returning his face to neutral and continued. He gives off the impression that he doesn't care about the child. Dayton said with a little anger in his tone. What about the grandparents? He asked. From what I have found so far, they are unaware they have a grandchild. Dayton confirmed. He said simply. Ms. Riddle likely does not want anything to do with the Muggles. Nor with Morphin Gaunt. He mused aloud. Dayton scoffed lightly. I don't blame her. Dayton derided. He turned his gaze towards Dayton. Can you come up with a plan that takes care of both the Riddle elders and Morphin Gaunt? He said before pausing briefly. I suspect that Ms. Riddle might be wanting to express her displeasure at the fact that her mother was abandoned whilst pregnant regardless of her crimes, and herself abandoned in the orphanage. She is not one to let slights go, and this certainly is a huge slight, he said, thinning his lips. Dayton nodded agreeably. I have already come up with a rough plan that involves an altercation between Morphin Gaunt and the Riddles that turned deadly, killing everyone. Dayton said calmly. He nods approvingly. Good. With the death of Morphin Gaunt, Emily Riddle would be the heir of Slytherin. Given that the Gaunts were deemed unworthy of the title for the last few centuries, chances were now that she was less inbred and mentally incapable and magically strong, she could pass whatever criteria House Slytherin set down. Speaking of inheritances. He eyed Dayton. You said Tom Riddle was wealthy. He said, tilting his head. The Riddles are wealthy. They own most of the land in Little Hangleton. They are actually an old Muggle family and have owned much of Little Hangleton for some time. Why? Dayton asked curiously, and Marcus smiled at him. It is her inheritance, no? He said, tilting his head. It is only right that she inherits it all from the Riddles. Contact our associate in the Muggle world to find out everything about the Riddle family and who they employ as lawyers. He said firmly. Yes, my lord. Dayton said as he got up. Dayton stopped briefly to ask, what will you tell Ms. Riddle? Dayton asked curiously. You've suggested I tell her everything. I'm inclined to. If nothing else, she will be grateful that he managed to find out about her origins. She likely won't be pleased that her father was a muggle and that her mother was so. He stopped before continuing. Beaten down, he said delicately. Dayton laughed harshly. That girl will be seething, and it would only ignite her hatred for muggles given her own abandonment by one. Dayton warned. It was true. It presented a problem. His son had warned him about the path he saw her take had he not interfered. The question was, had his son's visions come early enough to prevent Riddle from spiraling? This certainly constituted a critical point in her life that could define her. We will deal with it. I trust my son to deal with the fallout of this mess. He said calmly and Dayton and proceeded to leave the office. The next few hours, he continued to read bills until he retired to bed where Anne was waiting for him. My love, he said as he kissed her on the cheek as he saw her comfortable and reading the International Standard. Marcus, she said distractedly as she leant into the kiss but kept her eyes on the paper to his amusement. What's so fascinating in the paper that you can't take your eyes of it? He asked as he undressed. When he didn't receive a response, he turned around and saw her engrossed into the paper and he began to chuckle, which seemed to take her out of the paper. Did you say something, Marcus? She said gently. He finished getting on his night clothing and walked to his side of the bed. Yes, I did. He said as he got under the duvet. I asked what you were reading that you were so engrossed in, he said calmly as he took a sip of the water on the bedside. Ah, she said in understanding and handed him the paper. It's of course regarding the war. Grindelwald is facing massive insurgency in the regions of Russia that he has occupied and his progress into Baltic states is pretty much halted, she said happily. Really? He murmured and read the paper keenly. It was true if this paper was to be believed, which he didn't wholeheartedly. He was keenly aware of the propaganda that both sides employed, especially from the ICW and MACUSA, given that they only read papers from ICW and free countries. The Russians have halted the progress of Grindelwald's forces whilst he was away, and the casualties were high on both sides whilst they were slipping in agents, mostly his own assumptions, in occupied territory. It was good news. The news from the Western Front was far quieter despite Grindelwald's presence there. Belgium had been contested for some time now, with neither side truly gaining a substantial victory. The ICW presence there was high and they were getting reinforcements from the French and Spanish ministries. The Asian ministries were being pressured, last he heard, by the ICW to increase their contributions to the war effort along with Britain, but the ICW influence was limited here given the strength of the magicals here. Seems like things are turning from dire to mildly dire, he murmured, and she made a noise of agreement. Yes, she sighed, though it seems like it could turn at any moment to either side. The Americans can't come soon enough, she complained. He turned towards her and gently held her hand, and she turned to him with a soft smile, a smile he so loved. How was your day? She said as she stroked his cheek gently. Tiring, he sighed. The Wiesengamot has been presented a bill to increase our monetary and potions contributions to the ICW by the pro-war factions. There's no chance passing with the amount of money suggested, but a lighter version, he trailed off, would likely be acceptable to the majority given that it is not a declaration of war. On that front, things are unchanged, he said, pursing his lips. She looked at him worriedly. Are you being pressured to switch from abstaining? She asked. Not quite pressured, but I am sought after. Even if I personally wish to declare war on Grindelwald, it would be a shift from the position our family has held for a long time now, and it would have consequences, some I cannot foresee, he said tiredly. She squeezed his hand in comfort and he smiled at her. I know the death of your parents hangs over you and it must be difficult to balance political stance of our family with your own personal one. I'm sure it will work out, she said gently. He moved towards her and kissed her gently on the lips, which she reciprocated. Thank you, my love, he said warmly, and she felt into his chest and he held her. They both remained quiet, enjoying each other's warmth. I have confirmed who Emily Riddle is, he said after a time. She remained unmoved from her position. Who is she? She asked calmly. She is a Gaunt, daughter of Mara P. Gaunt, pure-blood witch from House Gaunt, and Tom Riddle, Muggle, he said simply. She removed herself from his chest and stared at him. She's a half-blood then, she said without emotion. He nods lightly. She is. Morfin Gaunt is the last Gaunt other than her, and her Muggle father and grandparents still live. Tell me everything you know, she said firmly, and he proceeded to do so for the next 10 minutes, and her face grew grimmer and grimmer. Poor girl, she said once he finally finished the tale. He hummed in agreement. She was dealt a bad hand, all things considered. It needs to be handled delicately, she said firmly as she cast her eyes on him. By all accounts, this may well have been a leading contribution to her path into the deep ends of the dark. She laughed harshly. It would be so easy for her to think that her father abandoned her because her mother was a witch. It happens often enough to the blood traders who have no sense, and then proceeded to abandon his own daughter to the filthy and destitute orphanage that she was likely abused in. She exclaimed angrily. Then she finds out her uncle is a deranged and utter disgrace to House Gaunt and House Slytherin that also abused her mother. She asked as she shook her head. Utterly alone, without any guidance to deal with all this whilst she also had to deal with being considered a mudblood in Slytherin. She scoffed. Is it any wonder she turned into a monster as she sought to gain as much power as she could, without any wisdom on her own part or with the assistance of wisdom given to her by someone who she valued in her life? She said, gesturing with her hands to his amusement which she spotted, and she turned to him angrily. Why aren't you outraged? She demanded, and he chuckled. My dear, you are plenty outraged for the pair of us. He said teasingly, and she hit him on the shoulder. Don't make light of the situation. She scolded, and he turned serious. For the moment I am not making light of the situation, my dear. I have spent 2 hours in memories that I'd much rather forget, which showed the degeneration of what was once a noble and powerful house and the desperate situation of a poor girl who made a slew of bad decisions when she was finally free. I'm well aware with what she has to come to terms with and how delicate the situation is. He sighed as he rubbed his forehead. So what are you going to do about it? She asked intently. He glanced at her. I will show her and tell her everything I know, he said simply. I will invite her over for Yule and walk her through the memories starting from the beginning. She needs context, and she needs to understand fully how bad her mother's situation was and how she was ill-equipped to deal with her infatuation, and she likely didn't know truly from what was right and what was wrong. Similarly, her father's reaction is understandable. She grew outraged, but he quickly cut her off. But unforgivable, he said as he peered at her, and she grew calmer. He should never have abandoned a pregnant wife, even if she controlled him mentally and physically. He should have found out what happened to his child rather than being miserable in his parents' house. What else can you expect from a filthy muggle? Yes, what she did was wrong, but he should have at least ensured the survival of his child and taken his child in. She said angrily before visibly forcing herself to calm herself. Do the grandparents know? She asked sharply, and he shook his head. It is extremely unlikely. He said calmly. She looked thoughtful. In any case, they are inconsequential. Even if she knows everything, she won't forgive him, rightly so. She said with a deathly calm. He nods. Correct. She won't. There are plans to deal with both sides of the family if she wishes to. He said calmly as he searched her face. She looked at him with approval. Good. The filthy muggles won't be able to make amends for her, she likely won't allow them to even if they wished to, and I have my doubts about that. Much cleaner to be rid of them entirely. She said calmly, and he considered her thoughts and actions. Are you getting attached to the girl? He asked suddenly, and she looked at him in surprise and looked thoughtful. I suppose I am. She said, surprised as he was. I'm aware of the risks the girl poses, but she deserves a better life, a better chance at life with proper guidance. She said lowly. Despite her calculating and manipulative exterior, I think there are aspects to her that she has never allowed to see the light of day. She said as she pinned him with a determined glint in her eye. I know, I've seen some of it when she was in my presence. I'm certain that with some nurturing, she can be made into a healthy adult. She said firmly. He looked at her surprised and considered her words. Are you suggesting we take her in completely? He said as he met her gaze. She nods yes. She is a Gaunt, is she not? That means the Sayer family is the closest and last living family that she has ties with. The Gaunts were a large family that kept breeding with each other for hundreds of years. She grimaced until they dwindled to what they are now. That means we are the closest blood relatives to them, even if it is more than 300 years ago. She said with a raised eyebrow, and he laughed as he shook his head and he looked at her with twitching lips. Facts aside, are you intending to scare the girl away from our boy? He said as he broke into a laughter. Once she finds out the cost of inbreeding has yielded for House Gaunt, she'll be quite disgusted with any notion of inbreeding. He said knowingly. She shook her head in denial. No, that is not what I'm saying, and you know it, she said with a glare without any heat before she smiled. I doubt that'd turn her off from Atticus. 300 years separates the families, and even if it didn't, she grimaced as she stopped her sentence. He returned to her reasoning regarding taking her in with a serious expression. I'm not against it. In all truth, it would help to keep an eye on her, family links aside. We would be able to help Atticus as he continues to soften her. He said thoughtfully. Besides, she could only benefit from growing up amongst well-adjusted purebloods who won't have the extreme purist notions. She said frowning. Yes, Atticus did mention her circle involved heirs of prominent and quite extreme purist families. He said shaking his head. No doubt it was calculated by her, considering she was in Slytherin and knew where the power resided. To position herself as one of them even if there was no proof would have meant she needed to adopt their beliefs. Hopefully, she isn't set in stone regarding those beliefs. He said as he considered it all. With the disaster that led to her birth, the neglect and uncaring of her father, it proves to be a recipe for pure blood extremism, she said through thinned lips, and he could only nod. Atticus will have quite a job to do. He murmured. Do we even have to do anything? She said suddenly. It's not as if her opinions of muggles and pure blood extremism would affect us. She said blatantly. It's not so much, but more the lengths she might be willing to go. Atticus is right in dealing with her more extreme opinions. It is a slippery slope, and people like Atticus, Emily, Grindelwald, and even Dumbledore in a lesser capacity are all strong-willed individuals. He paused. How will she deal with adversity? Would she resort to violence if she decided that was the only way to get what she wanted, which is a slippery slope, especially one who is set to be attuned to the dark quite substantially? He said, shaking his head. No, we need to ensure that she is moderate lest she slip off. He mused. She said simply in a neutral tone. He was aware she wouldn't give a shred of care if Muggles were exterminated, but she did care tremendously of the lives it would take to do it, if they even could do it. Not to mention, she didn't believe Muggleborns deserved to die or the treatment they reserved from the population, even if she thought of them as lesser. If the extremists got into power, well, it would not be a happy time for Muggleborns. Will you tell Atticus as well? She asked him after a period of silence. He thought it over. No. He shook his head. I will only inform Emily. She needs to know first, and Atticus knowing would be unfair to her. If she wishes to tell him, then she will. He said firmly. Atticus had mailed him to ask him to tell Atticus if he knew more, but he had shut that down as he didn't have the right to know before her. He was disappointed in Atticus to ask that of him. That's quite right. It probably grates on her enough that we know in the first place. She said, thinning her lips. No matter, she said as she yawned. She kissed him good night and moved to sleep. He turned off the light and moved under the duvet next to her. Break. Soon enough, it was time to return home for Yule. He sat in the compartment with his eyes closed, pretending to nap whilst he reflected on the past few months. He spent the first few weeks after he used the resurrection stone with Emmer Sayer, who had given the necessary information he needed to start improving his control over hyperpercipience. Much of it involved forms of meditation to get in contact with his magic and ambient magic, and he felt more and more in tune with the magic surrounding him. He hadn't seen magic differently, nor felt differently, not quite yet, but Emmer had assured him that it was coming. Emmer had stated it would take years to truly be anything more than a beginner. In the time room, he spent most of it working on his projects, which included creating drawings of satellites. Much of the runic schemes that would be on the casing would be similar to the drone he created, though it required far more stabilizing elements that protect and ensure that the satellites remain in orbit. He experimented with Chinese runes, as Chinese runes had some divination capability, and he wanted to tie that aspect to the function of the satellites. The satellites would be fitted with an enchanted device that would be capable of searching of specific metal deposits from orbit using spectrum analysis heavily amplified with magic. With the runes that had divination capabilities, even if they were limited in scope, they would be able to increase through a luck factor, for a lack of a better term, the success of finding deposits. The device would be fitted with the very first magical computer. For some time he had considered how to approach the problem. He was capable of programming and knew several programming languages, such as MATLAB and C++, but that prepared little for the infrastructure that he needed to create to actually make use of that programming knowledge. The purpose of the computer would be simplistic. He needed it to record, analyze, and sort them through a criteria that he'd set. It would be a single program that would run continuously as the satellites orbited the Earth. Given that the computers would be run on magic, he needed to find a material that would make it possible. He purchased numerous wardstones not simply for the purpose of magical computers. He wanted to experiment with wardstones to discover what made them capable of storing magic and which ones had better capabilities of storing magic, which would give him insights how to proceed. Basalt, granite, and quartzite were the three main types of wardstones. Basalt yielded low capacity in comparison to granite and quartzite, whereas quartzite had the highest capacity to hold magic. That had given him several hypotheses. All three had various things in common, but he primarily focused on the fact they all have quartz in their mineral content. Basalt is created from molten rock that is solidified through rapid cooling, and almost all of the volcanic rock on Earth is basalt. Basalt has the lowest content of quartz of the three. Granite is mostly composed of quartz, feldspar, and a few other things if he remembered correctly, whereas quartzite is quartz sandstone, which is purely made out of quartz that has been converted into quartzite through heating and pressure, creating a harder stone. The common thread made it obvious that quartz were what he needed to investigate, and so he did. He remembered from his old life that crystals are arranged in an ordered structure, forming a crystal lattice that extends in all directions. Quartz is a hard crystalline structure which had its structure in a trigonal system, a classification that would show three sides of the trigonal crystal that is quartz when viewing from a cross-section. He was aware of a multitude of crystal formations that he could experiment with. Diamond was an easy choice, as was garnet, gold, silver, emeralds, and more. Given how conductive gold was and the fact that goblin silver, of which silver definitely was the predominant component in the alloy, was able to hold enchantments for hundreds if not thousands of years, he knew he was on the right track. He considered transfiguring material into gold but dismissed it as he didn't want to introduce instability in his theory. And so, he obtained 8 different materials that he knew were cubic crystals, cubic system where all 3 axes are of equal length and intersect at right angles based on a square inner structure, or hexagonal crystals, based on a hexagonal inner structure. And so, much of November was spent experimenting with these materials, and he arrived on a conclusion that diamonds were the greatest at retaining magic due to their structure, whilst garnet was a distant second. Magic flowed through silver and gold easier, but diamond and garnet held the largest capacity to store magic. Garnet was problematic, however. There were different kinds of garnet and the samples that he had shown wild variations of capacities. Garnet was a catch-all for the physical properties and crystal forms but differed substantially in chemical composition. This meant that unless he knew exactly the chemical formula of the ideal garnet mineral, he would have to continuously deal with variations of capacity. Whereas with diamond was composed entirely of a single element, carbon, where the atoms were arranged in a cubic arrangement. And the best thing was, it was easy to create massive diamond wart stones. Diamond was created through temperature and pressure, albeit massive amounts of pressure and very high temperatures, and he was more than capable of creating an environment that replicated the conditions needed to create diamonds. That was one option. The other option was to transfigure coal into diamond, but he wasn't certain that it would work. He knew that carbon likely 80 to 90% of the content within coal, but he wasn't sure that he could permanently transfigure it to diamond. Until he considered his second law that he discovered, and he had literally hit his head on the desk repeatedly. His second discovery, law of permanence after transfiguration, states that an object retains its permanence once it is broken in two or more pieces. If you knew what you were doing basically. That meant that he could literally transfigure Earth into a massive diamond, for example an hourglass, but with a minuscule center that only needs small amount of force to break it into two. That was what he had been thinking about. Until it clicked for him. He literally had an endless supply of everything provided he knew the structure of the material. He was thankful to whatever deities existed that he never submitted the second contribution to the ITB. He would have destroyed the economy once people caught on what it meant, and his hide would have been wanted by pretty much everyone, especially the goblins. That had effectively had him stop his progress, and he sat himself down as he stared blankly at the ceiling for a full day equivalent in the time room. He quickly notified his former master that the second contribution could not be allowed to be known. She met him during Hogsmeade, and he explained to her that the two discoveries she knew about, in combination, could yield virtually unlimited gold and much more, effectively tanking the worldwide economy. He had gotten her to sign a secrecy contract to never disclose this OR show or even insinuate to anyone once she understood how fucked everything would be if it became well known. He had asked if she told anyone, and he, for first time, legitimised her, to check if she had been truthful, which she was. He mentioned to her subtly that it didn't mean she couldn't use it for her own purposes, she just had to make sure none ever knew what she was capable of. Thankfully she was quite elderly and had no need for money and lived primarily for her descendants and her research. She would experiment with it, and he shrugged at that. Returning to diamonds now that he could effectively make them as large or small as he wanted, he effectively had the perfect form to store magic. The perfect battery for computers and many other future things that he would power. Unfortunately, he had stalled on how to go about creating the necessary architecture, such as an interface and so on, that would allow him to create a magical computer. He set it aside for now and returned to studying magic. He focused on blood magic, alchemy and healing, progressing past newts in blood magic and was progressing decently in healing. He needed to do some experiments in alchemy, which he planned to do on his return to Hogwarts after the break. Atticus, we're here. Eden's voice broke him out of his relaxed state. He opened his eyes and yawned. After bidding his friends goodbye, he got off the express and looked around. Emily was coming for Yule. His father had annoyingly rejected informing him on the progress of finding Emily's family on the basis that she could tell him if she wanted. He didn't need to be informed, given that he knew the gist of it all, but still. Emily hadn't said anything about what his father told her, simply that she was coming to find out about her family. She was getting curter and he didn't know what to do about it. He racked his brain to figure it out and nothing made sense. Of course they continued to meet to discuss magic and so on, but anything that even approached personal, she simply redirected the conversation. He sighed and looked around and spotted her. She came towards him with a raised eyebrow and he shrugged. Might as well go to my parents together. He said simply, and she said nothing as they walked towards his parents who were waiting on him. Son, his father greeted, and he warmly returned it. After a customary hug from his mother and her own greeting for Emily which didn't involve touching, they left and went home. Break. Emily POV. She sat down in Lord Sayer's office with a strange bowl at the edge of the table with Lord Sayer, Marcus opposite her watching her. I have discovered your heritage in completeness, Ms. Riddle, he said simply, and her breath hitched. She knew that it was likely given the mail he had sent her a few weeks ago, but to hear it. She struggled to control her face and left it blank. Emotions of elation, excitement, anticipation, and more than a little fear threatened to overwhelm her. She inspected Marcus' face and saw him give nothing away. It was blank and his eyes were simply calm. Please tell me, she said, hoping that she kept it calm and without any hints of the emotions she was feeling. Your mother is Mara P. Gaunt, daughter of the late Marvelo Gaunt of the ancient and noble house of Gaunt. He said calmly, and her eyes widened. Her mother was who was descendant from House Gaunt. She quickly got her eyes under control and calmed herself to prevent herself to appear desperate. Her mind whirled. How did a WITC? No, she thought furiously. Her mother was not a squib, she seethed internally. But then how do you explain her death? A thought ran through her mind that she brutally cut down. He was searching her face, but she controlled it as much as she could. She died in childbirth, the matrons told me. She started as she recollected the cruel words from one of the matrons that despised her. Your mother was ugly and she knew it. She hoped you looked like your father, the matron said as she laughed at her anger. Her accidental had flared and a light bulb had burst in light of her anger, and the matron never mentioned it again. Lord Sayer nodded lightly. That is likely true. Emily moved forward. How could she die if she was a witch? She pressed, hoping that he would confirm that she wasn't a squib. He almost grimaces. She likely was in a poor condition when she arrived at the orphanage to deliver you, Ms. Riddle. He sighed and he rubbed his eyes. Why was she in a poor condition? She asked in a forced calm, and she near her limits. Tell me everything regarding what happened with my mother. She near commanded as she stood up with her hands clenched into fists. And my father, she added. Please. She said through gritted teeth. He looked at her with a look of pity and her stomach dropped, and he told her the story. About her mother's life and the treatment she received at the hands of family, about the circumstances of her first taste of freedom, her infatuation with Tom Riddle, the Muggle. She had to fight to control herself as the story was narrated to her regarding her father, the filthy Muggle that abandoned her mother and her, and then finally what she knew herself. A few minutes passed as they sat in silence before he spoke, as she gazed away, focused on her thoughts that were threatening to. Ms. Riddle. He began, and she looked at him with a blank face, hiding away what she felt. Emily. He amended as he spoke gently with a look that she wanted to wipe off his face with a curse. He's not responsible, she reminded herself as she repeated this mantra. This, he said, gesturing towards the bowl that is covered with huge amounts of minuscule runes, is a pensieve. It is a device that allows you to view memories, he said, and she didn't react as she considered what he was likely implying. She forcefully shoved down her emotions and looked at him. I have gathered memories from your uncle. She laughed viciously in her mind. That corroborates what I have told you. And memories of Tom Riddle, he sighed as he got up and placed the pensieve in front of her. The memories belong to you. For you to view. If you wish. He said gently. It is understandable if you do not wish to. He said. Have you viewed it? She asked him in an emotionless voice. I have. I needed to confirm that what I had been told was true so that I could offer the truth to you, he said kindly. He was waiting on a response from her. What did he want from her? Everything he just told her was worse than what she had ever expected. An abused mother that suppressed her magic as a consequence of her family. An abused mother that obsessed over a filthy Muggle who then abandoned her. She wasn't stupid, she knew her mother forced him against his will. But from what Lord Sayer was saying, her father likely knew her mother was pregnant. To abandon her and her mother at that stage, she gritted her teeth in rising hatred. She cast her hard eyes at Lord Sayer, who looked sympathetically at her. May I stay here? To think it over? She said with a forced calm. He nodded lightly. Take the time you need, Emily. Call for an house elf if you need any of us. He said as he walked out of the office. She didn't know how long she sat there. She faced the crackling fire which had been a welcome distraction to her thoughts. Her magic was bubbling underneath her skin. She wanted to release it. To destroy, to tear apart, to annihilate. She thought she'd never hate anything more than Billy Stubbs or orphanage or that fucking bitch of a matron Mrs. Cole. She was wrong. She hated the Riddles with everything she was. He abandoned her. She didn't care that he was forced. She didn't care that her mother was a weak-willed woman who let herself die. She was a witch that died from childbirth at a dirty filthy orphanage instead of going to a place like St. Mungo's, instead of living for her daughter. She was apathetic and held her mother in contempt. She had magic and she was weak. Her uncle, though, he would die along with the Riddles for the slights he did against her mother. She was abandoned and there was nothing else to it. Her hands clenched and unclenched and her magic was stirring, rising all around her in her deep anger and hate. The door opened and Atticus stood there, wide-eyed and wary of her. Are you all right? He said hesitantly as he took her in. She held a manic look in her eyes and he looked even more wary. MZ. Pop. Yes, master, the female elf said. Take Ms. Riddle to the dueling room when I say so, he said before turning towards her. Do not kill the elf. You can cast whatever you want at me when we're in the dueling room, he said curtly. Do it, MZ, he said before she could get a word out, and her magic lashed out the elf that barely managed to escape. Shortly Atticus arrived with his wand drawn. Shall we? He said with a tilted head as he stood opposite her. She grinned cruelly and she began with a blood-boiling curse in her favorite spell chain. He deflected it away as he took a defensive stance and she unleashed every dark curse she knew. Ossus Fragment, a bone-shattering curse, a Brumpo, a cutting curse, Comprimo, a dark compression curse, Fulmina, a electric torture curse. As she cast those spells out loud, she leapt to her left as he cast Infestus Operis, a swarm of bees, Istilrai, a fire spell, Perfringo, a bone-shattering curse, Pelio, a bludgeoning curse. Spells fired between them, streaks of light marring the dueling pit. Both of them deflected as they cast at each other, him with damaging spells and she with her maiming, torture, or killing spells. She fell into rhythm, casting as she moved, ducking and shifting her stances away from his attacks as he transitioned from spell chains to another. Her blood sang as she fell into her instincts as she continued to cast as fast as she could, her darkest spells rolling off her tongue. She felt free, in exaltation as she cast to kill, to maim, to utterly annihilate her enemy. Her magic rolled off her as she continued to cast a shield to dodge. Her wand moved into one chain into another with practiced ease, smooth and devastating. He shifted his stance as she continued her barrage of spells and his eyes began to glow brightly as he prepared himself. He remained in the same spot as he conjured, deflected, or simply leaned to one side or another, and she sent a blasting curse at his feet and he simply raised the floor with a transfiguration to protect himself. She followed up with a barrage of cutting curses and piercing hexes, intent to damage him, to mutilate him, and yet he remained calm in his spot as he simply deflected away 3 separate curses with 2 seconds. She intensified her casting, diving deep into her power as she let off spell after spell at him. She didn't know how much time went by, she simply vented out her frustrations. Her inability to hurt him, her pain at the knowledge she received, her hate that threatened to drown her. She grew crazed and she yelled out her frustrations in a final rotting curse she overpowered as she felt herself tire out. He intercepted the spell with a marble block and he disarmed her, ending the duel. She fell to her knees sucking in air, tired and spent. She balled her hands into fists as she closed her eyes as she breathed labored. She heard footsteps approach which she didn't respond to. He sat down right next to her and the only noise that was heard was her labored breathing. Neither said anything as her breathing came under control until he brought her a glass of water which she grabbed, not meeting his eyes, and she greedily drank it. She gasped once she finished drinking the entire glass and she finally looked at him and a kind expression was on his face. "I tried to hurt you," she said emotionless. "Why are you not angry?" "Furious at my spell choice," she said tiredly as she cast her eyes to the ground. "You weren't trying to kill me per se," he said finally, and she looked at him in disbelief and saw his twitching lips and she brokenly laughed. He sighed and rubbed his eyes. "I don't know what my father told you, but when I felt the rising magic, I knew I needed to get into his office where you were." Her curiosity piqued and she stared at him. "You felt my magic?" she said with a titled head. "The office is a floor up and at the end of the hallway," she asked in surprise. He nodded lightly. "That's right. I don't know if it was sensitivity or not," he shrugged, "but I felt it. So I came," he said, pausing. "You were quite upset," she scoffed. "And you needed to vent," he said happily before cocking his head. "So why not someone who can take it rather than a poor wall that did nothing to deserve it," he said with a light grin, and she looked at him in amusement. "Did you do anything to deserve it?" she asked plainly, and he shrugged. "I don't know, probably. Possible," he said with a full-blown grin, and she laughed lightly before she fell quiet. She stared at him as she took in his face and she saw poorly hidden worry in his eyes. She tried to kill him with the darkest of magics she knew, even if she wasn't thinking, and here he still was. She felt for the first time a deep happiness that she was sure she'd never feel again before shame took her over. "I'm sorry," she whispered. He grabbed her hand and squeezed gently. She closed her eyes as she treasured his touch as she basked in the comfort he offered, the comfort she needed but wouldn't ever admit. "Emily," he said softly, and she turned to meet his gaze. "I understand." He shook his head. "You just..." He sighed. "Whatever you are dealing with must be pretty bad for you to lose control to such an extent," he said kindly. She wanted to yank her hand away, to ask him why he was so weak that he didn't put her down for trying to kill him, scowling and sneering in his face. But she couldn't. She didn't want to. Not truly. She needed him and she hated herself for being so weak. There was a difference between wanting something and needing something. She could use his pity, she could use his sympathies to manipulate the situation to her liking, and yet, she felt tired. She didn't want to and she knew she couldn't. Pathetic, she thought scathingly to herself as she opened her eyes and looked at the ground. She tilted her head up and laughed at her day. Her acclumancy was completely shot and she hasn't recalled a day where she lost it to this extent. "Your father found much about my mother and father," she said bitterly. He said nothing as he caressed her hand with his thumb. She adjusted herself and crossed her legs as she faced him completely on the ground. "My mother was Mara Piquant," she began and retold the story starting at her weak mother as she stared at the ground, calmly and emotionlessly until she was done. "Emily, your mother..." He sighed and she stiffened slightly. "Your mother was utterly unfortunate," he growled out, and she looked up at him in surprise. She hadn't expected that. She never had a chance, Emily, not truly. The only time she did was when she was finally free from her degenerate father and brother, he began angrily before he continued, and when she was finally free, she continued her path on what she likely saw as her freedom, never once considering that she was finally free to live her life away from that dump and that shitty town, he said as he dragged a hand across his face. "She wanted happiness that she was denied her entire life, and she unfortunately went on a path that was tragic," he said. "Before he met her gaze for her, but in the end, she managed to give birth to you safely, at a place she thought would make sure you survived," he said gently, and she felt a rising anger, but he spoke before she could respond. "Who did she know, Emily?" He posed to her. "She was pregnant, her husband abandoned her and she had no income. She was a poorly educated woman who was abused, both mentally and physically from your explanations, and she was pregnant. 4 months, she survived, I have no idea how, but she did, even as abject and destitute as she was, but long enough to give birth to a healthy girl, he said as he squeezed her hand. At an orphanage that was free from her family, who would have subjected you to the same treatment, he scoffed as he scowled. If they didn't kill you for being a half-blood, he said with fury in his eyes. Her father was free from Azkaban, even if he died within a few years, he reminded her. He continued, she had an inner strength and her magic likely focused on making sure that you survived, Emily. He paused as he met her gaze. She was weak in many ways, mostly because she didn't know how to be strong, as she was never shown it, or if she did, it was long beaten out of her, but she was strong for you, Emily. You lived. She won in the end when she could have easily given up after the Muggle abandoned you and your mother. He said finally. She remained silent. Had she been born in the Gaunt ancestral home, would she have been as weak as her mother? No. She would never have been so weak, she thought as she scowled at the notion. But she did recognize her fate may have been much worse if she grew up with her uncle. She got up from her seating position and fought to suppress the overwhelming disgust that came upon her at the prospect of her sick uncle touching her and probably doing worse. Even if he hadn't been insane, the sick bastard wouldn't have thought of it. She paced as her mind whirled. Her mother was weak, but she lived long enough to bring her into the world. For that, she would have her thanks. Nothing more. She would exact revenge for her own sake, and for her mother. She would pay the debt she owed, and she'd cast her out of her thoughts forever then. He got up and faced her, and she stopped her pacing. Are you going to watch the memories? He inquired, and she gritted her teeth. She needed to know, even if her family was deranged and utterly disgraceful. I am. She said, sharper than she intended. She met his gaze and she softened. She reached out and grabbed his hand. Thank you, she said softly. He simply smiled at her and nodded a little. She hadn't been at her best in their meetings. She felt annoyed at the constant attentions he received from the female population. He was astoundingly popular. The first and second year Slytherins loved his charms class, as he taught it far less sterile than some of the professors they've had. She knew, of course, given that she had observed him helping students in her own charms class last year and in her runes and charms classes this year. There'd be sometimes days where rumors floated around regarding him supposedly having had this or that girl. She knew objectively that it wasn't true. He'd never be interested in those bland girls that were not special, who were ordinary, painfully so. It had been difficult to remain calm when Parkinson or Rosier ran their mouths in her presence about him when her circle were around her. They all knew that she met up with him frequently, and they'd smell blood if she ever showed displeasure. She increased her sessions with Dolohov, who was one of the few in her year that was able to keep up with her enough. She met his gaze and her stomach fluttered as she took him in. She took in his restrained magic, of which she could feel the endlessness that he so exuded even in its restrained condition. She banished her thoughts. I'm going up now to view the memories, she said as she reluctantly let go of his hand and pirouetted on her heels, but she halted momentarily and turned slightly. I'll see you in the morning. Before she walked off. Break. He sighed as he fell upon his bed. His parents had already gone to bed after they stopped at his room, and he told them what he and she did in the dueling pit and that it might need a little cleansing of the dark magic. His father grimaced but nodded and stated that he'd work on it in the morning. It required Lord's permission to readjust the dueling pit and to initiate a cleansing ritual. His thoughts returned to Emily. It seemed like she was often on his thoughts. She'd been vulnerable when he had come across her in the office, her magic as dark as he'd seen it. Her casting was suitably dark, and he wasn't entirely sure if he could have withstood the strength of the spells had he been her age and not ritually enhanced. He shook his head. There was a week until her birthday, and he'd gift the locket to her. He first needed to go to Burke and inquire about anything that was resembled, perhaps anything snaky. He'd squeeze the information out of Burke that it had been sold to Furlow, his own alias, and proceed ask him if he knew how to contact him. When he inevitably said no, he'd simply purchase something meaningless to cement his visit in Burke's mind in case Emily ever followed up on his story. He'd inform her that he went to Burke, to see if her mother ever sold anything to Burke, and tell her that he managed to obtain the locket from the man who bought it from Burke. It tied it all nicely. He yawned and got dressed and went to bed. The next day, he woke up early and proceeded to do his daily exercising routine, and at 8 a.m. went downstairs. He'd been the first up, and the elves made his favorite, marinated pulled beef with salad in a brioche baguette lightly coated with butter with a side of crispy bacon with a glass of orange juice. Not long after, Emily came down looking refreshed, as if yesterday didn't happen. Morning, he greeted her as he searched her face. Her face softened and she nodded. Morning, she returned his greeting and sat next to him. She looked at his half-finished meal and raised an eyebrow as he took a bite. He swallowed and drank his orange juice to wash it down and looked at her with his own raised eyebrow. Don't judge me. It's Yule. I'm allowed. He simply said as he glared at her. She scoffed lightly, though her eyes showed a little amusement. You ate that meal at least 3 times a week in the summer. You called it delunch, she said with a deadpan look. You're lucky you exercise as much as you do, she said primly as a plate of omelets, bacon, and toast appeared in front of her. You're just jealous, he uncaringly as he took another large bite out of the baguette as he stared at her happily chewing at her, and she twisted her nose in distaste before she turned towards her breakfast. Hello children, his mother called out as she walked into the dining room. She looked at his breakfast and she looked scandalized again. She said unhappily and he shrugged. Do not shrug at the dining table. It is uncouth, she chastised as she sat down at the table waiting for her own breakfast. You're lucky you exercise as much as you do, his mother said in distaste, and he almost choked on a mouthful as he glanced between his mother and Emily, who herself was fighting a smile as her lips twitched minutely. What's gotten into you, Atticus? His mother said disapprovingly. He's been acting immature all morning, Mrs. Sayer, Emily said daintily, and he looked at her betrayed as swallowed the mouthful. His mother looked at him disapprovingly before she dug into her breakfast. Not long after his father arrived and conversation had been light. Emily, please join me and Atticus in my office. There are things to discuss, his father simply said as they finished their breakfast. She nodded blank-faced and soon enough, they made their way to his office. Once they were all seated, his father began. I believe you have seen the memories by now. His father asked calmly. I have. She says simply, and his father nodded. I have called you here today to discuss a number of routes available to you. Atticus is here as my heir. He said calmly as he inspected her. Routes? She asked with narrowed eyes, echoing his own thoughts. His father nodded. Undoubtedly you are unpleased with your father, I suspected, his father mused, and he could see a little tightening of her jaw and an agitated glint in her eye. His father continued similarly, your uncle has proved to be inadequate. The way your mother was treated was horrific, and given that he is mentally unbalanced, it is perhaps a mercy. He said out loud, and Atticus' eyes widened in surprise as what his father was implying sunk in, and he glanced at Emily and saw her eyes light up with glee. From the memories, you know that your father definitely knew your mother was pregnant. Despite the circumstances, he should have done his duty as your father, but it is to be expected. His father said with his hands entwined on the table. The routes I'm referring are as following: they can be left to their own devices, they can all be disposed of quite neatly, or some of them can be left alone. He said simply to the silence of the room. Father. Atticus began, but his father put up a hand and sent him a glare. Do not speak. This does not concern you, and you are here only to observe. It is a matter for Emily and her alone. And a silence fell once more. She thinned her lips and Atticus could see her gripping her chair hard. Is there an option for me to do it myself? She asked emotionlessly. I cannot begin understand what you are feeling. It would be an insult to suggest such a thing. You discovered hurtful things, and I have no doubts that you wish to carry your own retribution. I am loath to deny you this. His father paused briefly. But, you are 13, almost 14. Not to mention, these are your blood relatives, even if they are degenerates or worthless muggles. To kill your own kin is not something I want to condone. His father said sharply. She began to breathe out deeply as she sent a scathing glare at his father. You would deny my right? She hissed out through her teeth as she got up from her chair. No. I would deny you staining your hands with the blood of your kin. But they will be gone. Tomorrow if you wished. He said simply. She fell silent as she considered his words, her face stony, but in her eyes he could see a war occurring. Finally she responded, I want to be there when he dies. To know he's dead because of me. She said firmly in a tone that brooks no disagreement. His father leaned back in his chair. You won't be dissuaded from this. He said calmly as he pinned her with his eyes, which she met determined. He sighed. Very well. Tomorrow you will go with Dayton. His father agreed, and Emily smiled with her eyes cold as she nodded in acceptance. Now, the Riddles were not destitute. They were wealthy. By all rights, when they pass, everything they owned is yours by birthright. His father began, and she sat up straight with intense interest. We have arranged everything ready for you to inherit. Similarly, with the death of Morphin, you become heir of House Gaunt. We have checked Gringotts. Your mother was never disowned, which means you are ennobled in the magical world. Sadly, House Gaunt, whilst an ancient and noble house, have lost their elected noble seat, and the Gaunts are known to be destitute, so it is likely there is little wealth from that side of your family, but with the wealth to come from the Riddles, you will be well off in both worlds. His father said finally. How wealthy are the Riddles? She asked keenly. They have just over 200,000 pounds, which equates to 50,000 galleons. However, their real wealth is the land that they own in Little Hangleton. They own all of the village except of course the Gaunt ancestral home, which means in reality you will own everything in Little Hangleton soon. He replied to her. She leaned back in her chair as she seemingly contemplated the change of fortunes. He himself was staring at his father. He hadn't witnessed this side of his father before. He had known his father had done things, like having the people responsible for the death of his grandparents killed who had survived in New York, but seeing it was an entirely different prospect. Congratulations, Ms. Riddle, you will be wealthy enough on your own. 50,000 galleons is nothing to scoff at. The land in Little Hangleton is not worthless either, and should you wish, you would be able to do what you like with the land. His father began again. His father continued. Now let's discuss what you wish to do now that you will be the heir of House Gaunt soon. She met his father's gaze. I wasn't aware I needed to discuss it with you. She said calmly. You don't need to. It is up to you. Ultimately, I can only offer advice if you wish to hear it, his father simply stated. She sat back in her chair and crossed her legs. I do not have immediate plans, she admitted. Housegaunt's reputation is not stellar, she said with a little bit of unhappiness creeping in her tone. His father nodded agreeably. Yes. Housegaunt's reputation has slipped dramatically. You will have large job ahead of you to rebuild it if you wished to. But ultimately, you now have a wizarding family that you belong to and a one that was powerful once. His father said calmly with a little bit of gentleness creeping in his voice. In any case, his father said, getting up, if you wish for advice, I will be available for you. He said simply. Now, I'm expected elsewhere, so I will see you all for dinner, he said as he walked out of the room. Did you know your father would be doing this? She said, finally breaking the silence as they sat next to each other. No. He said curtly. I didn't expect this from him, not so bluntly. I suspect he was doing it for you. He said, frowning. Yet he won't allow me to kill them, she said a little bitterly, and he turned to face her. Killing your uncle, your father, your grandparents is beyond messed up, Emily, he said, frowning at her. In the end, they will be dealt with. Why are you angry at not doing the deed yourself? He said, tilting his head. She breathed out, but she didn't say anything further. At least you won't be poor by the end of tomorrow, he said nonchalantly, and she turned to him with a glare on her face, and he raised his eyebrow at her. What? It seems like it's all a complete victory come tomorrow night for you. He said with a tilted head with a smirk. She glared lightly at her, but he knew she was quite pleased about that. They got up, and as they talked, they moved towards the library. Chapter 25. He stepped down the stairs of his extended suitcase, and warmth hit him as he stepped into the path of the artificial sun. He breathed in the salty sea air as he made his way to the cave where Siraya laid. He visited as often as he could, which was perhaps once every week or two, given that he linked the extended suitcase and his trunk with vanishing cabinets. Siraya, he hissed out as he made it into the depths of the cave. Master, excited hissing rang out, and he heard her slithering her way towards him. It's me, Siraya. Do you know any other speakers? He hissed out in amusement as she came into view. She said nothing as she came forward and rubbed her snout into him, and he fell on his backside and began laughing at the ticklish action. Are you sure you're okay with the arrangements so far, Siraya? He asked after they both settled down. He'd asked her not too long ago whether she was happy being cooped up in the suitcase, even if it was large enough for her to roam to her heart's content. Tweenie, as Atticus' head elf, assigned the elves below him to weekly drop off fresh cows and goats in the plains not too far away from the cave where they were able to graze the little food that grew here. I am fine with this home, master. I only wish you come maybe more often, she hissed out a little accusingly to his ears, and he nodded. I can do that, Siraya. Perhaps more deer. I like goats, but I missed eating deer, she asked hopefully, and he laughed. I can do that as well, he said fondly. He sat there speaking to her absent-mindedly as he rubbed her snout. It's been almost a week now since Emily left with Dayton to see to the death of her family, on both sides. She seemed to be unaffected with the deaths of her family. According to Dayton, the story is that Morphin broke into the Riddle home and massacred the Riddles, but not before Thomas Riddle, Tom Riddle's father, managed to fatally wound with a pistol whilst he died from a nasty piercing curse in his gut. Aurors had gone and investigated, and it made it into the papers, albeit it only garnered a small section in the middle of the day's paper. Seemingly it was signed off by Emily as it would create the necessary background to her. Those who paid attention would be able to put things together if they dug into her background. He hadn't asked if Emily had spoken with any of her family before Morphin killed them all. He considered his own role in the affair. Tom Riddle was innocent in almost all ways, and it was to his great misfortune to fall prey to an unstable, abused woman, and he bolted as soon as he could, and he couldn't blame him given how messed up he must have been. The only negative was the fact that he knew she was pregnant and never searched for the child, and even then, it was understandable why he didn't. Similarly, the Riddle grandparents likely had no idea that they had a grandchild. He effectively through a series of steps caused their early demise. There was little chance of them living as soon as she entered Hogwarts. Even if they had been perfectly accepting of her status as a witch, she would never have accepted anything Muggle about herself. No, he thought, their deaths was likely as soon as he decided not to kill Emily. Master, you are distracted, Siraya broke him out of his thoughts. I am Siraya, he chuckled. I'm just thinking of the impacts my actions have. Some were hastened whilst some won't happen, he sighed. My actions have had consequences for people I have nothing to do with, who I don't care even a little about, all because my own desires required my input. I don't understand, master, she hissed out confused. You did what you wanted? Is it not your right? She hissed out in confusion, and he grimaced. Was he so lacking in people he trusted that he had to vent out to animals who had no concept of human morality? He mused to himself. Yes, he thought grimly. It's okay, Siraya, he hissed out as he rubbed her snout. Soon enough, he made it out of the suitcase and began getting ready for a Yule party at the Malfoys. Normally his family rarely attended Yule parties, especially ones by Malfoy, given that they tend to be quite political, but Emily was invited by Abraxas and she decided to attend and asked him to go with her, and he agreed. His parents were also coming. He looked himself over in the mirror. He was dressed in a formal dark green robe that contrasted well with his pale skin. He tied his hair with a thin silver piece of silk string that matched well with his attire for the night. He walked down the stairs and made it into the living where his father was seated with a glass of wine in his hand. He sat down next to his father and a glass of wine appeared floating in front of him. He glanced at his father and saw a bemused look on his face. We may be waiting a little while. A glass of wine is suitable, don't you think, as we wait? His father said with a smile on his face. Atticus chuckled and grabbed the glass of wine and sipped it. They enjoyed an amiable silence for a long moment. We haven't spoken alone since that meeting in my office, his father began, and he turned towards his father who was swirling his glass of wine as he spoke with his other hand holding his wand in the air and cast what he knew to be an anti-eavesdropping spell. Seems like it'll be an interesting conversation, he thought. No, we haven't, he said calmly as he sipped on his wine. A silence fell among them before his father spoke once more. Did you have any problems with the actions we took? His father asked calmly. With the act? He mused as he considered it. No, he didn't. Killing didn't bother him. Who was killed did. There were people who deserved it, and then there were those who didn't. There was also those who didn't deserve it yet but would do things that would deem killing necessary. They would cause too much damage. McKinney was one of them. No. The act did not bother me. Morphin Gaunt deserved to die. But Tom Riddle and his parents? He posed. I do not think Emily's grandparents deserved to die at all. I understand why, but they didn't deserve it. Tom Riddle also didn't deserve to die, but once again I understand why. He said tiredly. He eyed his father. Did the grandparents even know about her? They didn't. His father answered and remained impassive looking. They were unfortunate casualties beyond their control. Life often causes such casualties. His father said without care. But did we have to cause it ourselves? He said a little warily. If we hadn't, eventually they would have died anyway, but at the hands of young girl who would forever be defined by this act, his father said as he finally turned his head towards Atticus. You know this very well, son. He said pointedly as he pinned Atticus with a look. He looked away. His father continued. You were well aware of her disposition, and given how she needed to cast so many dark spells in our dueling room that it took me longer than usual to reset the dueling room to its original state, you cannot deny the Riddles were living on borrowed time. Regardless of perceived guilt. Such things rarely matter when it is as deeply personal as Emily Riddle's situation was. You made us aware of her disposition and the possibilities she may yield, and effectively had us take her in, and as such made us responsible for her well-being. I considered this to be within her well-being. Removing the Riddles from the living is a small price to pay to prevent the girl from walking the path you made clear to us exists or did exist. His father paused as he turned to meet his father's gaze. Given that you decided against killing her and involved her in our lives, you have a responsibility, Atticus, that you have taken on willingly and in turn made us take it with you. His father said with his eyes drilling into him, and he grew angry, but before he could retort, accept it, son. From the very moment you decided to take her off her path with all the time you spent with her, the things you have informed us of which I am certain you have not divulged fully to either me or your mother. He stiffened slightly, and if his father noticed that, he hadn't said anything, and all the other little things you have and are doing for her have bound you to her. His father said sternly. He furrowed his eyebrows. Bound. What did he mean? He thought confusedly. His father closed his eyes momentarily as he sighed. Son. He began calmly. You are not thick. He said calmly as he opened his eyes, and his grey-blue eyes held a strange glint. That girl is infatuated with you. His father said simply with an raised eyebrow. He gaped slightly. Close your mouth. It is unbecoming, his father said, frowning in disapproval. His mouth snapped closed audibly and he blinked a few times. No. You are wrong, father. She isn't. She can't be, he denied fervently. His father looked to him amused. The great Atticus Sayer, the boy genius, the next Dumbledore, has not noticed something so blatant. His father said with upturned lips, with his eyes alight with amusement. He grimaced and glared at his father. A low blow. Referring me to that, he said, annoyed. His father chuckled before he turned his gaze to his wine. You mean referring you to as the boy genius? He said before sipping on his wine, and eyed Atticus as his face soured. The Daily Prophet sensationalized him and drew parallels with Dumbledore, which his family and Emily for that matter had taken great joy to tease him about it. Getting back on the subject, he said, glaring at his father once more before he turned serious. She isn't infatuated with me. She's just... He trailed, looking into the distance with deep in thought. He didn't know what to describe her as. She was manipulative, and he knew that he could never take things at face value. He knew that she was likely in some way fond of him, but never did he ever think what his father was referring to as possible. His father sighed what seemed to be in an exasperated manner, and he turned his face to him. Son, it seems that there are limits to you after all, his father said, a little amused before he turned serious. You have a hold on that girl, son. It is only through careful observation that either I or your mother have noticed. When we have seen you two alone, with the two of you unaware we are watching, that girl opens up in ways she never does in either mine or your mother presence, and certainly not in the presence in other people. His father said, and he moved to interject, to explain that it was simply that they had things in common, but his father raised his hand and looked at him sternly. His father continued, do not think we have not noticed that she does not like touching, not at all. The way she stiffened and remained stiff when your mother placed her hand on her shoulder and her set jaw was very clear. And yet she allows you that right freely. Not to mention the way she looks at you, even if it is subtle, clearly shows how much you interest her, his father said, and things begin to click as he recalls all the moments he had with her. He slumped in his chair. It's not what I intended, he said a little hollowly as his mind continued to analyze what his father had said. How could he have not noticed this? Or did he, and did he simply dismiss because of what he knew of her? He ran a hand across his face and looked at his father, who looked to him sympathetically. Are you certain, father? Are you certain that you are not misinterpreting? He asked as he met his father's gaze, who simply gave him a wry smile. I think I am experienced enough in the fairer sex to see the signs, even in someone like Emily, his father said wryly. Mind you, his father said absently as he looked at his glass of wine thoughtfully, I'm not certain she knows herself what it is she holds for you. Given her deplorable upbringing, his father frowned lightly and he narrowed his eyes lightly at that, and the circumstances she was born in, she likely doesn't have a healthy understanding of feelings. His father said as he turned to him. He furrowed his brows in thought as he considered what his father said. You think the potions and the forced nature of her birth has had an effect on her that much? He asked, shocked. He had once considered such a thing, but he dismissed it based on her upbringing as he compared it to his own in his previous life. His father hummed, I do. Dayton and I considered it. It might not have had a large impact, but perhaps enough to matter, his father said with a frown before turning to him. You must understand, son, and you do so very well, magic is never completely logical and can have entirely unpredictable outcomes and consequences. Free will, intent, and so on have a large impact on magic. Given that the potions forced love, or rather more accurately infatuation, his father said pointedly, it is possible that she cannot love in a normal way, that she expresses such things in extremes and in a possessive manner. She expresses such behavior, but it is not necessarily the case. His father paused momentarily. She is of course 14 in just over a week's time and well within normal behavior for teenage girls, even if she is far from a normal teenager. His father said, pausing for a moment as he seemed to consider his next words, not to mention, her gaunt blood may have some influence in her as well. The muggle, his father said with some distaste, and Atticus struggled to prevent his eyes from rolling. Blood has likely done wonders to remove the excessive negative traits that the gaunts have subjected themselves to, but the gaunt blood is still there. She shows extremes rarely, but when she does, ultimately she is a difficult person. And she is infatuated with you. His father paused. At the very least. His father said, finally finished. They fell into an uneasy silence. He wanted to laugh and he wasn't sure at what. He really screwed the pooch. Emily Riddle, Voldemort's counterpart, was infatuated with him. To be honest, much of what he was doing with her was on the fly. He had a general plan on how to ensure she didn't become a dark lady, but he never considered the consequences on himself. He knew she had the capability to turn obsessive. After all, she was obsessive about power, about immortality, and of course her counterpart was obsessive about a stupid prophecy that became self-fulfilling. And now he finally realized she might be obsessive about him. He should have seen it earlier. After all, she had sought him out initially to assess his threat level to her, and that turned completely when he coaxed her into a position where he was something more to her. He sought make himself into a companion to her, one of equal stature and someone who she could speak with and consider as an equal, a person who was off the world chessboard in her schemes but one she would share with and confide in. And it seems that he was far too successful in his endeavors if his father was correct. Now what are you going to do? His father said, breaking him out of his thought, and he turned to his father, who held him in such a gaze that he felt naked under it. He began struggling for words. I don't know, he admitted feebly. He had no idea on how to proceed now that he knew she likely cared for him in that manner. His father hummed as he drank from his wine. He looked at his father, frowning. What does it matter anyway? She's not a pure blood. He said, confused. Why have you not simply said no? There is nothing to be done. Get rid of her infatuation and bring home a pure blood girl. He asked his father plainly. His father turned to him. Your mother and I are not against the match, he said plainly, and once again Atticus was shocked at the plain explanation. What? He shouted before he settled down, clearing his throat. You are not against this match, which, he said, pausing deliberately, I am not entertaining at this point, possibly never. Why? He asked as he met his father's eye with hawkish interest. It was surreal where their conversation was headed. His father had a strange expression on his face. From an early age you have shown capabilities and intelligence that would put adults to shame. Atticus frowned at the sudden shift in conversation as his father continued. You have latched onto magic almost immediately, and almost all of your efforts have been into improving your magic, increasing your knowledge, and anything else that wasn't specifically anything magic that you took interest to was at least some way related to your obsession about magic. His father paused as he looked at Atticus for a brief moment before he smiled. You have made us immensely proud with your achievement, and it hardens both your mother and I that you have found something worthy to spend your life doing. His smile fell as he grew serious. But we are well aware that you are aloof in many ways. As an infant, you were silent and seemed to dislike contact until your mother managed to ease you into it. His father's eyes grew distant as he was recollecting his memories. It made us worried about you, his father said simply. Atticus carefully blanked his face as he felt an array of emotions, none of them positive. He thought he managed to conceal much of his strangeness when he was younger, but it seemed he was far less successful. He'd been aware that he likely didn't completely sell the lie that he was an ordinary infant, given that it was impossible to act in that way, but he never thought his parents were far more perceptive. That he was hearing it for the first time was another thing that concerned him. What did they know? What did they suspect? Many questions like it rang through his mind. His greatest fear was that his parents would discover that he was reincarnated. He never wanted them to find out and change the relationship he had with them that he so cherished. Over time his father continued as his thoughts whirled. You grew more and more affectionate, even if you still held that aloofness with you, but with the family that sense was reduced significantly. But it still caused us concerns. Throughout the years, at all of the events we've attended, that aloofness about you even as you engaged with people remained. His father sighed. There is nothing wrong about that, do not think we are unhappy about you. It is a part of you. His father said calmly before his face softened slightly, but when you discuss magic, that aloofness, that disinterest disappears entirely and you are at your happiest at that point. His father tilted his head slightly. And the only other circumstance that I have seen you that happy was when you were spending time with Emily Riddle. His father dropped on him. He frowned deeply. But I spent much of my time speaking with her regarding magic. He explained calmly as he sought to understand his father's point. But it is not the only thing you discuss with her, is it? His father said as he looked at him knowingly. He began before he paused midway and closed his mouth and sighed. No, it is not. We talk about a great many things. But that doesn't mean anything. He protested. Perhaps his father admitted, but it might mean something. His father said calmly. We are not against the match, because even if she is a half-blood, she is still of House Gaunt and the blood of Slytherin courses through her veins. In addition, she is a powerful witch who you've said had the potential to be an archmage. Our family has always sought power over pedigree, but she has both, even if she has Muggle blood, his father said pointedly before his face softened considerably. But also, most importantly, your mother, and I think she is perhaps one of the few individuals that lives that could hold your interest. I have seen many marriages. Atticus flinched at the word that were miserable, and it negatively affected the children in that marriage. Many of the dark families are a prime example of what miserable matches can produce. His father said pointedly. You need decide a course and figure out what role she has in your future, and soon, lest it cause massive problems that you cannot escape. That girl is dangerous to scorn, his father warned, and he grimaced as he slunk into his chair. Dangerous to scorn. He murmured lowly as he was in a mild daze. His father hummed. You are aware of the family history and the dangerous of an angry female Gaunt, he said in dark humor, and he eyed his father. I didn't think you'd make a joke out it, he said cautiously, and his father simply smiled at him. It seemed appropriate. Are you not concerned that she is volatile? That she might be unable to love? He asked his father pointedly. I am concerned, of course, his father agreed, but you have shown that you are capable of dealing with it and doing an admirable job of it, and importantly you don't seem to mind it, his father said with a tilted head with a raised eyebrow, and he looked away. It was true, he didn't mind too much her volatile nature, only when she was verging on crossing the line did he hate it. He felt uncomfortable. He has been uncomfortable during this whole conversation. But, there was a part of him that he denied that did not reject the entire idea. The problem was he did not trust anyone with everything, and he knew that whoever would be in his future would need to know much about him. And even if he was attracted to her, he couldn't trust her. Even if he believed that she would never betray him or harm him and his family, he did not believe he could trust her wholeheartedly and completely. And that was no basis for a lasting relationship, even for one as emotionally stunted as him knew that. He finished his glass of wine and closed his eyes as he leaned back into the chair. But ultimately, his father continued, those kinds of questions are what you have to ask yourself. Whether her flaws are those that you can accept, that you can perhaps work around or even remove if possible. His father said as he listened with his eyes closed. You have our trust, Atticus. You have had it for much of your life. You have never disappointed us, and with this, the future of our house, we are entrusting you with it. You are uniquely gifted in determining the right path for our family, and so you shall, his father finally intoned. He opened his eyes and looked at his father, who got up now. It's been a while since I checked on your mother. It's nearing the time we should leave, his father said as he walked towards the stairs, leaving Atticus with his thoughts. He considered everything he thought of Emily. Brilliant, powerful, passionate, interesting, and utterly beautiful. But she was also manipulative, volatile, tendency to be cruel, her fears such as death and control ruled her, and had a large disposition towards violence. He finished the glass of wine and set it aside. Had he not known what she could turn into, would he have been against the idea? He laughed briefly. What idea? He wondered. A relationship? Something he's never done? Even if he wanted to, and he wasn't certain he wanted to, was he even capable of being the kind of person that could make a relationship last? His parents were the golden standard of what a relationship should be. They give themselves to each other. Emily and him, would they be able to get to that stage? With all their problems? He sighed and rubbed his eyes. What did he feel about Emily in the first place? Attraction? Yes, he admitted to himself. Her own capabilities with magic, her mind and her personality when she wasn't being so manipulative, and her beauty certainly attracted him. So was he hesitating because of her flaws and potential of being a dark lady, or was he simply using them as an excuse? Or both? Questions like this rang through his mind until he heard footsteps, multiple footsteps, and he decided to shelve it all. I won't be able to solve it in one night, he thought as he shook his head clear. He got up and made it to the bottom of the steps. His mother and father were locked in arms as they descended down the stairs. His mother was dressed in a lovely purple dress that had a shining glaze to it. She had her hair up and she looked beautiful. Mother, you look wonderful, he complimented her, and she beamed at him as she got to the bottom of the stairs. Thank you dear, his mother said kindly as she came forth and cupped his cheek. You look very handsome, you'll make the ladies swoon, she crowed a little. Before he could say anything else, he heard light tapping and shifted his attentions towards the noise, and his eyes widened as he took in the appearance of Emily. He was transfixed on her as she descended down the stairs, gliding down so smooth and so seamlessly. He never thought he'd see her more beautiful than that day in the summer, when, for a moment, she had been ethereal. Tonight, she truly defined the meaning of ethereal, for there was nothing on earth or elsewhere that he imagined that could rival her. She wore a sleek black dress that seemed to absorb all available light, not unlike how he imagined her own mere presence would absorb the attention of all those around her. Her hair was loose, gently swaying as she walked down the stairs, in line with her sculpted figure that her dress so accentuated. He looked up from where his gaze had migrated to and met her eyes as he took in her face. For the first time in his life, his heart was pounding away in his chest, evoking something that made him feel so weak as he fell into a breathless state. Her face was as pale as it ever was, but today, it had a strange spellbinding quality. It was as if the blackness she was cloaked in, the blackness that seemed absorbed all, served to supplement her. The contrast between the black and white seemed to fit her as well as her dress. She was one of extremes, one that represented some of the best of humanity and some of the worst, and like the flickering flames of the fire that drew attention, none could help but stare. Though he mused in the back of his mind, would she burn him or would she provide him with warmth? She finally made it down to the floor, and he could see, now, the dark blue shine in her eyes that one rarely saw. He saw her smile, and it was one of confidence, and it was easy to understand why. Her lips were blood red, only a shade more red than he was used to, and it gave a strange quality to her that seemed to taunt that if you weren't captured by her presence, her beauty, her words would soon mitigate that flaw of yours. My apologies for my lateness, she said pleasingly as she continued to meet his eyes. He knew, then, that she knew she held his sole attention. His father loudly cleared his throat that broke him from his reverie, and he blinked a few times before blood rushed to his face, and it must have been so very apparent as his mother laughed melodiously as he turned his face towards her, and he saw the mirth in her eyes and delight, and he felt embarrassed. Well, aren't you going to compliment her on her appearance? His mother said expectantly, and his father couldn't help but chuckle silently to himself, and his eye twitched at their antics, but nonetheless he turned towards her and stepped forward as he met her eyes. He grabbed her limp hand that felt so soft and raised her hand to his face slowly whilst his eyes never left hers until he brought her knuckles to his lips, and he planted a chaste kiss on it as their eyes continued to meet. Emily, words do not, cannot, describe your sheer majesty tonight. It could never truly capture how utterly spellbinding you are. He said softly as he gently let her hand go, and he saw her faintly blushing as he hungrily took in her face. A moment of silence passed before she spoke. Thank you. She said with a soft smile. You look very handsome tonight, she returned with a small smile as her eyes lit up. He inclined his head a little, but before he could say anything further his father spoke up. Well, let's not be too late. We are already fashionably late. His father remarked, and it served to rally both him and Emily to begin moving. He glanced towards his mother, who he had never seen so hard trying to restrain herself with the amount of excitement that shone through her eyes. He was thankful to whatever deities existed that his mother hadn't made the evening more difficult than it already was. He was already struggling dealing with the emotions Emily evoked in him. Soon enough they made their way towards the flue and departed towards Malfoy Manor. Break. Malfoy Manor was every bit as extravagant the HP universe tried to make it out. It was more akin to a palace than it was a manor, and the Malfoys made certain of that. The party was attended by ministry personnel, by lords and heirs and ladies of noble families, and a few exemplary individuals in their crafts that were somehow affiliated with the Malfoys. He spent much of the evening speaking with a number of people who wanted to personally speak with the youngest master for centuries. They had been uninteresting, for the most part, but niceties had to be observed, and he needed to live up the image he represented to them all, the prominent, powerful, pure-blooded genius. In truth, there were some interesting conversational points, but he had been distracted, just as many others were. Emily stole the show even if she was just shy of 14. She was unquestionably the most beautiful at the party, and she used it to devastating effect. She had met some of the women and men during the summer when he or his mother had taken her to events, and it proved too extremely fortuitous to her. Watching her perform as she did was almost like watching a once-in-a-lifetime performance, like Buddy Rich's performance in 1982, so expertly did she play the crowd. She charmed them all with her wit, her intellect, and the subtle ways she manipulated them all into wanting to be charming to her, forgetting all the prejudice they would normally hold for someone like her. Her old circle was in full attendance today, Black, Rosier, Rockwood, Knot and a few other stragglers like Dollahove that were either at the edge or already in the new one. Many of them introduced her to their families, some of them had been less than kind but like so many others, couldn't withstand her charm for the most part. Some of the Hogwarts age girls were exceedingly unhappy with her presence and had made snippy comments that would have made one self-conscious, and yet it fell off Emily like water droplets on an oily skin. Emily was currently talking with a number of lords and heirs. A flick on the shoulder shook him free and he turned to face the person who flicked him. "If you keep on staring at her all night, you're going to start rumors," Nymera commented with a raised eyebrow. Nymera was the only one from his friends in attendance given that she was a green grass. "I'm not staring at her and certainly not all night," he murmured as he frowned at her. She looked at him in a knowing and strangely pitying way and dragged him towards one of the stands that held glasses of champagne and forced a glass into his hands, and he sent a querying look to her. "You definitely need some alcohol if you can't see what you're doing. You're practically foaming at the mouth with the way you are looking at her," she said, sighing as she eyed him. He frowned as he considered his actions and realized there was some truth to her words. "I didn't realize," he murmured, and she spoke once more. "Well, you did," she said primly as she raised her chin as she looked at him, and he smiled at her antics, which in turn made her smile until it fell off and a strange smile crossed her face even if her eyes were distant. "You know, when we first met you were quite cold. I didn't quite understand it, but it made curious and perhaps why I decided to continue to try and befriend you," she said with a strange lilt to her tone, one that seemed almost wistful and melancholic. "It wasn't until you began helping our little group with magic, and then later with our year group, that I understood really what it was about you. You cared little about people," she said calmly, and he made to interject. "Please, let me just," she said haltingly, and he remained silent. "You loved magic however, and that always shone through your cold exterior when you tried to share it, and I knew then that your life would always have magic at the forefront. Most people never think of magic beyond how useful it is, but you breathe and live it. It is your center of being, Atticus. Look at what you have achieved and will achieve," she said warmly as she met his eyes. "Over time," she continued, "you grew more and more comfortable with us and truly became my friend, and it made me happy. But there still remained some part of you that was kept separate from everyone, and I always thought that would always be the case," she said before turning her gaze towards somewhere, and he looked at where she was looking and he understood her implications. "I always thought you were meeting with her because you were simply curious at another prodigy. I warned you against her, but you already knew that she was dangerous and continued to meet with her. It simply seemed that you saw her as another puzzle to solve, a tricky riddle to solve, and as time passed by, my assumption didn't seem wrong," she said, pausing as they watched Emily talk to a bunch of people. "My assumption was right but also wrong. You aren't looking at her like a puzzle to solve, you are looking at her in the same way you look at a piece of magic that fascinates you. Your eyes look at her with a hunger and with such interest that I have never seen in you before, except when you read those strange foreign books that I have no doubt contain some esoteric knowledge." She chuckled as he remained silent. "I'm happy for you, Atticus, that you found someone that can hold your interest as much as magic can." She turned to him with a mischievous look. "Theodore believes that you would forever remain alone in an immaculately clean room littered with fantastical artifacts that you have created, with a library grander than the one in Hogwarts." She turned away with a smirk on her face. "Perhaps he wasn't wrong completely. You wouldn't be alone in that room, most likely," she said finally as they fell into a silence. It seemed as if everyone knew him better than he knew himself, in some ways. First his father and now Nymera. Even Theodore wasn't so wrong in many ways, and wasn't that a strange thought? It was a hard pill to swallow, that he was enamored with her. He was afraid. He never allowed himself to be vulnerable, and what he felt for her would make him vulnerable in ways he barely could comprehend. The last time he had been so vulnerable had been when he had been 5 in his old life, and he had asked his mother why she didn't love him. Her response, or lack of response, was still something that he carried into his new life, and it had taken him years in this life for him to understand that Anne Sayre truly loved him. But this was a different prospect. He'd be exposing himself in a way that he had never done so before. And this to a girl who had no compunction of manipulating this vulnerability for her own desires and plans, to a girl who could cut him far more deeply should he ever allow her in. "I don't know what to do," he admitted. He began as he struggled for words, and she looked at him sympathetically and nodded. "She is dangerous. Especially to you." She smiled wryly as she looked away. "It's funny. I always thought you were going to be unbeatable, untouchable. She likely wouldn't be able to even approach you in skill or magical power, even if she is likely to be the closest one out of everyone. And yet, that is not what makes her dangerous to you," she said with pursed lips. "Luckily, it seems that you might equally be dangerous to her. In that way," she said, a little mirthful. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at her. She continued, "I have also been watching her," she admitted, "when I realized how often your eyes were drifting off to her. Imagine my surprise that she was stealing glances at you when she could. She turned to him once more but with a mild grin and mirthful eyes, and his own eyes widened and he felt pleased about it. You should go and join her, she said gently as she took his now empty glass of champagne and pushed him to Emily's direction, and he made his way towards Emily. Quartz has fallen in quality, and it is plain to see why. A pompous voice rang out as Atticus approached the crowd that included Emily. I couldn't help but overhear you speak of Hogwarts, mister, he said smoothly as he was behind a man who seemed to be as white as he was tall, who stepped to the side and he recognized him vaguely. Gaston. Gaston Gamp said as his eyes lit up in understanding. Ah, you must be the young Sayer heir, the prodigy, Gamp said excitedly as he extended his hand whilst inclining his head slightly. Atticus took the hand that was slightly wet and fought an annoyance as he smiled slightly outwardly. Atticus Sayer, he intoned as he inclined his head as he turned to the 5 individuals other than Emily herself. Lord Knot, he said as he inclined his head as he met Lord Knot's pale grey eyes. Heir Sayer, Knot said respectfully as his eyes were keen and sharp as they roved over Atticus. Next to him was his son, who was in Emily's year and a few, he vaguely recalled, though there was one with a forest of a beard and thick moustache that he didn't recognize. Ah, please let me introduce you to the rest of the fine folk here, Gamp cheerfully stated as he began. You know Lord Knot, of course, and his heir Theodore Knot. Next to him is Aston Traverse, brother of Lord Traverse. He nodded to Traverse, who returned the nod. Next to old Aston is Thraxus Bulstrode, heir of House Bulstrode, and this gentleman opposite you is Josiah Boot, heir of House Boot, whilst you of course came with the delightful Emily Riddle, he finished. Pleasure, he said as he greeted and was greeted by everyone present before he turned to Emily, who was staring at him with an indescribable look that he was barely able to see. He broke up his eyes from her and turned to Gamp, who began to speak. We were simply discussing the unfortunate decline of Hogwarts and the likely causes of it. Gamp shook his head. In my day, we have classes of enchanting, metalworking, music, arts and so much more, Gamp said in a disappointed tone. Ms. Riddle and young Knot were simply regaling us that such options did not exist currently, and it was shocking to hear, Gamp said as he glanced over to the two. Oh, he said with a tilted head. What are the reasons? He said curiously. With the increase of Mudbloods who are granted reduced fees attending Hogwarts, the school is unable to meet the high standards that the school was known for, Thraxus Bulstrode sneered as he spoke. Yes, Gamp bobbled his head in agreement, not to mention the many pure-blooded magicals who were ineligible for Hogwarts that could pay because of some faulty enchantment that hasn't been updated since the days of the founders, he exclaimed in a put-up anger. Or so it seemed to him, though he was curious what exactly he was referring to. Yes, it is a travesty that has been allowed to continue to prevent pure-blood children from upstanding families to attend the greatest school in the world because of they are wrongly evaluated and have to attend one of the smaller schools in the Isles, Traverse spoke. And he understood now. The founders, likely Rowena Ravenclaw, and he wasn't saying it because he was biased in his admiration of her, enchanted the Book of Admissions to be capable of picking up a minimal threshold of magic in each individual. It is one of the core tenets of Hogwarts that only those who appeared in the Book of Admissions could attend unless you were a overseas transfer and could perform at least to the average of the year group, and the rest were sent to the 4 other schools in the Isles. Not even the Ministry could change that aspect about Hogwarts, and it would result in severe pushback as the Ministry was not allowed to interfere in Hogwarts beyond the curriculum. The greater shame is that places are taken by Mudbloods who then do not contribute to magical society, taken places from purebloods who are wrongly judged. Lord Knot said emotionlessly to the crowd. They reduce the standard of education of our youth and then contribute nothing to the same society that welcomed them, and instead they seek to change it, he said finally, and it gained angry agreements of muttering. That's right, they do not treat our traditions and our culture with respect and instead want us to be more muggle-like, the filthy Mudbloods, Traverse sneered as he got into a tirade which he blocked out as he glanced at Emily, who was watching him. She had a light look of mirth in her eyes and he slightly narrowed his eyes. Something must be done to set us back on the correct path, Traverse finally finished. Here, Gamp said as he raised his glass of champagne. What do you think, Atticus? Emily's voice rang out and silenced the crowd as everyone turned to him. His eye threatened to twitch at what she now forced him to do. I'm afraid I have not much to add, he said, smiling genially to the crowd. I defer my judgment over such complicated matters to the elders who know more about the workings of Hogwarts and the Ministry, he said finally with an inclination with his head. Come now, Heir Sayer, you are considered to be the upcoming thinker of your generation, already having reached heights that most will never do at such a young age. Lord Knot spoke as he assessed Atticus. Your opinion matters, Lord Knot said as his eyes bore into him, and Atticus pursed his lips. A silence fell among them until he spoke. Very well. The founders built things to last, and I do not think that their magic was faulty, he said with a tilted head. Do any of you believe the great Salazar or the great Rowena could have created anything that they wouldn't make certain that would last as close to eternity as possible for their legacy? He said, smiling at Knot and then turning his gaze to the crowd until his eyes met Emily's, who was enjoying it all. If you want to play like that, well, watch me then, he mused to himself as he returned his gaze to Lord Knot, who nodded in acceptance. Perhaps. What about the influence of Mudbloods in our society and the decline of what is taught? He posed to Atticus. An elf came by with a tray of champagne and Atticus promptly grabbed one and sipped his drink as he considered the words carefully. Tell me, gentlemen, as his eyes roved to the crowd before he turned to Emily with a smirk, and fair lady, and saw her keep tight control over her lips, though he wasn't sure if it was because of annoyance or amusement, perhaps both. "Do Moodbloods," he said evenly without giving any signs that it felt distasteful to him. "My apologies, Muggleborns," he lightly chuckled. "I once heard some fine pure blood first year." He gestured with his free hand, waving slightly. "Can't quite remember. I think it might have been a cousin of the Cornfoot family." The Cornfoots were a prolific family, and they had many cousins that once chastised another first year about how uncouth it was to besmirch oneself with such words, even if it describes Muggleborns well enough. He continued to chuckle with a shake of his head as his eyes grew a little predatory. He smiled widely as he looked to Gamp, who was looking at him with some surprise. "Nowadays I feel a little conscious whenever I say Moodblood. Besmirching myself with what some parts of society consider to be offensive." He shrugged lightly. "Well, I tend to want to make sure I do not fail my ancient family with such tarnish," he said lightly, and he could see some discomfort shining through their posture. He eyed Emily from the corner of his eyes and say that she seemed amused by his antics. He returned to the topic. "Do Muggleborns have any influence over Hogwarts or the Ministry for that matter?" he said with a tilted head as he posed the question to the crowd, shaking them from their earlier discomfort. "As if they'd ever allow to." Bulstrode sneered, and Traverse agreed. "Mew," he corrected to his everlasting amusement, "are no right to be involved in either. Not that they do not try to," he mumbled. Atticus hummed. "Then why shift the blame to them?" he said with a tilted head as he looked genuinely confused. "Muggleborns have no real influence in what taught and what is allowed in Hogwarts, and the Ministry is the one that is responsible for cutting traditions down to bare bones," he said with a pursed lips. At this point Emily decided to join in the fun. "Airsayer is correct," Emily's soft voice capturing them all as they turned to look at her. "Airsayer and I discussed about how to go about having rites such as those performed on Samhain, the one without sacrifice, of course," she said, smiling genially as she delicately pushed her hair behind her ear before she continued, "and we were told that the Ministry had banned such rites from Hogwarts." She sighed dramatically. "It would have been nice to observe ancient rites such as that from a hallowed place such as Hogwarts," she said with a sad inflection in her voice that masked the calculating look in her eyes as she gazed towards the crowd, and he allowed a very small smirk to appear on his face. "That is outrageous," Gamp said. "To think our traditions are banned from our own very soil," he said, blustering as he talked. Emily nodded sagely and empathetically. "It is such a shame. Why," she began a little daintily, "there are blood traitor children who celebrate Christmas rather than Yule who know nothing of our people's traditions," she said with a shake of a head. Boot looked disturbed, and he fought to keep off a bemused look, and he glanced at Lord Knot, and for the first time he saw something more than cold indifference and saw a little amusement somewhere there, whilst Theodore Knot was looking far more bored anything else. A clanging of a wine glass, loud enough to travel far, rang around the room and disrupted their conversation. He turned towards the noise and saw the Malfoy patriarch standing there with the Minister Spencer Moon in close proximity. "If nothing else, the Malfoys know how to get themselves entwined with power," he mused. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for gracing us with your presence. We are honored to spend Yule with such esteemed people," Malfoy said silkily as the crowd lapped it up. "Now that our hunger and thirst have been sated, please join us at the ballroom where the night's entertainment, the famous Oscan Magical Symposium," he paused as there were a few excited gasps, "will perform. You will be free to dance as you wish," he said before pausing as he smiled appeasingly. "In fact, we encourage it. Please follow me there," he said, and soon the crowd began to move towards the ballroom. "Ah, of course the Malfoys only managed to get the most famous band in the world," Theodore Knot muttered as he joined him and Emily as the others moved at their own pace. "The Malfoys know how to impress the crowd," he said, shrugging his shoulders, and Knot agreed. He turned towards Emily, was beside him and extended an arm, at which point she glanced up at him and within a moment linked her arm with him, and she held a pleasing glint in her eye. They said nothing as they entered the ballroom, which was exquisitely decorated, and they stood at the side as the band began their music. "How's your evening been?" he asked as he broke the silence. "Well enough," she said smoothly. "Yours?" she asked with interest in her voice, and he turned towards her. "Well enough," he said with a smirk, and she rolled her eyes. "It was fun watching you play with them," he said suddenly as people began to move to the dance floor to dance to the music. "Oh," she said enticingly as she looked at him with a smirk, and he nodded with twitching his lips. "Yes, it was a mesmerizing performance. Like watching an artist perform their greatest piece of work," he said, tilting his head with a piercing gaze sent at Emily. She raised her eyebrow slightly. "I didn't realize I was so good that you needed to watch me all that time," she said as she came closer to him. "I didn't imply that I needed to watch you," he said calmly as he looked at her. "No," she said soft as he came closer. "Were you able to stop watching me? If you simply wanted to, you could have. But you didn't," she said with a quizzical tone. "No, I didn't," he agreed, and he extended his hand and she eyed it for a moment before she took, and he gently guided her to the dance floor. "Do you know how to dance?" he asked as he placed his hand on her waist. She looked at him amused. "A little late to ask, don't you think?" she said with a raised eyebrow before replying. "Anyway, I do. One time, one of the more wealthy donators gave the orphanage free tutoring in dancing to the girls for a month. I couldn't decline as the matrons deemed it mandatory. And last summer your mother took it up on herself to teach me the finer things of society," she said calmly, and he hummed in understanding as he led her through the music that was decently paced. "Well, it seemed that you are very good at it." He said, complimenting her, and she smiled. Thank you. She said softly. They fell into an amiable silence as they danced and simply enjoyed each other's company, even if neither would admit it at this stage. What do you think? He asked, breaking the silence, and after her querying look about all this. He asked Lily, only intending for her own ears. She pursed her lips as she looked to the side. Pretentious, irrelevant, she sighed before she turned towards him, but also necessary given that most of these people are important. She said with some forced politeness, and he nodded in understanding. What about you? She asked intently. You seemed quite natural at it, from a distance, she said. He gave a sad smile. It is necessary if you want to be a part of this society, he said as he looked into the distance. I've been to a few like this and sometimes I get to meet interesting people, but most of the time it's just. He trailed off as he turned his gaze towards her. It seems so false, he began as he met her eyes. I see all this and I can't help but feel dismay, Emily, he said softly, ensuring that only she could hear. Dismay? She asked, full of interest as she bore her eyes into him. Don't tell me you don't see this and can't draw parallels with rich muggles, he said expectantly, and her face soured. He knew from her recounting of her time at the orphanage, she had met plenty of rich snobs and he was drawing her to it. I'm aware. I have been aware from the start, she said firmly, and he nods. I see all this, Emily, and I wonder, is this the best our kind can do, he said as he bore his eyes into her, hoping to get through to her decadence in a culture that promotes stagnation over progress, one that rejects new ideas especially if they are from the muggle world that could parachute magical exploration centuries. You've heard those people talk about muggleborns, he scoffed lightly, as if they are the problem. They are scapegoats, easy scapegoats that prevent society to look at itself and admit that they are part of the problem. He thinned his lips as she listened to him. A culture that values excessive wealth and showing it all off and control over others, and values purity of blood when the gift of magic is what should unite us. Seeking knowledge is what should drive us, and tolerance should we strive for. He looked away from her for a moment as he took on a wistful look. People believe to grow stronger is take from others. He shook his head. Strength comes from self-improvement, from seeking to grow beyond others rather than having your boot on the neck of others. He sighed as he looked at her. Time and again this society and culture creates dark lords and light lords that jostle for power, and each time destroys a little more of our world. He closed his eyes briefly as he tightened his hold on her, and he opens his eyes and he met with unblinking eyes. It's all so self-destructive and so shallow. Then help me change all this, she said as she searched his face. I understand your concerns, your apathy to the country, but I know you're not apathetic to the people, she said with narrowed eyes. I don't know why you're so against it. He couldn't admit that he intended to take the people who wanted to come and find a new society with principles, with standards, with morals that he could agree to. A new society that wouldn't be shackled to a stagnant culture that was heading towards an inevitable doom. Ask me again after you graduate Hogwarts, he said intently. I will continue to be there for you. I doubt that there is much that could stop me from that. He smiled softly at her. But I don't want to involve myself in the politics of this country. The things I want for Britain would never be accepted. So you won't even try? She said with narrowed eyes. You won't fight for what you want? She asked him. He smiled at her. I already have something to fight for, but you can't know. Not yet, perhaps not ever. What makes you think I want to fight to change Britain? He said with a tilted head. There will be those who will fight to keep as it is, and many will not budge on it. He shook his head. No, it's better for me to continue on my ambition, he said with a grin. And what would that be? She said as her chest closed the gap and met his. He almost gulped, but it seemed that he couldn't keep his face calm as he saw a triumphant look on her face. She drew her face closer. Won't you tell me? She whispered as her breath warmed his neck, so close was she to him. Moments passed as their eyes held each other. Emily, not yet, he said as he took back control over the situation, and she pouted a little after she moved away a little, and he chuckled before moving his face towards her neck until his lips were by her ears. You're getting better, he whispered as his breath warmed her ear, and she shivered ever so slightly, and he moved away to take in her face and saw her cheeks redden, and he smirked at her as she glared at him, thought it held no heat. You know. She started nonchalantly. I hope it is good because the weight is becoming unbearable. I know it's something big, she said with narrowed eyes. You wouldn't be so coy if it wasn't, and so smug, she said calculatingly. I'll give you that, he nods in agreement. It is large and you will be surprised beyond your imagination, he said with a tilted head. I wonder. He murmured as he took her in. What? She asked keenly. He shook his head. He won't say anything. He wondered what the chances were that she would abandon her quest for power in Britain if she knew what he intended. After all, she would get to shape a brand new society rather than fight to change this one. Not only that, the allure of greatness would be great. After all, who can say that they followed the path of Atlantis? Atlantis was the one true magical kingdom that ruled more than 10,000 years ago, the kingdom that faded into myth even to magicals. A city that flew where magic was explored to a degree that seemed fantastical to current magicals. He had found records well after he wanted to create his own magical island, and he had been gleeful that it had been done before, but saddened that it was destroyed allegedly. Though the wording, it always referred to as sunk rather than destroyed, and it made him wonder. He knew such an enticement would work well with her, but did he want to share it with her? It was something that he would find out over the years to come. Never mind. He said calmly as he grabbed onto her a little closer to her and waltzed a little faster, which earned him a raised eyebrow, and he simply smirked lightly at her and she rolled her eyes. They once again fell into an easy silence as they danced to another couple of songs. This is nice, he said softly as he met her eyes and saw her eyes widen lightly before she smiled softly and nodded lightly as she squeezed his hand lightly. It is. Highlight of your night? He asked her teasingly and she raised her eyebrow. I wouldn't quite say that, she said with an impassive face that broke moments later, and he chuckled. Soon enough, they made their way towards one of the tables at the edge of the ballroom and drank some champagne as they sat and watched the crowd. Will you tell anyone now your heritage, or will you keep it to yourself? He asked her as they kept their eyes on the crowd. I won't tell anyone, likely for another 6 months at the least. Not so soon after the accident, she said calmly. He hums in understanding. Have you claimed the vault at Gringotts? He asked curiously. No. I will do that this summer. I have a number of things I want to do at Gringotts and the summer would be best, she replied calmly. Understandable. He said calmly. You haven't asked how it was. The accident. She said finally after a few minutes of silence. I figured you'd tell me if you wanted to. He said calmly. Another few minutes passed before she spoke. I spoke with him, she said with a strange tone. Before he was gone, she said a little coldly. She crossed her legs and he could see her pale, slender but muscular legs before he returned his eyes towards the dancing crowd. He remained silent as she spoke. He knew that she was pregnant. I asked him why he never searched for me and he excused himself that he didn't want to deal with anything that involved Mara P. He hadn't even told his parents that they might have a grandchild, she said with an emotionless tone. I asked him had he known exactly where I was, would he have picked me up from the orphanage? He said yes. And Atticus turned to her with widened eyes. And she turned to meet his eyes. Her eyes were distant. He was lying, she said in a cold tone that felt as if he was in a blizzard. I felt nothing when they were finally gone, she said simply as she turned her gaze towards the crowd and they fell into another easy silence. They weren't your family, Emily, he began as he broke the silence. Not truly. It doesn't however mean that you are without family. You can make your own. He said, pausing before continuing, or be part of another. If you wished it so. He said finally, and they fell into a long silence that he was growing a little bit more uncertain. Until she placed her hand into his and he turned towards her and saw her eyes with a light shine as she smiled at him broadly, and he returned it wholeheartedly. Break. Happy birthday, Emily, he said as she walked into the dining room, and she looked a little surprised before she composed herself and smiled at him. Thank you. She said pleasantly as she sat down at the table. A number of owls arrived this morning with packages addressed to you, he said after a bite as he eyed her and saw her calm, controlled expression of being pleased. Good to hear, she said with a smirk. How many? She asked as she drank from her water. 33, he said calmly, and she stared at him and he shrugged. I haven't opened any of them, but I recognized some were from those you impressed at the party. He said calmly. Malfoy's party was over a week ago and they arrived late from Malfoy's party as they ended up meeting up with a few of her Slytherin associates along with a few older people. He and Dolohov talked about dueling avidly and the kinds of dueling styles famous duelers talked about. Dolohov would compete in the U16 tournament this summer, and given what he knew of the boy, he's likely quite the duelist. Is that so? She murmured as she began to eat thoughtful. Are you intending on doing anything today? He asked between bites, and she shook her head. No, I am not one to celebrate birthdays, she said calmly, and he hummed in understanding. Soon enough his parents came down and joined them for breakfast and they talked a little. He was broken out of his thoughts by his father. What do you intend on doing today, Atticus? His father asked. I will likely work on some of my own projects. I don't particularly have anything else to do. Why? He looked at his father. Your mother and I will be away from the home for today and won't return until very late, that was all, he said calmly, and Atticus nodded in understanding. Oh, it is your birthday today, isn't it, dear? His mother's eyes widened and she smiled at Emily. Such a shame you didn't wish to celebrate your birthday at all. His mother complained lightly before she continued. No matter. Your present is among the rest in a large blue package, she said happily at Emily. I'm quite glad you made such an impression at the party. I don't even think Atticus ever received that many, she said as she smiled at him, and he rolled his eyes. Thank you, Mrs. Sayer, Emily said politely with a little bit of warmth in her voice. Oh, no need to thank me, Emily. Well, she said as she looked at his father, we have to go now. We will see you tomorrow morning, she said as she came round and planted a kiss on his cheek, leaving him and Emily alone. What do you plan on doing today? He asked curiously. I'm going to go to the Riddle Manor. She said simply, and he widened his eyes. I have a housekeeper that I only met briefly and today I want to speak with her. She said calmly. He nodded in understanding. Do you want me to come? He asked her, and she looked at him warmly but shook her head. No, it's not necessary. She said calmly but firmly. He nodded his understanding and bid her goodbye and made his way towards his room. Miss Florence was at her mother's whilst Mr. Dayton was spending it with his family. He made some headway in his spaceship design. In essence, it would be far sleeker than the NASA shuttle with only small wings given that there was no propulsion and would effectively fly free from gravity and would be fly through runes and charms. He didn't need to calculate many things related to aerodynamics given that he was not affected by things such as fuel economy or other forms of efficiency. He had no doubts that later on that he would have to sit down and design a comprehensive ship design, but for now, for the prototype, he didn't need to beyond ensuring that the safety of the vessel was absolute. The prototype would be roughly 20 meters long and it would be far more oval than arrow-shaped. The ship would be entirely functional as it was only meant to, at a maximum, achieve orbit rather than capable of interplanetary flight. He had a number of problems to deal with, namely speed. He would need to invent new charms and study more flight charms that would give an idea how to achieve a decent amount of percent of speed of light. Power was now a non-issue. Given that he could now create massive diamonds capable of storing massive amounts of magic, power failure was unlikely to happen. But he was concerned about interference. As far as literature was concerned, there was nothing that could disrupt magic other than magic itself, but that was on the Earth. He did not know what the effects of space would be and he would need to do some experimentation to ensure his own safety. The first prototype would be entirely magical but with principles of what he remembered from his old life. He knew many robotic and mechanical principles that he could apply magically to the ship even if he did not know many other control systems that would not be implemented for 30 years. He sat down at his desk and began to draw out the structure and the systems that he believed were necessary for the rest of the day. Soon enough it was well into the evening and he heard a knock come and he shouted as he scribbled his latest thoughts on his notebook. He closed it and turned around and saw an intense-looking Emily with her eyes looking at him with sheer hunger, and he frowned until he saw in her hands the locket that he procured for her and he understood. "You went through all that to get me this?" she whispered as she stood at the door. He got up and approached her. He had written a note to her saying that he purchased it off someone named Furlow who purchased it from Borgens and Burks. He shrugged. "It belongs to you. I thought there might have been something belonging to your family in Nocturne Alley and I was lucky enough to get a name from Burke," he said kindly to her, and before he knew it she threw herself at him and hugged him for the first time. He stiffed and gently took his arms out from under her and hugged her back. He didn't know how long they were there for. He felt slight guilt for lying how he got the locket, but he dismissed it. It was done in self-protection and it didn't harm anyone. He did promise to himself, and to her, in his mind, that he wouldn't manipulate her again. She finally stopped hugging him and stepped forward and kissed him on the cheek. "Thank you," she said with such a vulnerable voice that sounded so unlike her and an expression that truly showed how sincere she was. "You're welcome," he said softly as he put a hand forth and placed an errant lock of hair behind her ear and cupped her cheek for a short moment, and he could almost swear she leant into it before she took a step back. "It's late. I'll see you in the morning," she said as she turned on her heels and left the room.